Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Where leaves dance, so does fire. The empty words on the podium match perfectly with the chirping of cicadas in summer. Uchiha Oya looked at the cicada lying on the tree trunk outside the window, and gradually let go of his thoughts. Above the pitch-black space of consciousness hangs a giant eyeball of Juguyu. The eyeballs are like stone carvings, and like a sleeping moon, overlooking the tiny world. The dream world is chaotic, with the appearance of Konoha and the outline of a modern city. Familiar ninja, familiar, busy in the building grid. And the lights in the neighborhood that are lit late at night, and the family that has been waiting for me for a long time. Wake up, you yet, get out of class is over. Someone gently pushes themselves. Uchiha Oya woke up and sighed. The dream of the previous life became more and more clear. Oya is a time traveler. In my previous life, I made an appointment to watch a rare lunar eclipse with my family, but got into a car accident on the way home. When he was dying, he saw that the moon suddenly turned blood red, and the 9 Guya were as black as ink. After waking up, the Hokage ninja world came through. In a trance, someone competed with me for control of the body. Oya won. And the moon of the 9 hooked jade stayed in his body. Because his soul was severely damaged, he always thought that he was a local when he was a child, but there were many modern thoughts in his mind. As he grows older, he is almost 10 years old and can already recall many things. The deepest of these is family. If he had the ability, he would like to go home and take another look. Oya-kun is really... The blonde-haired sunny boy was helpless. Obviously he worked hard in other courses, but he always fell asleep in history class. The blonde boy's name is Namikaze Minato. Oya's classmate and desk mate. A guy who was born as a commoner, but his talent surpassed that of the ninja children, with a cheerful personality and a sunny smile. Oya recalled the long-term experience of watching the show. If I remember correctly, this is the father of the protagonist of the Hokage ninja. Future 4th Hokage who died young. Minato has long been used to Oya's indifferent temperament, so he leaned closer and whispered, even if Oya-kun really doesn't like it, you can just pretend, try not to sleep next time. History class is a required course in ninja schools, and it is also a course to spread Hokage's will. It was first Hokage who came up with this idea. But what's interesting is that in recent years, more pictures in textbooks are third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The more you emphasize something, the more you lack something. Now that the ninja world is in turmoil, Konoha needs to strengthen education in this area. Minato is worried that Oya's perfunctory history class will affect his future. After all, Uchiha's identity is already very unpopular in the village. Let's ignore Hokage's will again. It's hard not to make a fuss about this. In my opinion, this person has a problem with his mind. An arrogant voice came from the back table. Oya glanced at his fellow clan behind him, Uchiha Xiangyang. Uchiha Xiangyang looked down at him, relying on his high location. At this moment, Minato turned his head. Uchiha Xiangyang immediately changed his appearance, scratched his head, and showed a hint of goodwill with a silly smile. Oya shook his head and let the classroom become noisy. Hokage will? Royal Knight does not deny the greatness of first Hokage. But the political wisdom of the first generation, the so-called ideas put forward. There is no specific program and no implementation measures. It's just a naive declaration. And Uchiha Xiangyang, his fellow clan behind him, is even more innocent among innocents. The Uchiha family is very strange, and every once in a while there will be a strange thing that turns the elbow outward. There is Uchiha Kagami in the front, and Shisui, Itachi, and Obito in the future. And Uchiha Xiangyang belongs to the one caught in the middle era, but he did not leave his name in history. Because the strength is not enough. Holding on to the will of Hokage all day long, he is very close to Minato, who is sunny and cheerful, with full marks in strength and thinking. Hey, boring boys! The girl in the front row with oil paint on her face turned her head and raised the card in her hand. Werewolf killing? It's too short. The werewolf killing game was brought by Uchiha Oya. It also includes who is undercover, fighting the landlord and other small games. Before that, his memory recovery was not complete. At that time, he was like a child with innate wisdom, often showing off some whimsical ideas, and having fun with his classmates. And the most popular ones in school are Werewolf Killer and Who's Undercover. Since Inyazuka-zum invited, then we. Uchiha Yang is eager to try, looking for Minato's answer. Namikaze Minato is one head and too big, he doesn't want to leave Uye behind. Although Uye always bullied him when he was young, he also helped him a lot. Minato just wanted to throw up his hands and abstain. Inyazuka-zo over there didn't even look at Uchiha Yang, and raised his chin at Mia and Minato. Hurry up, you two are the only ones missing. Uchiha Zionjiang's smile froze in place. Minato looked left and right, caught a glimpse of Kushina who was also participating in the game, blushed and moved closer. There are 8 people at this table, and there are many girls. In addition to Inyazuka-jo, Uzumaki Kushina, there are also Hyagamio and Kurama Saizuki. Inyazuka-claw's face was indifferent. Kushina looked at Minato pretending to be disgusted. As for Hyagamio and Kurama Kyu, one was shy and the other looked at Yuya generously. Yuya turned her head away, boring. Hyagamio shuddered and twirled her fingers uneasily. But Kurama Kyu simply hugged the card and brought it to Yuyi's table. She nodded with satisfaction, yet. Now everyone is here. Ah! Mio, you innocent-faced guy, you're actually a werewolf. Pommel Horse Kyu rubbed her long brown hair annoyed, looking around with a strong will to win. Although the process was tortuous, there should be only one werewolf now, right? Inyazuka-zum looked like a falcon, watching the expressions of other people. Minato rubbed his chin, thinking seriously, Kyu's speech is very villager, Yuyi's words are the gold water I ordered, so the rest. Minato glanced at Inyazuka-zum, suspecting that she was bluffing. Inyazuka-zo is suspicious of Minato. It's almost the last round. According to their way of thinking, I am afraid that one of the two will go. Uchiha looked at the time, it was almost time for the next class. Simply show your cards and turn over your werewolf cards. What? Minato's face darkened. The others looked disappointed. Only Uchiha Yang, who was sitting behind Yuya, said angrily, I have winked at you a long time ago, this guy is the wolf that hides the deepest. The rest glared at him. The play is over, and the teacher of the ninjutsu class enters the door. Everyone back to everyone. Minato elbowed Yuyi, would you like to practice ninjutsu at night? In Minato's view, Uchiha Yuyi is good at everything, but his strength is hard to describe. The friends who just sat and played together, including Uchiha Yang who was watching, were all in the top 10 of their grades. Only Uchiha Yuyi, who has ranked first in the school for 2 consecutive years, now only has a full score in the theory class, and is at the bottom of the practical class. The key point is that Yuya has no intention of cultivating hard. Minato is always changing ways, trying to give Yuyi some fighting spirit. However, this time, Yuya also did not respond. Yuyi's eyes dimmed. How can modern people reject learning supernatural power? It's not that he doesn't want to practice, but dare not. Because on the day when he recalled his previous family members, he opened his eyes. Also that day, the Juguyu moon in the body was dyed red again. Only then did Yuya realize in horror. It is alive. Chapter 2. The Juguyu moon in the body, Uchiha Yuyi still hasn't figured it out. After the defeat of the Duoshi crossing, it became silent, like a real moon. Yuki has only seen it in its true form twice. One time was before crossing, at the time of dying. One time was when restoring memory and opening eyes. That time the moon was dyed red, and there were black ripples around the Jugu jade. The monstrous negative consciousness was suppressed, almost causing Yuya to go berserk. This is just the consequence of a glimpse. Judging from Guyu and Ripple, Yuyi guessed that it was related to Tsutsuki. But it looks far more powerful and tyrannical than Tsutsuki Guyurigen in the anime. If that's all there is to it, it's just a grumpy cheat. Grinding slowly, scraping off scraps can also make a person stronger, and it won't make Yuya worry about cultivation. What really scares Yuya is the sense of peeping from the sky. When it woke up, Yuya felt that his whole body was seen through. And that gaze passes through it, coveting the outside world. That look was like a sea of blood covered with corpses but calm on the surface. It is calm, but it contains murderous intent. From that day on, Yuya suspended his chakra practice and focused on theoretical research and ancient book searches. Haven't tried to use the Sharingan that already has Urguyu either. He was presumably sure that the power of the Sharingan would awaken it. But not sure if there are other aspects that affect it and how to suppress it. In short, the main points of body replacement technique are these. Used well, not even weaker than advanced ninjutsu. Then come here today, after school. Teacher Chnin, who was teaching, ended the class in a hurry. The students across the podium were as listless as ever. But he didn't say much, glanced at Uchiha Oya who was by the window, and left in embarrassment. As soon as the teacher left, the eyes of the students all lit up. It seems that the electricity of a class has been charged, and the eyes are bright and lively. They didn't leave the classroom immediately, but looked at Uchiha Oya with anticipation on his face. Yuya pretended not to see, got up and left. The other unfamiliar students didn't have the nerve to chase after him, but Minato and the others were not included. The neat 6 people followed Yuya as if they were playing a tailgating game. When he was about to leave the school gate, Minato accelerated to stop Yuya. Others surrounded Yuya. Minato blinked cutely. Yuyi-kun, today's class is a bit difficult, I don't seem to understand it. Yuya was expressionless. It's okay for the youngest to say that he didn't understand. Kushina is a husband and wife, and the words are more straightforward. Yuya-chan, I feel that the teacher's words are not as good as you, why don't we have dinner together and talk again? Uchiha Oya's theoretical class is always number 1. But there is a difference between the first and the first. As someone who is familiar with Yuya, he knows that his understanding of ninjutsu and illusion is extraordinary. Compared with the school teacher who focuses on teaching killing skills and task skills, Uchiha Oya focuses more on analyzing ninjutsu and illusion, breaking them apart and explaining them. In terms of efficiency, it may not be as good as a teacher teaching a large group of students, but in terms of quality, the few people present are all beneficiaries. Their basic strength far exceeds that of their peers. Like Hyagami-o and Uchiha Xiangyang who were born in a big family, they feel that their elders' foundation may not be as solid as theirs. It's a pity that 2 or 3 years ago, Yuya was still very cheerful, answering every question, and speaking deeply. In the past 2 years, his personality has become indifferent, and he talks less. Fortunately, there is no way at all. Pommel Horse Kiho proudly stepped out and looked around at the friends. TCH, this time I'll let you all be proud. As he said that, he took out a warm manuscript from his arms, and looked at Yuyi flatteringly. Yuyi-kun, this is an out-of-print manuscript left by our Kurama family in the early years, guessing the influence of emotions on illusions. Hehe, about emotional. The Kurama family is one of the Konoha Shinobi clan. The status is neither high nor low, good at illusion. Every few generations, special talents emerge. Their illusions are rare, special types that affect the real world. In terms of the study of illusion alone, it is no worse than a giant like Uchiha. Yuya raised her eyebrows slightly. Ever since Juguya Moon woke up once, he has been studying how to avoid being affected and how not to wake it up. And the Juguya Moon was awakened after he opened the Sharingan, so the research topic is naturally indispensable for Sharingan. Sharingan, and the topic of negative emotions cannot be avoided. He has read a lot of books in the family, but because of his low authority, he can get in touch with few. So soak in the library for a long time. These guys just noticed this. Start to seduce yourself with similar ancient books and lonely books. However, he did eat this set. Seeing that Uya didn't refuse again, Kushina waved his hand, let's go. Ramen. Pommel shook the manuscript in her hand, I want to eat barbecue. Kushina changed her words, then, let's go. Barbecue. A group of people whirled and went to the barbecue shop. Hyagamio lowered her head and followed at the end of the line. From time to time, I touch the chakra's face in my pocket. She managed to beg two big brothers Hayashi Hisashi yesterday, and copied them from the library at home. Unexpectedly, Kyu, the pommel horse, took the lead. That being the case, then this book. Wait for everyone to leave later, ask Yuya to ask about Tai Chi theory? When Yuya-kun talked about this when he was a child, he was very proud. It is always said that Hyaga's 8 trigrams are too superficial. Mio secretly tried to combine theories, and her strength has indeed increased. But the more I practice, the more confused I want to ask. Moreover, in this way, you can spend more time with Yuya-kun. Thinking of this, Mio Baby Fat's face instantly turned red. She nervously looked ahead, but no one looked back. So far so good. However, I can stay a little longer later. But the next time you give it, you can get along with each other after school one more time. And other friends, except Pommel Kyu, can also benefit. Hyagamio's face was full of entanglement due to the dilemma. She didn't come back to her senses until the smell of barbecue wafted into her nostrils. Everyone has already taken their seats, and the impatient Kushina and Kurama Kyu have already started eating. Yuya sat in the innermost place and glanced at the manuscript. Nodding his head, he put away the manuscript. Only then slowly began to talk about the body replacement technique mentioned in today's class, personal understanding version. The essence of body replacement technique is position replacement. Yuya takes money seriously. The education in the previous life, coupled with his own understanding of animation and the education in this life, made his vision much wider than ordinary people. For example, body replacement technique, why are wooden stakes always used in anime? Or a stake just cut off? Because ordinary people can only grasp wooden stakes. Body replacement technique is to use other objects to exchange positions with itself to form an injury-free effect. But the body replacement technique does not involve space, and it is not a hand force, so in principle, two mutual forces are needed to exchange positions, that is, to pull things over and pull yourself over. What do you use to pull it? Nature is the mobilized chakra line, or chakra network. Use the thick and shallow chakra line to trap the surrounding trees, and use the strength to pass through, and at the same time, it can break the wooden pile and replace the wooden pile. Use something else instead? The stone is heavy enough to lend strength. But the ordinary ninja chakra string keeps pulling, so people can only fly over it. Clod? Too loose, not easy to leverage. People can't fly over it, but they can summon a cloud of dirt. So the body replacement technique of most ninjas will always stay at the stage of using wooden stakes. And they never ask why. There are no wooden stakes nearby, and it is very common for oolong to die if I think about finding something to change. Once you know the principle, you will have an idea of how to strengthen the body replacement technique. Minato scratched his head, although it's not very good to say that, Mr. Fujiwara's teaching is really not as good as Yuyi's. Uchiha Yang, who is Minato licking the dog, groaned twice, but his ears were higher than anyone else. Yuya thought in his heart, it's natural. Fujiwara is nothing more than a chunin. But Yuya was not too proud. The detailed principle of the body replacement technique he proposed, other ninjas can't think of it. Not quite. Some people have a fixed formula and don't bother to think about it. Some people thought of it, but they didn't spread it. Regardless of the opening of ninja schools in major ninja villages, they really teach everything. It is the norm for all ninjas to treasure themselves. The truly advanced ninjutsu and experience are in their hands. Otherwise, why throughout Konoha's history, only the future fourth generation was born as a commoner? And it was because he was good enough that he had a good teacher. That's the only way out for common people. After Yuya finished explaining, it was their business to develop their own ideas. In the dull barbecue restaurant, there are only active voices of boys and girls. The whirlpool Kushina thought, then before the actual body replacement technique, if we exert force in the direction of the substitute in advance, will the replacement be easier? Inyazuka Claw shook his head, such an action can easily be seen through by the opponent. Pommel Horse Kiyu tilted her head, what about using partial illusions to disguise movements during the battle? Hyagamio whispered, maybe, we can start with the chakra that traps the target. The chakra line and the chakra net can be borrowed in different strengths. Everyone expressed their views. In the dim barbecue restaurant, only the lights shine here. After Uchiha Oya finished explaining, he hid in the dark place near the corner. But the ears listened to the conversation of the ninja next door. The dialogue was not clear, but in the low voice, Yuya keenly heard the word war. Chapter 3. The next morning, Uchiha Oya yawned all over the place and stepped into the school gate. The ancestral manuscript of the Namikaze family does have some tricks. Although he still doesn't know the triggering mechanism of Juguya Moon, it gave him a new guess about Uchiha's Sharingan about controlling negative emotions. When he came to the classroom listlessly, until Minato let him in through the aisle, he didn't notice that the atmosphere in the classroom was not right. Even Minato, who is always cheerful, has a serious face. Nearly 100 seniors died last night, and the bodies were sent back in the middle of the night. Seeing that Yuya was at a loss, Minato said softly. Nearly 100 people died? Ordinary ninjas fight in small teams, so many deaths at one time, it must not be easy. Minato added in a low voice, it is said that it is the front line on the land of rain. Yuya couldn't help but think of last night, when he heard the discussion of ninjas in the barbecue restaurant. It seems that the front line is not peaceful. Minato sighed, the border has been unstable in recent years. As long as the ninja villages on the border have friction with each other, there are constant small battles. I am afraid that the war is not far away. Since the end of First Hokage and the Sengoku era, countries have successively entered the model of one country, one village, and the average life expectancy has increased, but peace has not come as expected. In the First Ninja World War nearly 20 years ago, all countries were stunned, and all surviving shadows died. In the next decade or so, the development speed of different countries gradually widened. Weak countries want to beat strong countries, and strong countries want to annex weak countries. The smell of gunpowder between countries is getting stronger. The death of nearly 100 ninjas is also a big injury to Konoha, and it is difficult for Hokage to suppress it. If Hokage does not compromise, coupled with the Fire Country daimyo's eagerness to annex other countries, the powder keg of war will undoubtedly be ignited. War is really near. This is not good news for you yet. He originally planned to wait for a while, and after figuring out the trigger mechanism of the Juguya Moon, he would make up for the practice. Now, I can only force myself to move forward. After all, ninjas can't escape war, and if they don't want to die, they can only improve their strength. Class begins. The 3 teachers of Chunin who taught this class were all present. His expression was solemn, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. The ninja school in wartime will be changed. The most obvious is the compression of school time. From the normal 6-year system to the 5-year system. Let more students become working ninjas as soon as possible. As early as possible, go to the battlefield to glow and glow. Well, today our 5th and 6th grades will conduct a basic unified examination. The results of this assessment will be sent directly to Lord 3rd Hokage. Those with excellent grades will graduate early and become genin. Fujiwara was facing the student, but his eyes were dodged and he didn't dare to look at the student's face carefully. It is said that graduation is based on merit, but in fact, most of the students in the 5th and 6th grades will be selected as excellent. And their future is to serve as a supplement to the battlefield. Once the battlefield is short of manpower, they need to go up to the top. At the beginning of their careers, they may have to face the cruelest battlefield. This made Fujiwara Ibe, who grew up in the peaceful era, very unbearable. But this is the battlefield. Even when it was too much, not to mention children in their teens, even those with strength at the age of 4 or 5 would stand up to them. The luck in the misfortune is probably that Konoha is the head of the 5 great ninja villages, at least it is more certain to win the war than other villages. Where leaves dance, so does fire. Uchiha Yang, the boy in the back seat, clenched his fists and was excited. Minato hesitated to speak. He instinctively sensed something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. I heard Uya next door sneered, leaves? Leeks. Minato froze for a moment, then his expression became very strange. The leaves are flying, the leaves are burning, who is fat? The fat is the tree itself. Who is trunk? Naturally, daimyo and ninja. As for the leaves? New ones will grow next year. Isn't it just like leeks, one after another? Minato coughed dryly, and said in a low voice, it's not exactly like this. After all, we are ninjas. Although we are young, we are stronger than ordinary people. Uya squinted, how does that child compare with the warriors of the Iron Kingdom? Minato bit his lip, at least a dozen. Uya turned her head, without squinting, so what's the point of the child going to the battlefield? Training a ninja is much more difficult than training a samurai. Don't look at the decline of samurai, but the number of samurai is less than that of ninja, but more. Ordinary merchants and daimyos have a large number of samurai as reserve forces. Ninjas are more of an elite force. After all, when young ninjas go to the battlefield, they do all harm and no benefit. No matter how strong the physical fitness is, a child is a child, and the mental capacity is different. Premature contact with the bloody battlefield, habitual killing, and the ninja world does not have a psychological counseling professional. That is to say, most of the children died on the battlefield. Otherwise, there will be a lot of ninjas who have mental illness but possess extraordinary power. For example, what Yi can think of is the future Uchiha Itachi. He went to the battlefield at the age of 4 and killed people at the behest of his father. And then? The result is that Itachi has a morbid obsession with the word peace since he was a child. In the end, he chose a pathological way to maintain the pathological peace. What's even more ironic is that Konoha, who proposed Hokage's will for children and for peace, is the ninja village where children go to the battlefield the most. Rock Shinobi is good at group combat and large-scale terrain ninjutsu. Having too many children is a burden, and it would be great to be able to do logistics. Sand Shinobi has golems as cannon fodder. There are more cloud shinobi reckless, but ninja-related technology is also stronger. They are better at destroying other people's cannon fodder than increasing the amount of cannon fodder. As for Mist Ninja, there are not many people. Only Konoha has the ability and reserves to let more children take on the war. Minato opened his mouth several times, but swallowed it back. It wasn't until everyone stood up and was about to go to the playground for the exam that he took a deep breath and said to Uya, there is no absolute right in the world. If there is a mistake, then correct it. Uya walked past him, you come to correct me. Minato said firmly, I'll correct it. Minato, as a civilian ninja, ranks first every year. But he knows how big the gap is with the ninja. This gap is not only in strength, not only in reserves, but also in connections. But looking at Uchiha Uyi, who is always dismissive of Hokage's will, Minato has never had the urge to change Uyi's opinion like now. And want to do this. Minato clenched his fists. Unless, become a Hokage. Yuya turned around and glanced at Minato. Madara's mottled tree shadow was reflected on Minato's face, and as the wind picked up, the tree shadow moved away from him, and the dazzling sun shone on his determined face. Yuya paused, then left the classroom. Minato has a lot of fighting spirit. In Yuyi's eyes, he was still innocent. Chapter 4 Hokage Building. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in his prime, was smoking a pipe, and his eyes fell on the young man with long hair like a white hedgehog with a look of relief. A white-haired young man named Jiraiya is his apprentice. Third generation has 3 apprentices, all of whom are worrying. Orochimaru likes to live alone and do his own experiments. Tsunade loves to gamble and disappears with his younger brother all day long. Now that the situation outside is turbulent, third generation can only recall Jiraiya, who is wandering outside to stabilize the morale of the army. At the same time, when making major decisions in the future, increase the weight of your own words. What did the daimyo say? Jiraiya sighed and looked out of the window for a long time. She really didn't expect peace to be so fragile. He could feel the pressure from the teacher, so he asked this question. The minerals of the land of the earth, the territory of the land of the wind. Third generation took a deep breath and exhaled a long dragon of smoke. Jiraiya sneered upon hearing this, but was more helpless. During the nearly 2 decades of peace, the land of wind and the land of earth have been running long distances on the development track, gradually revealing their underpants. The land of winds is mostly desert, and business has never been able to develop. Although the land of earth is relatively stable, it has not made significant progress. In contrast, the nation of fire and the nation of thunder are developing fiercely. The difference between the two is only that the comprehensive development of the land of fire is stronger, and the military development of the land of thunder is slightly stronger than the economic development, but the overall development is still not weak. It just so happens that the land of wind is having a hard time, and the land of earth is about to move, and the two are making small moves. The daimyo of the land of fire doesn't want to let go of this opportunity and covets the resources of these two countries. Wars are fought for daimyo after all. Judging from the attitude of the fire country daimyo, this battle is imperative. And it won't be the previous small fights, but a real full-scale head-on, bleeding and bone marrow. Under the leadership of third generation, Konoha was not willing to take the initiative to fight, but now that a large number of ninjas have died on the front line, the main combat faction inside Konoha will definitely not miss this opportunity. It is destined that war will not only come, but will come very quickly. War. Jiraiya raised her head and sighed, then shook her head. I see, I will stay in the village during this time. As he spoke, he seemed unwilling to discuss the cruel topic of war, and left the door. I'll go see Tsunade and the others. Third generation frowned deeply as he watched his disciple leave in a hurry. In fact, he wanted Jiraiya to stay and talk to him more about the upcoming war. It's a pity that the apprentice doesn't seem to have this ambition. In the office, the smoke became thicker. Just then, the door opened. The light in third generation's eyes lit up, but it faded away after seeing the person who came. A warm smile hung on his face. Is it by the well? The school results are out. Hearing Mr. Hokage call out his name, Fujiwara Ibe was so excited that he almost crushed the report card. He tried to stabilize his emotions, his eyes drifted away and said, Mr. Hokage, Mr. Kobe has something to do, please ask me to come and deliver the report card. In fact, he asked the grade director for the job of delivering the report card. The situation in his class is a bit special, and I want to talk to Master Hokage. Third generation looked carefully, nodding from time to time. 6th grade, the new generation of Inoshika good grades, maybe more potential than their parents. 5th grade first place Namikaze Minato? Oh yes, I have an impression. Juyukana, not bad. Hyagamio, Karama Kyu, Uchiha Yang, Inyazuka Zo, it seems that the new generation are all good. The performance assessment is a comprehensive display of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion, as well as the use of ninja tools, throwing, etc., and it is not an era in which graduates can graduate with a transformation technique in later generations. Therefore, the paper strength displayed is very intuitive, and it can be called the golden generation. Third generation swept from beginning to end without leaving a single name. It wasn't until after reading that he knocked on the pipe, raised his head and smiled and said, "The top 8 students in the 5th grade are all in Mr. Fujiwara's class. Congratulations! Also, does Mr. Fujiwara have anything to say?" From the moment Fujiwara entered the door, third generation noticed his abnormality. Fujiwara scratched his head in embarrassment. It's about our class." He stepped forward cautiously, pointing to the basic ninjutsu test on the report card. "These scores are a bit low." Third generation looked at the big S on the top, and asked in confusion, "These children have full marks in basic ninjutsu, are they low?" Fujiwara nodded seriously. "They got the full S score because the full score is only S." Third generation glanced at him suspiciously, pondered for a moment, continue. "Excuse me." Fujiwara bowed, picked through the transcripts on the desk, and found one. On the report card, Uchiha Oya's name was impressively written. The third generation is getting more and more confused. This kid is at the bottom of the list. But why? Fujiwara looked at Uya in the photo, and sighed. 2 years ago, this child was always the first in the whole grade. Then he suddenly became depressed for some reason. But his theory class did not fail. To be honest, his theoretical class is much better than mine. We can achieve this result in class because of his extracurricular tutoring. Third generation is curious, a child of the Uchiha family. It was a little hard for him to imagine that the Uchiha family had such helpful descendants. Fujiwara continued, "Yes, under his guidance, those children's foundations are already stronger than normal chnin. I don't know what happened to him, but if we can untie his knot, it may be of no use to us. It's a good thing for yet." Third generation pondered, "Do you have a strong sense of ninjutsu?" The master of third generation, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, is a person who has a deep sense and research on the theory of ninjutsu, taijutsu and illusion. It is also the creativity of second generation, which brought a lot of advanced ninjutsu to Konoha, including forbidden technique. If this ability is well grasped, it will indeed be very beneficial to the village. But Uchiha? Third generation regained consciousness, saw Fujiwara's expectant face, smiled and said, "I see, pay attention to him later." Fujiwara couldn't help but be overjoyed. After Fujiwara left, third generation called Anbu. He took out a document from the drawer, informed the school that there will be a field assessment in 3 days. In addition, pay attention to Uchiha Oya individually, just pay attention when you are outside, and don't get too close to the Uchiha mansion. Survive outside Death Forest Lin yet. Early the next morning, the students were notified as soon as they entered the school. The 5th and 6th grades will be on vacation for the next 3 days, and 3 days later, they will conduct practical exercises in the Death Forest in groups for 3 days. The Death Forest is located on the edge of the leaves, and it is an extremely dense forest. Among them, poisonous insects and beasts are rampant, and there are even terrifying monsters that are not inferior to the strength of regular summoning beasts. This is undoubtedly the best graduation trip for students who have mastered ninjutsu. The students are gearing up and looking forward to it. At the noisy school gate, Uya took the books from Hyagamio. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the shade of trees and roofs 20 meters away. Since the morning, he has felt something strange. After several attempts to switch positions, he was able to confirm that he was being watched. Usually, because Kushina is Jinkraki, there are always Anbu personnel hiding around, but their eyes are all on Jinkraki, and they are not perverted to the point where they even look at the little girl's privacy. Today, that gaze was aimed at him. Moreover, why are there 2 groups of people? What happened that I don't know about? I wanted to find an opportunity to try to avoid the Juguya moon in my body and practice. Looks like I need to find a quieter place. Chapter 5. At night, outside the Uchiha mansion. Nanhi River, by the river. Uchiha Oya took a few newly acquired books and sat by the river to make a bonfire. One of the two senses of voyeurism during the day disappeared after entering the Uchiha mansion. But the other one was brave enough to follow Yuya after returning home. Yuya couldn't bear the disturbance, so he simply went deep to the Nanhi River in the other direction to stop. Jumping by the firelight, read a book by the campfire. I picked up 2 fat grass carp and grilled them. The books in his hands include Chakra's face given by Hyagami during the day. The book starts from the observation perspective of the Hyaga family's white eyes, and depicts the difference in the appearance of each chakra under the white eyes. There are subtle changes in the shape, the flow of meridians, and the good and evil conveyed by emotions. Yuya looked more and more fascinated. It seems that the point caught before has been confirmed here. At this time, the sound of undisguised footsteps came. One person approached. At night was Uchiha Xiangyang with natural curly hair. Tch, good student. Xiangyang walked to the campfire and stopped, with his hands behind his back. Yuya just looked up and said nothing. Xiangyang is an impatient person, and he also saw that Yuya knew that he was an impatient person, so he said angrily, "You found out, right, that you were being followed?" Yuya didn't expect to talk about this, and looked at Xiangyang in surprise. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. So he has brains. My family asked me to tell you that Mr. Fujiwara was the one who reported the results to Mr. Hokage yesterday, and then the guards noticed that someone followed you. Xiangyang understood the meaning of Yu Yi's eyes. The more he looked at it, the more angry he became, and he simply turned his head away. Go. Yuya nodded, probably understood. Fujiwara Inobe is a good teacher. Good teachers have a common problem, they don't want students they are optimistic about to be buried. Uchiha Oya is the good student who is about to be buried in the eyes of Fujiwara Inobe. And Fujiwara, as a ninjutsu teacher, has long been aware of the abnormality of the ninjutsu of the students in the class, and he can find out that Yuya did it. So it is estimated that he went to Hokage to say something yesterday, which attracted Anbu's attention. As for the other wave, Yuya can only think of Root. The Root organization in Danzo's hands is similar to Anbu, but it is harder and bolder, and it is responsible for dealing with shady things. Moreover, Danzo likes to intervene in the affairs of third generation. He presumably got news from other channels and followed him. This is not difficult to understand, after all, Uchiha's security department can also get this kind of information. Uchiha Xiangyang didn't hear the answer for a long time, and couldn't bear to peek at Yuya. Seeing him concentrate on reading again, he felt more and more uncomfortable. He thought of the mission of the elders in the family, and said awkwardly, "Look, our affairs have been exposed, and these ninjutsu are also basic. The family would like to ask if we can keep a copy of the teaching manuscript at home." Yuya still nodded, yes. These basic knowledge are not classified. Many people in the class knew something, and Yuya didn't plan to keep hiding it. After speaking, he held out his hand. Gritting his teeth, Xiangyang took out 2 scrolls from his back with a constipated expression and handed them over. This is a reward from the family. Fire-style materials below Uchiha B level, and low-level ninjutsu with other attributes. Information is very precious to ordinary people, and it is fine to the children of the family. However, being able to obtain reading permission is a symbol of rising status in the family for Yuya, a marginal figure who lives alone. The bonfire was burned out, and the fish was burned to charcoal without eating. Yuya came back to his senses. Xiangyang didn't know when he left. He raised his head and closed his eyes, sorting out the increasingly clear conjectures in his mind. The difficulty that bothers him now is the collection of negative emotions in his body, the Juguya moon. The opening of his eyes, and the strengthening of his pupil power through practice will all wake up Jugoyu. Therefore, the key lies in how to solve the negative emotions brought about by Sharingan. Wood style and natural energy can be regarded as a solution, but not available for now. At first, Uye thought of several points in the original book that puzzled him. It is true that the Uchiha family opened their eyes because of negative emotions, and opening their eyes increases negative emotions. Second Hokage also said that Uchiha is a dark race, not about his character, but about the source of Uchiha's power itself. But Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui, why didn't they fall into darkness? With this question in mind, Uye read a lot of books, and had a brand new guess in her heart. What really affects Sharingan, and what Sharingan affects is not negative emotions, but obsession. This guess can not only solve the mentality problem of Uchiha Kagami and Shisui. At the same time, it can also explain Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke's talent problem. For example, Uchiha Obito is obviously a crane tail, but why can he open his eyes continuously and become a big boss? On the other hand, the genius Uchiha Sasuke, the whole family was killed, but he could only open a hook? Because the obsession is different. Uchiha Obito is stupid and naive, but because of this, his obsession is very clear and his obsession is quite heavy. That is the feeling for his companions and Lin. By destroying the obsession with Lin and the friendship with his companions, he can quickly evolve Manjiki. And because after the Manjiki is opened, it is dominated by obsession, so it is necessary to complete the obsession to create a world with zero if you betray the village and kill teachers, and destroy the world. As for Sasuke, his obsession is to be recognized by those he recognizes. He is a genius, yes, but Big Brother is even more genius. So his father didn't recognize him since he was a child. Itaki also made Sasuke feel unrecognized because of the lack of company behind him. So as long as Sasuke can open his eyes in two ways in the later stage, kill the Naruto he recognized, or after the Big Brother is recognized by him again, the Big Brother tells him that he has always loved him. At this time, the eye-opening efficiency shown by Sasuke was really hit. Other obsessions, and being dominated by obsessions include, Shisui's obsession is peace, but he loses his sanity due to obsession, commonly known as brainless. Itaki was instigated by his father to kill people on the battlefield when he was 4 years old. His obsession with peace was deeper and more paranoid, so after opening his eyes, he pursued peace and so on in a more paranoid way. Do you need to confirm your obsession first? The figures of the family members from the previous life flashed in Yuyi's mind. It is undoubtedly his obsession to break the dimensional wall and see his family again. And this kind of obsession is different from Uchiha's anger, pride, and other obsessions that are prone to negative emotions. In ordinary use, there is a high probability that the Juguyu moon will not be triggered unless the moment when the eyes evolve. But there is a problem with this obsession. Because this has nothing to do with the original plane, it is difficult for him to evolve Sharingan through his family. Then you can only find another family. In Yuya's mind, several figures flashed: Hyagami-o, Kurama-kyu, Minato. He has no other family members on this plane, and they are the only ones who are closest to him. Royal Knight sighed and began hypnosis himself. After studying so many emotion-related books, hypnosis itself is not a problem. So, my obsession is protect your family. He closed his eyes for a long time, then slowly opened them. The star pupils were dyed blood red, and the two hooks were like ink. The Juguyu moon in the body is still sleeping. Did not wake up. And after the Sharingan was activated, Goyuyu's blood was scattered and poured into his Sharingan. Pupil strength is slowly increasing. 3 days passed in a flash. Today is the time for the 5th and 6th grade students in the school to graduate early. They will conduct a 3-day field survival assessment in the Dead Forest. 3rd Hokage didn't come, but his 3 apprentices, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya all came. In addition, there are more than 30 special Genin, involved in security maintenance and inspection work. Tisk, what a big scene! Pommel horse Kiho crossed her hips and looked around. She is standing on the left side of Uye. Well, there are people from our family. Hyagamio stood on the right side of Uye, and whispered. For the field assessment, the white eyes of Hyaga's family are undoubtedly the best security guarantee, and they can find out anything wrong at the first time. Minato stood aside, looking helplessly at the two girls. This assessment is a group of 3, free team formation. The two girls seem to be chatting, but in fact they book out Uye. Minato wanted to get in, but there were 2 pairs of grievous eyes locked on him from behind, Uchiha Yang, and Whirlpool Kushina. Inyazuka Zo, who is free from various love triangles, has long formed a team. She lingered on the senior side, and said to everyone, there are a few guys in the senior class who are not easy to mess with. If you want to get good grades, try to avoid them. Inyazuka Claw pointed to a few people, all of whom were members of the 8 major ninja clans in the village. These include the new generation Inoshika Ch3 brothers who are relatively close to her family. At this time, Orochimaru, who temporarily presided over the examination, fell on the iron net. Snake Eyes looked around and said in a hoarse voice, "Little devils, next, announce the exam rules." Chapter 6. The test rules are simple. Each person can only carry 1 kunao at the beginning, and items related to secret arts, and stay in the Death Forest for 3 days. Secondly, all students will be divided into 3 camps, each camp has its own stronghold and corresponding camp tasks. Complete the survival goals and you will be able to graduate smoothly. Complete faction missions, the more you complete, the better your score. The better the grades, the stronger the tutors will naturally be assigned after graduation. But what are the 3 camps and what are the missions of the camps? Orochimaru didn't say anything, just clapped his hands, and a dozen or so Chunin teachers entered the arena with scrolls. Everyone sent 2 scrolls. One is the faction stronghold map. One is camp missions. Kurama Kiyu took the scroll from the teacher and handed it to Uye. Then he and Hyagamio turned their backs, surrounded Uye, and watched the surroundings vigilantly, lest anyone check the information in advance by means. Uye unfolded the 2 scrolls and took a look. A map marking the stronghold in the northeast corner of the Dead Forest. A scroll marked with a big red cross reads: Mission Objective: destroy any enemy faction stronghold. After reading it, Uye put the 2 scrolls in her arms. With a slight force on the palm, the fire chakra burned the scroll to death. This trick is useful when testing the chakra attribute. Uyi is a full attribute chakra, and now it only slightly emphasizes a single chakra attribute. Little trick, but works. Then, the assessment begins. Orochimaru waved his hand and opened the iron gates around the iron net of the Death Forest. Some students entered quickly, trying to find the camp location first. Although it was not stated clearly, since it is a camp stronghold, there should be supplies available. But many people choose to walk slowly, ready to adapt. Uye, how about your mission? The 3 of Minato approached, as if they didn't mean anything. We have been classmates for many years and have always been partners. Suddenly becoming an enemy this time, it feels very interesting. And when Minato thought of the conversation with Uye 3 days ago, he had an inexplicable sense of victory in his heart. He didn't know how to suppress Uye's disturbing thoughts, so he could only think of using his strength to suppress Uye first. Uye Kide said, "We need to find the target, how about you?" Minato didn't expect Uye to answer, so he couldn't help being stunned. Usually, this kind of question would definitely be called boring by Uye. In fact, it wasn't just him. Hyagamio and Kurama Kiyu also felt that there was no change in Uye today. It was as if, no longer deliberately keeping a distance from them as before. Minato thought it was the reason for the big exam, and he came back to his senses and said casually, "Almost, we need to determine the opponent's position first." Kiyu and Kushina, the pommel horses behind, rolled their eyes together. It's this kind of game routine similar to Who is Undercover. Are you right? Right. But is it important? No. They are all picking up some irrelevant and not bad words to test the opponent's camp and mission goals. The two sides occasionally exchanged a sentence or two, and they had already reached the entrance of the Death Forest. Kikai stopped again. The three camp strongholds will definitely not be arranged very close together. Going in different directions means different camps. Of course, smoke bombs may also be released. Minato rubbed his head. How about we form a team and rush to the center of the forest first? Yuya didn't want to continue the infighting either, there were senior students in this exam. Let's get to the most central location safely first. Orochimaru, what exactly is the assessment mission? Jiraiya asked curiously. The two of them are here on behalf of Hokage. Looking at the backs of the students, Orochimaru replied, seize the information, infiltrate in disguise, and destroy the base. The three missions have different emphases and different completion requirements. To seize information, you need to collect at least one piece of information from each of the other two faction groups. The test is the surprise battle, adapt to the situation. Infiltrating in disguise requires entering the territory of one camp, and cannot reveal one's identity. The test is camouflage and acting skills. Destroying a stronghold requires at least substantial damage to the enemy camp. The timing of the test is grasped, and the destructive power of the battle. Is the graduation exam so difficult now? Jiraiya was shocked. It was all right to seize, infiltrate, and destroy this topic for the Chunin exam. He had never heard of a class with such a perverted graduation exam. Prepare for war. Orochimaru looked around absently. This time the teacher asked him to sit in the examination room. In fact, there is another purpose, to observe the battle of several students in the 5th grade, focusing on Uchiha Oya. The teacher didn't say the reason, and Orochimaru didn't take it to heart. But now, Gen's people are also nearby to observe the graduation exam? This is something that has never happened before. Could it be that the root people are also eyeing the goal that the teacher said? This is really interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled silently. He closed his eyes, and multiple images appeared in front of him. The pictures are provided by various little snakes of his summoning. Two of the gazes have been paying attention to Yi and Minato's group. Nearly half a day passed. Two teams, Yi and Minato, came to the center of the Death Forest. Did not meet any opponents along the way. Occasionally, when they meet people from a distance, they just rush to their own camp to resupply, where there are detonating charms and other ninja tools. It seems that there are very few people who are in the same company as us. Minato looked at Yuya. Which way are you going? 3 strongholds, 3 different directions. If Minato determines that the Royal Knight is the enemy faction, it may strike. But if you are not sure, with Hyagami and Kurama Kyo around, it is difficult for them to please others even if they do it, and it is easy to take advantage of others. Yuya walked directly to the southeast. Minato watched their backs and walked west silently. It doesn't seem to be in the same camp as us. Hyagami opened her eyes and watched Minato and the others after leaving. Yuya shook his head. They are the same as us, most likely they just found a random direction to go. Hyagami nodded obediently. Oh, then should we change the route to the base now? Yuya observed the surrounding terrain. No, our task is to destroy other faction strongholds. With your strength, there is no need to find materials to strengthen yourself. From time to time, he squatted down to observe the bushes, then turned around and said, Mio, follow this direction to see if there is any water source. Instead of looking for companions, Yi prefers to ambush other teams. Find a weak team first, collect the opponent's mission scrolls, and figure out the missions of the 3 camps first. 10 minutes later, the 3 arrived near the water source. Judging from the trend of the river, it cuts the entire dead forest obliquely in half. During the 3 days of survival, someone will come to fetch water. They are located in the center, and they may find people from up to down. I'm going to get something to eat. Pommel Horse Kiyu stroked her flat stomach, and after running around all morning, it was really uncomfortable not to have meat in her stomach. Uya nodded and started a fire on the spot. Hyagamio would occasionally roll her eyes and look around. Her current observation diameter is 2 kilometers, which is not bad compared to the usual Hyaga family chnin. It is taboo to have a bonfire in the wild. But it's great for fishing. When Kurama Kiyu's magic trick charmed the 2 deer back, there was movement from Hyagamio's side. She raised her arm as an axis. At 2 o'clock, there are 2 people at 1,700 meters, no, there are 3 people now. Hyagamio compared the general outline of the other party, and chakra flowed, and continued, I'm not familiar with it, it should be a senior. Yuya looked up and continued to deal with the deer. Pommel Kiyu squatted beside her, drooling, but also didn't pay much attention. Hyagamio's chubby little face says earnestness, always report. 1,400 meters, in the direction of 2:15. 1,200 meters, they stopped, what are they doing? Hey? The other party seems to have noticed the smoke and is going to move closer. The fish is hooked. Yuya fiddled with Mars with a branch, and gave Pommel Chiyu a look. Turn it over and roast it with focus, otherwise it won't taste good without seasoning. Pommel Chiyu reluctantly looked away from the roasted deer, stood up and set up an illusion trap. Hyagamio continued to report the situation. The opposing team was very cautious, keeping preparations at a distance that ordinary white eyes could not observe. 20 minutes later, the nearby ground shook. Bang bang bang, it seems that there are countless beasts restless. Those 3 people came with the beast tide. Chapter 7. 3 people, the breath is not familiar, children in the 5th grade. The hedgehog boy closed his eyes, sensing the situation more than 100 meters away. Think that no one will notice if you light a fire near the center? Only the little brothers can do it. Another boardinch boy was biting the root of the grass, showing disdain, and looked behind him, that guy Taro, you haven't done it yet. After a while, the howling of wild beasts sounded. Bang, 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 the treetops shook. Whoa! A boy with a watermelon head sprang out from the woods and ran wildly for his life. Behind him, a pack of beasts followed in darkness. Human tall wild boars, black leopards, human thick giant pythons, and countless poisonous insects. The watermelon head didn't know what was smeared on its body, which made the group of beasts anxious. The watermelon head has good skills and is very fast. It seems to be flustered, but in fact it keeps a fixed distance, leading the beasts to run. When passing by 2 companions, Watermelon Head raised his middle finger vigorously. Gan! Do you suffer this penalty if you run fast? The cooking smoke is right in front of you. Mr. Watermelon transforms into the appearance of a certain junior, and sprints. Bo! Vaguely, he seemed to have pierced through a layer of membrane. It's very thin and brittle, and he couldn't even feel it if it wasn't for the effects of the medicine on his body that put his body in a special state. Before he could think too much, the riverside scene appeared before his eyes. The handsome black-haired guy flips the grilled meat. The lavender-haired girl lowered her head shyly. There was no response to such a big movement. Help! Save me! Watermelon Mr. can follow the plot discussed with his teammates before. Such a defenseless novice, a simple transformation technique, coupled with an urgent and dangerous scene, is enough to make them drink a pot. The black-haired boy by the campfire looked up, glanced at him, and then concentrated on the barbecue again. Don't these people know how dangerous it is now? Help! Mr. Watermelon just opened his mouth and felt that something was wrong. The surrounding area seems to be much quieter. He looked back in a daze, and saw the beasts he had attracted stopped in panic, as if seeing something terrifying, they kicked their hooves and ran back. What's going on here? Mr. Watermelon suddenly thought of the film he just passed through. He seemed to feel something and looked up. On the branch, stood a beautiful girl with brown hair. The girl looked down, with a look of rubbish on her face. Mr. Watermelon stared blankly for a while. Just about to say something, the girl above spoke. "Tch, to attract so many beasts, do you know that paint is very expensive? Pigment?" Only then did Mr. Watermelon discover that there were many colorful paints on the girl's palms and sleeves, and there was a pocket on the side of her waist, revealing several small paint buckets, and there was not much paint left in the buckets. On the tree trunk that the girl leans on, there are also devil images graffitied in red and blue. Just painters. It can only be said that children doodle. Trap? Pigment? Mr. Watermelon looked confused, not knowing what the other party was doing. Kiyu, the pommel horse on the tree, didn't bother to say any more. She touched her lips with her thumb, and licked the red paint warmed by chakra with the tip of her tongue. Vision, remnants of wildness. In the vision of Mr. Watermelon, the world is like a canvas. There's red paint to paint it over. The graffiti devil on the branch jumped out. Landed 3 meters high, fierce and evil. Illusion. Mr. Watermelon hurriedly avoided, but found that the world had changed too much. The black-haired boy and purple-haired girl I saw just now disappeared, and only the red magma-like terrain remained around. More importantly, these magmas are actually warm. The stink of sulfur, steaming in the heat, almost knocked him out. Is this FG illusion? 2 words finally flashed in Mr. Watermelon's mind: pommel horse. Slot, I met the illusion monster from the Kurama family. It is said that the Kurama family has profound attainments in illusion. And every few generations, a genius who can be called a monster in illusion may appear. Didn't expect to come across it here. The group of beasts must have been scared away when they touched the illusion trap. Mr. Watermelon's feet were so hot that he wanted to leave the magma terrain with a few jumps. But I heard the wind blowing beside me. The monster suddenly appeared beside him. The casserole-sized fist hit him hard in the face. Mr. Watermelon flew out directly. There is still a trace of doubt in my heart. Why does the monster's fist feel like it's not that big, and it even feels like a girl's pink fist? Wow, it's hot. Not the time to think about this. Mr. Watermelon was scalded by the magma and bounced off the ground. Fortunately, it's not real magma, otherwise life will be gone. He quickly retreated, taking the opportunity to pull away. Make a tactic with both hands to mobilize chakra. The so-called illusions are mostly hallucinations caused by chakra being disturbed. Just smooth your own chakra, find the abnormal point, break through it, and smooth it. However, the illusion of the Kurama family is obviously not that easy to figure out. Mr. Watermelon didn't find out where the abnormality of chakra in his body was for a long time, but he saw that the monster continued to rush over regardless of the magma. After several beatings, Mr. Watermelon almost passed out. He has figured out that the monster in front of him is actually a brown-haired girl. But because of the illusion, the brown-haired girl became a monster in his vision. Fortunately, the girl's physical skills are not strong, and he is specialized in physical skills, so he didn't completely fall down, but after persisting for a while, he was almost there. After being beaten several times, the illusion gradually faded away. He could even hear the slight panting of the devil girl. It seems that just led away the beast tide, costing the other party a lot of chakra. The world in front of Mr. Watermelon gradually became clear. Partly true, partly false. It's like eating poisonous mushrooms, and everything you see is Luli's fault. Mr. Watermelon's transformation technique was also unlocked. In a daze, he once again saw the scene by the river clearly. The black-haired boy and the purple-haired girl were still warming up to the fire. And above the purple-haired girl, the hedgehog teammate jumped down silently. Mr. Watermelon's swollen face was full of smiles. So what if I lose? It's not a loss to exchange one with the strongest member of their team. As long as those two kids. Beside the bonfire, the purple-haired girl suddenly raised her head. On the baby's fat and cute face, there are hideous veins spreading from the corners of the eyes. White eyes. Mr. Watermelon was terrified. Bien has a 360-degree viewing angle. Isn't his teammate's sneak attack always in the eyes of others? He wanted to remind him aloud, but he was beaten so hard that he couldn't speak. I can only watch. Hedgehog's face was full of joy that he was about to succeed. He jumped down and raised his fists high. Body replacement technique. Hedgehog's head felt an invisible net pulling him. In an instant, the position changes. The hedgehog head fell to the ground suddenly. The purple-haired girl appeared in the air, where he was originally. The figure is like a butterfly dancing down gracefully. Burning blue chakra in palm. Gentle fist. There was a muffled bang. The hedgehog was hit in the head and neck. The man plowed the ground with his neck and fell 3 meters away. Before the person stopped, he had passed out. Seeing the miserable condition of his teammates, Mr. Watermelon wished he could faint too. He only hates now, why the fist of this pommel horse family is so weak. No, our captain is still here. There is still a chance for a comeback. Cap is good at Earth style, he's now. Watermelon had turned his eyes, and finally saw a hand under the black-haired boy. Earth style heart beheading technique. Captain Bunny didn't know what was going on outside, and acted according to the plan he had appointed. His target is the boy who seems to be regarded as the captain by the girls. The palm of the hand pierced through the ground silently, and grabbed the black-haired boy's feet. However, Mr. Watermelon's eyes blurred. I saw the black-haired boy, like a prophet, handed over the fire stick in his hand to fiddle with the bonfire. In the captain's hand, he fled into the ground with a fiery red fire stick. Hiss ha! The short-haired boy broke through the ground, screaming strangely, threw the fire stick away, and slapped the flames on his body. When the fire was extinguished, he looked around blankly. Mr. Watermelon, his head was full of bags and fell to the ground. Hedgehog head, buttocks up and passed out. Beside him, 2 girls were smiling. The black-haired boy calmly changed to a new fire stick. Chapter 8. It's a bit outrageous, that was body replacement technique just now. Jiraiya stood on top of the tree canopy, pinching her chin and looking at the battle in the distance with an inquiring expression. Kurama Kyuu's fighting style is special, and the illusion of Kurama's family is indeed very good, but the illusion is 2 worlds in the eyes of the recruited and outsiders, and Jiraiya has no way to comment. But Hyagami-o had just swapped positions with the attacker using the body replacement technique, which made Jiraiya unable to calm down. Anyone knows the body replacement technique, and he is not bad as an elite Jainin. It can be woven into a net with chakra overflowing from the body replacement technique. The difficulty is very high, and the imagination is even more amazing. The grasp of timing and strength are also perfect. The Uchiha family kid in the back is also very strange. It's a pity that he was just attracted by Hyagami-o's body replacement technique, and didn't see how the Earth-style kid was fed. Orochimaru, are these the few people the teacher asked you to pay special attention to? Jiraiya turned around and saw that Orochimaru had just rushed over from a distance. How did that Uchiha kid do it just now? Orochimaru said flatly, I didn't notice. Orochimaru was calm on the surface, but embarrassed inside. As one of the invigilators, he has to take care of the whole audience. At the same time, there were many places fighting. He thought he sent 2 summoning snakes to pay attention here, and he should be able to control the overall situation. As a result, after the illusion of the Kurama family came out, his 2 stupid snakes used as cameras were directly fascinated by the illusion and joined the army of fleeing beasts. As a result, he didn't see what happened behind him at all, so he rushed over in a hurry. Jiraiya's question, he doesn't know at all. Illusion. Interesting. Opportunity to study research. Jiraiya thought Orochimaru didn't see clearly, and sighed, no wonder the teacher let you stare. With their strength, it is enough to take the Chunin exam. After finishing speaking, it was a pity, body replacement technique is such an old-fashioned ninjutsu, but it has developed new tricks. I am looking forward to seeing more things, but if it is just the difficulty of the graduation exam, I am afraid I will not see it. Orochimaru glanced at his friend, so, what the hell just happened? He also felt itchy. So the voice was hoarse, there will be opportunities later. In this exam, third generation buried a few unremarkable Chunin. It was originally intended to be used to prevent various emergencies, lest other invigilators be too late to rescue because the death forest is too large. After all, there are too many special people among students from these two circles. The direct descendants of the patriarchs of the various ninja tribes. As well as Nine Tails Jinchuriki are there. But now, maybe the Chunin of this team can be used in other places? For example, to test the limits of these children who the teacher pays attention to? So, the second task is to capture information from other factions. Hyagami leaned her head and squeezed beside Uchiha, looking at the quest scroll that was just found. They only know that there are 3 camps and 3 tasks in this exam. Specifically, I only know that my family is destroying other people's camps. Then where are we going next? Pommel Horse Chiyu's teeth were tearing at the deer's legs, and there was still a lot of paint on his face that hadn't been cleaned off. Back to the camp. Yuya raised the scroll and put it in his arms. Hehe, I knew Yuya-chan was dishonest. Kurama Kyu said excitedly. The 3 of them had a simple barbecue to replenish their energy. After clearing the scene, walk in the direction of the intelligence capture camp. The 3 of them didn't transform into the appearance of the 3 just now, they just passed by with their true colors. With their transformation technique, they can fool the vast majority of people, but if they encounter a student who is specialized in smell, perception, and observation, they will inevitably be exposed. The location of the camp is along the river, in the northwest direction. Signal. When approaching the map display, Uchiha Zionjiang's head popped out of the bushes, with a vigilant look on his face. Uyemyu passed by without squinting. Kurama Kyu and Hyagami glanced at each other, but then ignored them. Although there are factions in this mission, everyone only knows their own faction, not the other members of the faction. Password? Who do you sign with? Are scammers so stupid? Kurama Kyu shook her head, looked at Yuya and then at Xiang Yang, both belong to the Uchiha clan, why is there such a big difference? But Uchiha Xiang Yang is actually in the camp of seizing information, so Namikaze Minato and Kushina are also there? These 3 guys really went the wrong way on purpose before. Although we also intentionally go in the wrong direction. Ha-Yu Jun, what a coincidence. Minato rushed over after hearing Zionjiang's voice. Seeing the Yu trio, he was a little embarrassed. But no matter how embarrassing it is, there is still a sense of vigilance. Because on the way back to the camp, they had eliminated 2 groups. The task of those 2 teams was to sneak into other camps and gain trust. Ah, coincidence. Yuya responded absently. Looking around, the camp where the intelligence was seized was located on a flat area beside the valley. There are boxes of supplies and a dozen tents in the deepest part of the cave, and there seems to be people shaking in the deeper cave. Minato has been observing the expressions of Yuya and others, and saw Yuya naturally walk to the box and took the shuriken, kunao, an explosive charm from it. In the eyes of other people, isn't this calm and composed demeanor his own? Compared with the sneaky and stuttering people who sneaked into the camp before, there are naturally many more people. But Minato, who is familiar with Yu, knows that there are many examples of Yu doing bad things in a serious manner. Yuya, are you here too? After hearing the movement, Inuyasukazum came out of the cave. Looking at Yuya and then at Minato, his brows frowned. There's something wrong with this grouping situation. The top 6 in the 5th grade school are all in the same camp? This is not a real task, is the assessment teacher will arrange it like this? The other 5th grade students also noticed that something was wrong when they saw the 7 of them in the same frame, and tacitly surrounded them. Minato didn't panic at all, looked at Yu Yi's picky back, and thought to himself, Yu-ye-kun, you probably didn't expect this situation before you came, did you? Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yu Yi's voice in front of him. So, Minato, what is your mission? Yu-ye fingered the edge of kunao, nodded in satisfaction, divided the supplies into 3 parts, and threw them to Hyagamio and Kurama-kyu. Minato didn't expect Yu Yi to be the first to ask questions. The grumpy Kushina pulled Minato away from behind, dissatisfied. Yu Yi, you want to beat him up? Let me tell you, Yu Yi-kun who is so late is the most suspicious, right? Uchiha Yang leaned over, that's right. Yu-ye put his back in the hands of Inyazuka Zo, and faced the Minato team. It was you who proposed to go to the center of the forest together, right? Naturally, we would not go directly to the camp under such circumstances, so as not to reveal our identities. Although Minato has a cheerful personality, he is not good at words. At this time, Inyazuka Claw said, you can put your words aside first. As the first person to arrive at the camp, her identity is undoubtedly true. He waved his hand to signal the group to come over. If you don't want to cause misunderstanding, please let us search. Yu-ye looked motionless. Minato thought of something, his expression was slightly stiff. He also has 2 scrolls about sneaking into the camp. Because he had just arrived at the camp, he hadn't had time to hand it over yet. More importantly, he suddenly thought, there is no owner of the faction scroll. Inyazuka Claw and team members, men search for men, women search for women. Soon find a copy of the mission scroll of this camp in Yu Yi's chest. And the 3 quest scrolls on Minato. Minato-kun, it's hard to prove your identity. Inyazuka Jo threw the 3 scrolls in his hand, wondering why. Although the mission scrolls cannot 100% prove that this is their own camp affiliation, but comparing the 2, Uchiha Yu Yi, who has only 1 scroll on his body, is undoubtedly more real. Unless Yuaki thought that there might be a body search drama, and destroyed the scroll in advance. Minato scratched his hair with a wry smile. He is 100% the guy who takes the camp. And now I can be 80% sure that Yu-ye belongs to another camp. But the problem is, others don't believe it. Just then, there was a booming explosion outside. A distressed figure hurried back and quickly reported, we found that people from unknown camps are leaning this way, about 30 of them, all of them are seniors, and we are about to be unable to stop them. Minato was taken aback. Attack the camp directly? It appears to be a third-party camp. Just don't know what the specific task content is. However, this is an opportunity. So Minato hurriedly said, now is not the time for internal strife, no matter whether we seize the intelligence camp or sneak into the camouflage camp, at least in this case the interests are the same. Inyazuka Zoom frowned thoughtfully, then nodded. She turned her eyes between Yu Yi and Minato, and said seriously. No matter who of you sneaked into the camouflage camp, as long as you help stop the people outside, we will turn a blind eye, and pretend it never happened. In this way, their task of stealing intelligence can be completed on the attackers, and the people who infiltrate and disguise here can also complete the task of infiltrating and camouflaging when they turn a blind eye. Barely counts as a win-win. If nothing else. Chapter 9. The forest is in a mess, and the battlefield is untouched. The excited students huddled together and talked about their bravery just now, while bandaging their wounds. Naraluyu looked helpless, what a bunch of reckless people. Akamichi Dingzo raised his head and poured the Bing Liang pill into his mouth, chewing it loudly, well, it would be nice to win anyway. As a sabotage faction, they only need to cause damage to other faction strongholds to be successful. Although they haven't attacked the camp yet, it seems that it is not very good to seize the strength of the camp. As soon as Yamanaka saw Ryuju's distress, he asked curiously, "Is Ryuju worried about something?" Naralu rubbed the center of her brows, "I'm worried about meeting those guys. Although I don't want to say that, those juniors are not easy to mess with." The three family members have a good relationship and are collectively called Inoshika Ch. However, compared to the Akamichi and Yamanaka families who are content with the status quo, the Nara family is better politically and popular with other families and knows more things. As the Inyazuka clan, which is also one of the 8 major clans, recently there has been a fairly good Inyazuka claw, whose foundation is so solid that even the elders of the family, Chnin, have been able to pass. And as far as Shikaiju knows, there are still 5 juniors like Inyazuka Jo. Even Inyazuka Zo is the lowest ranked one among them. There are various indications that the 5th grade genius is more powerful than ordinary people imagined. After Ryuju was drawn to destroy the camp, he originally planned to quietly inquire about the news, quietly touched the vicinity of the enemy's stronghold, and quietly arranged the detonating talisman. As a result, after destroying the gathering of students in the camp, I found out, "Hey? There are so many 6th graders? If you're afraid of a hammer, go straight there." Most people think this way, even Ryuju can't pull back these reckless people, so they can only follow them. It looks good now. But Ryuju hasn't seen Inyazuka Zo and other juniors so far, and they are probably in other camps. If you go head on, you'll meet them. Although there are many senior students here, they may not be able to play in reality. I still don't like this kind of action that is too risky. Ryuju let go of his hand and looked at his companions, "Split our troops with them, one positive and one strange, and keep them in front, and we will find 2 other teams to go around as surprise soldiers." The other side. Inyazuka Zo led the team to hop through the woods, followed by the ninja Kuromaru who looked like a wolf. Yuya led Hyagamiyo and Kurama-kyu, running in the middle of the team. The Minato squad deliberately slowed down and fell behind to level. Whirlpool Kushina was still obsessed with what happened just now, and used the staring technique in an attempt to make Yuya and others ashamed. However, Chiyu of the Royal Knight squad is a formidable opponent, so she used the forbidden technique sticking out her tongue to provoke and fight back. It's rare. Minato no longer looked embarrassed just now, looking at Yuya lost in memory. "The last time Yuya-kun lied, it seems to be 3 years ago, you tricked me into going to the bookstore to buy that kind of book." Minato is really in a good mood. He was tricked by Yuya during the assessment task, but he also saw the change of Yuya by accident. "Yuyi-kun, you are a little more cheerful." Although Yuyi's cheerfulness is still in the category of indifference in the eyes of ordinary people, but as an old friend, he can feel that he is no longer closed to himself. Yuya glanced at Hyagamiyo and Kurama-kyu, "I figured out something." Death crossing, the anguish of saying goodbye to family members, got a little relief after Hypnosis embraced the new family himself. People have to look forward. Besides, after knowing how to avoid the Juguya moon and steal its pupil power, maybe he can go very far. If you can completely devour it, you may not be unable to have the power to travel through time and space. That being the case, let's become stronger according to the way you think of. Minato, before that you were. At this time, Kushina next to him turned his head, "Minato-kun, I seem to have heard something incredible just now. You went to the store to buy that kind of thing 3 years ago." Kushina smiles brightly. Minato shivered, "I'm not, I don't talk nonsense." With such an interruption, Minato just wanted to explore Yuyi's mind, and it passed. It wasn't until he calmed down again that Minato suddenly glanced at Kushina with a little gratitude. "I didn't pay attention just now, and almost caused a scar." Fortunately, Kushina's heart was broken. At this time, the figure of the enemy can already be seen in the front. Minato was about to rush over. Suddenly, Hyagamio raised his arms forward and rolled his eyes to the right. At 3 o'clock, 850 meters, 9 people. Everyone's footsteps paused slightly. What is the purpose of an unknown person suddenly appearing on the edge of the battlefield at this time? Uye was more familiar with Mio, so he stopped and said, "Where are you going?" Hyagamio stopped almost at the same time, "Go around." Her observation distance was 1.2 kilometers, and the opponent did not leave her line of sight from the beginning to the end, indicating that she was moving around a circular arc. That target everyone looked back, it was the camp stronghold they set off just now. Minato frowned, one upright and one odd, one bright and one dark. Since the opponent chooses to be a surprise soldier, their strength should be pretty good. After speaking, he moved forward quickly and whispered a few words next to Inuzuka Claw. After dispelling the doubts of the claws, he came back and looked at Uye, cut them off together. In Minato's judgment, there is a high probability that Uye sneaked into the camouflage camp, but multiple camouflages are not ruled out. If you follow him to block the opponent, you can almost dispel your doubts. Uye did not hesitate, "Let's sweep the formation." Minato nodded, "No problem, leave the main attack to us." He knew that Uye had lost a lot of actual combat in the past 2 or 3 years, and he had only just untied his knot, so he had no doubts about the tactical arrangement. The 6 diverted. With Hyagamio's white eyes, the 9 opponents couldn't hide. When the opponent was less than 100 meters away, Minato slowed down, and the others accelerated, forming a formation like pockets towards the target point. Minato waited for his teammates to get ready and was about to attack when he suddenly heard screams coming from the side. In that direction, Uchiha facing the sun? Wrong. Who deliberately imitated? It was discovered, be careful of fraud. Minato heard something was wrong with the voice, but there were still gaps in the scattered formation. At the same time he opened his mouth, a black shadow quietly clung to the tree trunk and circled around his feet. Minato glanced away from the corner of his eye, jumping and dodging repeatedly. When the shadow was discovered, it simply swam like a python. The speed is very fast, but when it is less than 3 meters away from Minato, it froze and cannot enter again. Between 2 points, the straight line is the shortest. If the opponent's shadow wants to pursue him, he must take a short circuit. Minato adjusted the angle along the path of the shadow, and sure enough, he found the black-haired boy hiding in the leaves. Tch, it's really fast. Narashika simply stopped hiding his figure, rubbed his head and looked around, and his eyes fell on Hyagamio. Hyaga's eyes are supercilious, no wonder he was caught, it's really troublesome. Yamanaka kept his hands in the seal state, sensing the surrounding enemies, and said with a wry smile, "Luju, it seems that the worst situation you mentioned has appeared. I really met those perverts in the 5th grade. Caught you." Below Minato, a pair of giant hands suddenly appeared, holding it silently. As the top 3 in the 6th grade, no matter how much the Inoshika CH trio value their opponents, they will not give up fighting easily. The so-called chat is just to attract attention. However, as soon as Akamichi Choza grabbed Minato, a white mist emerged from Geika's palm. Only a fresh stump remains. Luju stared, body replacement technique? When? What? The screams came again. This time, they didn't pretend to be intentional, but their real companions were successfully ambushed. Minato's figure appeared far away next to a senior student, knocked him out with kunao in his hand, and turned his head to smile brightly at Luyu. The melee has officially begun. There was an extra group in the 6th grade, but it quickly showed signs of fatigue. It's really these juniors and juniors, they are too slippery. Shifting speed, double fraud. It is used with great proficiency. Luju's shadow can't catch anyone, and Haiyi's heart turning around technique is equivalent to abolishing it. Akamichi Dingza, who only has melee ability, was directly kited. Finally fell under Uchiha Zionjiang's Narakumi illusion. Who, Who? Seniors, I'm sorry. Minato tied up the seniors and looked around. At this time, Xiang Yang was recovering from slumping on the ground, and Kushina's arm was injured, but he recovered quickly. Hyagamio and Kuramakiyo were intact because they did not participate in the close combat. Uchiha Mio stood beside Hyagamio, still paying attention to this side indifferently. Minato smiled and called on his teammates to search for the scroll. Not long after, 3 mission scrolls were obtained. For the third camp, if you know the specific tasks, things will be much more convenient. Minato unfolds the scroll and finds the task of destroying the faction. Destroy the enemy stronghold. Something flashed through Minato's mind, and he was suddenly startled. It seems that something was overlooked before. Speaking of which, most of the people in their own camp have come out to fight the enemy, if someone with a heart finds out. And many more. Royal Knight. Minato seized the thought in his mind and turned his head suddenly. Hyagamio and Kuramakiyo stood on the top of the tree, the latter looked at them with a smile. Uchiha Oya stood there motionless. Minato went up and stretched out his hand to pat. Oya turned into white mist and disappeared. Simple, clone technique. Minato gritted his teeth in embarrassment. In other people's eyes, Oya is someone who seized the camp, but in Minato's eyes, Oya sneaked into the camp. It turns out that these 2 layers of skin are fake. He is destroying the camp. This guy deliberately proposed to rush to save energy, and then let Hyagamio and Kuramakiyo act as a cover. Even if they were exposed, they would still be able to stop them just after the war. And Oya himself, I am afraid that he is almost on the verge of seizing the camp. The home is gone. Chapter 10. The shadowed sky of the dead forest was dyed bloody in the setting sun. Uchiha Oya ran silently, leaving behind the noisy chaos in the distance. The way I came here is already imprinted in my heart, and there is no obstacle when I run, like a ghost. The capture camp near the valley is already visible. Oya made a decision with both hands, and 2 clones appeared behind him. In silence, the 3 figures changed again. Oya's body turned into Inyazuka claw, his body was stained with blood, and he was in a state of embarrassment. The 2 avatars behind him changed into the senior students they had just seen. He and the avatar rushed back one after the other. Who? Seizing the camp heard the movement, and some students raised their voices vigilantly. When he saw the embarrassed Inyazuka claw coming over, he was startled. Quick, rescue! Only the left-behind members of the 2 teams remained in the camp. Most of their strengths are normal, or they have been killed in previous battles. Rushing to help Inyazuka Chao out of the siege in a hurry, Kunao swiped past the 2 enemies and passed through very smoothly. Split, doppelganger! Oops! It has already passed through their Royal Knight, and turned around on the trunk. With 2 Kunao in hand, he shot back the carbine very quickly. During the stagger, 4 of the 6 fell down in an instant. The only 2 lucky enough to distance themselves saw Kunao shooting towards them. The 2 hurriedly raised their hands to block, but found that Kunao itself was crooked. However, under the blood-red light, one person saw the blood-red reflection on the trace that Kunao had scratched. This is steel wire? Before they could recover, Oya held 3 Kunao in each hand. Ding! 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 Kunao shot out quickly, hitting the previous Kunao and letting it refract. The 2 students, who were on the defensive, watched in astonishment as the Kunao turned around after the collision. The steel wire that was originally hanging behind Kunao, because of Kunao's rotation, quickly circled the 2 of them and tied them up. The 2 were restrained, looked at each other, and smiled wryly. Where did this monster come from? Boom! Oya lifted the transformation and knocked the 2 unconscious. The 6 people were then moved to the edge of the camp. The entire camp was completely silent. Oya twisted his neck, recalling the battle just now. This is the first time he has fought with Chakra in 2.5 years. He didn't practice anymore for more than 2 years, which means he didn't continue to extract chakra. Theoretical exploration and physical exercise have not been left behind. The long-lost use of chakra to perform body skills made him misjudge just now. For example, the last 2 people just now can be knocked down with 2 close moves, so there is no need to waste kunao throwing. I don't know where my limit is now. Uye thought about it, and kept moving his hands. He took out kunao and threw them all over the camp. Kunao is entangled with steel wires, and it only takes 1 dragon fire to swallow the entire camp. The task is perfectly completed. However, he didn't raise his hand to make a seal, but looked backward. When he was on his way, the anti-tracking trap he had placed at random moved. Clap clap. Someone applauds. In the already dark forest, 2 people walked out. The 2 didn't use the transformation technique, and they looked like adults. Under the moonlight, the 2 of them could barely see wearing the Konoha forehead protector. Be careful. One person opened his mouth and arrived in an instant. Uye frowned, and mentioned that kunao was fighting, and he kept paying attention to the other person from the corner of his eye. Ding ding dang dang, the 2 have exchanged several rounds. Uye thought to himself that the other party was probably Chunin. Chunin appeared in the examination room and has not been stopped until now. Is this testing your limits? And the other party seems to be feeding moves, not murderous. Uye was tempted, feeling a little upset. But for the opponent who comes to the door, it is good to figure out their own limits. So no longer being on the defensive, the speed and strength increased, and he took the initiative to attack. After Chunin passed, he had already given up the idea of underestimating him. This kid has the strength of a Chunin at the age of 10? However, after Uye took the initiative to attack, Chunin realized that the opponent was just warming up. Seeing this, Chunin in the rear joined the battle in surprise. Orochimaru-sama told them to come and test them out. At first, he thought it was a big deal, but now it seems that this student is clearly a monster. 2 Chunins, there is nothing they can do with a child who hasn't graduated yet. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. When the 2 joined forces, Uye stepped back. The hand seal with dizzying speed. The 2 Chunins didn't see it clearly, and they didn't fight back hastily until the great fireball with a diameter of 2 meters sprayed over. One person is good at physical skills, and dodges in an instant. One of them couldn't dodge in time, and made seals while retreating. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Chunin breathed out the storm. The fireball spewed out and hit the wind wall, turning into a huge wall of fire. The 3 parties cannot see each other temporarily. The 2 Chunins have been fighting for many years and have rich experience. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity, we went around the field of vision and worked together to capture Uchiha Oya who had just finished ninjutsu. Caught you. The 2 joined forces to capture. But there was a bang. Uye disappeared, leaving a wooden stake in place. On the stake, there was a detonating talisman sticking impressively. Fortunately, Uye was posted on the obvious top, otherwise the 2 might not be able to react. The 2 walked away in horror, and there was a bang, which was still affected a little bit. The body staggered, almost fell. Before he could recover, he saw sparks flying from the treetops. Fire-style Impatience Fire Technique. The flames splashed, drawing the 2 closer. Uye's figure appeared on the treetop, making a seal with one hand. This time, lore. The 2 Chunins only felt that their bodies were bound by something. I saw Uye's palm gently tugged, and the 2 of them seemed to be bound by something, and they all went in Uye's direction. Uye watched as the 2 were tied up and approached, holding kunao upside down. What binds the 2 of them is the chakra network obtained during the body replacement technique. However, Uye's body replacement technique has transcended the position replacement between himself and the target, and advanced to the position between the target and the target. It's just that you can replace yourself with the target, and you can use your own strength. But between the target and the target, force cannot be used to force the replacement. Then it can only drag the chakra line between the two targets to form a drag, and pull the two targets close to itself. When Uye faced the student's earth style earlier, he used this trick to change the position of the fire stick. He called it traction technique. For the sake of exposure, they should be satisfied. Uye probably knew where his limit was, so he didn't have any extra thoughts to fight anymore. After completing the sabotage task, he could rest well. However, just as he knocked out the two Chunnins who were forced to be drawn, several shurikens shot from behind. Timing, angle, extremely tricky. Uye's double dodged, but the two unconscious Chunnins were severely injured. Fortunately, the opponent ran towards his fatal point instead of the two fallen Chunnins, otherwise he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. As soon as Uye's substitute landed, he saw the light of the saber slashing towards him. Clang! Uye frowned slightly. This person's strength is far stronger than the two just now. Moreover, the comer is not good. When fighting, having murderous intentions and malicious intent are two completely different feelings from normal sparring. Uye clearly felt that the opponent's knife had a murderous aura. While thinking, the two played against each other for 2 rounds. The other party's sword light was either aimed at the neck, or trying to cut his eyes. Uye's face was gloomy. Do you really have a bad temper? If it was someone else, they might rely on their strength to resist for a while, waiting for the invigilator to come to the rescue when they found something abnormal. However, if this is the case, wouldn't it be cheaper for the other party? Uye's eyes were stained with blood. Sharingan. The other party was terrified, and obviously did not expect that Uchiha Oya, who had not yet graduated, opened Sharingan. And it is Urgyu, which can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of physical skills. Uye lowered her gaze and clapped her palms on her waist. Bang! Open the scroll brought out from the capture camp. A folded blade unfolded slowly, like a windmill, with blades on all sides. Wind Demon Shuriken. Seeing Sharingan, the other party obviously hesitated. However, this time it was Uye's turn to be unforgiving and take the initiative. The two approached each other, fighting with knives. Uye saw the right opportunity, turned his wrist, and threw out the Fumo Shuriken. The thrown Fuma Shuriken didn't have a blade moving forward, but spiraled forward vertically. But its goal is the blade. The rotating Fuma Shuriken, with the ring in the middle inserted into the tip of the blade. The power of the rotation, as well as the Fumo Shuriken twisting along the blade to the arm, made the opponent have to abandon the sword. Humph! Uye snorted coldly, and closed his palms. The steel wires arranged around before, under the traction technique, quickly approached the attacker. With steel wires in all directions, the attacker without a knife in his hand has no room to dodge. Not even giving the body replacement technique room to escape. Directly tie it tightly. Uye's toe moved slightly. Phew, the opponent's abandoned blade was kicked forward, heading straight for the assailant's heart. Clang! As expected, the shuriken coming from a distance knocked the knife away. A figure with fluttering black hair landed in front of Uye, and said hoarsely, "Keep alive." Orochimaru had just arrived. These 3 were sent by him to test the limits of Uchiha Oya. But Orochimaru didn't expect that someone among them had murderous intentions against Uchiha, which annoyed him who arranged the limit test. To keep alive is to ask the other party what purpose and who they are. It also made Uyebi lose his life during the assessment period. But he underestimated Uye's temper. Orochimaru noticed from the corner of his eye that Uye's fingers moved slightly, and seemed to see the shape of the chakra line. Su. Around the steel wire, 4 detonating symbols slid towards the attacker along the wire. There were successive explosions. Orochimaru narrowed his purple eyes, and saw clearly that the attacker's limbs were scorched black and broken in the smoke. Then I heard Uye say indifferently, "I've saved my life." Chapter 11. Late night, Hokage Building. Orochimaru returned to the office and shook his head at the teacher. The man insisted that it was his own will to kill Uchiha Oya. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked dryly. Why? Orochimaru said, it is said that 3 years ago, my wife was bullied by Uchiha members of the security department. No one will believe this kind of excuse. Mixing into Chunin, mixing into the forest of death, killing examinees, this is a severe punishment. Third generation frowned. People from the torture department, are you asking this much? Orochimaru sneered, because if the torture continues, the restraint in the opponent's head will explode directly. Hearing this, third generation frowned even deeper. There is a prohibition in the brain that cannot tell the truth, which is not something that ordinary ninjas have. In the whole Konoha, except for Enbu, there is only one place where people have this kind of prohibition, the root. Orochimaru smiled coldly, teacher, you are too spoiled by some people. Orochimaru has every reason to be eccentric. The root of the people, cruel companions. If it is successful, Orochimaru, who is in charge of presiding over the exam, will have to recite half of this black pot. And Orochimaru spoke again, I am very interested in Uchiha Oya. If he grows up, I don't mind working with him. Thinking of Yuyi's pair of micro-manipulation hands that reached ultimate, Orochimaru was very moved. It's a pity that he already has an apprentice, Noeki, the younger brother of his good friend Tsunade, otherwise he would also like to fight for the qualification of a mentor for Uchiha Yuyi. Orochimaru is confident that compared to studying ninjutsu, he is far superior to the current Uchiha Yuyi. However, the study of ninjutsu is divided into 2 parts, theory and practice. In theory, he is not cowardly, but in practice, he really envies Uchiha Yuyi for this talent-eating aspect. If the war is over and he has free time, he would like to invite Yuya to participate in his experiment as an assistant. Think about it, 2 people who are good at creation and research, and the other has a pair of God-given hands, how pleasant would research be? How many levels should the progress of the research leap forward? After finishing what Orochimaru wanted to say, he took his leave and left. When I went downstairs, I just saw a middle-aged man with short black hair slowly enter the door. The 2 passed each other, and the other glanced at Orochimaru out of the corner of the eye, meaning nothing. Hiruzen, I thought you knew how busy I was lately. Shimura Dance went upstairs, calmly looking at his former partner. Third generation smoked a pipe, with deep eyes, Danzo, your hand has crossed the line. The last time I sent someone to follow Anbu without authorization, and followed Uchiha Yuyi along the way, not to mention, this time I actually stretched out my hand in the examination room. This made third generation have to think about what the disciple said just now, whether he really indulged this root leader hiding in the dark place of Konoha too much. Shimura Dance said, you should know that the Uchiha clan cannot be trusted. Third generation shook his head slightly, don't forget the existence of Uchiha Kagami. Danzo looked at his old partner, then don't forget, the mirror is a special case. And as far as I know, that Uchiha Yuyi abandoned the will of fire when he was in school. He is not a mirror, and it is impossible become a mirror. The more genius this kind of person is, the less he can stay for long. Third generation let out a long sigh, you drew conclusions too early, he is still a child after all. Danzo sneered, 10 years old can be a special Jainin kid. Third generation was silent, and took out a stack of documents from the drawer after a while. What is recorded in the document is the information about the body replacement technique, clone technique, and transformation technique displayed by Uchiha Yuyi, Minato, Hyagami and others in the Forest of Death. And finally, from the mouths of the Tuchnin, the report of Uchiha's use of an unknown traction force. Third generation knocked on the smoke rod, Uchiha Yuyi's sense of ninjutsu definitely has the shadow of a teacher. These are beneficial to the village. I will try to put them into the ninja school and strengthen the education of future generations. But these after all, the thing came from the hands of Uchiha, and the Uchiha family will definitely not let it go easily. Danzo read the document without looking up. They seem to have forgotten that they are also part of the village. Third generation dissatisfied, but you just targeted Uchiha Oya, and Uchiha will definitely make a fuss about it. If we want them to hand over these things, we will have to pay a higher price. Danzo choked for a moment. It is Chinjiro Araki who is targeting Uchiha Oya. As long as he refuses to admit it, no one can come up with evidence. Third generation said, do you think Uchiha cares about getting evidence? This time Danzo really choked. Those arrogant Uchihas really don't care. As long as they believe it was him, Danzo, they can make a fuss about it indefinitely. Because they are reasonable, because they have chips in their hands. Danzo believes that everything he does is for the sake of the village, so when he promotes the new version of the three-body technique developed by Uchiha Oya, he will inevitably make concessions and let the new version of the three-body technique spread to schools and to the major ninjas. Sure enough, Uchiha Jindai, the current patriarch of Uchiha, rushed to the Hokage building with all the officers of the security department early the next morning. Filled with righteous indignation, he asked third generation to give an explanation about the dead forest. Third generation can only appease, and euphemistically mentioned about the new version of three-body technique. The patriarch Uchiha Jindai only entangled with the death forest without any thought of discussing it. Third generation had no choice but to make concessions and promise benefits. After several rounds of contests, Uchiha made a decision that exceeded third generation's expectations. After the people in Uchiha left with an undisguised embarrassment, Shimura Dans, who got the news, rushed to Hokage's office. No. Hiruzen, only this precedent cannot be set. Shimura Dans also never expected that the request of the Uchiha clan was actually a teacher quota. For each grade, there is at least one teacher from the Uchiha family. Originally they expected that Uchiha might start from the sealed book and pick a forbidden technique or special ninjutsu. This is in line with their usual view that their minds are full of muscles and killing. As a result, they want to be ninja teachers? Third generation was smoking a cigarette irritably. Then tell me, how can I refuse? The new version of three-body technique itself is their Uchiha property, and now let them hand it over. They not only hand it over, but also teach their children by themselves. What reason do you want me to use? Reject. The more third generation thinks about it, the more angry he becomes. If Danzo hadn't made the village wrong against Oya, he wouldn't want to set this precedent. Danzo said angrily, in short, it is impossible. Don't forget why the teacher only gave them the power of the security department. It is because the teacher knows that with their character, monopolizing the security department must be unpopular. Now we have set a precedent and let them enter the school. Based on their temper, most of them are not good for children. In case, if they do well, the consequences will be even more serious. Although most ninjas cherish their own brooms, it is undeniable that ninja schools are an excellent policy to win the hearts of the common people. If this gives Uchiha a piece of the pie, and as the owner and teacher of the new three-body technique, it must be a big piece of cake. Whether Uchiha is doing well or not, it's bad for them. After Danzo vented, he said tiredly, it seems that Uchiha is still coveting the position of Hokage, but he let go of his pride and started from the heart and the long term. Third generation pondered for a moment, if they can win the hearts of the people, why not the position of Hokage? Danzo looked at his old friend and sneered silently. Third generation stared at the cigarette in his hand in a daze. Pre-war preparations have already begun, and it is expected to leave in autumn. The matter of the ninja school must be a mess in the war. If there is anything to do, let's talk about it after the war. In the current war, students will inevitably enter the battlefield. There are bound to be many parents who are dissatisfied with this decision. There has to be an outlet for parents to vent, so why not Uchiha? Chapter 12. Araki Jiro is dead. After Uchiha made a deal with third generation, he exploded to death in the torture chamber. As a related person, Yuya was allowed to complete the assessment half a day in advance. Orochimaru picked up the person himself, and after a brief inquiry, he took Yu and left the Hokage building. During this period, Uchiha Yu was informed intentionally or unintentionally of the agreement between Uchiha and third generation. After saying goodbye to Orochimaru, Yu was still thinking. Orochimaru's attitude is subtle. It seems that there is an intention to win over himself. In the original book, Orochimaru coveted Uchiha's body very late. At this time, he had not conducted systematic research on longevity, and there was no need to win over Uchiha. Perhaps, this is the sympathy between explorers. Yuya glanced at his hands, shook his head and laughed. Looking back on the experience just now, Arakijiro's death clearly shows that the background is not simple. Third generation is willing to give in to Uchiha, perhaps with a guilty conscience. But given third generation's relationship with Danzo, it's more likely that Root is behind it. Instead, the compensation Uchiha chose was to start with teacher qualifications. This was beyond his expectation. Is this the flapping of the butterfly's wings? The new version of three-body technique of Royal Knight gave Uchiha inspiration. The assessment was completed ahead of schedule, and there was nothing left or right. Yuya chose to return to the Uchiha mansion. His original family members were ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, and the yard was only in the outer circle. When he got home, someone was already waiting for him. At the door was a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a square face and a very calm look. When the other party heard the movement, there was a smile on his face when he looked up, and he didn't know what happy thing he thought of. His name is Uchiha Fugaku. Yuyi recognized him. Among the juniors in the family, one of the better ones. Yuya, right? Nice to meet you. After Uchiha Fugaku heard the news from the security department, he waited here. The family heard about your exam. It's a great achievement. Fugaku looked at the dilapidated small courtyard, and continued, this house hasn't been repaired for a long time. It's a pity to live here with your talents. I have arranged a better one in the inner courtyard. You can move here later. Yuya pulled open the door bolt and refused. No, I'm used to it, it's the same everywhere. Although the courtyard is dilapidated, it is kept clean. Yuya lit the lamp, brewed a new pot of tea and brought it back. Senior Fugaku, if you have anything to do, you can tell me directly. If it is only for the residence qualification of the inner courtyard, just come to any clansman, and there is no need for Uchiha Fugaku, who is the most outstanding among the younger generations, to come. It's about the new three-body technique. Fugaku didn't expect Yuyi to be so direct, and he didn't need to hide it anymore. The manuscript at home is fine, but it is said that you have mastered another new technique. Yuya looked at him and waited for a long time without further words. So how do you want to exchange? Traction technique, seemingly simple, actually requires a lot of talent. And it belongs to the basic stage. It is profitable for Yuya to be able to change to a ninjutsu above B level. However, Fugaku scratched his head in embarrassment. This, I need to apply. Yuya was speechless. Feelings are here to pluck one's own wool. Just now, I have successfully obtained benefits from third generation, and I feel that it doesn't cost much to find an original ninjutsu from a family member. Really? Proud Uchiha. Without waiting for Fugaku to speak again, Yuyi asked, when I came back, I heard that the family was going to send a teacher to the ninja school to take up a job. Senior Fugaku suggested it. Based on Yuyi's understanding of the older generation of the family, they may not have that brain. Fugaku couldn't hide his smug smile from the moment he saw it, thinking that this guy eventually became the head of the Uchiha clan in the original book, so he asked a question. Speaking of which, Fugaku isn't sleepy anymore. Fugaku is an idea from Yuyi's new version of three-body technique. As a conservative member of the family, Fugaku feels that school is definitely an excellent opportunity for the family to open their hearts and better integrate with Konoha. After Fugaku finished bragging, Yuyi's face remained calm. It's a good trick, but it takes time. With war approaching, school teacher is not a good job. However, it is estimated that it is also in consideration of this that third generation will let go of the deal. Uye confirmed his conjecture, and the words fell short. He can bring something to the family, just like leaving the manuscript of the new three-body technique last time. But if he had the idea of whoring for nothing from the beginning, then he has no interest in continuing to communicate. The family sought the position of Hokage, and he also had little interest. Now, to put it nicely, it is the structure of one country, one village. To put it bluntly, it is the Sengoku system that obeys the order of the daimyo. Ninja village only obtained superficial independence. In fact, the resources are strangled by the daimyo. What face does ninja village have? What about one country and one village? It's just a group of domestic mercenaries. Uye is mentally preparing for rebellion against the family, and has no sense of ambition to win the position of Hokage. If you really want to do it yourself, it's not Hokage who wants to get off the horse, but the Fire Country daimyo. Uye raises his glass and invites guests. When Fugako left, he still had a dazed expression on his face, not knowing why Uye suddenly lost interest in talking. Holding the cup, Uye stared at the lights in a daze. Today's butterfly wings suddenly reminded him. According to the plot of the original book, even going to Boranswan is still not peaceful. Not to mention that there is a butterfly of my own now, and the Juguya moon suspected to be related to Tsutsuki. In the past, his energy was involved in how to avoid the peeping of the Juguya moon, but now that he is temporarily freed, it is time to make a change. Not to mention making the world peaceful, at least make sure that you and the people you care about are not hurt by Uchiha Madara, Tsutsuki Kagaya, or even the Tsutsuki family. In terms of layout, it's hard to say now that the war is approaching. It is more reliable to improve the strength of yourself and your family while you are still young. What is Uye-chan thinking? Pommel Kyo shook the grilled chicken legs in front of Uye's eyes. All the exams are over today, and a few friends are celebrating at Uye's house. Would Uye be feeling sad about the graduation season? Minato wears an apron and acts as a cook. Although he was tricked by Uye during the exam, it was only an exam after all, and the information Minato captured was enough for him to get a good grade. And if you really want to say how cunning you are during the exam, it's in Yazuka-jo. After the exam was over, everyone found out that Claw actually sneaked into the camp. Using Kuromaru's sense of smell, this guy followed the first group of people directly to the capture camp, captured the opponent's intelligence and disguised himself. Because it was too early to go to the camp, and because she was thinking about capturing the camp, no one suspected her. It won't be revealed until the end of the exam. Speaking of which, I still don't know how to group after graduation. Uchiha whispered to Yang, and couldn't stop glancing at Minato. One word silenced everyone. The ninja life in Ninja Village can be roughly divided into school period, team period, and team leadership period. Except for a few who can go to the end and successfully lead the team, for most people, the team has the longest period and the friendship is deeper. With 7 people present, someone must be left behind in the group. Hyagamio and Kurama Kyo looked at Uye. Uchiha looks at the sun and Kushina looks at Minato. Minato's eyes wandered between Uye and Kushina. Inyazuka-zo is watching the fun. Only Uye looked at the lights and was lost in thought. Chapter 13 Hokage Building. The clan chiefs and elite Jonin gathered together. After 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen presided over the serious pre-war meeting, the chiefs of various clans left. 3rd generation reloaded the pipe with shredded tobacco, looked to the right teacher Kobe who was in charge of school affairs and asked, "Have you sorted out the grouping wishes of the graduates?" In previous exams, student groups were arranged by the school. But this year is different, because the graduates also go to the battlefield, and there is not enough time for the students to adjust, so they mainly form voluntary teams. People who are familiar with each other, run in faster. Kobe pushed his glasses and provided the list. 3rd generation just paid attention to the list of grades not long ago, and has an impression of most of the students, so it is very fast. Narashika Issa, Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka, Inoshika Ch are definitely bound together. Namikaze Minato, Whirlpool Kushina, Uchiha Sunny Group. Uchiha Royal Knight, Hyagami-o, and Kurama Kyu are in a group. Inyazuka Claw is directly brought by the family patriarch. Students form a team, and the third generation does not need to intervene in all, but the key few will definitely intervene. These people may be the backbone of Konoha in the future, and how to distribute and manage them will involve the future situation. He looked up at his disciple Jiraiya, the Kushina group, I will leave it to you. Third generation took the lead in setting up a group. No one disagreed. Uzumaki Kushina is Uzumaki Mito, wife of first Hokage, hand-picked current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After Konoha was destroyed in the Uzumaki kingdom, she brought it back to settle down. As for the Jinchuriki, this power must be in the hands of Hokage's cronies. The other two in the team are incidental. Speaking of it, third generation hesitated for half a second when they saw Uchiha Zionjiang's name, but soon realized that this is a good boy who believes in the will of fire just like Uchiha Kagami, so he didn't say much. Next, the Inoshika Ch trio is handed over to veteran ninja-born Jainin. One after another, 4 or 5 teams have belonged. But the Uchiha and Yuyi trio, whom third generation glanced at from time to time, have not found a suitable target for a long time. The 3-person configuration is luxurious. Uchiha Yuyi is the chief student of this Death Forest assessment, born in a wealthy Uchiha family. Hyagami-o also comes from the Hyaga clan, a rich pupil art family, and she is also the daughter of the clan. Kurama Kyu, although there are very few elites in the Kurama family, as long as there are elites, they must be of an extraordinary monster level. The results of the 2 girls were also among the best. Their grades, their identities, it's hard for Jainin to hold back. Moreover, you have to take into account Uchiha Yuyi's rejection of the will of fire, and the attitude of the 2 girls towards Uchiha Yuyi. It is even more difficult to choose. Third generation glanced over the Jainins in the room. His gaze stayed on Tsunade, but he quickly moved away. Tsunade's reputation and strength are enough, but it's a pity that she is obsessed with medical ninjutsu, and always wants to promote this kind of ninja system with low combat effectiveness, and has no intention of leading apprentices. Orochimaru showed his closeness to Uchiha Yuyi, but unfortunately Orochimaru already has an apprentice. Moreover, Orochimaru is the one with the best sense of war among his apprentices. The near war needs to bear heavy responsibilities, and he lacks the energy to continue teaching students. The more third generation thought about it, the deeper his frown became. Strong enough, famous enough, and with the affinity to bring Uchiha to the right path. Third generation thought of something suddenly, looking across the crowd. In the corner, the white-haired young man held the leaflet solemnly, studying it word by word as if he was a reader. Perhaps, only him. Congratulations on becoming official ninjas. Where the leaves dance, the fire is always alive. You will be the future of Konoha. Please protect the honor of the ninja, the glory of the village, and your family. Other than that, protect yourself. Fujiwara excitedly shed tears on the podium. The children in front of him once made him happy and sad. The grades are the best he has ever brought, but because the grades are so good, he almost lost his job. Now no matter how they felt in the past, but now, they are about to leave. Not long after leaving, he had to go to the battlefield. Fujiwara is proud of it, but even more worried. He choked out his name and assigned a new team. Shinosuke, Class 5, don't be careless in the future, swords have no eyes, take care of yourself. Takumai, Daihi, Class 6, remember to fill in the transformation technique loopholes of the 2 of you, you must grasp the character of the characters, you know. Uchiha Oya, Hyagami-o, Kurama Kizuki, Class 7. Looking at the boy with long black hair and the 2 beautiful girls, Fujiwara kept the words on his lips for a long while. Originally, he was most worried about Uye, but he surprised himself in the final exam. He has not sunk, he is still the genius who is much better than the teacher in actual combat and theory. Fujiwara took a deep breath, looked at Uye, and said in a hoarse voice, Uye, take good care of them from now on. Uchiha Uye no longer needed him to say anything. If he was worried, he was only worried about Uye's character. As for the two girls, one is gentle and the other is warm and generous, which will definitely affect Uye. What Uye has to do is to protect them like a truly reliable man. Know it. Kurama Kiyu took over the ninja forehead protector and smiled heartily. In the team, one is shy and the other is indifferent, and she is often needed to maintain external communication. Go, your instructor is waiting for you at the number 7 training ground. Fujiwara Ibe looked at them with relief, and continued to call out, Namikaze Minato, Whirlpool Kushina, Uchiha Xiangyang, Group 8. The three of Uye waited for Minato and the others to come out, chatted for a few words and left. Pommel Kiyu smiled a little lonely, but soon cheered up again. Graduated, I don't know who our teacher is. Let's talk about it first. If the higher UPS make random arrangements, then I will not recognize it. You guys please remember to help me. Hyagami-o was still immersed in the sadness of graduation, and looked at Kushina's back for a long time without returning to her senses. From the previous alliance of 7, there will only be 3 left in the future. On the contrary, Uye echoed Chiyu, the situation is not right, I will lead the team. Uye's own strength is sufficient, and he has figured out how to do advanced training for the 3 of them in the past few days. Whether there is guidance for Jainin has little effect on the next training plan. If there is no good teacher, there will be no one. If there is one, it is right to be a surprise. Kurama Kiyu's eyes lit up, she held her heart together and said, Uye Jiang. The biggest problem with Kurama Kiyu is that her illusion is self-contained, even everyone is a system, and there is nowhere to learn from. Only Uye's idea, unconventional, helped her a lot. This is much more reliable than expecting to guide Jainin. Even Hyagami-o came back to her senses, her face full of anticipation. Uye said, let's see the guide Jainin first. To be honest, although he didn't look forward to it, he was quite curious about what kind of person Konoha would arrange to be their guide Jainin. Guidance Jainin is not only instructing practice, but also instructing thoughts. When the strength and fit of their group is high, it is more meaningful to guide Jainin to be responsible for life guidance. Therefore, the arrangement of people with personalities and values often means that the superiors feel that they are lacking in this regard. But when the 3 of them arrived at number 7 training center, it was empty. Late maniac. Uye was speechless, and at the same time, a possibility flashed through his mind. Half an hour later, someone slowly came over at the intersection. Sure enough, it was what he thought, the handsome guy with white hair. Konoha's white fanja, Hitaki Sakumo. The family's evaluation of White Fang flashed through Uye's mind, warm to friends, fierce to enemies, willing to give, a true believer in the will of fire. Uye had a strange expression on his face. It seemed that in the eyes of the upper echelon, he had a big problem. Chapter 14. I'm sorry, I just saw that the promotional leaflet said that there are discounted milk powder, so I couldn't resist buying some. The white-haired young man scratched his head apologetically, looked at his 3 future students, and sighed inexplicably, it's better to have older children, it's really hard to take care of small ones. Kurama Kiyu approached Uye and whispered, is this the married man? What a weird brain circuit. Uye gave her a sideways glance, and Chiyu smiled back with a wink. Uye is speechless, Chiyu, your brain circuit is very clear and weird. The two exchanged glances, only Hyagami-o timidly bowed, hi, teacher. Hitaki Sakumo subconsciously turned away, obviously not used to his new identity. He thought about the hasty teacher induction training he received before coming here, and said in a strange way, how about, let's introduce each other. Pointing at himself, Hatake Sakumo recalled the training content and said, Hatake Sakumo, Konoha Jainin, is good at gymnastics and swordsmanship. I hate people who don't cherish their companions, and people who hurt the village. If you like, Konoha, and Kakashi. The dream is to be a ninja who contributes to Konoha. Kurama Kyo blinked, who is Kakashi? Hatake Sakumo laughed, well, my son will be 1 month old. Kurama Kyo thought that he was kind of family friendly, and looked at Hatake Sakumo again. It looks like. If you don't smile, it should be the colder one. I don't know if you yet and himself have a child, will he also become more laughable? Hatake Sakumo didn't know what the girl was thinking. Seeing that no one answered, he said helplessly, now it's your turn. Children of the Hyuga family, you come first. Hyuga Mio's body trembled like a little hamster being poked after being called. My name is Hyuga Mio, I just graduated, and I'm good at taijutsu. Does parsley count as a nuisance? You hateful person, Kyo on the pommel horse. Hi, the person I like. Hyuga Mio only cheered up when talking about the person she hates, and then she spoke in a quieter voice, and her face became more and more red. In the end, he simply lowered his head and dared not speak. Hatake Sakumo, no, if you like it, you can also say you like it, your favorite food, why skip it and go to the human part? When it was Kurama Kyo's turn, she said with a hearty smile, my name is Kurama Kyo. I just graduated and am good at illusion. Hate bland food, hate women who rob me of boyfriends. Kurama Kyo raised an eyebrow at Hyuga Mio, the person I like, of course is Yuya. Hatake Sakumo, you seem to have forgotten what dreams are. It was Uchiha's turn, he pondered for a moment. Uchiha Yuya, who just graduated, is good at both. There are a lot of annoying things. There are a lot of things I like. Dream. It's hard to say. Hatake Sakumo, it seems that everything has been said, but it seems that nothing has been said. After the introduction, the four who had just been masters and apprentices fell into a brief silence. Kurama Kyo reminded, Mr. Hatake, should we do something? According to what Chiyu heard, the next step should be the master-student training. Kurama Kyo has heard of Hatake's White Fang title, and is looking forward to the real battle. I also want to completely let go of the means and see where the gap between myself and Jainin is. But to her disappointment, Hatake Sakumo thought for a while and said, for today, let's do a D-level mission first. He continued to explain, normally, you who have just graduated have nearly a month's vacation. Now that the situation is not good, you should relax by doing low-level tasks. Hatake's mind flashed the information of the three of them. Absolutely no shortage of strength. Therefore, the focus of third generation's explanation is mainly for ideological guidance. Hatake Sakumo himself doesn't know if he is good at it or not, but after thinking about it, as a child, it's better to be happy first. Therefore, the selection of tasks is also very careful. Catch the cat. Kurama Kyo did not expect the first mission to be so outrageous. Even Yuya covered his forehead. Hatake Sakumo laughed and said, this is not an ordinary cat. It has 1/3 of the blood of a ninja cat. Although it looks cute, its speed is not inferior to that of an ordinary genin. Pommel horse Kyo looked at the fat orange cat in the photo, and said helplessly, that's not difficult. Hatake observed the expressions of the three of them. These children are not interested in furry animals? Don't you feel very cured? The location is still the beautiful western suburbs. Hatake Sakumo said, since Chiyu said so, it is reasonable not to use chakra when catching cats later, right? Saizuki Kurama and Mio Hyuga, hey! Without chakra catching up with Genin's speed, the difficulty suddenly increases. Hatake Sakumo laughed and rushed to the western suburbs with the three of them. Summer is the time when the vegetation is flourishing, and the hillsides in the western suburbs are shaded, just enough to enjoy the cool air. Violet and pink wildflowers filled the field of vision. Just sitting down makes me feel refreshed. The two girls grimaced and ran up the hillside without chakra. The fat orange cats are chasing the butterflies, and they are chasing the orange cats. Won't Yuyi go? Hitaki Sakumo scratched his head and looked at Yuya, who was dazed from behind. The biggest difficulty for him as a teacher is Uchiha Yuyi in the mouth of third generation. This is Uchiha who is unpredictable, loves to be alone in a daze, and seems to be very indifferent to the village and his partners. Hitaki Sakumo thought that a good vacation, a furry pet, a beautiful girl, no matter how you say it, can bring a good mood. But it doesn't seem to be working. Yuya didn't answer, as if he didn't hear it. Hitaki Sakumo became more and more puzzled. Why did this kid hide his heart? As he approached, he keenly felt Chakra's breath. Hitaki Sakumo wondered, Yuyi, are you practicing? Wasn't she in a daze? Only then did Yuya hear herself being called, and raised her head. Teacher, what's the matter? Hitaki Sakumo thought for a while, maybe the Anbu investigators had misunderstood Yuyi. So he took the initiative to ask, looking at Yuya, you are often in a daze, and thought you were wondering what the chakra fluctuation was just now. Hearing this, Yuya spread her hands. No madras required, fire chakra gathered in the palm of his hand. The flames flowed like water, turning into fire snakes from the palm of his hand, spinning around his fingers. Chakra's nature transformation? Control the flame into a stream of water? Hitaki Sakumo asked in surprise. Yuyi is already studying ninjutsu changes. He only heard that the new version of the three-body technique that the ninja school will start next year is the credit of Uchiha Yuyi, and he thought it was just Yuyi's inspiration. Now it seems that there is no inspiration. Just a little more research and practice every day. The so-called daze and withdrawn are just thinking about problems. Is this the daily life of a ninjutsu genius? The lifelike fire snake in Yuyi's palm quickly expanded into an ordinary flame after it left the palm, and then disappeared. Only then did he close chakra, and turned his head to respond, well, after you are proficient, you will experiment in actual combat. Yuyi's habit is left over from the previous 2 years. Because of the Juguya moon, I didn't practice chakra, and I was not very happy when I remembered the past life. Most of the time it is conceived in the brain, perfected the theory, and occasionally hands-on experiments. Seeing this, Hitaki Sakumo didn't know what to say for a while. Persuade Yuya to be lively and cheerful like a normal boy? But he is practicing, and he is not withdrawn. But too happy and quiet, giving people the impression that they are always not very cheerful. At this time, the girl's hasty footsteps came. Hyagamio came running with a flushed face, carrying a half-human tall fat cat, with blades of grass sticking to her hair and clothes. Yuyi-kun, teacher, I caught it. Hyagamio smiled shyly. She was in a particularly good mood to be able to complete the mission and defeat her arch-rival, Kurama Kyo. Pomi Kyo was not so easy to admit defeat. She who didn't grab the cat, rolled her eyes, picked a bunch of purple flowers from the side of the road and stuffed them into Yuyi's arms. Immediately, he turned around and put his hips on his hips, and raised his chin condescendingly at Hyagamio. Stupid girl who doesn't understand. See what it means to win. Hyagamio stayed where she was, stunned. Also, can it still be like this? Hitaki, who was watching, listened to the girls arguing. Hitaki Sakumo suddenly smiled when he saw Uchiha gathered up the scattered bouquet and tied it carefully. It seems that not only third generation is overthinking. I also worry too much. Chapter 15. 7 days later. Number 7 Training Center. Red and blue paint messy embellishment. Pommel horse Kyo leaned against the tree trunk, struggling to breathe. Hyagamio is fighting with Hitaki's shadow clone with the blue chakra ball burning in his palm. Hitaki Sakumo's body, looking for the figure that just disappeared. Flame flow great fireball technique. The scorching fire came after him. The flames are like magma. When it was near Yu Yi's mouth, it was just a stream of fire. When it was about to attack Hitoki Sakumo, it had already turned into a magma ball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Earth-style earth flow wall. Hitoki Sakumo didn't dodge immediately, but Yu Yan used ninjutsu to deal with it. I want to try the strength of Yu Yi's newly developed ninjutsu. It is true that Hitoki Sakumo is good at swordsmanship, but it does not mean that he is not good at ninjutsu. A 5-meter high, 1 meter thick earth wall rises. The magma fireball rushed, and the earth wall quickly disintegrated. This kind of power. Jainin level ninjutsu. Behind the Tulio wall, Hitoki Sakumo lowered his eyebrows and drew his sword for the first time in 3 days. Facing the lost form, like a wave of magma, White Fang moved forward with his blade. The light of the knife streaked across at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Cut off the flow. Lava waves rushed past him left and right. It left 2 oblique burn marks on the ground. Your heat flow has improved rapidly, and it can already be integrated into the normal fire style. Hitoki Sakumo didn't insist on fighting anymore, looked at Yu Ye and sighed. If you only talk about a single ninjutsu, it is difficult for ordinary Jainin to do what you do. However, the weakness of Uchiha Oya is also obvious. The amount of chakra is not as good as the normal Jainin. Age limit, there is no way. In the face of Jainin, he can only make a quick decision. But even so, considering Yu Yi's age, considering that this is a ninjutsu system developed by himself, it is scary enough. Even the second Hokage back then, at this age, it's hard to say whether there is Yu Yekiang. It was still a bit close, and I couldn't maintain my concentration in the end. Yu Ye closed his eyes and recalled the situation just now. In the beginning, Yanliu really succeeded. But after hitting the soil flow wall, Yanliu got out of control. This is far from what he thought in his heart. Yu Yi's original plan was to study the properties of various ninjutsu and form new escape techniques. For example, evolve fire style into inferno style. Now it is far from the inferno style he wants in his heart. He does not lack control, what he lacks is enough chakra to increase the compression. Yanliu is just a half-finished product of inferno style. Even if it is a semi-finished product, it still needs to be perfected. But thinking about it, it was only a week to this point. Yu Ye was not discouraged. The existence of Yanliu has proved that there is no problem with the idea, and then it will be gradually improved, and by the way, it will be good to make up for the progress of chakra extraction that has fallen behind. Let's get here first today. Kyu and Mio, the progress is not bad. I heard that there is a very famous Ichiraku ramen. Today the teacher treats me. Hitoki Sakumo removed Shadow Clone and looked at the 3 children with a smile. On the first day of the mission, after discovering that Yu Ye was not what the high-level officials said, he skipped the chicken soup for the soul and entered the actual combat training. A week of sparring also gave him a better understanding of the strength of the students. Hyagamio, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven mastered very well. There is also a strange physical technique that can attack and defend, and use strength to fight. In terms of strength, it is also considered above average among Chunin. In terms of training, just continue to strengthen physical training, supplemented by fighting with weapons and dealing with ninjutsu and illusion. Pommel horse Kyu, visual illusion, tactile illusion, illusion trap is very strange. Not to mention Chunin, especially if Jainin is not careful, he will stumble. But while illusion is powerful, it also has shortcomings. Physical skills are not strong. Requires special training on how to deal with physical raids. As for Uchiha Oya, he is indeed good at both taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Now it is focusing on the development stage of ninjutsu. This Hitoki Sakumo is not good at giving a training plan. Just a little impulsive in my heart. Will the fluid chakra researched by Yu Ye have miraculous effects if supplemented with weapons? When Yu Ye turns his attention to physical skills, let's see if he is willing to learn his own sword skills. Such a good seed, Hitaki Sakumo is really itchy. In the evening, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Mio-chan, the training is so hard, why don't you eat more? Mio sauce is too bland, I have chili sauce here. Mio sauce, do you want coriander? It smells so good. No matter how injured Kurama Kyo was in training, it is so energetic to play tricks on Hyagamio at this time. It took Hyagamio 2 hands to protect the big bowl, preventing it from being polluted by Kyo. But in this way, eating noodles is a problem. Hyagamio pursed her lips, looking pitifully at Yuyi for help. Yuya casually gave Kyo a chestnut, and continued to chat with Hitaki Sakumo. He picked up the topic just now, the Nation of Fire officially declared war on the Nation of Wind today. Hitaki Sakumo nodded, it's just posted, and there may be follow-up ones targeting the land of Earth. Yuya asked, where is the country of rain? Is the ninja who sacrificed before there? Hitaki Sakumo sighed, they were ambushed by Sand Shinobi before they contacted Rain Shinobi village. In addition, the situation in Rain country is a bit complicated, and it is estimated that how to deal with them has not yet been determined. When they heard about the war, the 2 girls stopped fighting and listened quietly. The atmosphere was tense for a while. Hitaki Sakumo said with a strong smile, it's fine for us for the time being. The food, grass, and supplies have just started, and the front line is still in the trial stage. We are going to fight on the front line in an all-round way, and it is estimated that it will be autumn, and what you say is mainly as a reserve. The time to go to the front line is later. Therefore, there is still a period of 1 to 2 months. This is a great thing for fresh graduates. In more than a month, he can grow a lot with surprise training. But Yuyi's thoughts were on the word autumn. Total war requires time to prepare, not to fight, and to fight on the front line in the next second. But it is manipulable to decide when to fully launch and how long to prepare before going to war. The time of autumn must have been deliberately set by the Fire Nation. In this deformed world, although there is high technology, the main income of the world still comes from agriculture. And autumn is the harvest season. The country of fire is rich and dares to launch a war at this point in time. But for the relatively barren land of wind and land, the next step is enough. And it was the land of rain that was really hit fatally. The land of rain is rainy all the year round, and the harvest cost is not good. At the same time, its geographical location is still at the junction of the 3 parties, which is part of the battlefield. In the future, no matter who wins or loses among the big countries, the agriculture and economy of the land of rain will inevitably die suddenly because they are dragged into the war by autumn. This country was doomed to lose from the day the Fire Nation set the date for the expedition. The next thing is to see how much loss can be recovered and whether the country will be destroyed. The heavy topic was pulled back by Hitaki Shomo. The 4 chatted for a while, and were about to leave. Hitaki Sakumo settled the bill and watched the students leave. Then he turned around and disappeared in place. On the house, the root ninja who was following Uchiha Oya, stared intently at the backs of Uchiha Oya and Kurama Kyo. Suddenly a hand patted his shoulder. Rao, a root ninja who claims to have no feelings and emotions, also jumped up in fright. I'm so dignified and special Jainin, to be surrounded by people silently. This is because the other party took the initiative to pet him, if the other party has murderous intentions. The root ninja was dripping with cold sweat, and turned around while retreating instantly. He saw the white-haired man looking at him. The man who is said to be invincible under Hokage. Flag, White Fang. The root ninja forced himself to calm down, why hinder the official business? Hitaki Sakumo saw his 2 students from the perspective of Zhengong. Your official business is to keep an eye on a child since graduation. Root ninja calmed down, and said indifferently, this has nothing to do with your White Fang. Hitaki Sakumo's usual smile disappeared, then what does it matter to you, my disciple? Hitaki Sakumo later heard about the Forest of Death, and anyone with a discerning eye knew that it was the root who was murdered against his will. Only they would not feel ashamed of betraying their fellow villagers for no reason. That's all, and now I have been following for several days. Doing something wrong, want to retaliate, or have other purposes. No matter what it is, if Hatake Sakumo can bear it for a few days, you have official duties. But now that Yanliu of Yuyi is at the last moment of development, even the root people can't peek at it so blatantly. Gen's ninja mind was on official business. Yu Guang noticed that Uchiha Yuyi had already arrived home, and was ready to follow. He turned around, but was facing Hataki's stern face. Tell Denzo, if you really have official business, you can notify me, the teacher, instead of sneaking around my students. Chapter 16. Uchiha Mansion, outside. It wasn't the first time Kurama Kiyo came here, but it was the first time he was invited alone. Therefore, I feel fresh and interesting to see everything, even the crooked old tree at the door is particularly pleasing to the eye. Seeing Yuyi open the door, Pommel Kiyo let out a smirk, stuck behind him, and leaned over to look at his face. Yuyi big brother, if Mio knew that I came to your house so late, wouldn't you? Will you be angry? Yuyi thought, indeed. Said to close the door. Pommel Horse Kiyo hurriedly stopped her, and said with a smirk, just kidding, just kidding. She squeezed into the yard through the crack of the door, with her hands behind her back, bouncing around and looking at the small yard. It seems to be thinking about how to fix it. Yuyi glanced at the distant roof through the crack of the door, and closed the door. I didn't expect that the teacher, an honest man, would actually make a move. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to keep doing nothing and bury the root people. That being the case, Yuyi didn't think too much about it. There are more important things tonight. He closed the door and went to the bedroom to tidy up. Seeing Chi-Yu looking up, she waved to her. Yuyi pointed to the made bed, lie down. Kurama Kiyo was invited alone today, it was still at night, and she was both happy and a little panicked in her heart, so she used all kinds of words and actions to relieve her tension. Seeing Yuyi being so straightforward now, Kurama instantly transformed into Hyagami-o, her face was flushed, she lowered her head, and twisted her clothes. Yuyi-kun, that's too direct. Shame to death. Pommel Horse Kiyo opened her mouth, but she restrained herself from swallowing the phrase will it be too fast in her mouth. No. Can't say that. This seemed a bit reserved, but what if Yuyi misunderstood that he was unwilling and was scared off? But if he doesn't say anything, will Yuyi feel that he is too casual? The elders in the family often say that men don't know how to cherish what they get too easily. Pommel Kiyo thought more and more, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that she was already lying down. No. No. Pommel Horse Kiyo gritted his teeth, stretching his limbs to form a large font. Who cares, let's talk about it first. By the way, Yuyi seems to have said something just now, but I didn't hear it clearly, it's too bad, could it be a love story? Yuyi's love story, did I miss it? After Yuyi washed her hands, she turned around and saw Kiyo, a big-shaped pommel horse, and frowned, have you not taken it off yet? Pommel Kiyo continued to grit her teeth, undressing gracefully as if returning home, it will be ready soon. Yuyi nodded, but his face quickly became weird, and he turned his head away, just the coat. Pommel Horse Kiyo's head was still caught in the clothes, she was startled when she heard this, and put on half of the clothes again for some unknown reason. Yuyi was helpless, check the chakra meridian, forget it, I guess you didn't hear it. He took out the custom-made large chakra test paper and wrapped it around the pommel horse Kiyo. Next, I tell you to do it, light up your chakra acupuncture points slowly, and try to control them from overflowing with chakra, understand? The chakra test paper is very sensitive to the reaction of chakra, and it can show the general effect through thin clothes. However, what Yuyi wants is not to test the attributes of chakra, but to look at the strength of chakra. During this period of time, in addition to his own practice and sparring with Hatake Sakumo, he will also ponder about the advanced practice of Hyagami-o and Kurama-kyu. Since Hyagami-o is also a wealthy family of pupil art, it is difficult to invite her alone, so she started with Kurama-kyu's advanced training first. Chiyu is good at illusion, but not conventional illusion. Conventional illusions generally create chakra illusions for external interference. Confuse, interfere, and distort enemy perception. Those who are smarter will use techniques to invade the opponent's chakra meridian and interfere internally. This inner disturbance can greatly damage the enemy's spirit. The top-level ones can even invade the opponent's brain nerves. It is not impossible to tamper with consciousness and memory. Ordinary ninjas learn external interference first, and then advance to internal interference, step by step. But the illusion of the Kurama family is different. The illusion of the Kurama family began as a combination of external interference and internal interference. The same goes for Uchiha Oya ninja. But Uchiha can do it because of the pupil power bonus. The reason for the genius of the Kurama family is still unknown. Yuya has known Chiyu for many years, so she can only roughly guess the genius of the Kurama family. Chakra naturally has a certain appeal. And this kind of infectious power, the more concentrated, the stronger the effect. This was also the reason why Kurama-kyu carried the paint with her. Her paint materials are simple, but she often uses her own chakra to warm it up, allowing its appeal to soak into the paint. When defending against enemies, use chakra paint to build illusion layers on the spot. So if we want to strengthen pommel horse kyu, where should we start? Skip the first 2 steps and directly advance to the brain? Pommel horse kyu's strength is still not up to par, and his control power is insufficient. Yuya got the inspiration from the chat with Hyagami-o. That is to release chakra through the whole body, highlighting the contagious characteristics of pommel kyu chakra. When a walking illusion infects the machine. But to release chakra all over the body, you need to use white eyes. Only by fully understanding the individual chakra meridian and the detailed location of chakra acupuncture points can we conduct targeted training. Training is also not easy. Even the Hyaga family who are good at this skill, there are still many people who are not able to do it. Hold on, try to free chakra wherever I tap. Yuya didn't know what to do, he didn't know if Chiyu could do it. If Chiyu couldn't do it, she could only think of other ways. Yuya started from the shoulder near the torso, from lifting the shoulder to Yunmen, to Suunji. Pommel kyu trembled, trying her best to mobilize chakra to gather in the acupuncture points, and then expelled from the sweat glands. On the chakra test paper, there are faint traces of wetness, burning, wrinkling, cutting, and scorching. These are the 5 chakra attributes of Chiyu. Fortunately, because there is a layer of underwear, the strength of the chakra paper does not make it useless. Good progress. Yuya nodded. Pommel kyu was indeed worthy of the title of genius. Chakra's control and self-awareness are very strong. The advanced method is useful for aligning with the moon. 2 hours later, Chiyu came out of the bed tremblingly. Her face was pale, and she said with a smile, "How about it, am I okay?" Yuya nodded, "Go back and follow the steps just now, stick to it every day, and focus on training the big A-cup ointment first." Kyu put on her coat, turned her head and said, "Humph, I will surpass Mio in the future." Yuya put away the used chakra test paper. "Hyaga's house, it's not convenient for me to go there. Go to her at night later, try to seal her chakra meridians with illusion, and let her practice the control of meridians and acupoints." Kyu groaned when she heard the words, "I knew you wouldn't leave Mio behind." "That's fine, I'll go to Hyaga's house to eat and drink for free, and grab the wool of the rich family." After Yuya sent Chiyu away, the courtyard became quiet again. He lit a lamp, and his eyes were stained with blood. Sharingan is on. Ever since he knew that by maintaining the Sharingan, he could steal the pupil power from the Juguya moon, he insisted on opening his eyes for a while every night. It is not only stealing pupil power, but also training chakra. Because his own obsession with pupil power is positive, he is not worried that it will affect his mentality if he uses it too much. I can't steal much every day, about an hour is enough. Uya let go of his mind and continued to steal. 2 days ago, he felt that his pupil power was about to overflow, as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. An hour later, Uya opened his eyes. In the double pupils, 2 hook jades spun rapidly. After Guyu settled down, it was already Sang Guyu. Breakthrough. But Uya stabilized his mood, and suddenly frowned. Normally, the 3 hook jade is the biggest threshold for Uchiha. After the breakthrough, you can clearly feel that you have reached the top. This is why many tribesmen feel that Manjaki Sharingan is a legend, because it really feels like there is no way out. But after Uya broke through, he felt that he was far from reaching the peak. Could it be that something went wrong while practicing Sharingan? Chapter 17. The Hyuga Family Mansion. Outside the elders' meeting room, Hyuga Hisashi in his early teens came out with his head bowed. With a bandage on his head, he ignored the call of his brother behind him and left lonely. Hyuga Hayashi looked at his younger brother's back, put down his hand, and sighed suddenly. The bloodline of the clan is also different. As the eldest son, he has priority in inheriting the Hyuga family. The second son, Hisashi, although his talent is fair, but only fair, has lost his chance. In Grave Caged Bird today, goodbye is the branch house people. Brothers in the past are destined to be strangers in the future. Hayashi closed the door gently, and could vaguely hear his mother's voice inside. The matter of Hayashi is settled for now. The female voice was low, with a hint of sternness in the laziness. The first elder habitually frowned. Mio has to make a decision as soon as possible. The Hyuga family has been passed down to this day. The patriarch of the ancestors has passed away, and the wife of the patriarch, Hyuga Samon, is in power. Among the descendants of the clan family, only 3 of them were left with remarkable strength. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Mio. Hisashi was labeled as a branch house today, leaving only Hayashi and Mio. Hyuga Samon pondered for a moment. How is Mio's strength now? The second elder said slowly, not weak for Chunin. There was silence again. The display of Mio's talent is the most surprising aspect of the current family. Originally, everyone's eyes were on the 2 brothers with good talents, and the patriarchal succession was to be chosen between them. As long as Hisashi is not obviously better than Hayashi, and Hayashi is not at fault, then Hisashi's loss is inevitable. But the talent displayed by Hyuga Mio is much stronger than that of Hayashi. According to the family's expectations, Hayashi can have a Chunin by about 14 years old and a Jainin by 20. But Mio just graduated now, and she is already stronger than ordinary Chunin. If nothing else, you can become a Jainin before you turn 15. Even if you count the past, such talent is one of the few in the family. So even though Hisashi lost the election, everyone still has differences on whether the succession of the patriarch should go to Hayashi or Mio. Mio's leading teacher is White Fang, right? Hyuga Samon thought for a while and made a decision. White Fang's strength is obvious to all. This period will be the peak of Mio's growth. Let's see how far she can grow. If she is really a genius beyond our expectations, female patriarchs are not out of the question. The others looked at each other in blank dismay, but in the face of absolute talent, they couldn't say much. As for the female patriarch's future marriage and childbirth, the issue of blood, this is not a problem. As an ancient wealthy family, their clan bloodlines are all combined within the clan. The ones who were born were still of pure blood. When the meeting was over, Hyuga Samon, with her long hair on the ground, saw Hyuga Mio come back. She stopped and waved to Mio. Mio quickly ran over and said respectfully, Master Aunt. Mio's identity was the daughter of the previous patriarch, who died young and was succeeded by her younger brother, who was Samon's husband. Hyuga Samon asked gently, are you practicing with the teacher again? Mio nodded obediently, yes. I feel that there are still some deficiencies. Hyagasamon smiled and said, good boy. Mio recalled the topic of war that the teacher and Yuya had just talked about at the ramen restaurant, and raised her head and asked, Auntie, is it about to go to war? Hyagasamon responded, yet. Mio's expression was serious, and she clenched her fists, then I must not hold back when it comes to the battlefield, Auntie, I'm going to practice. Hyagasamon stopped her, opened her mouth to say something, and swallowed it again. Since Mio has not been stripped of her successor status, she will not be engraved with curse mark, caged bird. The Hyaga clan without caged bird seldom goes to the front line. Even if they go, they will go through the motions after the battle situation becomes clear. This is so that the eyes of the Hyaga family will not fall into the hands of others. The strategic significance of rolling eyes is too great. In terms of individual combat, it may not be as good as Uchiha. But the meaning of the will to war is far greater than that of Uchiha Sharingan. Hyagasamon changed her words on the spot and looked at Mio. Mio, are you interested in leading the Hyaga clan? Mio didn't expect her aunt to suddenly ask such a serious question, and was stunned for a moment. As a member of the clan, her aunt also treats her well, and Mio values the honor of the family. But she never thought about the burden of the patriarch. Seeing that she was at a loss, Hyagasamon waved her hand, it's still too far away, you should practice hard first. Mio went back to her own yard with a confused head, recalling what she said just now. The more I think about it, the more I feel far away from myself. So according to the rhythm of the past, continue to practice gymnastics. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Hyaga Shizuka, the branch housemaid, came to report suddenly, and a friend came to the door. Mio curiously went out to meet him, only to find that it was Kyokurama. Mio remembered being teased by her at the ramen restaurant, and put the oil bottle on her mouth. What are you doing here? He spoke dissatisfiedly, but still brought Chiyu to his small courtyard. Chiyu looked around and said, your family is really big, it looks richer than Uchiha's family. It's not unusual for Kiyu to know what Uchiha's house looks like. Mio raised her chin, humph, of course our family is not bad. Pommel horse Kiyu giggled, ran to Mio's bed and rolled around, oh, the bed is not as comfortable as Yuyi's. Mio habitually wanted to refute Chiyu, but suddenly froze. Yuyi's bed? Kiyu put on a lazy pose on the bed, and said angrily, that guy Yuya is really, let people have no mental preparations at all, so they just. As Kiyu chattered, she saw Mio's eyes were blank and pea-sized teardrops rolled down. She was startled, and hurriedly got up to help Mio wipe it off. Oh, it's just for practicing or something. With tears on her eyes, Mio asked if it was true. Chiyu turned her face away and sighed, woman, what a trouble. She couldn't see Mio crying, so she simply told what happened at Yuyi's side. Mio stopped crying and apologized a little. But after thinking about it, it's not right, this guy is obviously teasing me on purpose. So he stared back with a tense face. It's a pity that the baby's fat face and the peach blossom eyes that have just cried are not at all lethal. And Chiyu was already lying on her bed, looking at the ceiling, put down the joking gesture just now, her eyes were empty, and she was exhausted. When Yuya didn't practice before, I didn't feel it yet. Now that Yuya is serious, I feel that the gap has suddenly been enlarged a lot. You don't know how it felt when Yuya asked me to force chakra out of the acupuncture point just now. Every time I use force, it feels like I'm pricking my blood vessel with a needle. When chakra passes through the sweat glands of the pores, it feels like the skin and meat are being crushed into mud, and then you have to pick and choose from the meat mud to find the outlet that is too small. Pain, numbness, itching, soreness, and a feeling of powerlessness that doesn't know where to go after exerting enough strength. Kiyu shivered violently as she recalled her experience at Yuyi's house just now. That feeling, I really don't want to come a second time. But she has to meet the second, third, and fourth rounds, forcing herself to practice every day. Because if you don't practice, you won't succeed. If you are unsuccessful, you will be farther and farther away from Yu Yi. Even when she was at Yu Yi's house, she didn't dare to call out. Later, he could only use the girl's bold remarks to cover up his pain. Why don't you want Yu Yi to find out? Is it because you are afraid that Yu Ye will be distressed and make yourself give up? Or is he afraid that Yu Ye will dislike him because his talent is not as good as he imagined? Chi Yu didn't know either. Hyagamio listened intently. What Chi Yu said was not her. Physical arts are always the hardest option to practice. Only practitioners know the taste of it. Ever since Mio got to know Yu Yi, day after day, year after year, I have never stopped doing morning and night exercises. She would always copy the books that Yu Ye got from her, and read them by herself, trying to understand. Why, apart from herself, probably only Chi Yu knows. I don't want to be left behind. There was a brief silence in the girl's room. Until Kiho put away her tiredness, got up and pretended to show her teeth and claws, and said with a grinning smile. Gigi, now it's my turn to torture you. Mio-chan, try my illusion. When uploading, I suddenly thought of a song, which is the title. It's a little bit more appropriate. Chapter 18. Stormy Night. In the desolate cave, the screams were buried by the sound of rain. Only the sharp sound of thousands of birds chirping pierced the rain. The blue electric light suddenly appeared in the deep mountains, piercing the night. After everything returned to calm, Uchiha Oya slowly walked out of the cave. Blood gradually flowed out of the hole, around his ankle, and was smashed into the rain mud. The last place. Yu slowly retracted the knife, and inserted it into the sharkskin sheath slanting upwards at the waist. The current wrapped around the blade dissipated, and the sharp birdsong disappeared. It has been nearly 2 months since graduation. The development of Yu Yi's flame stream is completed, and Inferno style is still far away for the time being, so I set my sights on chakra of other attributes. The second development is lightning style. If Yanliu is to smooth the violent flames into a stream, then Chidoryu is to compress the arc to ultimate. He only needs to control one of the most critical points, and let the other parts be swept away by the arc to achieve the power of Chidori style. Originally, this method should be called lightning current, or current. However, when Yuya developed this technique in advance, he found that the neighing of the compressed current was indeed like chirping birds. Simply follow the original name. After studying with Hitaki Sakumo for half a month, the teacher couldn't bear the itch and taught Yuya the sword skills. Yuyi's learning speed has lived up to Hitaki's expectations, and it can even be said to have greatly exceeded expectations. Yuya did not completely copy Hitaki's swordsmanship, but combined Uchiha's own swordsmanship. The knives and swords here are not much different from those in the original work and can be used in common. Hitaki's swordsmanship is short, straight, and fast, and focuses on the basics of physical skills. The seemingly simple swordsmanship is gorgeous and elegant, and there is no shortage of violent aesthetics. The swordsmanship of the Uchiha family is not very well known, and it is basically used as a supplement to the escape technique. Therefore, the moves are mainly based on the fire-type chakra attachment, which can be regarded as a combination of body technique and ninjutsu. What Yuya is best at now is the change of the nature of chakra escape technique, and Muji pulling ninjutsu, which fits well with the swordsmanship of the Uchiha family. After learning the Hitaki knife, the characteristics of short, straight, and fast were incorporated into it. Only one step further, it can form its own system. Aren't they done yet? Yuya put on the hood of the raincoat and walked to the rock protruding from the mountainside. In the forest far below, there is a fire dragon made of torches, pulling out a 2-kilometer-long dragon, and the horses move forward silently. This is already the first batch of teams starting from Konoha, heading to the front line. Although it is said that microscopes including electric lights have been popularized, but because of the abnormal development model, Konoha Daijin still uses the ancient model of Sengoku period. Even Konoha itself does not have a large-scale, long-distance, multi-material transportation mode, and many of the chariots and horses are dispatched by the daimyo of the country of fire. It is also because a large number of Konoha shinobi left with supplies and food, and many wandering ninjas smelled the smell and came to fight the autumn wind. However, it is said that the main reason is that Uegakure is secretly fueling the flames, distributing the information obtained by spies for free on the black market, and allowing wandering ninjas and samurai to harass the team. The mission of the team today is to clean up the wandering warriors and ninjas nearby. This is the first task related to killing since the formation of the team. Hitaki Sakumo is going to the front line soon, and wants to solve the problem of his disciples seeing blood before going. Ninja killing people is justified in teaching. So far there is no relevant psychological counseling major, but Hitaki Sakumo is a careful type, so he personally arranges and participates in the battle. There are a few sparsely lit houses on the edge of the forest in the distance. After confirming the strength of the wandering ninja, Hitaki Sakumo waited there. Amio-chan. Pommel horse Kiho came over in a raincoat, teasing her wet bangs boredly. Yuya glanced at her to confirm that it was her real body and that she was not injured. But Kiho's attitude is abnormal. She rarely used such a sad tone on weekdays, and she was rarely so irritable. Watching her play tricks on Lu Hai and her occasionally trembling hands, Yuya knew that Chi-Yu hadn't calmed down just after killing someone, so she could only resolve her inexplicable emotions in this way. Yuya beheaded 11 people in a row tonight, and was also uncomfortable at first. But after all, after reliving the first life, and traveling in other planes, there is a natural psychological advantage, and he quickly adjusted. It's just a few wandering warriors over there, don't worry. After Yuya finished speaking, she thought for a while, and reached out to help Chi-Yu tidy up her bangs. Just as Chi-Yu was about to say something, she froze for an instant, her face turning red. The chaotic thoughts after seeing the blood seemed to be smoothed out. Let's go, let's meet up first. Mio, she just came back. I met a few children who were scared outside, so I'm still looking for the rest. As soon as Yuya came back, Hitaki Sakumo glanced at them, and when he saw that he was in a good mood, he lowered his head again, and continued to read the recipe list with the empty bag of noodles in his hand, as if he wanted to memorize it. Yuya knew the teacher's reading addiction, and he would have it when he had nothing to do. Having nothing to do, he looked at these families. It is nearly 100 miles away from Konoha, next to another not-so-small suburb of the city. Simple wooden houses built on the hillside. They are poor and simple, and they still use kerosene lamps. The woman who runs the house knows that these are adults from Konoha, and she wants to take care of them after busy work, but there is really nothing at home that can be sold, so she is a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Yuya and the others didn't seem to be dissatisfied, so she took the time to put the two children, the younger one on her back, and the older one in her arms, to put them to sleep. The past few days have been chaotic outside, and I heard that a family in the forest was bloodbathed. Fortunately, Konoha was close and sent someone over soon. Life would be much more secure if they were here all the time. It's a pity, I heard from people in the city that they will soon go to the front to fight. Yuya noticed the change in the woman's face from the side, and could understand the meaning without any knowledge of psychology. This is also the thinking of most people who are attached to Konoha. And relatively speaking, they were lucky. In those places that are neither close to the capital of the Fire Kingdom, nor far away from Konoha, ordinary wandering ninjas are like supermen to ordinary people. Either follow the rich to be a tyrant, or be a tyrant yourself. This is the status quo of Konoha, the most powerful country. Other countries can be imagined. This is a world where capabilities and responsibilities do not match. Ninjas have mastered the highest combat power, but they don't care about production. Not only do they have a low sense of system, but they also have a weaker sense of technology that benefits everyone than ordinary people. They acquire all abilities, just to kill. What is slightly better now than the Sengoku period is that ninjas will maintain a certain order by collecting rewards. Teacher Yuyi-kun is back too. Mio came in panting, and the children behind her were being hugged and cried bitterly by the elders of other families. After Mio solved the task target, she rolled her eyes and noticed that a child was lost nearby, so she went to help, but the discomfort of killing for the first time was resolved. But those kids were really good at running and hiding in a mess. Mio just opened her eyes and consumed most of chakra. Mission done, let's go home. Hitaki Sakumo glanced at the villagers whose families were reunited, and put down the noodle wrapping bag. Master Ninjas, it's raining heavily outside, should you stay here tonight? The woman noticed that Konoha's adults were going back, so she got up quickly. The older child who was about to go to elementary school age was awakened and rubbed his eyes. No, no, we have other tasks. Hitaki Sakumo hurriedly waved his hand. The child who fell to the ground seemed to realize that the big brother big sister was leaving, and quickly broke free from his mother's hand, ran to the bedroom and took out 3 big oilcloth umbrellas. Uncle, big brother sister, here. The child stood on tiptoe, trying to hold it up. Then thank you, kid. Hitaki Sakumo only took a handful, touched the child's head, and led the students away. The 4 left quickly in raincoats. After walking far away, Hitaki suddenly opened his umbrella, looking back at the edge of the forest, only the lights the size of peas remained. The heavy rain hit the umbrella tarpaulin, making the sound of frying beans. Hitaki Sakumo suddenly said, Yuyi, do you believe in any truth? Yuki was stunned, and first glanced at the 2 girls in front of him. The 2 girls seemed to be whispering something, but they couldn't really hear it because of the heavy rain and the BG of umbrellas. Then he turned his head to look at Hitaki Sakumo's profile, but didn't answer. Knowing that Hitaki Sakumo was arranged by the high level, Yuyi has always thought about correcting his thoughts about the will of fire. This is a very smart decision. Because in Yuyi's view, there are not many people in Konoha who believe in the will of fire and have been fighting for it. Minato is one, and Hitaki Sakumo is one. Even the high-level people are just talking about it. When it is really done, the will of fire will always be behind the word benefit. Hitaki Sakumo has been teaching for nearly 2 months, and has never mentioned related matters. He did not expect to speak suddenly at this time. Hitaki Sakumo looked away, looked at Yuya, and rubbed his head. I know you don't believe it. It's not a strange thing. Many people do. The teacher just wants to say that some truths in this world have not come true, and may even never come true. But isn't that the meaning of our existence? We are walking on the road to the truth, escorting the truth, and sheltering those who are shrouded in the truth. If we can't do it, we will try our best to do it. Wrong, we try to correct. Maybe I can't see the day when my dream will come true, but I have full confidence in the future and in you. Chapter 19. Kakashi, Big Brother Sister, Big Brother Sister. In Hitaki's house, the beautiful woman is teasing the child in her arms, her pale face is full of kindness. It's a pity that the child didn't appreciate it at all. With his eyes half opened, he could see the potential for facial paralysis at a young age. Mio and Mio have no missions today, because Hitaki Sakumo is finally going to the front with the last 2 teams. When Hitaki Sakumo went to the Hokage building for a meeting, the 3 people who had nothing to do were thrown to Hitaki's house to see the children and recognize the door. Kakashi just turned 1 year old a few days ago. The chubby lotus root arms and short legs are very cute, but the messy white hair and dead fish eyes always make Yuya feel weird. It always reminded him of another male lead in well-known anime. Out of curiosity, he moved a little closer. Unexpectedly, a line of water shot out from the swaddle, drawing a tall arc. Yuya avoided it easily, and glanced at Kakashi with disgust. Kakashi closed his eyes, enjoying himself. Oh, this kid. The woman smiled apologetically, and hurriedly took her son back to the bedroom to wash. Because he walked in a hurry, he coughed a few times. The three of them looked at the panicked back of the woman and remained silent. Before they came, the teacher mentioned that when the wife gave birth to Kakashi, she had some physical problems. But Uye and the others did not expect that the problem would be so big. If this war is fought a little longer, maybe. But the three of them had nothing to do with it. Although there are medical ninjas in Konoha, it is true that they are medical practitioners, but don't forget the word ninja in the back. Medical ninjas are more aimed at the possible situations of ninjas, and the medical professions born are more like superpowers who are good at dealing with trauma and hanging for ordinary people. But in the face of more diseases of ordinary people, they are not much better than ordinary doctors. Otherwise, if it can be cured, as Hitaki Sakumo, it is impossible to ask Tsunade for help. Staying at Hitaki's house until evening, Hitaki Sakumo came back from the Hokage building. Sorry, it's been a while since we discussed. Hitaki Sakumo rushed back, talked to the students, and then went into the back room. Mrs. Hitaki waited outside for a long time, her body could no longer hold on, and the three of them persuaded her to go into the back room to rest. Let's go and have a look outside. Uye glanced at Hitaki's back, and brought the two girls to the street. This time parting was not easy for Hitaki Sakumo, no teacher would like to let students see their fragility. Uye also didn't want to see the teacher's fragile appearance. There are many people in Konoha today, but the village is very quiet. The last two large troops have already determined that one will go to the border of the land of rain, and the other will go to the border of the land of earth that has just declared war. Coming and going on the street is all parting. Paper windmills are hung in every household. The windmill is turning slowly in the distance under the blood-stained dusk. Hitaki Sakumo didn't come out of the house until it was getting dark. Sorry for the wait. Hitaki Sakumo didn't seem to realize that it was the second time he said this sentence, watching the students hesitate to speak, or maybe they were still sorting out their emotions. Uye looked back at the door that the teacher forgot to close. The window in the bedroom was open, letting in the wind. The newly folded windmill was placed on the balcony. From here, only the shadow of a woman lying on the bed with her child in her arms could be seen. Hitaki Sakumo collected his emotions and forced a smile. I don't know when you will leave. If it's convenient, help me take care of them during this time. Uye nodded slightly. At this time, the send-off people separated. The ninjas leave the house and form a new team. Hitaki Sakumo, wearing an armband, said nothing more, and merged into the front of the team. The melancholy of family parting disappeared after the team gathered, and they held their heads high, replaced by thousands of pride to go to the battlefield. At this time, Konoha is in the prime of life. It's still the proud #1 ninja village. The team disappeared at the door, and the women and children holding windmills on the street still took a long time to disperse. Konoha was much deserted. A few days later, Uye was taking Chiyu to practice at home. Minato came to say goodbye with someone. We have confirmed it here, and follow the last batch of supplies to the border of the land of earth. Minato, who used to be like a little son, now has a dim smile. Chiyu had just put on her coat, poked her head from Uye's side, looked around, and asked curiously, Hey? Where's Kushina? Since graduating, the few people who were close to me have been working hard to train and have no time to gather, so I miss them very much. Those who came were Minato, Uchiha Oya, and Inyazuka Zo. The little pepper is not here? Minato scratched his head. Kushina has something to do, and the claws are here to help. Minato was also very helpless. He didn't know that Kushina was called by Lord Hokage until today it was confirmed that the team was going to call. Afterwards, Minato knew that Kushina would not leave the village easily because of his relationship with Jinkraki. So Inyazuka Claw came over to make up for it. They were about to leave soon, so they came to Uye to ask for a cup of tea. We have been classmates for many years, and we are very close, and we chatted together very quickly. Minato looked at Uye and asked curiously, "Aren't you calling Mio?" Minato understands that it is not good for Hyaga's family to come to Uchiha's house alone. But now at the party, Uye didn't call Mio, which surprised him. Could it be that the little friend has been riding 2 boats since he was a child, and now the car has overturned? Minato didn't notice, he just asked the question, and the faces of Uye and Claw changed a little. On the contrary, the carefree Kurama Kiho blinked. "That's right, Mio-chan hasn't seen each other for almost 2 days, right?" Claw coughed dryly and glanced at Uye. She knew the reason, but seeing Uye's appearance, she didn't need to talk too much. Uye slightly shook his head. "Mio probably won't come. A few days ago, Mio accidentally said that the elders in the family are very optimistic about her recently. As a promising child of the clan, she will be similar to Kushina in the future, and can only stay in the village temporarily. If the situation on the front line is not completely out of control, as the strategic point of the village and the family, they will not easily be placed under the dangerous wall." Kyo wanted to ask curiously, but was dragged aside by Zwa to popularize the relationship between the main family of Hyaga's family and the branch house. Although the Kurama family is also a ninja, the setting of generations of gods and ghosts makes them not closely related to the village. The younger generation does not know that the Hyaga family tradition is normal. "What? Don't use that what the hell caged bird, so you won't be allowed to go to the battlefield." Kurama Kiyu sat up in surprise, and walked out angrily. "No, I'm going to Hyaga's house to ask." Leave everyone looking at each other in blank dismay. Yuya put down the teacup. "Talk first, I'll go and have a look." Yuya followed behind Chiyu, but did not stop her. Once a careless person becomes stubborn, he is much more stubborn than ordinary people. When Yuya was around, Chiyu regarded Mio as a competitor, but ignoring Yuyi's words, Chiyu treated Mio as a younger sister because of Mio's soft temperament. Chiyu didn't know why she was angry. Maybe a friend missed an appointment because of her family? It may also be the existence of caged bird that made Chiyu feel panic. But no matter what, it was impossible for her to see Mio at this time. When they arrived at the outer courtyard of Hyaga's house, no one sent a message. Chiyu could only look at the deep house compound of Hyaga's family, and sneered, "Stick to the rules, is this a wealthy family?" She thought that the pride of the Uchiha family, with their nostrils up in the sky, was already a wealthy family. But I didn't expect the real pride to be the kind of Hyaga's family, who nod to their acquaintances for nothing, and don't even bother to open the courtyard door when something happens. Chapter 20. The next day, the rooftop of the Hokage building. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw off the last team. This time the team is the food delivery team supported by the Fire Nation, accompanied by medical ninjas and backup ninjas. A total of 1,000 ninjas and 2,000 others. Their task is to go to the border of the country of rain to support. Yuya and Kurama Kiyo were among them. When the parliament dispersed and prepared to gather, Kurama Kiyo was still aggrieved. Third generation's bad old man, and the Hyaga family's bad old man, and that big-breasted woman. It is said that we must arrange a better teammate. Humph, I don't believe that anyone is better than our Mio-chan. Kiyo went to ask Tsunade, who led the team, and was informed that they could not intervene in the affairs of Hyaga's family. The missing players had to wait until after the Land of Rain to make up for them. Tsunade is in the food transport team this time, and the Konoha Shinobi were frequently dispatched some time ago, so the team will be very stable this time. So the boss means that if there is a shortage, it will be missing, and it will be made up later. Yuya took advantage of the gap to visit Hitaki's house and Hyaga's house. Hitaki's family has arranged for a babysitter and has done everything they can. He also couldn't get in Hyaga's house, so he sent a letter to Mio. As a result, when the team came back to assemble, they heard Kurama Kiyu say something amazing. "Yuya, why don't we rebel against the village in the future?" Yuya did not reject the rebel village, but was a little surprised when he heard it. Chi-yu moaned and said dissatisfied, "It's boring, anyway. I used to think the village was fun when I was in school, but later I realized that it's only you who are fun. Thinking of those old men and old ladies is annoying. If the war can survive, it would be great for the few of us to go around the world together. I haven't had time to go out of the village to play since I graduated. I heard about the hot springs in Unokuni." Uye shook his head when he heard behind him. It turned out that he was just angry and complained a few words. But this is because he knows Chi-yu, if people who don't know hear it. Uye glanced at the quiet beetle in the shade. The bug with the chakra is undoubtedly from the Aberme family. But since Hitaki Sakumo left early, this bug has been wandering around. Be a ninja of the roots. This group of people watched him, Uye could understand. After all, the development of ninjutsu during this period of time cannot be hidden from those who are interested. But they probably didn't expect that they would suddenly hear the girl complaining about the word betray the village. How will they react? As a joke, or a serious investigation? There was a cold smile on the corner of Yuyi's mouth. 3,000 people set off with 500 chariots and horses. Because there is Tsunade in charge, there is no need to worry about anyone coming to attack, and because there are mostly backup ninjas here, the team discipline is not strong. Uye took the pommel horse and sat on the grain cart at the end of the line. Pommel horse was holding poker cards, and was very bored and dragged Uye to play cards. Most of Yuyi's thoughts were on the rear of the team. There seemed to be a lot of flying insects in autumn. Kyo propped her cheeks, her brown hair was messily squeezed on her face. "You don't need Yuye-chan, even if I want to vent my anger, I don't need to be here with you." Uye looked around, it was getting late, and he was about to camp in the forest ahead, "Then let's vent our anger in another way." Chi-yu blinked, looking at him expectantly. Uye got up quietly, and she got up too. The two quietly came to the grove more than 1,000 meters away. Chi-yu blushed and followed with her head down. But she suddenly felt something, and her almond eyes narrowed slightly. On the leaves that have not yet withered in early autumn, there are a few small beetles parked, as quiet as specimens. Kyo has practiced acupuncture points to release chakra for nearly 2 months, and has already opened 12 orifices. This is the result of her keeping chakra release all the time. However, chakra, which contains a strong illusion, is shrouded around, and these beetles are safe and sound? Even though she only maintains a weak flow of chakra, it is still not something normal bugs can safely bear. She seemed to know what Uye meant by venting her anger. "The person who watched us before?" Kurama Kyo asked softly. After Hitaki Sakumo went to the front line, Uye worried that Kyo's daily training would reveal too much, and told her about the existence of the monitor. Kyo instantly thought of an organization that had never been heard of in this village. Later, after going home and inquiring with the patriarch, he remembered the name Gen in his heart. Because the Kurama family has supernatural monster ninjas appearing from time to time, Gen has also collected materials from the Kurama family wantonly, and the methods are naturally not clean. Therefore, Chi-yu hated the root organization even more. "Are you afraid?" Uye asked. "Is it because of what I said before that they left the village?" Kurama Kyo asked back. Uye smiled without saying a word. Kurama Kyo moved her fingers. "Without Mio-chan, I'm not used to knowing the exact location and number of enemies. Besides, I have been monitored by an organization that I hate for a long time, so it is a lie to say that I have no grievances. Watching in the village, I don't want to bear the name of killing the same village. But they are all outside the village, are you afraid? I am also afraid that the killing will not be clean. At present, I can feel 3, and the strength is not weak." Yuyi's perception is good, but after all, he doesn't really perceive ninjas. Kyo nodded when she heard the words, thinking of the new illusion technique developed with Yuyi recently. She said softly, "Hold me." Yuyi turned sideways, holding Chi-yu in his arms like a young couple on a tryst. Due to the difference in height, Chi-Yu's eyes can just cross his shoulders and see what's going on behind him. She leaned against Yu Yi's arms. 12 acupoints on her body exuded a strong chakra that was invisible to the naked eye. The contagious carrot mist floats into the distance. At the same time, Chi-Yu used Yu Yi's body to hide, and tapped the red paint bucket on her waist with her fingers. The red paint bucket is the basis of her eyesight illusion. Chi-Yu raised her head, and her fingers dipped in red paint outlined her delicate lips, as if stained with blood-red lipstick. She looked at the boy she liked and moved her lips closer. It looks like a light kiss, but actually whispers on Yu Yi's lips. The field of vision is expanded, the horizon remains. 100 meters away, Yoru Shanyi looked at the boys and girls kissing in the distance, frowning under the mask. In the other two directions, the strong man wearing the devil mask and the ninja wearing the Tengu mask are equally bored. Tryst at a young age, I can't do it, I don't know what kind of addiction I'm having. Do you want to do it? The demon mask gestured. It's fine if you fight quickly. Tengu mask hesitated. He was afraid that the two young men would delay too long, so a companion came to look for him. The two looked at the golden beetle next to them, ready to let the captain make a decision. The carapace of the golden beetle was as smooth as a mirror. Before they could respond, they discovered that the carapace reflected a blue light. Like lightning? The demon mask was startled suddenly, subconsciously holding the knife to block back. However, there was a silent flash of thunder, and the attacker's hand holding the knife was turned upside down, his forehand turned upside down, and he slashed and stabbed down. Lightning pierces the heart. When the demon mask fell on his back, he recognized the attacker as Uchiha Oya, who they were watching. But he doesn't understand. Why did he suddenly appear here? Why didn't everyone find out? Why is Lei Guang silent? Hey! The ear-piercing Chidori stream sounded late. As the demon mask lay dying, a voice was heard. The fallen body saw the boy and girl whom they watched in the distance, looking at him strangely, but their bodies were illusory, like ghosts. Why are they still there? Wrong. Magical. The devil mask failed to spit out the word illusion. At the same time, he went to the Pure Land to report with two questions: when was the illusion performed and what kind of illusion is this? On the side, the Tengu mask looked dazed. In his vision, the demon mask suddenly went crazy, turning around to block. Then his heart bleeds, and he fell to the ground and died. Have enemies? But where? The Tengu mask had undergone Gen's cruel training, and at this time his spine was chilling. Then, there was a real chill in the back. The pommel horse Kyu, who they were clearly watching, appeared behind him like a ghost. Ku now pierced the skin and reached the spine on the back. The blade stirred and was instantly deprived of mobility. Just as he was about to speak, Ku now cut his neck again. Blood welled up and blocked his throat, preventing him from shouting. At the same time, when he was about to die, he saw Uchiha Oya standing in front of the demon mask with a knife. His body kept stabbing down, blood dripping from the knife edge. The eyes rolled again. Uchiha Oya and Kurama Kyo were kissing in the distance. In front of them, Uchiha killed one person, and Kurama Kyo stabbed another in the back. 2 Uchiha Royal Knight, 2 Pommel Horse Kyo. The body seems unreal. As a user of illusion, Tengu Mask suddenly realized. He didn't even feel the pain caused by the fatal injury anymore, and was immersed in the shock of illusion that he had never touched before. This illusion is a directional visual and auditory disturbance in a certain area. Everything in the world is normal, except that everything about Kurama Kyo and Uchiha Oya is false. They saw Yuya and Chi-Yu kissing, which was the effect of their vision. The killing of Yuya and Chi-Yu he saw now was real just now, but now it has also become a visual residue, showing them as they were a few seconds ago. So where did they go at this moment? The Tengu Mask, whose vitality was slowly draining, looked stiffly at the captain's position. A wall of insects appeared all over the sky, as if trying to block something. However, the light of the knife passed by. The light of the knife burst out like magma, and as the tip of the knife cut horizontally, the magma formed a circle. Captain Aberme's body, half above the magma circle, half below. Chapter 21. In the golden evening and dusk, several flames burned. Uye disposed of the corpse and ashes it to avoid being found. Gen's people are unscrupulous, but he has to be careful. That's a whole bunch of lunatics. Fortunately, now is the right time. Gen's people dared to chase out of the village, and it was when the army was moving. Even if he kills someone at this time, Danzo has to endure it. Otherwise, if you follow and monitor the ration teams going to the front line, you won't be able to wear this hat at all. Didn't expect to consume so much chakra. Pommel horse Kihu didn't have a ladle-like image, lying on the ground in large characters, panting. The field of visual illusion almost drained her chakra, resulting in the most dynamic kunao in the following battles. Judging from the results of the battle, this move is very effective. 3 rooted ninjas, 2 of the strength of a special Jainin, and 1 close to a special Jainin. Until death, there was no decent counterattack. But in real terms, this is just a victory by odds. If someone studies the law of the illusion field, the effect will be greatly reduced the second time, and it can only be used in the lore game. In addition, Chi-Yu thought of many shortcomings just now. For example, chakra diffuses slowly. For example, the visual loopholes caused by ignoring the specular reflection. For example, the illusion did not completely soak into the enemy's body, causing the opponent to die clearly. Continue to open the acupuncture points and strengthen the exercise. Yuya clapped her hands and pulled Chi-Yu up. It's been a long time since I came out, so it's time to go back, so as not to be suspected. Kiyu staggered and leaned against Yu Yi's arms, not wanting to move. Yu Ye almost carried her back to the end of the line. The fragrance of a girl is pleasant, but the age is too young, and there is still a long way to go to be charming. The two pretended to be the same as other people who solved physical problems, and calmly returned to their compartments. However, as soon as the curtain was lifted, the two paused. There are people in the car. And he is a person that everyone in Konoha knows. Senior Tsunade. Yuya stopped in front of the car and glanced at the woman in the car. Long blonde hair tied into a fluffy ponytail, a proud figure that can't be concealed by brown clothes, and a ditch on his chest that is enough to kill. At this time, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were slightly closed. Hearing someone coming in, he opened his drunken eyes. Oh, you're that Uchiha Oya, aren't you? Tsunade stretched his waist, looked suspiciously at Chi-Yu, who was unsteady on his feet, and looked at Yuya with disgust in his eyes. TCH, I don't learn well at such a young age. Yuya didn't move his expression. Did Senior Tsunade go to the wrong place? As soon as he came back from killing people, he encountered a difficult character, and Yu Yi's heart couldn't help but hang. Especially just for a moment, he saw the change in Tsunade's eyes. She seems to have noticed something. Tsunade moved closer, and the groove on his chest deepened. Since you are Uchiha Yu, you are in the right place. She took out a stack of werewolf killing cards from her bosom. It's a long way to pass the time. I saw a lot of people playing this, and they said you invented it. And they said you can play a lot of things, so what else can you do? Is it possible to gamble? Tsunade's biggest hobby is to inherit the gambling skills from his grandfather first Hokage. If I don't gamble for 3 days, my heart will itch. The marching speed is slow with the rations, and there is nothing left and right, which is a bit itchy. Many students in this team were playing werewolf games after camping, so Tsunade came to ask. Yuya reluctantly gave an awkward yet polite smile. Yes. As a modern person, there are too many ways to play. Yuya took out a pair of paper mahjong tiles from Kihu's backpack. Tsunade gestured for teaching, and the 3 of them played a few teachings in a playful manner. Tsunade pushed the cards in his hand. No, it's too slow. Is there a faster one? Stimulation is better. Uye glanced at her, thinking that this guy is not leaving yet. The way Tsunade focused on playing cards made him wonder if he had made a mistake at that moment. Want to be more exciting and faster, right? Uye picked up the playing cards and introduced the rules of bullfighting and classic stud. Tsunade instantly comprehended the rules, and his eyes lit up. 2. The seniors have said so, Uye can only accompany him, however, let's make a bet. Uye had a flash of inspiration. Since you don't know whether the current situation is good or bad, it's better to have a fortune-telling. In the original book, Tsunade has a magical physique. As long as he wins money, he will suffer bad luck. Uye can use this to test good or bad luck. Anyway, I can't drive you away, so try it. Tsunade wanted to shirk. After all, the two in front of him were children. But when Uye and Chiyu handed out a 100,000 check, Tsunade accepted it. No matter what Uye and Chiyu said, they were also born in the ninja clan. Even if the money is not much, it is a little richer than ordinary people. A check of 100,000 taels, converted into a purchasing power of about 10,000 soft sister coins. And when the stud was over, Uye already had an extra million taels in his pocket. Chiyu had an extra 500,000 taels. The two didn't win much, but they didn't win much either. Uye nodded inwardly, and the divination was completed. This trip, Zyuji. These two little guys are really merciless. Losing to two juniors at poker, Tsunade couldn't hold back. Stepping out of the carriage, he touched his empty trouser pocket, only to feel that the night wind was too cool. At this time, the camp is set up, and life and cooking start. Not far from Tsunade, a female medical ninja approached. Master Tsunade, I just finished counting. There are 3,023 people in the team, and there are not many of them. Hearing this, Tsunade looked back at the carriage in the distance. She did go there because she heard that Uchiha had a lot of games to play against the knight, so she ran away, but when they came back, Tsunade had a keen sense of blood. Very light, but can't hide from Tsunade as a medical ninja. She could even confirm that it was the breath of human blood. Tsunade had to wonder what was wrong. She secretly ordered someone to count the number of people, and at the same time pretended to stay there longer to keep an eye on the two of them. But judging from the results, there were not fewer people in the camp. And on the road they traveled, there was no one nearby. Wandering ninja? Or something else? Tsunade frowned thoughtfully. The previous teams did encounter lurking sneak attacks by wandering ninjas. The wandering ninja who was really going to kill, why didn't he notify the team? Children nowadays are very scheming. I couldn't figure it out, so Tsunade simply didn't think about it. As long as there is nothing wrong with your own team, the others will do whatever they want. It's all because this shit disturbed my thinking, otherwise how could I have lost so badly? Stinky Boy is merciless, and he will definitely win it back another day. Chapter 22 Hyaga Mansion, Martial Arts Arena. 4 figures flew around the field. The girl's crisp drinking voice came. 8 trigrams 128 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. The other 3 figures seemed to be locked. In desperation, they could only besiege with all their strength, trying to break the offensive with attacks. The girl leaned over and dealt with 3 sides at the same time with ease. 128 palms. The 3 teenagers flew upside down and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Clap, clap, Hyaga-samon clapped happily beside her. During this time, Hyaga-mio has given her and the family too many surprises. They thought that Hyaga-mio would improve rapidly after Konoha's White Fang training, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Among the younger generations of the family, there is absolutely no one who is a match for Mio. These juniors who have become Chunin, only in groups of 3 or 4 can barely resist Mio's offensive. If there are descendants like this, why should the Hyuga clan not be strong? With her ponytail tied up for practice, Mio ran over and raised her head with sweat on her forehead. Auntie, can I go out today? Ever since her aunt hinted that she would take on more family responsibilities, she arranged for the young members of the family to practice in pairs, nominally to let Mio guide her peers in cultivation. As the younger generation of the family, Mio couldn't refuse. She didn't dare to claim to be a guide, so she redoubled her training every day to improve herself, and often gave advice to her peers. After a few days, all the juniors have practiced in pairs at least 3 times. Thinking of not seeing her companions for a few days, and not knowing when to go to war, Mio was already impatient. Hyuga-samon's biggest headache is that Mio's recognition of her companions seems to be higher than that of her family. Hearing this, she asked, Mio, is that why you want to participate in the war? Thinking of you yet? Mio lowered her head and twitched the corner of her clothes. No, it's just that everyone has gone. If I don't go, what will happen? Hyuga-samon shook her head. The battlefield is no joke, the sword has no eyes, and even the shadows of the villages may not come back alive. As a candidate for the future patriarch, if something goes wrong, what will the family do? As the head of the Hyuga family, what's the point of wanting to go to the battlefield? Desperate things are done by people in the branch house. The Zong family only needs to preside over the overall situation after the overall situation has been decided. Mio had heard this truth a few times, and knew that she couldn't justify herself, so she said to Kide, Auntie, war is a matter for all of us in the village. You also said that shadows can die on the battlefield, so there is nothing wrong with us dying on the battlefield, right? Besides, our team not weak, I promise to take good care of myself. Hyuga's smile gradually faded away. Do you know how irresponsible you are to the family by what you said? Do you still have the appearance of an heir? The strategic value of blank eyes can reverse a village's ability to fight. Mio is not good at quarreling, but she knows in her heart that this is because the Zong family is afraid of having their eyes taken away after death, but the secret method of self-destruction after death has been developed a lot in the past few decades. At least the wealthy family can definitely develop or win it. In the end, it's just that the Hyuga family doesn't want to embrace the outside world, and prefers to maintain the status quo in an older and more traditional way. She thought of her curse mark, bit her lip and said, otherwise, I would just wear the caged bird, so you won't be afraid. Hyuga-samon pointed at Mio, her fingers trembling. She was extremely angry. You are the heir. How could any heir print caged bird? It's just a few years later, so you can't bear it. That's all you want to see, that Uchiha. Why don't you think about the hundreds of thousands of people in your family? You want caged bird, right? Well, I'll show you caged bird. Kamen knows that Mio is the orphan of the elder brother of the clan, and she is outward-minded. She only knows that caged bird self-destructed after death, but she doesn't know the details. That's why I dare to say such outrageous things. That being the case, she clapped her hands and motioned for the guards to bring someone over. After a while, Hyuga Shizuka, the maid of Hyuga Mio courtyard, was brought over. Under Hyuga Mio's puzzled eyes, Hyuga-samon has recovered her calmness just now, but her face is no longer kind. Hyuga-samon's eyes were cold, but there was no movement. Kneeling on the ground, the dazed branch housemaid Hyuga Shizuka suddenly covered her head, and the thin one let out a howl like a beast, and fell to the ground. Life would have been worse than death. Wisps of emerald green light streaks bloomed from her forehead, as if they were about to split her head apart. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hyuga Shizuka, who was rolling on the ground, spoke instinctively, but because of the bloody foam in her mouth, her lisp was slurred. Hyuga Kamen was already ruthless, like a god on high, calmly said, yes, you are wrong. She made a seal with one hand. Hyuga Shizuan, who had rolled to the ground, fell back, convulsed violently, and stopped abruptly. Like a taut bowstring breaking, this time it went completely limp. A ferocious look of pain remained on his face, and his white eyes completely lost their expression. Hayagasamon never took a look at it, and pronounced the verdict, "Master is still so naive for 10 years, you are right, who is wrong?" Hayagamio stood there blankly, her outstretched hand froze in mid-air, like a sculpture. In a very short period of time, her worldview was severely impacted. She didn't understand why Shizuka, who grew up with her, was a death penalty. "I don't understand why my aunt can be so cruel. I can't even understand why the difference in identity between the same Hyaga family is as obvious as a master and a slave at this moment. Shizuka is not a descendant of the clan for many generations, her mother used to be a clan member. The cold wind of autumn blows. It is clear that the training ground where they were friendly just now, but now it makes Mio feel as cold as hell." The family image in her memory collapsed in an instant. Do they just want me to be the future patriarch of such a family? Are they my future? What about Shizuka? If I become the patriarch, will she turn into a ghost and cry for grievances? Or even sadder, turning into a ghost to congratulate me? The chaotic emotions made Mio's brain almost shut down. I heard Hayagasamon change a relatively peaceful tone, "You should give up your heart to go to the battlefield. Also, let me tell you that 2 days ago, the last team had already set off." "Has the last team, Yu Ye and Chi Yu, already left?" "They didn't come to me, no, they, the Hyagas, did it on purpose." Thinking of those two familiar faces, Mio managed to regain her thoughts. Looking up again, what I saw was the indifferent back of my aunt. What I heard was my aunt's unquestionable order, "Come here, send Mio back to the hospital. From now on, without my order, she is not allowed to come and go at will. When will she figure it out and become sensible? Let's talk about other things." Hayagasamon has been away for a long time. In the repeated days of autumn, it rained after the cold wind. Mio was like a standing corpse, it took a long time to recover. In front of him was the dead body of Hyaga Shizuka, whose skin was already pale and whose eyes were empty, looking at the sky outside the courtyard. Mio wiped her face with her cuff, wiping away the rain. He bent down and wanted to hug Shizuka, but the empty eyes of the corpse hurt people's hearts. Mio instinctively wanted to change her back, but still followed her initial thought, picked up the corpse and walked back. The dead are terrifying, but why not the living? Back in the courtyard, Mio buried Shizuka's body on the lawn near the entrance. That's where Shizuka usually likes to stay. Mio rarely stopped practicing, looking at the rainy sky outside the courtyard. After an unknown amount of time, there was movement outside the yard. It was someone who went through layers of interrogation and entered the courtyard. Hyaga Hisashi came in with an indifferent face, holding an umbrella and dodging into the eaves of his cousin. He sneered and said, "I don't understand, why you can casually say something like engraved with caged bird, you are a noble family member." Mio was still looking at the square sky above the courtyard. "Is there a difference? I am now a caged bird, too." Hisashi's hand holding the umbrella was purple and white. "No, you are only under house arrest. You don't even know what a caged bird is." During the period when caged bird was engraved, Hisashi had already experienced the pain of being cast many times. Now that he has nothing to worry about, he even started to stab the Zong family with words on purpose. I faintly thought in my heart, just die from such pain. At least free after death. However, Mio was not as angry as the other sects, but laughed at herself. "Yeah, I know now." Hisashi stared blankly, looking straight ahead. Only then did I discover that there was a new grave next to my cousin's porch. Her hands were covered in dirt, and there was a hint of bloodline. Hisashi opened his mouth, and swallowed the stinging words softly. He walked quickly to the eaves, dropped a letter, and left quickly. Someone sent it in the day before yesterday and was stopped. The letter called Uchiha Oya. Chapter 23. The members of the Hyaga family can only be assigned in this way. After all, there are multiple battles, and Cloud Shinobi is also ready to move. We have to guard against it. Everyone, use it quickly. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed the center of his brows wearily. The war has officially entered the trial stage. The troops who arrived at the front line sent letters back frequently. What they said most was that they hoped for more ninja reinforcements from the Hyuga family. It is beyond visual distance perspective, and its usefulness on the battlefield is too powerful. Whoever has more supercilious eyes will have more victories and fewer casualties. It's a pity that there is only one Hyuga family. Can't all teams be paired with one person? What's more, the Hyuga family said it was cooperative, but when it comes to letting people from the main family fill the vacancy, there is no need to talk about it. The main family is where the Nilan of the Hyuga family lives. As a woman, Hyuga Samon is very domineering and doesn't give a chance to mention it. Oh, by the way, the Hyuga family said that there is a girl who is being trained as the future patriarch. I remember correctly, she was originally from the White Fang team, right? Third generation tapped the cigarette rod. The Hyuga family has given 8 more places this time, and they happen to be all young juniors. They will allocate a good supply from the White Fang team. There are only 4 people in today's meeting: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Mitokado Homura, and Udaten Koharu. They are all subordinates left after the death of second Hokage. The other elite Genin, as well as the Patriarch, went to battle to shine. In addition to the elderly Uchiha Patriarch, and the acting Patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu left with orders. Third generation looked at Shimura Dans, who hadn't left yet, and his brain hurt. Sure enough, when Danzo opened his mouth, it was a headache question: Uchiha Oya, what about Kurama Kyuu's rebellion against the village? 2 days ago, after the root people reported the situation, Danzo passed it on to Hiruzen, but unfortunately Hiruzen didn't pay attention until now, so he had to mention it again. Danzo, who closely monitors Uchiha's night, thinks he understands the guy's threat better than anyone. The changing nature of the recently developed ninjutsu chakra alone is enough to make Uchiha Oya his name in ninja legends. Even Danzo got inspiration from it, and he has a new idea for advanced research and development of wind-style ninjutsu, which he is best at. If Hitaki Sakumo hadn't been hindered for a while, Danzo even felt that the development of his wind style could be on the right track. Such a Uchiha who possesses extraordinary chakra control power, solid chakra theory, and does not stick to the shackles of existing theories, if he does not interfere, will become a major disaster for Konoha in the future. Such a dangerous person is now saying the word rebelling against the village. Why doesn't Hiruzen understand the seriousness of the matter? The third generation said helplessly, you have to understand that this is a time of war, and war is the most important thing. You have to use it as evidence if the child complains for a while. And it was said by the girl from the Kurama family. Don't confuse it. Concept. As for Danzo's surveillance of Uchiha Oya without authorization, third generation didn't bother to mention it. Or, he also felt the need. But you shouldn't make a fuss about it, just keep paying attention. Danzo dissatisfied, who can see that they are all following Uchiha Oya? This time, we have to do something. Danzo kept his words hidden. That is the 3 people in his root organization responsible for tracking and monitoring, who have not returned yet. According to Gen's discipline, those 3 people can confirm that they will not come back. That's what disturbed Danzo the most. Those 3 teamed up, the usual Genin is no match. Who killed them? If it is Uchiha Oya and Kurama Kyu, then their growth rate is too appalling. But this problem, Danzo can't let Hiruzen investigate on the surface. Because he sent someone to follow the ration team, even he didn't dare to say it outright. Once exposed, not to mention disturbing the morale of the army, all ninjas on the front line will regard him as a thorn in their side. This is something that would annoy even a gentle person like Hiruzen. What's more, there is first Hokage's granddaughter Tsunade in that team. This guy is the one who dares to slap the table directly. Third generation rubbed his brows. Don't talk about it anymore, even if they have problems, now they go to the front line, how to control them is a matter of front line management. Those of us who are outside the battlefield, don't forcefully interfere. It was an excuse, but it played into Danzo's hands. Frontline matters belong to the frontline management. Danzo took out the daimyo's documents from his arms. That's right, daimyo entrusted me to go to the Land of Rain to negotiate an excuse. I think it's no problem to hand over the front line of the Land of Rain to me, right? Third generation looked at the paperwork and took a deep look at Danzo. The national daimyo and the shadow of Ninja Village communicate in a straight line. To be able to pass through his Hokage and directly access the daimyo, Danzo must have a lot of operations on weekdays. The teacher passed the position urgently back then, and he and Danzo were competitors. Danzo lost due to hesitation, perhaps because he was unwilling, and now he is more and more eager to wear the Hokage cloak and walk into the sun. Bypassing Hokage to communicate with the Fire Nation daimyo is therefore. It is also because of wanting to gain command on the front line. As for suppressing a Uchiha Jr. on the front line, by the way, it is no longer important to third generation. After Danzo left, third generation stood by the window and looked at the old friend's back. Light and darkness are the cornerstones to guard the village. But some people are destined to be blind. Old friend, have you forgotten that it is precisely because you are in the dark that you have the courage to chase life under the sun? To the Land of Rain. Join Uchiha's night team. Hyuga Hisashi was dumbfounded when he received the order. He glanced in the direction of Hyuga Myo's compound. I just delivered Uchiha Oya's letter to my cousin yesterday, and I can still vividly remember the way Myo's heartbroken man regained his vitality after hearing the news from Oya. He wondered what attraction Uchiha Oya had. He complained that Mio was so stupid that she had a falling out with her family because of this person. He also complained that he was severely scolded by his mother after he came back because he helped Uchiha deliver the letter at night. Now, let yourself be Uchiha Oya's teammate? Although it is temporary, it is very awkward. But an order is an order after all. Hyuga Hisashi and his peers divided into two groups to go to different battlefields. The speed of the ninja is much faster than that of chariots and horses. The day after Hisashi received the order, he caught up with the team. At this point in the evening, the team set up camp. Hisashi took the order letter and couldn't find Tsunade who led the team, so he had to wait for Tsunade to come back to confirm. As soon as he left, he heard a medical ninja complain, Master Tsunade is really playing cards with children every day, not to mention losing everything every time, and asking us to borrow money. Ha, it's a good thing I don't have any money. The same goes for Uchiha Oya. He knew that Master Tsunade is not good at gambling, but he didn't give up. If this continues, Master Tsunade has nothing to lose. Hisashi's ears perked up when he heard the words Uchiha. No wonder I didn't see Master Tsunade just now, but he was beside that guy? I remember that Uchiha Oya didn't seem like the type who is good at socializing. Why did Master Tsunade even come to the side? Hisashi sneered at the memory of Uchiha Oya. Hey, he looks amazing. However, the two of them got together and saved their troubles. After Hisashi found out the location, he walked towards the outermost part of the camp. When approaching the camp, I heard someone discussing Uchiha Oya again. But this time, it's really not a good word. Chapter 24. Inside the carriage, 3 party poker cards were placed on a temporary wooden table. Judging from the bills piled in front of everyone, Tsunade is at an absolute disadvantage as always. Tsunade grabbed the corner of the card nervously, seeing the inappropriate number, the corners of his eyes twitched violently. She knew that she didn't have a good grasp of micro-expressions, so she could only change the subject. Hey, kid, someone outside said bad things about you, why don't you deal with it first? Tsunade is an elite Jainin after all, and he can clearly hear the words of the brats outside after they secretly got drunk. Yuya lifted the card and took a look, it was the same color. He didn't care and said, I'm tired of listening to it these 2 days, it doesn't matter. Tsunade saw that Uye showed no fluctuation after checking the cards, and knew in his heart that this game had gone far. So he pretended to be filled with righteous indignation, as the commander-in-chief, I can't bear this, I'll teach them a lesson. As he spoke, he pushed the cards forward as a matter of course, which seemed to indicate that the mere poker game was just for entertainment and should not delay the business. However, Chiyu keenly grasped her hand. The girl smiled shyly. No matter how thick-skinned Tsunade was, he couldn't help but blush when he was caught by the child and wanted to regret the card. She could only use off-court factors to regain face. Hey, they all said they were going to teach you a lesson. You can bear this, aren't you cowardly? Ah? Are you cowardly? Uchiha Oya looked helplessly at the shameless Tsunade. The words outside fell clearly in his ears at this time. My uncle said, there are no good birds in Uchiha, and now I know why. Developing a new version of three-body technique? I think Uchiha himself wants to create an artificial genius, and deliberately put all the credit on a kid, and he doesn't want to face it. The woman from the Anma family is not a good person either. I gave her food yesterday, but she didn't appreciate it. I think Master Tsunade is also very upset with him. Why don't we find a chance to teach him a lesson? Uchiha Oya silently glanced at Tsunade. It turned out that their courage was given by their predecessors. Tsunade looks away in embarrassment. Every time she loses everything, she just has a bad face when she leaves. Those little brats overinterpret. As for what happened in the past 2 days, the word stupid was revealed from the beginning to the end. After Uye heard the reasons for the complaints of those people, she was silent for a while, wondering whose IQ was divorced from the crowd. The cause of the conflict is the new version of the three-body technique. The children of Konoha ninja clan outside all graduated 2 years ago or earlier, so they naturally missed the opportunity to learn the new version of three-body technique. It's like Uye's previous life. After graduating from high school, the school wanted to build a basketball court. After graduating from university, the dormitory began to install air conditioners. Whoever it was, would have to complain a few words. But it's just a rant. So did the group of people outside at first. Later, he asked Uye to ask for advice, but Uye ignored him. It's just a small grudge. Even at this level, it is normal that there will be no real conflict. But these are not normal times, and they are not normal people. Tsunade sighed, the atmosphere in the camp these days is really not good. Because it is getting closer and closer to the battlefield. Some people are timid about tasks related to ordinary killings. What's more, people who were born in a peaceful era and are about to face a meat grinder on the battlefield. Ninjas of normal quality have to do psychological construction again and again, and look at the last batch of teams going to the front line: medical ninjas, students, and ninja children. The children of the Chunin tribe were originally the second-generation ancestors who could not get along well in the family, and they came to the battlefield to play logistics and get credit for it. Their psychological quality can be imagined. More than once when Tsunade was watching the night, he heard someone crying in the tent. That's the stress of a real war. So that little resentment gradually distorted. Tsunade sneered at this. This group of ninja children who think they are of noble blood are tolerant, cautious, and even fearful to the outside world. If you want to say what they are best at, they are only in the nest. Stained with their own blood, come to tell others you look, I'm actually very brave. She glanced at Uye and Chiyu, and continued, speaking of which, even I am a little nervous knowing that we are approaching the battlefield. It's good for you. You are still acting like nothing has happened. Uye shook his head, he had died once. The great terror between life and death has been experienced. He cared more about other things than death. Pommel horse Kiho bumped into Uye with her shoulder, and shook her shoulder triumphantly. Indicating that with Uye here, she has nothing to be afraid of. Chiyu flipped over the cards of the three, compared them, and stretched out her hand to Tsunade with a smile. With a dark face, Tsunade threw the last borrowed money into Chiyu's palm. She got up with a bad complexion, and rubbed her fists. It's all because the brats outside are too noisy. Bad luck. If you don't give me 2 slaps, they don't know the crime of disturbing the morale of the army. Apparently, Tsunade was going to vent his anger. At this time, Uye stopped her. Forget it, I'll do it. Tsunade said in surprise, Yo? Just now I told you not to move, but now you are taking the initiative? Let me remind you first, my sister is past the age when a boy's gang will fall in love at the beginning. Uye frowned, and looked at Tsunade with disgust. He opened the door curtain of the carriage. The coach personally took action, which also disturbed the morale of the army. Tsunade looked at Uye's back, thought for a while, and then froze in place. The people in the military camp are unstable, and the commander's actions are already out of control, and it will only make more people uneasy. This guy, is he trying to limit the matter to the level of ordinary fighting? Uye walked out of the carriage, facing the smell of wine. A dozen teenagers of 12 or 13 years old squatted near the carriage. His face was flushed because of the heated discussion and also because of the wine. Uye glanced at the carriage in the distance. Most of the supplies this time were food, but some drinks were also sent to the perennially damp rain country. But many people don't think that Konoha needs to use this method to please the country of rain, and many people have shared some of these wines in private. Including Tsunade as well. This group of underage students was even more rampant. Underage drinking in this world is a very serious matter. They can get alcohol and be unscrupulous, relying on their own identities, and they are uncles who are high-level uncles in Konoha. When they saw Uye walking out alone, they couldn't help being stunned. They talked for a long time, and they were all over the top. Those who didn't have that kind of thought at first, saw the leader Shimura get up, and subconsciously followed. In addition, many people gathered around because of their outrageous behavior just now. If they saw the person who was wooed appear at this time, and just left, where would they put their face? Conflicts come under such messy factors. Shimura Bird is the king of children of this group of people with age and height advantages, looking down at Uye, poking his fingers. Just FK, your name is Uchiha Oya? Are you good at fighting? Are you good at ninjutsu? Uye looked at the pointing fingers of the other party, and said indifferently, do you want to learn? These words instantly reminded Shimura Bird of the scene where he held Uchiha Oya and wanted to discuss the new version of three-body technique, but was ignored yesterday, and his anger exploded instantly. Fist waved straight past. I learned from you. However, a fist came back and hit him hard on the face. Same pose, same angle. It's just that the speed is faster, the strength is greater, and the arm is more stable. The others were startled. This guy, dare to fight back? Hit the FK. After drinking, they did not care about the seriousness of the attack. Even used chakra body art. But no matter what tactic they used, Uye responded with the same tactic. The onlookers saw the way. Isn't this the way leading ninjas often use to instruct students? Is it really teaching? Uye shuttled through the crowd, indifferent and untouched by dust. This group of people who only have the strength of genin will fall down as much as they rush up. Only the Shimura Bird, who was punched at the beginning, recovered. Shimura's eyes were red. The displeasure with Uye and the fear of the battlefield, under the influence of alcohol and anger, have completely come to the fore. He searched around and found the knife that his companion was carrying. Clang! Daoguang now! But there is a knife light that is faster. Everyone saw a silver thread dragon dance in front of Uchiha Oya. In the blink of an eye, you can only see the sharkskin scabbard on the back of the Oya knife, and the light of the knife gradually fades, making a pleasant grinding sound. The Shimura Bird, which had just drawn its knife and was about to swing it, broke its raised collar silently and slipped down. Uye's unstained blade returned to its sheath, and said, Have you learned it? Chapter 25. Have you learned it? Tsunade lifted the curtain and peeked. She heard Orochimaru and Jiraiya brag about Uchiha's strength, and she didn't expect him to lose, but she also didn't expect it to be so clean. Moreover, this kid is a little handsome when he wields a knife. Tsunade turned around, and quietly said to Chiyu, "You little boyfriend, you have to watch carefully, those little girls like this one the most." Pommel Horse Kiyo proudly patted her chest, "Don't be afraid, that's how I got here when I went to school." Back then at school, she made a bloody breakthrough. The only one who can compete slightly is Hyagami-o. There were a lot of people outside, and no one dared to come over to clean up the mess for a while. Neither side can afford to offend. And Master Tsunade is still in the car and hasn't spoken yet. When Uchiha Oya returned to the carriage, Tsunade put his hands on his hips and said in amazement, "A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye." Uchiha's insight and imitation ability are very strong. As he thought of something, he leaned closer and said, "I heard that you are good at ninjutsu, body lifting, and illusion. Are you interested in learning about medical ninjutsu?" Yuya nodded and said, "Okay." Tsunade didn't expect Yuyi to respond so readily, she was just selling medical ninjutsu habitually. She suspiciously said, "You express your opinion too quickly, are you perfunctory?" Yuya is really not, and he replied after hearing the words, "It is normal to have this idea. Even medical ninjutsu has not been included in the school's compulsory courses, which is abnormal. Now I have the opportunity to naturally want to know more about it." Tsunade was startled, his first reaction was that this kid was flattering. As a medical ninjutsu promoter, Tsunade's wish is to have more people learn medical ninjutsu, and at least have a medical ninja when doing team tasks, which can reduce subsequent casualties. The teacher can give her the opportunity to go to school to open an interest class and pick some good seedlings, which is the limit she can think of at present. In the end, this brat directly wanted to include medical ninjutsu as a compulsory course in school? Are you kidding me? Even she herself has a feeling, is it necessary to do this? Yuya sat down again, followed the topic just now, and said amazingly, "You have a problem with your thinking." Tsunade frowned, and waited with folded arms. She wanted to hear what kind of violent theory this was. Yuya changed the topic, first Hokage, ended the old era and opened the new world pattern. Is it? Tsunade nodded proudly, of course. The man who ushered in a new era was her grandfather. Yuya continued, ninjas are tools for killing people. Is this an old-fashioned idea? Tsunade frowned, not happy, but nodded to show that it was true. Yuya-deo, in the new era, why is ninja still a tool for killing people in the school's teaching policy? Tsunade choked. Think about it carefully, it seems that something is wrong. The change in the ninja's positioning is probably just that everyone used to be an independent killing machine, but now it has become a killing machine that can help each other. Yuya sighed slightly, so after the new era, the thinking of ninjas has not kept up with the changes of the times. Even now, what the school teaches is still only the skills of deception and killing. But with chakra, ninjas can do a lot. Medical ninjutsu as a first aid method is one of them. Others, including that ninjas do not do production, do not use the magical power system to promote the development of the world, etc., Yuya did not say, this is a subversion of the existing ninja professional positioning, too much is too much. After hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but fell into deep thought. In the village in recent years, what she has done most is to communicate and cooperate with the hospital. Let the few medical ninjas study in the hospital and help. Their results in the hospital are indeed gratifying. Many emergency patients can hang themselves by medical ninjutsu. Internal and external injuries, medical ninjutsu can be directly resolved. Ninjas save people, ninjas heal hearts. This is indeed different from what is taught in school. But the effect is real and well received. Thinking about this, even Tsunade doubts that the educational philosophy of ninja schools seems to be really outdated. In other words, do you really have a problem with your thinking? Tsunade put away his joking heart just now, looked at Yuya with a serious expression, but as a compulsory course, the threshold for medical ninjutsu is not low. Medical ninjutsu, very fancy chakra control. This directly determines the upper limit of the medical ninja. In short, not for the masses. Uyedeo, the compulsory course doesn't mean that you must become a medical ninja. Isn't the school teaching ninjutsu all the basic homework of three-body technique? Medical ninjutsu is also based on the doctor's profession, first aid, wound treatment, and herb identification. Just the required courses. Tsunade nodded, which made sense. Yuya continued, with a huge school base, the number of medical ninjas will not increase. Moreover, not everyone is suitable for fighting, and the schools are mostly civilians. It is a good way for them to become medical ninjas. If you are not good, you will have a chance to find a decent job in a hospital in the future. Tsunade bit his nails, following Yuyi's thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yes, what age is it? Why do you still treat ninjas as simple killing tools? Ninjas can also be benevolent doctors and become excellent doctors. Even if you continue your ninja career, you can also make penultimate contributions to your companions. This should be the future I am looking forward to. Tsunade got excited, picked up Yuya and kissed him hard. Trojan horse. Tsunade thought happily about the future, completely oblivious to the look in the eyes of the pommel horse Kyu next to him. Old woman, just now she said she should keep an eye on my man. Now you violate me in front of me. Yuya reluctantly wiped off the lipstick on his face, and brought back the topic, medical ninjutsu. Can we start now? I have to say that adult women are really. Kyu and Mio still need to work hard. After this conversation, Tsunade no longer felt that Yuyi's study was just perfunctory, and she wished to teach more and spread the word. But the day after tomorrow we will go to the front line, so there is not much time. Tsunade rolled his eyes and had a strange thought. It seems that he can make up for the loss of just playing cards by the way. She smiled maliciously, little brother Yuyi, aren't you very good at imitating learning? How about we make a bet? Royal Knight, little brother. Tsunade said seductively, I'm showing medical ninjutsu, you come and learn it now. If you fail, I will count it as a win. If you succeed, it will be counted as a win for you. Once. She mentally calculated the money she lost in the past few days, and continued. How about 1 million at a time? Yuya squinted, do you still have money? Tsunade blushed and said angrily, of course. I just didn't bring so many. Yuya said, then what are you betting on? No credit. Tsunade looked away with guilt, she really didn't have money to gamble. She just didn't expect to lose. It's no joke that medical ninjutsu is difficult to learn. No matter how talented Yuya is, if he turns around and puts all his strength on healing jutsu, isn't that a sure win? But if you can't make a bet, Yuya can't play. Tsunade scratched his head irritably, then what are you betting on? Yuya thought for a while, if you win, I'll give you money. If I win, how about letting you do it once? Free things are always the most expensive. The most difficult thing to repay is always favor. Tsunade probably guessed Yuyi's little thoughts, and muttered, you are so young, you have so many thoughts. It's all right, let's do it this way. If you owe a favor, you should treat it as a favor. Anyway, in the previous conversation about medical ninjutsu, Tsunade has already regarded it as Yuyi's favor. If there are too many lice, there will be two. If you have too many lice, you will not itch, and if you have too many debts, you will not worry. Besides, how could you lose? For the first medical ninjutsu, let's start with an entry-level healing jutsu. Tsunade didn't blush, and chose a medical ninjutsu that most medical ninjas didn't master. Little brother, who hasn't had a snack? Take back the money you lost earlier. Tsunade was stunned. Seeing Yuya took a breath, 3 hook jades slowly appeared in the blood-red eyes. Tsunade? Chapter 26. 3 Tomo Sharingan? Tsunade was full of question marks. She wondered if there was something wrong with her memory. Isn't the Sangyu of Uchiha's family only available to the absolute elite? How could this be possible at the age of 10? The name of Sharingan's copy I comes from the Sangyu. Erguyu can perceive and copy physical skills. Sangyu can start to copy most ninjutsu. Thinking of the bet just now, Tsunade had the urge to turn around and run away. She is a woman who can do whatever she wants. Oh, I suddenly remembered that there are no experimental materials. My sister was careless. Hey, come again next time. Yuya grabbed Tsunade, who turned and ran away. Yes. As he spoke, he pressed Tsunade in place, got up and got off the car. Outside, Hyaga Hisashi, who was hiding from Hyaga Hisashi, who didn't know whether to get in the car to report, suddenly got off the car with red eyes. The blood-red eyes searched around, and picked a boy from the Shimura family who hadn't been cleared away just now. The tip of the knife stabbed lightly on the side of the boy's leg. Hisashi seemed to empathize with him, hissed and his body trembled. He huddled in the corner of the camp, not daring to move. Watching Uchiha Yuyi helplessly, carrying the screaming teenager into the car. Material. Yuya knocked the screaming Shimura bird unconscious again, and looked at Tsunade. The color on Tsunade's face changed and changed. This material is really fresh. Tsunade had no excuses to deny it anymore, so he could only bite the bullet and continue playing. Now I can only pray that this guy has mediocre pupils. Otherwise, the only way to win those 2 rounds is to come up with the tricks at the bottom of the box. Ahem, let's try first. Tsunade leaned over, the soft blue chakra gathered in the palms. The palm hangs over the Shimura bird wound. Royal Knight uses Sharingan to focus on observation. Sharingan's replication ability is divided into 2 steps. Pupil power captures the movement of casting spells and the trajectory of chakra. Then use pupil power to record the whole process, and let the body follow the recorded state to perform it again. But not everything can be copied. Sweji is obviously not good, and lacks physical conditions. Secret techniques are not good, and they also lack physical conditions. Ninjutsu, most of the lines. However, advanced ninjutsu that is too complicated to cast spells requires a test of pupil strength. If the operation is too complicated, you need to test your own basic conditions. And the whole recording process has a certain time limit. The records will gradually become blurred with the passage of time, so only by copying on the spot and reviewing after the fact can we really achieve a complete copy in the true sense. Yuyi's pupil power, because of stealing the Juguya moon, surpassed the normal 3 Tomo Sharingan. Few people master healing jutsu, not because of the level, but because of the difficulty of operation. In Yuyi's field of vision, the soft blue chakra group looks like a collection of countless nanometer chakra robots. Numerous tiny chakra are divided into different work types to complete cleaning, cutting, repairing and other tasks. The knife wound Yuya left on Shimura bird was very neat, and the injury was not complicated, so in less than half a minute, Tsunade removed his palm, and Shimura bird's leg was intact as before. If it were a conventional medical ninja, it would only take 10 minutes to heal the wound, and only Tsunade could treat it as if he had not been injured in a short time. Hey, come and try. Tsunade stepped aside, not knowing what to do. If I knew the beginning, I would have picked a more difficult one. Yuya closed his eyes and recalled Sharingan's recording process. What he wanted was not a simple mechanic copying and pasting, but an understanding of digestion, so that ninjutsu could truly become his own. After he reviewed it, he opened his eyes. First, do your homework. Yuya drew out the knife again, and stabbed the same wound on Shimura's newly healed leg. What? The material sat up in shock, and saw those devilish blood-red eyes again. This time without using Yu Yi's hands, the mature material has successfully scared himself out. Tsunade couldn't bear it, took out the anesthetic and gave it directly. There are still many places to use this child in the future, it is better to be quiet. Yuya learned the posture of Tsunade just now, gathered the blue chakra in his palms, and distractedly manipulated the chakra to complete different tasks. Yuyi is best at controlling chakra, and Ishin is multi-purpose as Uchiha's traditional advantage. Under Tsunade's complicated eyes, Shimura's wound was as good as ever in just a minute and a half. Next. Tsunade gritted his teeth and decided to increase the difficulty. The fine patient draws out the technique. Zichi draws out technique as a B-level ninjutsu, which is more tested in terms of control. It is necessary to condense the long and thin chakra pipeline to extract the toxins from the patient's body. Because it involves the human body, a little carelessness can easily leave new injuries in the patient's body that are more difficult to deal with. Touching his body, Tsunade summoned a vial of poison from the scroll and plunged it into the belly of the Shimura bird. Then start the operation. This time Tsunade was careful. Normally, novices need to cut open the patient's wound before performing the fine extraction technique. But she uses a more difficult maneuver. The thimble-like slender chakra was condensed directly, inserted into the belly of the Shimura bird, and performed blind S**X. A minute later, Tsunade is over. A minute later, Yuya started. 3 minutes later, Yuya ended. Tsunade gritted his teeth, his face full of shame and anger. Especially when he saw Pomikyu chattering beside him and making A2 to show off his achievements. Come again. Yin heals wounds. Tsunade continued on the difficulty. A-level medical ninjutsu. 10 minutes later. I can't believe it, chakra scalpel. What the hell, the material just fainted. Wait, there's not enough anesthetic, I'll go get some. 2 hours later, Tsunade is as numbing as the material. Lost. The conventional medical ninjutsu she mastered was all confessed. Although she originally wanted to spread medical ninjutsu, it is a good thing that someone can learn it all. Not so. More than 2 hours were hollowed out, which made her feel that the collection, research, and improvement of medical ninjutsu in the Sengoku period for more than 20 years were not as good as a pair of Sharingan. It is worthy of being the enemy of Grandpa for life. Of course, Tsunade also knows that the stinky brother Yuya is just following the gourd and drawing a scoop, not really mastering it. Follow-up will continue to practice, in order to fully digest. But after all, people can use it. Tsunade glanced at Kurama-kyu, the kid couldn't draw with his hands, and was already writing and drawing on the carriage. Number of games played, 52. Number of victories in Royal Knight, 52. Someone's wins, 0. Tsunade was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to get under the car. Reorganize the medical ninjutsu you have mastered. Except for the 2 tricks that have not been developed yet, only. This doesn't seem like medical ninjutsu. And it was the battle ninjutsu that she prepared to pass on to her apprentices when she had the opportunity in the future. Tsunade gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, and put his arms on the table. I still don't believe that I can't win once. This is the last move. Yuyi tiredly glanced at Tsunade's arm that was on the table, ready to wrestle. He is also very tired. The main reason is that I didn't expect that there were only a few medical ninjutsu in the original book, but the number of medical ninjutsu in reality far exceeds this number. There are more than 50 advanced medical ninjutsu demonstrated by Tsunade alone. If the low-level medical ninjutsu is reversed, there will probably be 200 or 300. This is only what Tsunade knows, not including what she doesn't know, what she hasn't mastered or doesn't bother to master. At the beginning, Yuya used his pupil power to study ninjutsu carefully, trying to master it on the spot. After mastering 5, under the exhaustion of high-intensity pupil power, he chose to follow up with mechanical duplication, only to show the surface, not to master, so that the pupil power could barely continue. If I want to master all of these in the future, I'm afraid it will take 2 years of hard work. Uye now sees things as flowers, and there is not much pupil power left. But seeing Tsunade's current posture, he can only grit his teeth and stand firm. He really wants to learn this trick. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's combat power is beyond the charts. Relying on this trick, strange power. Of the two, one was defeated, and the other was tired and dizzy. Tsunade did not intentionally crush, but first showed multiple changes in muscles and chakra, and waited for Yi to show signs of using it before exerting force. Boom! The table instantly shattered. Tsunade won the power, but lost the bet. In the last fight, Yi's power was obviously in a strange power mode. When Uye shattered the table, intentionally or unintentionally, his fingernails cut through Tsunade's tiger's mouth. Tsunade didn't care about the injury on his hand, and he quickly recovered from his physique alone. But she didn't see that Uye kept the finely minced meat and blood in the empty paint bucket while wiping his hands. Chapter 27. Tsunade glanced at the 53 written on the cardboard, and left angrily. Today is definitely the worst day for her to lose. The money is gone. Lost face. I owe a lot of debts, and I still owe 53 favors. The medical ninjutsu has been learned completely, and the strange power has also been copied. The key bet was made by herself. Inside the compartment, Kurama Kiho casually threw the Shimura bird, who woke up at some point with dull eyes, out of the carriage. Anxiously, she took out Bingliang pills from her ninja bag, and poured them into Uye with water. Uye not only exhausted his pupil power, but also repeatedly imitated medical ninjutsu, and his chakra consumption was also extremely high. When Uye gradually recovered, Kurama Kiho breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the empty paint bucket hidden in the corner of the table, opened it to look at the flesh and blood inside, and said speechlessly, "Hey, you actually have such a hobby." Uye didn't care about it. It's a temporary idea, just do it as you please. Night Guard's Sharingan is a problem. The first is the evolution line, which seems to be going wrong. Secondly, after finding a way to upgrade to Manjiki in the future, the price of using the new power is the lifespan of the eyes. This cannot be tolerated. To further evolve the eternal Manjiki, because Yu Uchiha's relatives died long ago, and there is no explanation. So for the sake of the later stage, he wanted to study two things very early, wood style, and natural energy. They can all have a positive effect on Sharingan. Tsunade is a direct descendant of the Senju family, inheriting the Sage of Six Paths body. As for the so-called wood-style blood succession limit, Uye didn't believe it. Looking through the history of wood-style users, there are only 4 words in the whole article: Senju Hashirama. Either Senju Hashirama himself, or something catalyzed by various Hashirama cells. Or Senju Hashirama's ancestors who don't know how many generations, and the reincarnation of Chakra's soul, Ashura, the son of 6 paths. Other seniors and juniors? Not even a sapling can be urged. This is obviously unreasonable in terms of blood inheritance. Blood succession, only those who can inherit are blood successors. This inheritance has nothing to do with strength or weakness, it only depends on whether it exists or not. So Uye is more inclined, wood style is Senju Hashirama's personal adventure, and it is related to the son of 6 paths. Uye got the flesh and blood of Tsunade, one is to have a chance to see if his guess is correct in the future, and the other is to study the special features of sage body along the way. However, this is something to be done in the future. This collection is really just a temporary idea, just a matter of convenience. Kurama Kiho was just teasing casually, regardless of whether she understood what Uye did, she would support it, and felt that there must be deep meaning. Just like when Uye used to be silent, he always liked to read some ancient books, as well as unorthodox conjectures and researches, and the few of them would always find ways to get the corresponding books. Simply for after-school tutoring? There is no need to get ancient books, based on their understanding of Uye, as long as they send the invincible Mio to act like a baby, Uye will soften his heart. Pommel Kiyu held her face in her hands and asked curiously, Uye has learned so much, won't he be confused? Uye shook his head, just sort them into categories. Uye's classification of abilities is similar to that of games. One-on-one, small-scale combat, physical skills are preferred. Group fights, ninjutsu priority. Illusion, used in special circumstances. Newly copied skills from Tsunade, better categorized. Of these medical ninjutsu, only a few are used to aid in combat, such as chakra scalpel. For the vast majority, Uye classifies them as life skills and slowly selects and uses them after the battle. Pommel Kiyu lay down, and Xianyu turned over, active skills, passive skills, life skills. It still feels very complicated. Fortunately, I specialize in illusion. Uye said coldly, don't dream, you all have to learn medical ninjutsu. Pommel Horse Kiyu froze halfway over, and said pitifully, I still have to open my mind every day. Kiyu's version of acting like a baby is invalid. Uyedeo, just so, after learning medical ninja, you can be more courageous, and you can solve the injuries yourself after training. Pommel Horse Kiyu Xianyu lay on the bed, howling in pain. Early the next morning, Tsunade came again. But I don't know if it's because of the embarrassment on the face, or because I'm afraid of being done, I just left Hyaga Hisashi and ran away. Facing the scrutiny of the two, Hisashi shuddered when he thought of the scene of the fight last night, and couldn't say a word. Hello, my name is Hyaga Hisashi, I'm here to make up for the team temporarily. Kurama Kiyu looked him up and down, and included him in the ranks of transparent people. Ever since Mio was locked at home and not allowed to go out, her overall perception of the Hyaga clan plummeted. Uye just nodded symbolically. Except for acquaintances, he was too lazy to talk unless necessary. It is better to study and study the next change of chakra nature. Because of what happened yesterday, Hisashi huddled in the corner of the car and did not dare to move. The silence of the three of them was not broken until they were about to enter the border of the Kingdom of Rain. After opening the 13th A cup ointment, Kurama Kiyu leaned tiredly against the car window, watching the continuous drizzle outside. Speaking of which, I still don't know how this battle was fought. I don't know that I can do it. What do you want to get? Her fetters are all on people, and have nothing to do with the village. After graduation, because of things with Gen and Hyaga's family, he lacked a sense of identity with the village. After getting along for a day, Hisashi probably understood that Uye would not eat people, so he said cautiously, it seems to be caused by unbalanced development, right? The daimyo wants to widen the gap. As for what to do on the battlefield, of course it is to fight for Konoha. Hisashi was born as a wealthy family, and his knowledge is better than ordinary ninjas who only know how to fight and kill. But also because of the wealthy family, the thinking is old-fashioned. Even because Caged Bird hates the family, his loyalty to the village is still very high. Kiyu directly ignored Hisashi, and she understood the reason, but the successive experiences made the village's status in her mind less sacred and inviolable. Although it is not to the point of wishing the village to collapse, it is also not to the point of dedicating one's life to the prosperity of the village. She looked at Uye, a little curious about his attitude. In her impression, Uye's feelings for Konoha have always been ordinary. Even when I was young, I disdained the system that Hokage needs to be famous, and I also disdain the behavior of ninjas who always flaunt themselves as killing tools and mission machines. Uye said, since you're here, take a good look. He joined the war, except because of his identity as a Konoha shinobi, he also had other ideas. His understanding of the ninja world was originally based on anime. But after crossing, he has been confined inside Konoha. In all fairness, Konoha's life is definitely comfortable now, and it has the meaning of a prosperous age. But don't mention the country of fire, even if you just walk out of Konoha, you can see that the world is still chaotic. If you want to truly understand the essence of the ninja world, you have to go to the battlefield. From Ninja Village. Among the Konohas, except for Gen, it seems that all ninjas are sunny, kind, and generous, and look like perfect successors of the will of fire. The ninjas I heard in Xionin village are all Philistines, scumbags, and the image of constant evil and evil. But only in the meat grinder, can you put aside the filter and get a glimpse of the true face under the ninja mask of Ninja Village. And from Ninja Kingdom. In times of crisis, look at the backbone of weak countries. In times of distress, look at the strength of a strong country. Chapter 28. The next morning, the team led by Tsunade arrived at the border of the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is constantly cloudy and rainy all year round, and in autumn, it is often foggy until noon. The troops of the Land of Fire are stationed in different corners of the border of the Land of Rain in batches. From the map, people who don't know may think that the country of fire is not the country of wind and the country of earth, but the country of rain. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, as the descendants of the Hokage line, occupy this place. Elsewhere, elders of the same generation as Hokage sit in town. In the fog, the small town where everyone is stationed is looming. The rich steel and religious buildings in the Land of Rain look like ghost towns in the fog. Taking this as a camp was naturally negotiated from the people of the Land of Rain, and it was used as a long-term residence plan. After Tsunade commanded the team to settle down, he met with Orochimaru. When I was eating at noon, I made a special trip back to find Uchiha Oya, and said straight to the point, next, the personnel will be assigned in detail. I will be in charge of logistics, Orochimaru will be in charge of the front line, and Jiraiya will be in charge of intelligence. Come to me later. After Tsunade passed that afternoon, apart from the medical compulsory course that Uya said, the biggest touch was the desire for the blood-following ninja. Especially the Uchiha family with strong learning ability, and the Hyuga family with natural clairvoyant eyes. If they can win over their elite children, even if one or two enter the medical industry, they will bring a new look. Therefore, Uya, who is actively learning medical ninjutsu, naturally does not want to let go. With his ability, as long as he works in the logistics medical unit for a few months, the experience points and proficiency of those copied medical ninjutsu will go up quickly. The future must be a master of medical ninjutsu. Uya declined, and asked, is Mr. Hitaki not on the front line? Uya knows his fundamentals, so he still focuses on fists, and other research and medical treatment are all auxiliary. He prefers to join a team that fights more and can run back and forth. Tsunade tied the golden ponytail under the rain hat irritably, and tied the rubber band again. Senior Shu Mao, his mission is relatively confidential, so I can only say that he is near Sand Shinobi. If you want to go, it may not be possible in a short time. Seeing Uyi was a little disappointed, Tsunade knew that his heart was not on the medical treatment, and said with a little regret, I know you Uchiha can't calm down. If this is the case, I will introduce you to Orochimaru later. That guy heard that you came, it is very interested. Tsunade has a slight taste. Uya is not his disciple, but a personal heir on another level. As a result, I ate it dry and wiped it clean, and wanted to run away. The two chatted for a few more words, and suddenly a more sour voice came from a distance, Sister. I saw you running back and forth twice, but you didn't even come to find me. 12 or 13-year-old boy with a hedgehog head looked at Uchiha Oya jealously. Senju Nawake heard that his sister was coming, so he ran to greet her early in the morning. On the first trip, my sister ignored it and went to Mrs. Orochimaru to understand, it was business. As a result, the second time I came back, I actually came to chat with other people's children. This made Nawake, who grew up with his sister, very tasty. Tsunade rolled his eyes angrily, you brat doesn't learn from your teacher, what does it look like to be aggrieved, why do you still want to be Hokage like this? Tsunade's mouth is unrelenting, but his smile is doting. Okay, the specific division of camps will come down in the next 2 days. You need to get used to life on the front line first. Tsunade gave Yuya a few words, turned around and left with his troubled brother. Now there are fewer battles on the front line, and the atmosphere is not dignified. At the current stage, the three kingdoms and the Kingdom of Rain are still at a stalemate. In terms of terrain, the Land of Rain is adjacent to the three major kingdoms of Fire, Earth, and Wind, and faces pressure from 3 directions. But it doesn't mean that the 3 countries can't fight without passing through the country of Rain. The border line is still very long, so just go to another place. However, there are many reasons for choosing to be in the Land of Rain. The core reason is the existence of Rain Shinobi Village. In addition to the ninja villages of the 5 major countries, there are also ninja villages in other countries, large and small. Among them, the group second only to the 5 major countries has Rain Shinobi Village. The reason why Rain Shinobi Village is strong is because of Hands of the Salamander, a demigod recognized by the ninja world. The Land of the Earth and the Land of the Wind chose the Land of the Rain as the battlefield, perhaps related to Hands of the Salamander. Konoha is currently the strongest, and it is recognized that since it may not be able to fight, the more chaotic the battlefield, the better. Ninja World, the demigod Hands of the Salamander would serve as a showstopper of sufficient weight. The Kingdom of Fire chose this place as the battlefield because of the discomfort of Hands of the Salamander on the side of the couch. If you can take this opportunity to take down Rain Shinobi Village, or even destroy the Kingdom of Rain, it will be a surprise anyway. The country of Rain is also clear about its own position and the reason why it is coveted. So, want to borrow? Want to turn the Land of Rain into a 3-party, or 4-party battlefield? No way. This is why the front is now deadlocked. Because of the insistence of Rain Shinobi Village, and because the 3 major powers have not yet reached a provisional consensus on how to deal with the Land of Rain. When the stalemate is completely broken, the real meat grinder battle will come. Now more ninjas are intelligence spying and guerrilla harassment. Yuya had just settled down, and the front line urgently studied the general outline of combat command. He thought he could maintain a period of practice, but he didn't expect the mission to come very suddenly. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Yuya had sorted out the basics of medical ninjutsu for Kurama-kyu, someone came to his door. The visitor was in his early 30s, with an ordinary and honest appearance, and a veteran genin in a green vest. Uchiha Oya, Kurama-kyu, Hyaga Hizashi, right? My name is Watanabe. The visitor reported his identity and took the 3 of them, who were full of doubts, to the temporary staff headquarters. In the corner of the staff office, the same ordinary-looking man handed Watanabe the scroll and map after soundproofing, and explained the task. Before noon tomorrow, rush to the Snaking Canyon 300 miles northwest of the Land of Rain. The specific location is marked on the map. There are 2 teams of sand shinobi at the target location. Just hand over the scroll to the other party at that time. Mission difficulty, Grade C. You guys register. The staff officer unfolded a brand new scroll to record the mission. As the leading ninja, Watanabe took the lead in signing. On the side, Yuya and Chiyu looked at each other with doubts. Their task came too fast. The unit they belong to has not been established yet. And the quest itself, delivering items to Sand Shinobi, is just as weird. Although the task difficulty of sea level, this trip does not involve combat, but it always makes people feel weird. If it hadn't been confirmed that this was really the staff department, that Watanabe and the staff members were true, and that the mission secret report was correct, Yuya really wouldn't have dared to sign it. But even if the mission is true, Yuya still decided to play it safe. We don't belong to the unit yet. We need to seek the opinion of the previous leader, Tsunade, on this matter. Yuyi's eyes signaled Kurama-kyu to go to Tsunade to check whether the task was wrong, and also wanted to see if Tsunade had any comments. The staff officer frowned slightly, but did not stop him. The identities of the 3 of Yuyi are really not suitable for accepting the task now, but that's what the above requires. Since he belongs to Mr. Tsunade, it's okay for Mr. Tsunade to take a look at it. If there is any problem afterwards, he will not be involved again. 5 minutes later, Kurama Kiho came back and nodded to Uya. Tsunade has confirmed that the procedures are real. As for the detailed tasks, Tsunade is still busy and just glanced at the task level. It's only C rank, and with Tsunade's understanding of Uyi, he can easily win it. When leaving, Tsunade ordered the 3 of them to be assigned to the logistics force in order not to let Uya and the others waste their military exploits. The 3 signed their names. The simple and honest ninja Watanabe has already ignited himself. For Konoha, I swear to complete the task. Chapter 29. On the border of the Land of Rain, Misty Town. Inside the office lobby transformed from a dilapidated theater. Tsunade was bored playing with his fingernails, listening to the insinuations in the confrontation. Just at noon today, Shimura-dan suddenly appeared in Misty Town. Afterwards, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya learned that the friend of the teacher had gone to negotiate with the daimyo of the Land of Rain on behalf of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The results of the negotiations were brought back, and sure enough, the daimyo of the Land of Rain declined the request of the Land of Fire to excuse the way. According to common sense, Danzo should return to the daimyo at this time to report. But he didn't. Instead, he wanted the command of the front line of the Land of Rain. The old senior was shameless, and the 3 of them, as juniors, would not be easy to fight. Although persuading the daimyo of the country of Rain failed, this has nothing to do with political wisdom, because anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is something that the daimyo of the country of Rain cannot agree to. Unless the country of Fire completely rips its face and threatens to annex weak countries other than the 5 major countries, maybe the daimyo of the country of Rain will fight on the surface and cooperate secretly. The war has just begun, and the nation of Fire hasn't shown aggressiveness yet, so they can understand Danzo's failure. Even, Tsunade wondered if this old thing was actually a pretense to come to the front line and seize the command of the front line in the name of negotiating with the daimyo of the Rain country. War is always the best harvester for Vanity Fair. If Danzo can command this battle and achieve a perfect victory, his prestige will skyrocket, and he will come to the front from the dark. Maybe after a while, 3rd generation will be able to enjoy the Hokage addiction when he retires in the future. The current Orochimaru is still not good at arguing, and said softly, "Wait a little longer. After the autumn, they don't borrow the road in the winter, but we don't borrow food. The root cause of this war is the unbalanced development, and the Kingdom of Rain is naturally the one that is not developing well. In terms of strength, Hands of the Salamander is sure to support it, which seems to be the case, but geographical problems make their agriculture unable to meet the needs of the people. At the same time, in terms of trade, because the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind are also big countries with poor development, the business that the Land of Rain relies heavily on is the trading list provided by the Land of Fire. It can be said that the economic lifeline of the Kingdom of Rain, as well as the food exports that depend on it for survival, are in the hands of the Kingdom of Fire. Now that the Land of Fire chooses to fight in autumn, the Land of Rain's already barren agriculture, because ninjas from various countries come and go, this year's harvest will be even worse. In terms of trade, the daimyo of the Nation of Fire also started delaying tactics early on, delaying everything to the Nation of Rain. As long as it's winter, whether it's money or food, the Kingdom of Rain will have to seriously consider whether to pull back and ask the Kingdom of Fire for excuses. Tsunade frowned slightly, but didn't raise any objections. Behind Orochimaru's tricks are the lives of countless people in the Land of Rain. But from the perspective of the Nation of Fire, this conspiracy is indeed the best solution to break the situation. It's just that the time seems a bit procrastinated. The outside world, such as the country of thunder and the country of water, etc., will inevitably have yin and yang and some Konoha's strange words that it is not good for a small country to fight for a long time. Jiraiya sighed, watching Orochimaru hesitate to speak. Seeing this, Tsunade shook his head slightly. She knows Jiraiya too well. If it weren't for Danzo's intention to seize power, he would definitely have another debate with Orochimaru, saying something like the life of the people of the Rain Country is also life. Jiraiya is a good ninja. Although he has some minor flaws, he has justice and pride in his heart. As a friend, as a companion is good. But politics really didn't suit him. It can be seen from the fact that Danzo never looked at Jiraiya directly from the beginning to the end. In Danzo's eyes, the biggest obstacles to this trip are only Orochimaru and Tsunade. Danzo is afraid of Orochimaru's wrist. This guy has a cold temperament. The so-called kindness does not command soldiers, and Orochimaru is born to do this. And to be afraid of Tsunade is to be afraid of her identity and temper. Only Tsunade is the one who dares to flip the table in front of his face at any time. Danzo nodded after hearing Orochimaru's opinion. This junior does have some tricks. But still a little immature. The old god Danzo said, war is fought with force, but also with financial resources. Why is it dragging down the country of rain, dragging down the country of fire, and dragging our energy, material and financial resources of Konoha? This matter should be resolved as soon as possible. Orochimaru narrowed his purple eyes slightly, and said with a light smile, looking at the meaning of Senior Danzo, do you still have plans in mind? Danzo chuckled, and thought to himself, it hurts us to drag it, let alone the land of the earth and the land of the wind? They are more anxious than us to make excuses, and they are more anxious to fight a war and use war to solve internal problems. Orochimaru's expression turned serious. Tsunade frowned, also thinking of something. Jiraiya wondered, do you want to unite the land of earth and the land of wind to put pressure on the land of rain? If so, the chances of it happening are not high. Danzo frowned when he heard the words, didn't bother to talk to Jiraiya, and continued, Sand Shinobi is the most unaffordable one among our three countries. The old man has sent someone to contact Sand Shinobi. As long as Sand Shinobi is not stupid, he should know how to deal with Jiraiya. The best way is for us to join hands first and then go to war. If they agree, that old fritter of Third Tsuchikage will also agree. When the time comes, the three parties will make a move, and the country of rain will not be able to bear the pressure, so it will naturally open the country. Orochimaru pondered, his expression grave. He felt the pressure from Danzo. Tsunade also had to look at Danzo more. This old thing is indeed an old fox who has experienced the first ninja war. Judging from the current situation, Danzo's strategy has a high probability of being realized. This old thing, since there is such a plan. Sure enough, it was fake to negotiate with the daimyo of the land of rain, but it was true to come to the front to seize power. Jiraiya fell into inexplicable shock. Join forces first, then go to war? This kind of thinking has gone beyond the imagination of this political rookie. He wanted to argue, but he looked left and right at Orochimaru and Tsunade's contemplation, sat down slumped, and didn't say another word. Danzo knew in his heart that the initiative was back in his hands, and if nothing unexpected happened, the moment the Kingdom of Rain opened its doors, the command of the front line would be in his hands. In order to reduce accidents, he also made multiple preparations. It's just that he didn't disclose the preparation plan at the first time. Because it involves sacrificing their companions, it will touch too many naive people who are immersed in the thoughts of the will of fire, which is not tolerated by them. Also because of this preparation, he hid his selfishness. He did send a team to join Sand Shinobi. But, not a team. One is true and is used to complete the negotiation. One is fake, used to plan leaks. The missions of the two teams are different. The former is delivered alive, which is a success. The latter dies halfway, so it is convenient to proceed to the next step. Danzo didn't stay long. After the plan is entrusted, just wait for the turning point to appear. It's only a few days, the front line can afford to wait. Soon only Tsunade was left in the conference hall. Tsunade frowned, feeling more and more that something was wrong. Suddenly, she thought of something. He got up abruptly and went back, and found the mission report that Kurama Kyu sent just now. Sea-level tasks usually don't alarm her. But since it was sent by Uchiha Oya and the others, Tsunade still confirmed the authenticity, and ordered someone to jump in line and row them to the logistics department, and then rushed to the meeting after keeping the record of military exploits. As for the content, she only had time to glance at the mission level. At this moment, she vaguely thought of seeing the words escort and intelligence on it. Wouldn't Yui and the others deliver the letter to Sand Shinobi? Tsunade frowned. He recognized Yui's strength. But strength does not mean position. Yuya and the others just graduated, and their titles are only genin. Such an important task for Danzo, actually entrusted to 3 genin, and 1. Come on! Check out the information on this Watanabe. According to Tsunade's instructions, Watanabe's information quickly appeared in front of her eyes. Watanabe's information is all reliable, and there is no problem with the person. The job title in question, Genin. Danzo asked Genin to bring 3 genin to complete the task enough to break the Kingdom of Rain? What are you kidding? Tsunade squeezed the mission information in his hand. Danzo, old thing, what the hell is he hiding? Chapter 30. The next morning. It is still a thick fog that can't be seen. Watanabe measured the terrain repeatedly. Fortunately, the terrain here is special and easy to identify. It seems that this is the entrance to the Snaking Canyon. The mission location is just 3 miles away. Watanabe, with his hips on his hips, glanced at his temporary team in relief. These 3 little guys are fine. Originally thought that the 3 genin who had just graduated would find it difficult to keep up with him. Now it seems that the ninja is the ninja. The 3 genins kept up with him and reached the canyon 2 hours earlier than expected. Put it up first and restore your strength, just in case. Although Watanabe is still a genin at the age of 30, he has rich experience. Even in the first ninja war, he went to make soy sauce. So he strictly abides by the policy of being careful in everything. It is estimated that the higher UPS also value their own stability, so they chose to bring the juniors of the 3 ninjas with them, right? Watanabe thought to himself. The 3 of them ate something in the shade. Yuya looked at the thick fog that had lingered for a long time, and shook his head. He wanted to observe the terrain, but in this weather, it is better to look at the map. Snake Canyon, as the name suggests, from the map, the canyon looks like the traces of snakes crawling. It twists and turns and is more than 40 miles long. The canyon is 10 to 50 meters deep. The wide part is nearly 100 meters, and the narrow part can only pass by 2 people side by side. This terrain. Great for ambushes. Yuya frowned. From the beginning of the task, he always felt that something was wrong. But the task is fine, and the person leading the team is also fine. Children, are you all resting? Watanabe got up and looked at the team members, and waved his hand after receiving the feedback, go. Complete the task, and I will treat you when I go back. Uncle, although I am a genin, I have saved a lot of money. Yuya was behind, and said to Hisashi worriedly, keep rolling your eyes. Hisashi nodded quickly, opened his white eyes and looked around. His search range is around 900 meters. When the distance to the target point was less than 2 miles away, the terrain became narrower. Watanabe made a gesture and took the lead to walk forward on the broken line of the stone wall. This is a matter of terrain, walk in the canyon mid-air, and guard against ambushes. Although Captain Yuyi Zindao lacked in strength, his experience was indeed not bad. At this moment, Hisashi, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly said, there is someone ahead. Watanabe turned his head and noticed that Hisashi's expression was wrong, and asked vigilantly, is it in line with the mission objective? They are joined by 2 teams, that is, 8 Sand Shinobi. No. Stop. Hisashi stopped abruptly, sweating all over his face. 10, there are at least 5 teams in front of 11. There are also a lot on both sides, and they are surrounding us. In the eyes of White Eyes, in front of the Snake Canyon, on the side canyon, dozens of people surrounded by 3 missing 1. Retreat. Watanabe's face changed drastically, and he waved decisively. Instead of speeding up to act as an arrow for the team, he stayed behind to guard against pursuers. However, why did Sand Shinobi suddenly backtrack? Didn't even have a chance to negotiate? Now Sand Shinobi, who is being crushed by Konoha, is so domineering? They're catching up. Hisashi yelled, his voice out of shape. Encountered this kind of battle just a year after graduation, I was almost scared out of my mind. Ambush in advance. Yu Yi's heart sank. Yubian found out ahead of time, and it was this kind of foggy weather, and the other party was able to find out at the first time when they were retreating, so they must have been prepared. There is really a problem with this mission. Yuya ignored Watanabe's emotions and took command. He has far more experience working with Bai Yan than the captain. Hisashi, concentrate on looking ahead, and remind me immediately if there is something wrong. Yuya slowed down and opened the ninja bag. Surrounded by 3 and lacking 1, there must be a killing game ahead. Otherwise, with the physical strength of a ninja, it is enough to escape and wait for support. Now if you want to break the game, it is better to break through in a random direction than to escape blindly. As long as Bai Yan can prevent the killing round ahead, there is a chance of survival. When Watanabe saw Yuya making traps on the spot, his face was slightly complicated. Watanabe's marching experience is rich, but after all, it was just soy sauce in the First World War, and his handling of the on-the-spot battle was actually inferior to that of a child. I'll arrange it. Watanabe took out his ninja bag. As a chunin, his field work must be better than a fresh graduate. Yuya didn't force it. After letting go, he held his breath and concentrated on capturing the faint movements in the mist. Opening his eyes suddenly, the 4 kunao with detonating charms on them made a move. Ding ding ding, kunao collided in the air. The direction turns. After the fog, the pursuers paused, trying to judge the attack angle from the source of the sound, but they were even more confused. The position predicted by Yuya is the direction of retreating after the attack from both sides. Boom! The flames set off thick fog and rolled. Amidst the sound of the explosion, the enemy's figure caught a glimpse. Only 2 people were caught off guard and injured. Yuaki retreated immediately, and at the same time looked dignified. Minimum chunin and above. The people surrounding them are not only far more numerous. The quality is equally astonishing. At least 50 people, with chunin as the bottom line, are enough to fight a small battle. Sand Shinobi has such a big battle, just to deal with the messenger? Did Sand Shinobi misjudge something, or? Small, be careful water style ahead. Ahead Hisashi reminded loudly. He obeyed Yu Yi's instructions and focused his attention on the front. In this way, the sight distance of the White Eyes can be improved. 1200 meters ahead, the mighty chakra almost made Hisashi lose his voice. It took less than 10 seconds for Hisashi to remind, and there was a huge momentum ahead. The turbulent waves beat on both sides of the canyon, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains. Above, Yuya took the lead in pulling up. He was in the air, and the sword light swung several times, clanging away the shurikens attacking from 3 sides. The 4 tried to move above the canyon, but the thrown kunao, shuriken, and senbon hit like a torrential rain. Hold on! Yuya opened Sharingan, his eyes were cold. Breakout! Watanabe held the injury on his arm and maintained his formation. Hold on! Commander Yuya slowed down, trying to capture the movement on 3 sides, but unfortunately the movement in the canyon ahead was getting louder. Suddenly, a dragon chant sounded ahead. They finally saw the source of the movement. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. I don't know how many people cast water-style at the same time, filling the entire canyon. Winding and surging, like a real dragon. Uya clenched his fists. This is by no means a sand shinobi force. Different villages are good at ninjutsu, among which sand shinobi is best at wind style. It's not that they don't know water style, but with their geographical environment and ninjutsu reserves, there will definitely not be so many ninjas who can use advanced water style at the same time. The same goes for rock shinobi. Then their identities are clearly revealed. Rain Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi. Konoha's mission is to secretly communicate with Sand Shinobi. It turned out that the target point was Rain Shinobi ambushing ahead of time. The surging waves of the canyon dispel the fog. As the waves roared, water dragons continued to swim. Until approaching, the water dragon raised its head from the tide. A raid from the rear. Without time to think about more reasons, Yu Yi's calm voice made everyone calm down. At this time, the number of ninjas ahead is unknown, and the water style is threatening, and the water dragons can go ashore to attack at any time. On the left is the direction they went ashore. On the right, guarded across the canyon. Someone is following from behind. Nearly 50 people surrounded and suppressed them from 3 directions. In terms of formation, the left side is the weakest point at this time. But they can think of it, and so can the enemy. The dozen or so Rain Shinobi on the left are already on the defensive, trying to stick to them. But at this time, Yuya led the team to retreat suddenly, racing against the water dragon. A high-pitched dragon chant sounded. The 2 water dragons diverted and separated, and after spitting water cannons, they turned around and attacked here. Seeing that Watanabe wanted to stand by their side, Yuya directly pulled him away. Before the water dragon came, suddenly, the sound of the explosion resounded through the canyon again. When retreating, the ambushing detonator explodes, knocking the water dragon out of shape. At the same time, the enemies chasing from the rear were injured and disabled, and their formation was lost. Walk. The mist scattered. Yuya took the knife and ran to the river bank. Lightning hissing all over his body. Chidori stream. No tricks, it's all chakra. Yuya used the knife as the point of operation, pouring lightning into the river. The remaining water dragons in the river were scattered by the lightning because they were too far away from the caster. The river is wrapped in lightning, and with the explosion just now, it hits directly behind Rain Shinobi. There is a real gap in the situation of trapped beasts. Chapter 31. Hoo. The middle section of Snake Canyon. In a cave under the shelter of rocks. After Yuya finished eating Bingliang pills, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. In order to break through the tight siege, he injected Chidori with no money, and chakra consumed the most. The second is that Hisashi's eyes were exhausted throughout the whole process. At this time, he swallowed Bingliang pills, opened his eyes every minute, and continued to observe the surroundings. The task map has limited markings, and there is no map information after leaving the canyon. Watanabe bandaged the wound, sighed and looked outside. Afternoon, when the fog clears, look for a place. What the hell is the intelligence department doing? Kurama Kyo gritted her teeth angrily, and rushed to fight. Her strength could not be demonstrated, so she could only watch Yuya consume a lot of chakra and escape from danger by tricks. Now the more I think about it, the more aggrieved I get, and the more I think about it, the more angry I get. The companions of the intelligence department are not omnipotent. It can only be said that Rain Shinobi has a good sense of smell. If they really knew our situation, they wouldn't waste so many people encircling and suppressing us. Watanabe explained. Then Rain Shinobi happened to be ambushing at the mission mark point. How to explain it? Kurama Kyo asked back. Watanabe fell silent. Unless it is an extreme coincidence, it can only be a loophole in intelligence. Even thinking about it in a worse direction. Don't think so. Watanabe rubbed his face hard, and suppressed his chaotic thoughts. The battle between ninjas is a contest of deceit, assassination, and fighting. This mission is our Konoha's carelessness, and our skills are not as good as others. Let's do it again, that is. He looked at the three of them and laughed at himself. I thought you were just children before. Now it seems that you are worthy of Konoha's future. Next, I will try my best to distract them, and you find opportunities. Silence. Hisashi let out a low snort, his whole body tensed up. He gestured for someone to approach. 4 people, just a small team. Judging from the amount of chakra, the strength of the leader Jainin. The 4 of them tidied up the gaps in the stone wall of Dong Xz in an instant. Even in the 5 ninja villages, Jainin is a pillar. Can participate in any high-level meeting, with a certain degree of intervention in the important time in the village. Strength, status, and Chunin are worlds apart. With the addition of 3 Chunin players, the 4 of Uya fought recklessly, losing more than winning. What's more, dozens of people are scattered and searched now, and if there is any movement, they will all gather together. At that time, it will be a deadly situation. The 4 of them hid in the crevices of the stone, with different expressions. Watanabe has many ambitions. Hisashi trembled all over. Pommel Kyo quietly opened the paint bucket. Uya quietly pulled out the knife and waited with bated breath. In the mist, there was a dull conversation. They can't go far in this kind of weather, so keep vigilant at all times. Yes, Mayu-sama. These Konoha dogs are really deceiving. Wait until you find them. Voices, footsteps, getting closer. This recess in the back looks like a good hiding place, and Rain Shinobi will not let it go. Seeing the enemy's figure becoming clearer and clearer in the fog, Uya could feel the breathing of Hisashi beside him became more and more rapid. He frowned slightly, and winked at the pommel horse. They are in a position that cannot withstand careful search. Pommel horse nodded slightly, his fingers were stained with red and green paint at the same time, and he used the paint to draw a mark on the back of his hand. Vision, covering. Hearing, covering. Double masking is all extended from transformation technique. It aims to change the self in the eyes of others, and the self in the ears of others. The 4 of them held their breath and listened to the sound of footsteps getting closer. Finally, a woman in a gas mask enters. After cleaning up the recess, there is no trace of someone stationed there. Then, she scanned all possible hiding places. The sharp eyes under the mask stared directly at the 4 of them. Hisashi and Watanabe's heart stopped suddenly. It wasn't until Jainin, a girl named Miu, looked away and led the person away that she dared to breathe. Almost. Just as Hisashi opened his mouth, Uya kicked him hard. At the same time, he pulled Kyu and Watanabe to the side. Before the person landed, there was a chick. The white line crossed, and the stone wall where the 4 of them were hiding instantly split into 2 halves. Ninja method, water sickle, was discovered. Yuyi's eyeballs turned quickly, and the 3-hook jade had already been opened. Rain Shinobi twitched slightly from the corners of her eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. The 3 Chunin in his team looked shocked. So, it's just that the intuition is wrong, so try it out? Experienced Jainin, sure enough. Thoughts flashed a lot, but Uya had just landed. Rain Shinobi attacked instinctively for the second time. Muji Ninjutsu. Water-style water wave hand. Miu opened her hand, and the water flow formed by a large number of chakra turned into a giant palm, grabbing Hisashi who was alone. Hisashi is still inexperienced and still in shock. If you want to dodge, it's too late. In a hurry, Hisashi's body flew across the sky. Traction technique. Yuyi's stand-in chakra catches Hisashi in the net, and chakra breaks out with one step, and uses the opposite action to drive Hisashi in the chakra net. Hisashi was dragged away from Mizuwa's hand, he resumed his action, and retreated. Chunin of Rain Shinobi, move faster. The 2 came in an instant, one formed a seal, and the other involved the water prison of the sealer, rapid prototyping. But at this moment, his body was suddenly out of control. Uya, who was circumventing, opened another Chunin attack, and took advantage of the trend to pull the person who made the seal. The two of them seemed to be tied to the two ends of a rope, quickly drawing closer. Base. Knife out. The ear-piercing sound of birdsong resounded through the canyon. The blade of Yu Yi suddenly appeared with azure blue lightning. Pulling technique, and Chidori's explosive speed, he came to the side of the person who made the seal in the blink of an eye. Clang! The weird sickle stood in front of the night knife. Rain Shinobi Mayu's eyes behind the gas mask are cold. Kid, did you forget that there are other people here? Rain Shinobi was about to leave at the touch of a touch, and Shinobi gave up temporarily because of the thunder and lightning. But in a hurry, to save his teammates. Hey! A sharper bird song sounded. Rain Shinobi Mayu saw in astonishment, the lightning attached to the blade extension? No, it was the thunder that shot out. Thousand Birds sharp gun. Yuya put his left hand on his right shoulder, Chidori turned into a 3-meter lightning sword blade. Rain Shinobi subconsciously tilted her head to avoid it. But the sword of lightning pierced into the heart of the seal. Court death. Rain Shinobi Mayu took out the other ninja scythe of the twin scythe, and quickly approached. 1 inch long, 1 inch strong. But an inch is short, an inch is dangerous. Facing several meters of blades, Rain Shinobi made the right response immediately. Yuya lowered his eyebrows. At this time, he really lost his center of gravity because of maintaining Chidori's sharp spear, like a child holding a spear. Facing Jainin who is fighting close to him, abandoning the knife is the best solution at this time. However, vigorously works miracles. Strange power. Yuya recalled the physical skills copied before, Tsunade's tricks at the bottom of the box. This trick seems reckless, but in fact the learning condition is unparalleled fine chakra control. Concentrate the whole body's strength and chakra in the arms, legs and other muscle groups and meridians, and then release it through the chakra acupuncture points and muscle traction. This is the last move Yuya learned from Tsunade. At the same time, it is also the trick that has been pondered the most in the past 2 days. Although not to the extent of Tsunade throwing a punch, it is enough to break the ground. Yuya waved his arms again. 1 meter of blade, 3 meters of lightning. Move with you. After a seemingly slow start, the strange power exploded. Action multiplier increased. Daoguang, Thunder Blade, slashing one after another. Under the burst of strange power, the lightning blade fluttered like laser light. Wherever they pass, there are black broken marks. Thousand Bird Stream, Strange Power Flurry. Chapter 32. You. Rain Shinobi Mayu cried out in surprise at the moment when Yuya moved multiple times. In the battle between ninjas, hard power is the foundation, and intelligence is the winner. If you make a wrong judgment in a short moment, you have to pay the price. But Miu is the real Jainin after all, so she knows she can't dodge it, so she can get away with the least cost. Water-style fish scale armor. The ninja lines engraved on his body dissipated. Layers of water waves and fish scales emerged from Miu's body. Lei Guang cut through the antivirus suit, cut off 3 layers of fish scales one after another, and left a deep bone wound on his shoulder. The gas mask slipped off, the orange-haired woman gritted her teeth and retreated cautiously. However, another Chunin behind her was not so lucky. The strange force danced wildly, leaving charred cut marks on the ground and stone walls. The same cut marks appeared on Chunin's body. Chunin looked stunned and stood there dumbfounded. When Miu retreated, his torso split apart irregularly. The piece of meat slipped off, but there was no blood on the severed wound, only the smell of paste. Fighting is just a moment. Miu didn't expect that it was her side who killed 2 people first. I was wounded by a knife. The last teammate, with dull eyes and stiff movements, is already under the illusion, seeing being shot into a sieve by Kunao. Konoha. Miu gritted her teeth, and found the signal flare from the dead teammate in an instant. Konoha's ninjas are indeed beyond expectations. However, because of this, Konoha must not be allowed to set foot in the land of rain. Phew boom! Flares exploded in the air. Rain Shinobi is divided into 15 teams, each not far apart. 15 teams, with a total of 4 Jainin. When under siege, it is a dead end. Miyu's quick seal, water-style water-tooth bullets. The water flow around the canyon quickly gathers and spins. 4 3-meter thick, fast-rotating water whips are formed. The water whip rose from the ground and scattered in 4 directions of the canyon like a tornado, blocking the Konoha team's retreat. Miyu recalled the Shuang-Gren sickle and treated it seriously. That weird Uchiha kid, and that weird illusion girl, made her temporarily lose her mind about quick battles. Since you can't win in a short time, just hold on. As a Jainin, Miyu has this confidence. But also because it's Jainin, this decision is a shame. Bring your horse over here, Konoha intruder. Mayumi stared wide-eyed and said provocatively. From the corner of her eye, Yuya glanced at the water whips around her, and then at Kyu on the pommel horse. The water-style solution around is a good solution, but it can't hold Jainin around. What's more, there are a lot of water stains left by the collective water dragon bomb nearby, and the water dragon bomb can be regenerated at any time. Except that he has the power to confront directly, the others need all their strength just to guard against Rain Shinobi's sudden attacks. You can only get on her hard, entangle her, and create opportunities for your teammates. Then, seeing Yu Yi's eyes, Kurama Kyu tacitly untied the paint bucket at his waist. I kept some of the red paint by myself, and threw the rest to Yuya. At this time, he bit his finger and prepared for the illusion. Yuya has been paying attention to Rain Shinobi Miyu, and the subtle movements of the other's ankle muscles are invisible to Sharingan's insight. He didn't give any chance to be blocked, pulled the paint bucket, and swung his knife to chop it down. Red, blue, green, yellow, paints are scattered in the air. Seeing that there was no time to stop, Miyu secretly gritted her teeth and avoided it altogether. The blade of Yuya licked the fire, and the flames collected all the scattered paint on the blade. In an instant, the blade was filled with flames of various colors, like the fire of colored glaze. Rain Shinobi was wary in her heart, and said unrelentingly, if lightning style, I still fear you 3 points, fire style versus water style? What a genius move! Yuya didn't answer, the glass-like flame turned into a blade, and fought in close quarters. It is indeed unreasonable to use fire against water. Therefore, Yu Yi's purpose from the beginning was just to use the characteristic of flame, temperature. The pigment of pommel horse Kyu is made from its own chakra, which has its own magical appeal. All he has to do is to make it evaporate at close range. If you can hit a knife and the paint enters your body, you can even decide the outcome. Red visual distraction. Blue tactile disturbance. Green auditory disturbance. Yellow olfactory disturbance. It can be called phantom poison. Miyu, who lost her gas mask, inhaled a few big mouthfuls after a short contact. Suddenly the world feels weird. The color blocks of the field of vision are dislocated and the texture is unclear. He obviously heard the movement and reacted in time, but was a step too late, and was almost cut. When the blade confronted, there were clearly sparks splashing, but it felt like it was hitting the cotton without strength. Just paint. Rain Shinobi Miyu immediately held her breath and retreated while fighting. It's just breathing. If she is hit by a knife, she may not be able to hold on to her teammates to support her. Mean. Rain Shinobi Miyu felt even more aggrieved at the thought of being pressed and beaten by a mere brat. She wanted to move away, looking for an opportunity to make seals. But Yu Yi is good at holding Yanliu, but Chidoryu is on his body, and his speed is extremely fast. No chance at all. The beauty was forced to throw chakra wildly, and separated it with Muji water-style water wave hands. Fortunately, rescue is on the way, otherwise, when this frequent use of weak lethal defensive moves pulls the amount of chakra between the two to a level, Miyu suspects that she may be killed. Is this the legendary Uchiha? And the other side? Watanabe is trying to untie the water tooth bomb. While Hyuga Hisashi watched the surrounding movement with blank eyes, he stood by Kurama Kyuu's side to guarantee the illusion. However, just as Kurama Kyuu was getting ready, Hisashi yelled, "Here we come!" Ding! Ding! Hisashi parried 2 kunao that shot towards Kurama Kyuu. But the other kunao fell around. Among them, there is the detonator. Earth-style earth flow wall. Watanabe didn't care about breaking the spell, and clapped his hands earth-style to block the explosion. But chakra surrounding the pommel horse Kyuu was shaken away. Phantasm failed to start. The field of visual perception is her biggest killing move at present, a leapfrog killing weapon. However, it is also troublesome to use her current strength. The smoke cleared. Without Hisashi's reminder, everyone also saw the edge of the canyon, and the left and right teams approached quickly. Yuya in front of him already has the intention to retreat. The opponent came to besiege the team led by Chunin with enough configuration for small-scale battles. Both the strength and the number determined that this was not a capable opponent. Now that the opponent's personnel are scattered, if Yuya wants to leave, Ishin can do so. It is not impossible to force Kyuu to leave even though he is injured. But the other two. Kuma, that person, is he affected by illusion? Watanabe opened his mouth suddenly. He also could see that Yuya was fighting Jainin, partly because the opponent was in a strange state. Although Kurama Kyuu didn't know why the captain with a low presence asked this question, she nodded quickly. Call. Watanabe took a deep breath and unzipped his vest. Chiyu glanced at the inside of his vest, which was full of explosive charms, and narrowed her eyes. Watanabe gritted his teeth and rushed towards Yuyi. Opposite Yuyi, Rain Shinobi Mayu almost lost her 5 senses. Can't see things clearly, and don't know whether they are true or false. He couldn't hear anything, and it was too late to hear it. She used up all her energy just to hold back the Uchiha Kid's attack. So when she heard other movements, the figure of Watanabe had already appeared beside her. Raise your hand, want to hug? No, I've already hugged it. The delay in the sense of touch made Mayu very annoyed. When he saw a pile of detonating symbols in his arms, his whole body became even colder. Water-style fish-scale anti-armor. Mayu tattooed on the body, the last layer of water-style unfolded, and the fish scales stood upside down. She didn't care about Yuya Dao's presence, just staggered the fatal wound. The water-patterned fish scale barb stabbed away Watanabe who was hugging her. Holding the vest covered with detonating symbols, he threw it away. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded. The canyon was once chaotic. Even the support team who just arrived did not dare to approach. Wait until the smoke clears. Miu leaned against the stone wall and was dying. The fire hole in the center of her chest barely reached her heart, but her lungs were pierced. But for Rain Shinobi, the good news is that the teams on both sides of the stone wall have blocked Konoha's retreat. One of the teams also has Jainin. Ha! Half the property is gone. On Konoha's side, Watanabe's vest is missing, and the black undershirt outlines a somewhat disfigured figure. And his left arm was lost in the explosion just now. The detonating talisman is very expensive. Saved for so long. Fortunately, I have nothing, no home and no offspring. When I go to the battlefield, I bring everything with me. Watanabe turned his head and looked at the 3 geniuses who made him ashamed. He threw the quest scroll brought by the captain to Uchiha Yuyi, and when Rain Shinobi approached, he tore off his inner jacket suddenly. The inside of the underwear is the other half of his family property. He gave a thumbs up to his companions in the back, smiled sideways and said, "You are the most talented subordinates I have ever seen, although it is only temporary. The next task is entrusted to you. If you can go back, please help me engrave epitaph, Watanabe no, Chunin, born in Konoha, died fighting for Konoha." After the words fell, Watanabe slammed into the side stone wall. The gorgeous flames exploded. The stone wall collapsed, and a brand new road appeared in the smoke. Chapter 33. Master Tsunade. Master Tsunade. In the corridor, Tsunade walked aggressively towards the conference hall. The two assistants anxiously wanted to grab him, but they didn't dare to get too close. They also don't know why Tsunade came back from a trip to the general staff and suddenly became furious. After threatening the death of the old thief Danzo, he went straight to the conference hall where Danzo was located. At this time, the front line is already tense enough, if the leading bosses still quarrel. Old stuff. Tsunade kicked the door open, and his sharp eyes caught Danzo who was talking. Danzo glanced at Tsunade calmly, and waved the envoy from the Kingdom of Rain to leave. Tsunade's two assistants saw that they couldn't stop them, so they could only sigh and close the door of the hall. Hope not to fight. The bloody afterglow closed behind Tsunade, turning into a thin beam of light and disappearing. The voices of the outside bystanders were cut off. Boom! Tsunade raised his hand and smashed Danzo's conference table with a punch. Old stuff. Why hide the plan? Tsunade followed the task backup left by Yi, and combined with Danzo's speech in the previous meeting, he felt vigilant. After going to the staff department to call out the mission list, I saw two teams who also approached Sand Shinobi. Two teams, two different mission locations. Let's look at the team configuration. One is the veteran Jainin leading the team with 3 Jainins, and the other is Chinin leading the team with 3 newcomers. You can think of it with your toes, one of them must be the lure. Use it to confuse others. What made Tsunade even more disturbed was the reply she received after sending the news to Hitaki Sakumo for the first time. Danzo, an old man, actually kept monitoring Uchiha Oya in Konoha. In a fit of rage, she chose to confront Danzo face to face and ask what happened. Danzo sat on the chair safely, indifferent to the crushed work in front of him, and his tone remained calm. Didn't you get the mission plan from the staff? How can you hide it? Tsunade gritted his teeth. Don't think I don't know, that guy from the staff department is yours. Danzo shook his head. At the moment of the war, they are all Konoha people, why subdivide them? Tsunade approached. They are all Konoha people, so why did you take Uchiha Oya to die? Danzo asked rhetorically. It's normal for wartime missions to be very dangerous. Don't tell me everyone is going to die. After finishing speaking, he withdrew his smile and looked into Tsunade's eyes. It's you, Tsunade, who has come to lose his temper in front of this old man. Why? Because you are the person you care about, you can't carry out dangerous tasks. Is it a different you? For those who don't know, it's justifiable to die on the battlefield. Danzo spoke fiercely, but his doubts did not diminish in his heart. If Hitaki Sakumo came to question him, he would still understand. After all, there is a relationship between master and apprentice. But Tsunade? It seems like they just came along the way. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, angry to the point where he calmed down instead. She sneered, send a few children as bait, you are at ease. As for whether it was done on purpose, you and I know very well. Also, comparing other people's death with Uchiha's death. You know Yuyi's talent, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the teacher, including the entire ninja school. Just the ninjutsu he has developed now is enough to make Konoha's foundation a little deeper, and the future is even more promising. With your why compare ordinary people with him? Danzo looked at the aggressive Tsunade. His face was not looking good, and he said in a deep voice, Tsunade. Don't be so presumptuous just because of your status. He let out a breath, suppressed the shame and indignation in his heart of being persecuted by the younger generation, and continued, this is the overall situation. Everything needs to be carefully planned, and the two teams have their own missions. In Danzo's plan, both teams are indeed key. It is a good thing that the team approached by Sand Shinobi can succeed. But in case of failure, the decoy team can also make up for it. He used the channel to deliberately release some information to lure Rain Shinobi to deal with the bait. If there is a problem with the real team contacting Sand Shinobi, he can also take advantage of Rain Shinobi's attack on the bait and make a big fuss with Konoha's reputation. He will force Rain Shinobi village to bow down. Rain Shinobi village first attacked. Konoha's hats on, not even the hands of the salamander can handle it. As for Rain Shinobi village's defense, the news they got was deliberately released by Danzo. How can they justify it? And if the two teams are real and fake, they will succeed at the same time. Even better, you can oppress the Rain Country Daimyo and Rain Shinobi village at the same time. However, in the face of the menacing Tsunade, Danzo dared not tell the plan. Because the prerequisite for the decoy team to succeed is to be hunted down by Rain Shinobi village. 10 deaths and no life. So, who the hell can tell me what happened to Tsunade and that Uchiha kid on the way to the front? Danzo can't wait to wonder, after he targeted Uchiha Oya, did someone put Senju Nawaki in the team? What else is Tsunade so concerned about? Hearing this, Tsunade sneered, the overall situation? Tsunade, am really not someone who gives up the bottom line for the sake of the overall situation. What's more, is the overall situation Konoha's overall situation, or your overall situation? She stood up, her eyes were cold when she turned her head. Old man, you'd better pray every day, pray that Uchiha Oya will come back safe and sound this time, otherwise. Want to seize power at the front line? Want to be popular after the war? Want to climb out of your rotten roots? No, White Fang and I will always stare at you, making sure that you rot in the darkness until you die. Tsunade left with a face full of frost. Instruct the assistant who approached cautiously, call at least 10 teams who are good at perception and tracking, and go to the Snake Canyon to find people. Although Danzo didn't say it just now, Tsunade has already read the meaning. If you understand it, how dangerous the team will be as a bait. Snake Canyon. When the fog cleared, it was almost dusk. After the three of Yi left from the passage blasted by Watanabe, they encountered 3 interceptions intermittently. Royal Knight beheaded 6 Chunin and bruised 1 Jainin. At this time, each of the 3 had injuries, varying in severity. Hisashi rolled his eyes, and finally found a sufficiently hidden cave before dark. Kyo used what little chakra was left to seal the entrance of the cave with visual, tactile, olfactory, and auditory illusions, and set up illusion traps. The fire illuminates the entire cave, and there is an unknown depth of caves winding inwards. Hisashi looked at it with blank eyes and confirmed that there was no threat inside. As soon as he sat down, he felt tingling and nausea everywhere in his nose, eyes, stomach, and throat. Finally, with a wow, he fell to his knees and vomited all over the floor. Thmitting and spitting, the wow sound changed from retching to crying bitterly. At the end of crying, he took off his clothes abruptly, and threw the clothes stained with Watanabe's minced meat into the depths of the cave. He wiped away his tears, and said in a hoarse voice, "We will finish it, right? The task that Senior Watanabe didn't finish, we." No one responded to him. The healing jutsu of Yi is treating the wound. Pommel Kyo lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something. Hisashi couldn't understand, why don't you talk, why can you be indifferent? You. He just felt that the 2 people in front of him were even stranger than when he first saw them. Hisashi gritted his teeth, got up and took the mission scroll. You can rest assured. You can remain indifferent. But I can't do it. Even if I die, I will complete the mission for Senior Watanabe. The mission scroll unfolds. Hisashi's voice stopped abruptly. He was stunned in place, and suddenly got up. The blank scroll fell to the ground. He stood there for a long time as if he had lost his soul. Then he mumbled something to himself, and went to look through his ninja bag, Yuyi's ninja bag, and Kyo's ninja bag. No. 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 He staggered and ran in, and picked up the clothes that were stained with the minced meat of Senior Watanabe. After a long time, he came back with his clothes in a daze. His eyes were empty. No. Hisashi searched everywhere, but couldn't find the real quest scroll. His legs went limp and he fell limp to the ground. He recovered and looked at Uchiha Oya suspiciously. Hey, did you lose something? He looked at Uchiha Oya angrily. Did you already know that? He looked at Uchiha Oya for help. Did you know that we were abandoned? Hisashi didn't get the answer, but knew it. He knelt down on the ground in despair. The former family abandoned him. Caged bird overnight, woke up as a branch house slave. He left all his hatred to the Zone family. But he also entrusted all his sustenance to Konoha. The result was a roll of blank paper? Ah! He slumped on the ground. A death-like tone rose from the throat, and finally became a helpless cry. After some time, Hisashi woke up. He lay on the ground, only his eyeballs moved meaninglessly. Body aches, hunger, cold, indifference. If it weren't for the two teammates here, he suspected that he might have gone crazy. Tick, tick. At some point, a strange sound of dripping water sounded. Hisashi saw that Kuramakiya was gritting her teeth and dripping blood into her paint bucket. Uchiha Oya next to him didn't seem to hear, just closed his eyes. If his brows were not furrowed, maybe Hisashi thought he was asleep. What are you doing? Hisashi tore his sore and tingling vocal cords. His voice was like a mosquito. Fortunately, the cave was quiet, and when Kuramakiya heard it, he said indifferently, "Prepare the materials." Let Hisashi's thinking turn again. He stood up reluctantly. Is it an illusion trap? But is it useful? The average strength of that group of range shinobi, the number of that group of range shinobi, the fighting will of that group of range shinobi. To win, maybe only those well-known Jonin lead the team, and the players are all Jonin, right? Everyone in the current team is injured, not to mention winning, even escaping depends on whether the opponent gives them a chance to defeat them one by one. But obviously, range shinobi, who suffered a loss yesterday, will no longer underestimate them, and will not divide his troops easily. Perhaps, if they throw themselves away, they still have a chance to escape one or two. Hisashi was just about to speak. Pommel Horse Kyu said calmly, "No, do the illusion domain." Hisashi was startled, "That's not before you. What do you want to do?" Pommel Horse Kyu smiled coldly, "Of course an eye for an eye." An eye for an eye. Hisashi stood up in shock, "Are you kidding? There are so many of them and a few Jonin, how could we possibly beat them?" Pommel Kyu said contemptuously, "Oh, then you are really lucky, it just so happens that we didn't count you in." Hisashi was about to refute, but felt a pain in his eyes. But Uya opened his eyes and glanced over. There was lightning in his eyes, surrounded by a cool breeze, and he didn't know what he was studying. Then, Uya closed his eyes again, and while practicing the transformation of chakra's nature, he deduced it. Deduce the points that were lacking before. Deduce previously ignored points. Play How to Annihilate Range Shinobi. Chapter 34. Cough cough. In the empty cave, there was a suppressed coughing sound. Mia grabbed the ventilator beside her and took a deep breath to relieve the pain in her lungs. She glanced weakly at her companion resting in the cave. 3 days have passed since the last time Konoha's 3 little ghosts were tracked down. With the existence of Bun and gradually adapting to the rhythm of war, the 3 little devils became more and more difficult to catch. On the contrary, the fighting mood here is getting lower and lower. From the very beginning of receiving news of the ambush, to now, nearly 20 teams have died, and more than 20 people have been seriously injured and unable to participate in the battle. Only about half of the people are still looking for traces of each other in the vast canyon. To make matters worse, a confidential letter from the headquarters of Rain Shinobi Village. Konoha is putting pressure on it now. Master Hanzo doesn't know when he will come back from daimyo. What should we do next? Jonin Takagi asks Miyu for healing. The other 2 Jonins also looked over. The 4 people present are all the few elites in Rain Shinobi village. But unexpectedly, Lei Ting attacked, but was held back by the 3 children of Konoha, and even killed half of his teammates and subordinates. Before receiving the secret letter, they only had to execute their goals, track them down to death, and intercept intelligence. But now, Konoha exerted pressure, and the second path appeared. As long as you are willing to face, you can completely give up the mission. After all, this is in line with the outside world's perception of Zyokuo Ninja Village. Mei glanced at her companions with weak eyes, and read retreat from their faces. Her voice was hoarse, but her voice was powerful. Konoha just moves her mouth, and you all want to escape. If one day, they really move their hands, what about you? Put the knife on my neck, put it on Master Hanzang's neck, and dedicate it to Konoha. Jainin Takaji's face was red. We didn't. We just don't need to annoy Konoha at this time, not to mention that we can't find those little ghosts now, and we have suffered a lot. Mayu sneered and said, annoy Konoha? Invaded the border of the Land of Rain with the intention of colluding with Sand Shinobi, and we fought back, but we annoyed Konoha. Waiting for Jayamo to hang his head, Miyu continued, don't think of Konoha as a human being, it is a combination of interests. Its so-called angry is just to achieve their goals, and has nothing to do with what we have done or are going to do. Since they have started to annoy, then we should have no psychological burden, and we should continue to complete the task. She looked faintly, what are you afraid of sacrificing dozens of people? As long as the kid from the Uchiha family and that girl can solve them, let alone sacrifice dozens of companions, even hundreds. Even you and me. They are all earned. We can't stand it any longer and yet Yen comes out. The genius who killed Konoha's future may be the only contribution you and I have made to Rain Shinobi Village and Lord Hanzo in this life. Takaji lowered his head and clenched his fists. The other 2 also surged with blood. For the village. For Master Hanzo. After several days of heavy fog, it finally rained in Snake Canyon at night. In the dark, figures are like ghosts, moving through the rain. Rain Shinobi landed on the ground, observing the muddy bloodline in the mud puddle. People haven't gone far, keep chasing. This evening, Rain Shinobi finally caught the Konoha imp who was hunting. This time Rain Shinobi is more patient and cautious. Knowing that the opponent's methods are weird, but they are too young and have insufficient chakra, so they adopt the safest method, not putting the trapped beast in a desperate situation, but constantly using ninja tools to consume the opponent's chakra and physical strength. Track troops and keep a close distance. The rest of the troops cruised on 3 sides. Like a pack of wolves hunting, waiting for the prey to show signs of fatigue. The sound of pattering rain was extraordinarily noisy because of the high-speed movement. As one of the hunted objects, Hisashi leads the way with his white eyes. Be distracted from time to time, and divide your efforts to separate the hidden arrows from the darkness. His chakra was running out. Aren't you all right? Hisashi said with a trembling voice. These 2 people are crazy, really crazy. He racked his brains just thinking about his escape plan. They actually want to fight back. 3 days, just 3 days, no matter how talented they are, where can they practice? The plan mentioned later made him even more confused. Hisashi couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't figure out why he agreed to try it. Behind him, Yuya carried the weak pommel horse Chiyu into action. Pommel horse Kiyo kept dripping blood, which poured into the rain. From the perspective of the white eyes, the blood exudes a thick chakra. The double loss of chakra and blood made Kurama Kiyu's already fair skin look as pale as a dead person. Uneasy, they circled twice around the selected open area. Sensing the attack in the dark, the frequency became lower and lower until it disappeared completely. Yuya stopped. Huddled in Yuyi's arms, listening to the beating of the pommel horse Kiyu, opened his eyes and said weakly, "Are you here?" Yuya said softly, "It's here." The purpose of Rain Shinobi's attack to consume their chakra has been achieved. And their preparations are ready. Yuya looked at the bloodless Chiyu in her arms, clenched and then loosened her fists, loosened and clenched again. His eyes had been stabbed so many times that his pupil power seemed to reach a new height. But at this moment, his mind is all on Chiyu, and he has no time to worry about his eyes. Chiyu touched his cold face, struggled up, and smiled lightly, then it's time for me to move around. Yuya, my stage, don't steal the limelight. Yuyi's tone was solemn, follow the plan, don't force it. I'm behind. Chiyu raised her thin chin, of course, I don't want to see you and Mio happy alone. While the three stopped, the surrounding rain shinobi slowly approached. They kept chasing, without supplies, and even used up all the ninja tools today. In the rain, they scattered on the jagged rocks of the canyon. Rain shinobi Mayu stepped forward and continued to break down her fighting spirit with words, hand over the information, and you can live. Chiyu laughed silently, and threw the mission scroll over. Miu was a little surprised. After carefully confirming that there was no trap, she asked someone to open it. One blank scroll. Miu said coldly, it seems that at this time, you are still stubborn. Chiyu spread her hands, I want to say that the scroll is real, do you believe it? Miu sneered, it seems that only blood debts will be paid in blood. Chiyu heard something funny, ha 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 cough, cough cough, bah. Chiyu calmly spat out the vomited blood, raised her head and said with a smile, by the way, do you know what my blood tastes like? Miu didn't know why, and suddenly saw the blood vomited by Kurama Kyu, which evaporated and disappeared in the rain very quickly. She inexplicably thought of the battle that day, and had an ominous premonition in her heart. Everyone of Rain Shinobi, welcome to my hell. The weak pommel horse Kyu suddenly went mad. Snapped. She puts her hands together. Arms exposed at the side cuffs. On the arm, there is a strange bloodline pattern. No, don't let her move. Miu moved forward in panic, but it was already too late. Pommel horse Kyu's whole body was agitated with chakra, his clothes fluttered, and his long hair stood on end. The surrounding rain shinobi felt his heart beating violently, and in a trance, even his soul was timid. That was the pommel horse Chiyu's blood was agitating in his body after they had tasted it in the pursuit. Pommel horse Kyu's blood-stained arms swam towards her palms, squeezing. Finally, draw a bloody mural in the air. The murals are graffitied with ghosts and gods who don't know their faces. Blood oozed from the corner of Pommel Kyu's mouth, and he laughed wildly. Struggle to your heart's content in my hell. The field of soul perception is expanding. The Panic Root Prison. Chapter 35. The Panic Root Prison. Pommel horse Kyo clasped his palms together, pushing the invisible border forward. Most rain shinobi's soul throbbed and couldn't move for a while. Only the four Jainin blushed and performed ninjutsu before the illusion field covered them. Water-style water bomb. Water-style rain thousand bones. Small water cannons like bullets, and Qianben fired quickly. He went straight to Kyu, who was performing the illusion. However, the flames like a horse training at night, following the light of the sword, protected the pommel horse Kyu. Water style collided with the hot stream, and the water vapor filled the air. The shrill sound of birdsong came from the water vapor. At this moment, the illusion field descends. All, along with the four Jainin, fell into the realm of illusion. Someone screamed in panic. Someone scolded angrily. Some people caught and killed two by two. Judging from the outside world, the scene is weird with a touch of humor. Uchiha Oya jumped out of the water vapor. Raising his hand, he wiped the blood prepared by Kurama Kyu into his eyes. Entering the field of illusion, the world changes instantly. A heat wave is coming. The stench of sulfur and the strange smell of barbecue filled his mouth and nose. The world of illusion has turned into hell. The remaining water stains on the ground became magma pools. In the distorted vision, Rain Shinobi looks like a tortured ghost, as if seeing something extremely frightening, self-mutilating, or fighting each other in a disorderly hell. Occasionally, there was a shrill scream, and it was a ghost that fell into the broth and melted quickly. Uye ran in hell. The target, the 4 conscious Jainin. On the way, thunder light continued to flash across, taking advantage of the situation to reap human lives. When he approached the first Jainin who couldn't see his face clearly, the other party asked in surprise, "Master Hanzo." Suddenly frightened, "Who are you?" Then he pulled his hair in pain, "No. Illusion, fake, really don't come here." Jainin lost his mind, and instinctively sealed, water-style waves. A large stream of water emerged from the ground, but half of it was quickly evaporated. Uye opened his hand, and pulled him closer. But at this moment, a water line flew over. The plain water line cuts the ground. Miu clutched her chest, stood to the side, watching Uye and that Jainin vigilantly. She can't tell who is who now. In hell, it seems that everyone has become a ghost. But after experiencing the baptism of illusion last time, she quickly thought of the best solution: as long as she doesn't fight, she can't make a mistake. So Jainin can live, Chnin also has a chance. After all, the Konoha kid's chakra is limited. As long as the stalemate, as long as you hold on, until the end, you will win. The illusion in this range is weird and unheard of. But it also has the common problem of illusion, direct lethality. Although the lethality is greater than that of ordinary illusions, it is still not directly fatal. Even Chnin, most of them died at the hands of his teammates, not the illusion itself. What Jainin wants is to keep his heart and not give him a chance. However, she underestimated the horror that the pommel horse illusion can bring to first-timers. In her eyes, one of the ghosts attacked the surroundings indiscriminately in terror, with thick black smoke emitting from its body. What ninjutsu is this? Miu knew that everything in front of her was distorted, so she distanced herself cautiously. Tentative contact. After the thing entered her body, she realized that it was something she was all too familiar with. Hanzo-sama summoning the poisonous mist supplied to Jainin. Miu's eyes lit up. She found a way to identify her companions. But then, she bit her lip. She is confident to use the poisonous mist to remind the other Jainin to identify themselves. But for those Chnins who lost their minds, this trick is like adding fuel to the fire. Miu forced herself to comfort herself that these Chnins would have a hard time surviving when the Uchiha kid was staring at them until the illusion ended. But ending the life of his companion by himself is not something that can be at ease with a simple explanation. If I knew it earlier, it would be better to use human lives to pile it up from the beginning. Maybe there will be fewer people who died. Regret it now, it's too late. Miu gritted her teeth and became ruthless. With Chnin's life, Jainin will live. Ninja method, poison injection. Hand seals, mouth spitting purple mist. Purple mist deforms in the illusion field, and the state it presents sometimes turns into a breeze, and sometimes turns into black smoke. The screams in hell erupted one after another as the poisonous mist spread. Every familiar scream made Miu's heart tighten. The hatred for Konoha is even worse. The screams all around gradually diminished at some point. There were fewer and fewer ghosts still standing. The good news is that her poisonous mist did wake up the other 3 Jainin. The 3 of them vomited poisonous mist one after another, covering the surroundings. While avoiding someone's attack, his sanity gradually became clear. The illusion field was also unlocked at this time. It was already useless, there was no need to waste blood on the pommel horse. The 4 Jainin see the real world, and feel grateful to have returned from hell. However, the next moment, they saw nearly 30 Rain Shinobi Chnin lying dead in the canyon. Or a knife wound. Or burns. But more corpses, clutching their throats, their faces purple-white dyed from the poisonous fog. A team that is enough to support a battle, intercepted and killed 4 members of the Konoha team. Until now, only 4 people survived. Ha ha ha, Konoha! Konoha! Takagi laughed sadly, and roared with hatred, Kill them all. Bloody debts. Takaji's eyes were red, and he quickly formed a seal, ninja method dragon bullet. The tornado of poisonous mist rose from the field and turned into a purple mist dragon, rushing forward. After the poisonous mist left, Uye, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared. He is leaning on a knife, and the wind chakra around him forms a round shield. He has been hiding in the poisonous fog before, using the wind to shield the poisonous fog from invading. Seeing the poisonous dragon flying away, Uye turned around and swung his saber. Airflow vacuum slash. The wind-style advanced ninjutsu that is still under development. Uye only had time to practice this move in the past few days. The knife is like a moonlight, and there is a vacuum at the point where it hits. Under the air pressure, the wind rushing up and down turned into a wind wall, blocking the poisonous dragon. The poisonous mist was forced to turn, soaring into the sky. Two figures of Jainin hidden in the poisonous dragon suddenly attacked Kurama Kyobai Kunao. Hisashi was trembling all over, almost suffocating. The staggering pace couldn't keep up with the rhythm, so he simply rolled and crawled, blocking in front of the unconscious pommel horse Kyu. Ding! Kunao smashed Hisashi's forehead protector, revealing the green curse mark, caged bird. But the expected death did not come. He opened his eyes tremblingly, and found that the two range shinobi Jainin in front of him were also stunned, and their bodies were frozen in place, unable to move. They looked behind them from the corner of their eyes, and there seemed to be an invisible rope holding them. And at the end of the invisible rope, there is that Uchiha kid. What? Uye was leaning on a knife, his shoes were worn out, his feet were bleeding, and the blood was quickly taken away by the rain. Catch up! He panted, multi-traction technique, success. With the blessing of strange power, he doesn't have to worry about the enemy breaking free for a short time. Hereby! Hereby! The electric arc swam over him, reflecting the canyon light and dark. The four Jainin's hearts throbbed with the lightning. Miu, who was already insane, felt her body paralyzed by the electric arc, and suddenly panicked. What do you want to do? What else can you do? The electric light on Uye's body seemed to be breathing, and it became brighter and brighter. Like 1,000 birds, thousands of birds neigh. Above the night sky, the sound of thunder echoed. Uye leaned on a knife in his left hand, and held a thunderbolt in his right hand. Doing what? He raised his right hand, and the electric arc rushed to the thunder cloud. Let you all feel the thunder. Click! Thunder in the night sky struck Uye's palm. The violent electric snake spread from the hands to the whole body, from the whole body, along the chakra rope, to the four Jainin. When Kurama Kyo kills Chunin in the illusion field, Uye runs around in hell, just for this moment. Ugh! What? Lightning illuminates the canyon. Four range shinobi Jainin, convulsed by lightning. However, this is just the beginning. Cloudy with thunderstorms tonight. It's a great day to kill. Click! Click! The lightning in the night sky, led by Chidori, keeps falling to the mortal world. The frequency is getting faster and faster, and the lightning is getting faster and faster. At the center of the thunder and lightning, the electric light in Uye's hand also injected with the lightning and turned into a plasma ball. The berserk power made Uye use up all his strange power to keep it going. The four Jainin couldn't escape. Seeing that Uye was still accumulating lightning, they panicked and tried their best to use the Muji water style to lure away the thunder that was distributed to them. With a blank expression on his face, Uye slammed down the plasma ball. Thousand Bird Stream, introduced by Wan Li Heavenly Prison. Snapped. Plasma splashes. Chakra's body at the four ends of the rope exploded. Chapter 36. At this very moment, a bilateral meeting is taking place inside Rain Shinobi Village. The architecture of Rain Shinobi Village is very different from wooden styles. The tall and thick steel buildings are full of weird religious styles. On the top of the tallest building, there is a sculpture of an evil ghost sticking out its tongue. But the owner of the goblin sculpture, Hands of the Salamander, thinks Konoha's talent is really hideous. There are 2 people from Konoha on this trip, Konoha Senior Shimura Dans, and Tsunade Hime. The accompanying people were waiting outside the door, including those from Rain Shinobi village itself. Facing the 2 high-ranking Konohas, Hands of the Salamander can look down on them from the perspective of personal strength. However, thinking of Konoha behind the 2 of them, he could only sigh, and drew a line on the map. We can only pass through the plain, this is already the limit of our compromise. Regarding Konoha's borrowing, Hanzo and Rain Country Daimyo's initial caliber was very tough. But everyone knows in private that it will be a matter of time before they make concessions. It's just that when to bow your head, how much to bow your head, and how to avoid the loss of the Kingdom of Rain to the greatest extent, this needs to be considered. Hanzo took a deep look at the middle-aged man with black short hair. This junior named Shimura Dans is really difficult. This guy suddenly joined forces with Sand Shinobi to launch a small-scale battle with Rain Shinobi village. Rain Shinobi village has suffered a slight loss and is going to denounce it. Results: Danzo strikes first. Scolding Rain Shinobi village for no reason, he actually killed the famous Konoha genius Uchiha Oya and the descendants of the wealthy Hyuga clan. Konoha teamed up with Sand Shinobi to deal with Rain Shinobi village this time, just for retaliation. Hanzo backhanded a question mark, almost vomiting blood from anger. Tired of explaining, Hanzo had no choice but to communicate with the daimyo, and secretly negotiated, as long as Konoha can pay enough to make an unimportant path, it's not impossible. However, they were just about to let go. Danzo is here again. I don't know if they heard the wind, or spied on the information. Danzo didn't wait to start the negotiation, and backhanded sold Sand Shinobi who had jointly dealt with Rain Shinobi village before. My Konoha hit Rain Shinobi village, it was equal revenge. Rain Shinobi village deceived me. Konoha's wealthy junior, you Sand Shinobi, what kind of monsters, ghosts, want to get in? Do you want to take advantage of the fire? Do you want to break up the friendship between Konoha and Rain Shinobi village? Konoha expressed his disappointment with Tsunade. In order to resolve the misunderstanding with Rain Shinobi village, he decided to step up his offensive against Tsunade. Sand Shinobi called out, "Number 1 Ninja Village, really stinky and shameless. But the name Number 1 Ninja Village is good, and the ninja world speaks, and its reputation is guaranteed." And looking at the unfolding of the matter, Konoha highlighted a reasonable and well-founded. Sand Shinobi had yellow mud all over his pants, and no one listened to his explanation. Therefore, because of Konoha's speaking out of righteousness in the international arena, Rain Country and Rain Shinobi villages planned to sell Konoha at a good price with the excuse of the incident fell through. Now, it has become a free gift. Thinking of this, Hands of the Salamander and the daimyo of the Land of Rain sighed. In terms of shamelessness, a big country is still strong. Hands of the Salamander and daimyo of the Land of Rain can only pray for one thing right now. I pray that Konoha Misaka will not spread the flames of war beyond the plains. In this way, Rain Shinobi village can actually accept it, except for the loss of road money. Because Konoha first borrowed the excuse that he wanted to open the country to the world so that he could fight with Tsunade and Uegakure on 2 fronts at the same time. Now that the road is limited to the plains leading to the Land of Wind, then Konoha's division of troops is bound to be completely divided. The troops of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth are separated by half of the Land of Rain. Although Konoha claims to be the strongest, the 2 groups of soldiers and horses cannot communicate with each other, and the war may not necessarily end well. In this way, the more fierce the 3-way fight, the more stalemate. The Kingdom of Rain, which survives in the cracks, is happy to see its success. This thought, Hands of the Salamander murmured from the very beginning, praying that this Shimura Dans would ignore it. Fortunately, I don't know if it's because Shimura Dans didn't think of this aspect, or there are other reasons, so he nodded and agreed. Hands of the Salamander heaved a sigh of relief, his brain ached a bit. He's just a ninja known for his strength, not a politician. At this time, Tsunade, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Tsunade's slender fingers drew a meandering line on the map. There is no one around this place either, and Konoha borrowed it temporarily. The meeting of the three suddenly fell into silence. The line drawn by Tsunade is called Snake Canyon. As for why she wanted this line, the three knew it well. The core of the excuse incident is that the Konoha team was ambushed and hunted down by Rain Shinobi here, giving Konoha an excuse to attack. As a core event, it is actually not over yet. Hanzo originally thought that when Konoha came to him, he would make a fuss about it immediately. However, Danzo kept silent after entering the door, and remained silent when Tsunade pointed it out. Hanzo instinctively sensed something was wrong. In the past 2 days, Hanzo received news of the encirclement and suppression of the Konoha team one after another. From the mouths of the ninjas who had returned from previous injuries, and from the letters of the Genin, it was judged that only 2 of them were absolute geniuses in the new generation of Konoha. Hanzo naturally didn't want Konoha to rescue him easily, so he sent a lot of troops to confront Konoha's troops who were trying to sneak into the canyon. It now appears that it was Tsunade who sent someone to rescue him. And the guy Danzo. He kept saying that he was Konoha's dearest and most beloved junior, but in fact he threw it aside after he achieved his goal. Maybe, they are still looking forward to the death of those little ghosts in the canyon. Hanzo looked back and forth between Danzo and Tsunade, feeling secretly refreshed. It seems that Konoha is not a single iron bucket, and has a tendency to fight among itself. Tsunade stared at Hanzo, ready to be slaughtered. It's been almost 5 days, and it can't be delayed any longer. Hanzo pondered, trying to figure out what price to pay. At this moment, there was a hasty knock on the door outside. Hanzo frowned. Rain Shinobi outside the door is under orders and will not be disturbed easily. Unless, something urgent happens. When the door opened, the travel-worn ninja faltered and said, "Master Hanzo, yes, I have information." Hanzo was secretly displeased, and looked at Danzo and Tsunade, the 2 of Konoha. Rain Shinobi village is busy with internal affairs, and the discussion here is over today. Seeing that Tsunade had no intention of leaving, he simply snorted and took Rain Shinobi away first. After going to his private room, the subordinates reported the information they had just detected. The more Hanzo listened, the more confused he became. 4 Genin, dozens of Chunin, not a few brats caught. And, all destroyed. Are you sure it's not someone who released the fake news? Go away. Let me explore again. After Rain Shinobi left, Hanzo couldn't sit still and paced back and forth in the room. Rain Shinobi village has a small family and a small business, and the troops led by them are the backbone of nearly 1/5 of the entire Rain Shinobi village. Deal with just 4 Konoha shinobi, 1 trash chunin, and 3 imps. No matter how you look at it, it is absolutely crushing in terms of quality and quantity. This FG can also lose? Or FG wipe out? Ha 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 ha. This can also win. The next day, in the hotel, Tsunade, who just got the news, almost died laughing. Originally, she was so preoccupied because of Hanzo's procrastination, but now she looks cute when she sees Rain Shinobi, who is in charge of surveillance outside. The stone that had been hanging in my heart for several days finally fell to the ground. Yi guy. Tsunade sighed with a smile, and shook his head. I thought I had looked up to him enough before, but I still underestimated him. With 4 Janins and dozens of good Chnins, if Tsunade leads a team of Janins, he would dare to wipe out the opponent. Leading the Chnin team, they were able to escape smoothly. But now there are only 3 of you yet, and they broke the situation that even she found difficult. If Jiraiya hadn't sent the information, Tsunade couldn't believe it. Jiraiya is also in a good mood, just because you praised Uchiha Oya, I think the girl from the Kurama family is also pretty good. Tsunade thought of Chiyu's way of scratching 53, and said angrily, that's right, it's also from you yet. Jiraiya was just joking, and said with a smile, now they are famous, and the ghost girl of the Kurama family has been recognized by the demigod of the ninja world. This is not a low salary. Tsunade raised his eyebrows. Hanzo plays this trick of giving fame to younger generations and indirectly raising his own value? You are really old. Ghost girl, she's a bit vulgar, but she's a good match for that girl Chiyu. She asked curiously, where is you yet? What's your name? Jiraiya rubbed her chin, it's called Uchiha Genius. Tsunade tried to substitute Hanzo, thought for a while, and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, if it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to think of a suitable name. This brat knows a lot of things and has a variety of styles. Except for genius, he really can't find the words to summarize. Laughing, Tsunade thought about what to do next. Spread the story of Rain Shinobi Janin's army that was wiped out at night. It's best to make it known to everyone. At that time, let's see what kind of face Rain Shinobi village has. Continue to hide it and prevent us from finding people. But secretly, they definitely don't want to see you yet and the others come back alive. Send more people, don't worry about Rain Shinobi. That brat is now Konoha's hero, and we can make our battle bigger based on emotion and reason. I just don't know if this kid is seriously injured now, or if he hit it well. Chapter 37. The outer edge of the more foggy Serpentine Canyon. Hyuga Hisashi pulled the found abandoned cart and moved forward slowly like a diligent old cow. The sticky mist and sticky sweat made the clothes stick to the skin. Hisashi gasped for breath, still feeling tight in his chest. Turning back several times, looking at the two resting on the scooter, he hesitated to speak. Although last night's fight, one was anemic and one chakra was overconsumed. But, before finding the cart, everyone obviously retreated on foot. Why did they all suddenly lie down after finding a means of transportation? Hisashi squinted his eyes, let the sweat leave his brows faster, don't get lost in his eyes. Forget it, it seems that there is not much I can do. Be a coolie. But he was also curious, what would it be like if the cousin was not under house arrest, but teamed up with these two people? Can she do more, cooperate better, and pull a cart? Hisashi didn't think about it for a while, watching with blank eyes whether there was a suitable foothold. Looking all the way to the present, it is full of dilapidation. The bad economy and the pressure of the war caused many hungry people to appear in the land of rain, some of them fled the famine, and some simply stayed put and became robbers. He doesn't know what the urban environment is like, but in this remote place, Hisashi has seen 2 groups of fleeing famines and 3 groups of robbers from afar. Hisashi avoided it, and continued to pull the cart like an old cow, disappearing into the mist. Pommelkyo was lying on the rickety cart, her eyes glazed over. Ever since the battle ended, she had realized that something was wrong with her. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, tricking Yuya to sleep first, staring blankly at the foggy sky, resisting sleep. The cool wind blows in the morning, bringing whispers again. Ihiji ancient clay. Pommel horse Kihu tensed up all over. Here it is again, that strange sound. Originally, she thought someone was playing tricks nearby. After not finding it, it was suspected to be a sequela of illusion. But in the end she was sure that the voice came from within her body. Chiyu vaguely guessed something, but couldn't remember clearly. She, who had lost too much blood and consumed too much chakra, recalled the memories, and her eyelids became heavier. In a daze, childhood memories began to become clear. Monster, someone in the family called her that when she was a child. Chiyu asked her parents in a daze, but she didn't get an answer. Afterwards, no one mentioned that word face to face. Chiyu gradually didn't take it seriously anymore. Later, she made her mark at ninja school. Regardless of the outside world or the family, it is confirmed that the Kurama family has a tradition of genius every few generations, and it falls on her. No child can resist the temptation, and joy, of being called a genius. But when Chiyu returned home happily with her grades, she was outside the door and heard the word monster faintly coming from home again. She pushed open the door and saw the surprised and terrified eyes of her parents, patriarch, and other elders. Later, she moved. It was the patriarch's suggestion, in order to allow the genius to have a more comfortable living environment, their family moved to the foot of the most remote mountain in the family. Chiyu is just young, not stupid. She was sad about it for a while, but later found out that it wasn't a big deal. A family is nothing more than a group of people with the same surname, and the blood relationship is not known how many generations apart. If you don't communicate, you won't communicate. Anyway, listening to Yu Yi's storytelling is more fun. It wasn't until Yu Ye suddenly shut himself down and Chiyu collected ancient family books everywhere that he knew what happened. The reason seemed ridiculous to her at the time. Because there is a legend in the family. Every genius of the Kurama family has a monster in his heart. They tend to go berserk because they lose control and die young. Kyo wanted to laugh, she would understand if people can be jinkraki. Sealing technique. But in such a nihilistic concept of inner heart, can monsters still live? Shuo potion is probably just the demon in Yu Yi's story. But after using the forbidden soul hallucination, Kurama Kyo discovered this story turned out to be true. In the depths of consciousness, there is boundless darkness. She was in the sky, falling into the abyss of consciousness. At the end of the abyss, a friendly whisper came. Ihiji ancient clay. Ihiji ancient clay. The lingering whisper, the tone is friendly, but full of all the malice that Kurama Kyo can imagine. Ihiji ancient clay. Yehezi ancient clay? Who is it calling? Who is calling me? Pommel Kyo slowly woke up. Endless malice embraced from the abyss of consciousness. Maliciously restrained her, she fell quickly. Pommel Kyo felt the fear from the depths of her soul and almost collapsed. She gritted her teeth and glanced back. In the depths of the boundless darkness, a woman whose face could not be seen had a smile on her lips and opened her arms to her. It seems to be welcoming, but also seems to want to rub her into the body, making the two into one. Ihiji ancient clay. The name naturally flashed in Kurama Kyo's mind. This guy is the monster living in her heart? She couldn't help but think of developing new techniques with Yu Ye a few days ago, and an inexplicable thought flashed through her mind. She has never been so inspired, it seems that she naturally thought of the field of soul perception, and naturally thought of the panic root prison. Now it seems that this monster is just instigating. Kyo opened the border of panic, and also awakened a Yehezi Gunny from it. She watched herself getting closer and closer to the monster, and couldn't help but think of the legend of the family's predecessors running away and dying young. So they were also like this back then. On the way forward, they awakened the monsters in their hearts, were swallowed, and merged. Kurama Kyo really wanted to be like the real protagonist in the storybook, the real genius, who could drive away the evil spirits with just a sip. However, the reality is cruel. Not to mention drinking back, the fear that came from the instinct of the soul made it difficult for her to maintain her sobriety. Just when the woman who didn't know how many feet tall was about to close her arms, she froze. She was shaking. Kurama Kyo even saw fear from Ihezi Gunny's face. She who spread fear actually felt fear herself? Kyo? Wake up! Yu Yi's familiar voice came from above. Beside the pommel horse Kyo, the darkness dissipated instantly. Ihezi Gunny seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and unwillingly retreated into the abyss to disappear. Pommel Kyo looked up. I saw a scarlet 9-go jade full moon hanging high above the consciousness. Kyo, Kyo. Kurama Kyo heard Yu Yi's flustered voice, and her consciousness gradually rose. Opening his eyes again, he was greeted by Uchiha's blood-red Sharingan. Are you okay? What happened just now? Yu Ye felt Chiyu's heart beating again, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. During the rest, Yu Ye checked with medical ninjutsu. The two of them are just over-consuming, and it's good to rest. But Uya woke up from a dream just now, and suddenly found that Chiyu's body was cold, like a corpse, and even her heartbeat disappeared. After a long absence, he once again thought of the panic of losing his family. Fortunately, it now looks like a false alarm. Kurama Kiyu didn't have the awareness that she almost died just now, and raised her hand with a playful smile, stroking Yuyi's eyebrows. Yuyi's eyes are so beautiful. Uchiha Yuyi grabbed her hand and was about to ask about what happened just now, but later realized that his eyes had changed. Pupil power skyrocketed a lot. And, it seems to have evolved? Chapter 38. Eyes seem to have evolved? But... Yuya raised his hand and Wien released the water mirror. Look into your own eyes in the water mirror. He thought to himself, something went wrong. Stealing the pupil power of Juguya Yuyu made his eyes mutated. Like now. It is clear that the power of the pupils has skyrocketed, but there is only one Guya left in the Sharingan? And many more. Yuya looked carefully and found the problem. In his eye, there is a normal one-hooked jade. But deep in the pupils of the eyes, there is a pattern of three-hooked jade connected end to end. This is, the three-hooked jades from before? Yuya tried to feel the new power. The previous dynamic observation, body technique copying, and ninjutsu copying are still there and have been strengthened. In addition, the extra power is a bit strange. Yuya could clearly see her movements and demeanor. It's like using a normal Sharingan to observe other people's information. According to this calculation, the first three hooks are based on other people. The last three look at yourself. The fourth one is to observe your own dynamics. It seems normal, but it can correct many deficiencies in combat. If the fifth and sixth are carried out according to this rule, then the usefulness will be considered great. The fifth can greatly improve physical ability. The sixth can greatly improve ninjutsu skills and development. It is unknown what will happen next. Yuya took a closer look at his original three miniature hook jades, and the connected shape was normally connected end to end, with a blank space in the middle. Judging from the characteristics of Guyu's change in shape, it represents the change in ability. If their form changes to form patterns, will new abilities similar to Manjiki be born? If not, then how to evolve Manjiki later? Guyu of different layers are connected inside and outside? There is no precedent, it is really difficult to calculate. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and asked with concern, Chiyu, what happened to you just now? Although he has never been deeply involved in the field of medical ninjutsu, he has learned a lot of medical ninjutsu, and he still has a basic understanding. Chiyu's sudden cardiac arrest was not unusual. Pommel Kiho pulled Yuya to lie down again, looked at him with his arms on his head, and told him all the things he had heard in childhood. She didn't force herself to say that she had to bear it by herself, and what happened after it was resolved. Helping each other in difficulties is the way of companions, or family members. Yuya listened patiently, slightly moved. He really didn't know that when Kiho was a child, she had a fight with her family, but at that time she felt that this little girl was really clingy, like a follower. Gradually, when Chiyu talked about the legend of the genius and monsters of the Kurama family, Yuyi's expression gradually became serious. Kurama, monster, these two words reminded him of the anime version of Kurama Yakumo. The unborn genius girl from the Kurama family is also good at manipulating the five senses, but because illusion can affect reality, she focuses more on using illusion as an alternative ninjutsu. Pommel Horse Kyu, the influence of illusions on reality is not so strong, she focuses more on strengthening the appeal of illusions and enhancing the weirdness of illusions themselves. And in that Pommel Horse Yakumo's heart, there lived a monster named Ito. Proficient in poisonous gas and fire. Later, with the help of Naruto and Hong, it was successfully broken. Yuya originally thought it was Kurama Yakumo's personal matter, but it turned out to be the tradition of the geniuses of the Kurama family. However, since the monsters in the original book can be killed, it means that they are not unsolvable. The biggest problem now is the monster's strength. Can people's soul instinctively fear, as well as strong negative emotions? Uye asked uncertainly, "What's your name?" According to Chiyu's description, this monster is not in the same order of magnitude as Ito in Kurama Yakumo's body. From what Ito said, he looked more like a normal monster in hell. And according to Chiyu's description of the one in the body, it is more like a big boss level. It's just that I don't know how strong it is. Ihiji ancient clay. Chiyu rolled her eyes, this name is really a mouthful. If it wasn't for being whispered every day from yesterday to now, it would be difficult for her to read it. Ihiji ancient clay. Yuya raised her head to retrieve her memory. Ancient books he had read? No relevant records have been heard. In the memory of the previous life? In his previous life, he went to school, went to work, and surfed the internet. He had never heard of such a weird name. I can remember Ianaki's strange name, or because of the anime. It seems that you will have to work harder to practice in the future, Hunju. If you can use it, don't use it. Yuya couldn't find the source of the name taboo, but after reading a lot of ancient books, he still knew something about similar records of inner demons. The easiest way for this kind of existence that wants to get out of the heart and replace its personality is to cut off any connection. Soul illusion seems to have a strong effect and a stronger development prospect, but Chiyu is not alone. Pommel horse Kyo lay on his side and looked at him, touching Yu Yi's eyes, nose, and hair dishonestly with his hands, which seemed very interesting. As for Yu Yi's words, she rarely intended to obey them. Because she knew best that the person Ayahezi Gunny feared the most was lying beside her. Chiyu will always remember how terrified Ayahezi Gunny was when he saw the Scarlet Nine-Go Jade Moon. As for the Moon of Juguyu, what is it? Yuya didn't say anything, which meant that he didn't need to know, or he didn't even know. So she didn't ask. Hyuga Hisashi was diligently pulling the cart, and the conversation between the other two could be heard from time to time. He who felt dizzy and dry mouth before suddenly felt that these were no longer a problem. Sour, it is very refreshing. But now, he is very sour. It can only be relieved by focusing on the distance and finding a foothold. The fog gradually dissipated in the afternoon, and more people could be seen along the way. Yuya and Kurama Kyo recovered a bit, and after discarding the cart, Suinren exchanged some rations for 3 sets of clothes from the land of rain. The 3 of them walked, seeing more and more people fleeing famine, they gradually lost the mood to speak. The 3 grew up in Konoha, and Yuya had lived a normal life in his previous life, and had never really seen the bottom layer in the true sense. Because of the impact of the war, or because there was no harvest this year, or because they could not repay the food debt owed last year, they all left towns and villages and left their hometowns. They became black households, and there were so many of them that they couldn't find jobs, food, or escape arrest. Hunger and cold, like a walking dead. After walking a certain distance, someone fell down. Or someone suddenly looked ferocious, turned into a bandit, and stretched out his hand to the fleeing fellows. Yuya looked at the rainy sky and sighed slightly. The country of rain, just because of this weird climate, if nothing happens, it will always be poor. I'll go see the situation. Yuya disappeared for 10 minutes before returning. Sharingan's illusion can easily get news from the fugitives. However, they don't know much about the latest war situation. They only know that Konoha united with Sand Shinobi and fought a battle with Rain Shinobi village not long ago. Fortunately, Yuya just wanted to ask for directions. After confirming the current approximate location, the 3 of them prepared to find a remote place to hide. It was night. With Bai Yan's help, the 3 of them found a half-collapsed temple in the barren hills. There are very few escapees here, so it is convenient to hide their whereabouts. In front of the temple, the tired Hisashi opened his eyes to observe again, frowned, there are people inside. But he didn't need to remind him of this distance, the Sharingan of Yuyi had already seen it. Behind the dim gate of the ruined temple, there was a thin little girl crouching and hiding. The rare light blue-purple short hair is clearly visible through the crack of the door. Chapter 39. The little girl prayed not to be found, but it didn't work. Uye and the others still entered the ruined temple. After the temple collapsed, only this small room remained. But with only half of the ceiling and 3.5 walls left, shelter is barely enough. In this environment, the little girl has nowhere to hide. After the three of them entered, their gazes naturally fell on her. The girl is 4 or 5 years old, with short light blue-purple hair, delicate face, and fair skin. The clothes are plain, but more decent than ordinary deserters. It's not like he was born in a family of hardship all the year round, but Bai Yan didn't find anyone else nearby. Maybe he was homeless due to a sudden change in his family. The gaze of the stranger made the little girl sting. She trembled, holding a sharpened stone tightly in her hand, biting her lip, trying not to look timid. However, Uye and the others just made sure that they were not pretending, and they went to the other corner to light a fire and rest. A warm fire that dispels cold and damp. Uye occasionally glanced at the little girl from the corner of her eye, frowning slightly. There is a difference between anime and real people. But Uye has long been used to this difference, so after seeing the little girl's inexplicable familiarity. Land of rain, lost family, homeless since childhood, short light blue and purple hair, it fits the little girl in front of me very well. The angel of the original Akatsuki organization, Konan? Calculate the age. If it is her, she has not met the other 2 boys in this period. Yuyi-kun. Pommel-kyo waved the grilled snake meat in front of his eyes with contemptuous eyes. Others can't find it, but she can tell what Yuyi's thoughts are at a glance. Is this guy a hidden lolicon? Yuye obviously knew what Chi-Yu was thinking, so she rolled her eyes without explaining. The snake in my hand was hunted on the road. Ordinary people in troubled times are powerless, but ninjas are not ordinary people. Even if they are injured now. The 3 of them ate a bit, and Hisashi, an old cow who had consumed a lot of energy and chakra, lay down and lay down. Uye and Chi-Yu rested long enough, and now they don't feel sleepy. As for the little girl suspected of Konan, Uye was just guessing curiously, and didn't intend to take the initiative to contact. If it is really Konan, her future destiny is to continue wandering until she meets Nagato and Yahiko. After supporting each other, they were accepted as disciples by Jiraiya at the end of the war. Afterwards, he ran for peace and participated in the establishment of Xiao organization. After a series of encounters, he successfully became the organization that threatened world peace the most. Uye was calculating before. Is it worthwhile to change the point of Konan? The benefit is to make a small contribution to world peace? Or multiple allies outside Konoha? These are uncertain. The price is also uncertain. If the fate is firm enough, let Konan meet Nagato and Yahiko, there is a chance to be noticed by the hidden Uchiha Madara. Let it go. Konan was nervous for a long time, but he didn't see any abnormal movements from those 3 people. After heaving a sigh of relief, he found that his hand holding the stone dagger had lost all strength. She bent her legs and supported her hands with her knees, not daring to show timidity. His eyes glanced at the pile of flames and the grilled snake meat on the flames from time to time. But in the end, she stubbornly avoided her eyes and hugged her knees to prevent others from seeing her swallowing involuntarily. From time to time there was a crackling sound from the bonfire. Konan's eyes reflected the fire, and he saw that night again in a daze. Just 3 days ago, she lost her home. Father and mother died in the surprise attack of Konoha and Tsunagakure. As a family member of a ninja, Konan was not taken in by Rain Shinobi village, and he woke up overnight with his family left empty. Even the qualifications for residence were deprived. It's ridiculous that I still don't know who wrote it and which ninja did it. The prestige of the demigod hands of the salamander is very high, but it is too far away from ordinary ninjas to shine. The quality of ninjas in Rain Shinobi village is inherently mixed, and there is nowhere to go for theories. After that night, Konan wandered. Follow the fleeing ninja family, follow the deserters. In just a few days, robbery, food snatching, and abduction were all seen almost everywhere. Later, I simply stayed away from the crowd and settled here. I didn't expect someone to come before I fell asleep. Konan wanted to go, but it was raining harder and harder outside, and she didn't know where else to go. She was wary of outsiders, and she didn't know how long it took before the door was pushed open again. In the dark of night, more than a dozen people rushed in. The scrutiny made Konan curl up again. Then, the group of people divided into 3 groups and sat down. Some people looked at the 3 little ghosts who had already turned off the ignition and rested with their eyes closed, and some people glanced at Konan from time to time. Someone built a bonfire and huddled together to keep warm. The muttering and complaining became louder and louder. Some people wept silently, while others talked endlessly about their bad lives. Go-Ari's kingdom of fire disturbs people's peace. Oh, our name is not a good thing. If it is not for the tax increase this year, we will not be able to live on. Now it's rumored that Konoha has hit our house, and I don't know if Rain Shinobi village will make a move. What a fart, don't look at Konoha as a thing, but the strength is indeed there. In my opinion, this country of rain is coming to an end. Why didn't I realize that Konoha was so cruel before? Fortunately, my father used to go to Konoha to entrust tasks. Now, they have caused me to lose my home. Konan bowed his head silently when he heard this. The common hatred made her relax her previous guard. When everyone gradually stopped, a hand appeared in front of Konan. Little girl, Mom and Dad haven't come back for so long? Let's have some food first. The man handed over half a piece of oily bread. Konan swallowed and refused, I'm not hungry. The man was not reluctant, sat next to her, and sighed, hey, they are all hard-working people. Don't look at me now, I used to be from Rain Shinobi village, but it's a pity that I didn't become a ninja, and I couldn't do it for the dead friends. Revenge. Hearing Rain Shinobi village, Konan looked up at this person. The man handed over the oil pancake in his hand, and said with clear eyes, okay, don't refuse, and don't let people find out. Eat it, eat enough, and living is the best reward for your parents. The young Konan didn't make it, clutching the pancake and whimpering. The man kept smiling and waited patiently. In the corner on the other side, the 3 of Uya silently watched the group of escapees. Even Hisashi woke up when they entered the door. Vigilance is a required course for ninjas. Hearing the group denounce Konoha, Hisashi clenched his fists and finally sighed suddenly. After this mission, there seemed to be a rift between him and Konoha. After a long silence, the 3 noticed that one of the escapees got up quietly, watching his back in the dark. As a result, he saw the scene in front of him. Seeing the little girl slowly eating the pancake, Kurama Kiyu tugged at Yuyi's sleeve, signaling that there was something wrong with this person. How did Yuya not know? After the man entered the door, he often aimed at the little girl. When denouncing with others, I used different statements several times to test, and then observed the little girl's expression. It's a standard charlatan method. From the clothes, skin, and temperament of the girl, it can be seen that she is not the lowest level of civilians. Then use words to inadvertently confirm that the other party is from Rain Shinobi village, confirm that the other party's parents are not around, and then win sympathy. A little girl of 4 or 5 years old, no matter how vigilant she is still a child. It's not that hard to cheat. Such a person, now offering precious food on his own initiative, will naturally not be a serious food. Yuya watched quietly, thinking. Assuming the girl is Konan. He couldn't be sure that the scene in front of him was brought about by the flapping of his butterfly wings. Or she herself had this experience, but it was a scene of her tragic childhood. Chiyu didn't know what was going on in Yuyi's mind, and seeing that he didn't respond, she closed her eyes and rested. They are not saints, and similar scenes have been seen on the road. They will not risk their identities to act for the civilians of the enemy country. Chi Yu reminded her only because she saw that Uye was secretly paying attention to that girl. So whether to care or not, it is Uye who makes the decision. Chapter 40. On the bumpy road, Konan woke up in a daze. The heavy rain hit me, it was cold and painful. The sound of rapid breathing next to her ear woke her up. She endured her headache and observed her situation. Someone carried her and ran in the rain. That short-lived corner where I can hide myself is no longer known how far away. Konan thought of the last meal, which was dirty, and thought it was the most delicious food in his life. On the dull face, the teardrops lost control, in tune with the torrential rain. The result is still a liar. Konan has encountered it twice, when she realized something was wrong and ran away early, when she struggled and bit someone and ran away. But now, she wanted to struggle, but her body couldn't lift the strength. Even, she almost gave up struggling in her heart. The sound of breathing in the ears, rapid, tired. Konan felt himself being jolted hard. The man said anxiously to himself, "Haven't woken up yet? He won't die, right?" The man stopped in a panic, ready to put the goods down to have a look. Konan subconsciously felt that the opportunity had come, and wanted to bite the hand that supported her, but his mind moved, but his body didn't respond. The man frowned, looked at Konan's pale face, and put his hand on her forehead. "Grass. I'm sick at this time, are you playing with me? Human life is worthless in troubled times. If you get sick again at this time, should people buy it or not? You have to spend money to buy it, or bet on whether you can survive it." The more the man thought about it, the more irritable he was. He grabbed Konan's hair and let her walk unsteadily, being pulled by the scalp to stop. "Grass. Wake me up. Wake up. Don't be sick, do you hear me?" Konan dangled from his hair, unable to answer. Seeing this, the man became more annoyed and raised his hand. Snapped. Snapped. 2 heavy slaps down. Seeing that the girl's face no longer looked so pale, but became rosy. The man nodded in satisfaction. Konan was groggy, and I don't know how long it has been. She felt herself being let down, and the man seemed to realize that she had lost the strength to escape. He turned his back to Konan, bent over to a low figure under the eaves, and said flatteringly, "Don't worry, this child is healthy, look at his face. It's still pink and tender, beautiful, and the embryo of a beauty. Besides, he was born in Rain Shinobi village, so he may have the qualifications to become a ninja. No matter what direction you invest in, you will definitely make a profit. Hey! The price is only for 2 people, it's very cheap." Konan listened to his own price in a daze, huddled under the protection of rain and mud, unable to cry. However, at this time, the scene in the simple thatched cottage attracted her. With her short eyesight, she could just see the half-covered interior of the house. In the house, there are several people lying down. The black viscous liquid in the night spread out to the man's feet, but he didn't notice it at all because he was bargaining. Konan realized something, and subconsciously looked at the figure of the buyer who was not tall. His dazed eyes met a pair of scarlet jade eyes across the rain curtain. Bewitching, evil, and charming, but with gentle eyes. Konan stared blankly at those eyes, and the owner of those eyes not long ago, the first person who walked into her ruined temple. It really can't be less, it's so dangerous outside now, I just earn a hard time. The trafficker's words stopped abruptly as the buyer raised his head. His body trembled, and then he walked into the thatched cottage silently and closed the door. Soon, the pool of black and red blood injected new vitality and flowed into the rain mud along the stone steps. Konan looked at the dirty blood, which was washed away by the heavy rain, feeling indescribable in his heart. Until the rain that fell on her body disappeared, she looked up and saw the owner of those eyes looking down at her. There was a faint blue wave around him, blocking the rain. Seeing that he was about to leave, Konan stood up staggeringly holding on to the mud, gritted his teeth and followed behind. However, his already weak body, under the condition of severe fever, only took 2 steps, his eyes darkened, and he fell to the ground as if top-heavy. The torrential rain is like a bet, and you can't break into the realm of empty escape. Uye looked ahead, but out of the corner of his eye, 2 short arms swayed with his steps. The little girl behind has passed out. Fire style took the dampness off her body and clothes. The medical ninjutsu is active, temporarily stabilizing the body temperature. These are minor issues. What Uye was thinking about was how to deal with her in the future. When they first met, Uye had balanced the pros and cons of being in contact with her. The conclusion is that the advantages and disadvantages are not bad. Later, the weight that broke this balance was the life-saving grace. If she's Konan, plant a seed in her heart. With the grace of life-saving and natural closeness, the chances of being moved by actions and words will be greatly increased. If not, you can also use illusion to exert a subtle influence on this basis. As long as he achieves his expected goal, saving people this time is worth it. And if she's not Konan, then, let her become Konan. Become an ally of the future self outside Konoha. Become an time bomb planted in the future Xia organization. Become a reverse surveillance. An unconscious whine came from behind in his sleep. Konan twisted his body to find a more comfortable angle, and those thin arms dangling on Yuyi's shoulders tightly wrapped around his neck. Yuyi's train of thought was interrupted and he sighed. Anyway, probably, these are the reasons. When they returned to the ruined temple, Kyu and Hisashi were already waiting outside. There are other people resting here, and there is a risk of exposure if they continue to stay. Now that they are resting, they can switch positions. Pommel horse Kyu crossed his arms, squinted at Uye, and glanced at the sleeping little girl behind him from time to time. Geez, man! I think that when Mio was bullied and cried by her classmates at the beginning of school, this guy carried her home like this. Afterwards, Mio became her biggest rival. Otherwise, how could Mio's soft temperament have the courage and confidence to compete with her for a man? I have a cold face and a kind heart, Yuyi big brother who has never forgotten my original intention. Where are we going now? Kurama Kyu teased. To the east, there are towns more than 30 miles away. Uye said indifferently, based on his understanding of Kyu, anyone who shows other expressions at this time will inevitably be teased by her. The source of the news is the group of dealers in the thatched cottage. They are all from Dongbo town and work for the powerful and merchants. Dongbo town, Rain Shinobi village, and where they are now, just outline a triangle, of which Rain Shinobi village is in the southeast corner. Misty town, where Konoha is stationed, is farther in the southeast corner. Now they don't know how many Rain Shinobi are secretly coveting behind them, and the safest way is to go back through Dongbo town. Relatively rich cities can also obtain a lot of information. Uye and Chiyu recovered quickly, and the benefits of medical ninjutsu were reflected when they were out of battle. 2 days later, all 3 of them recovered from their injuries. Chakra is also recovering more or less. For the past 2 days, the 4 of them lived in Dongbo town, and Hisashi went around looking for news. On Yuyi's side, he really couldn't leave. After Konan woke up, it seemed that because of the previous incident, he felt extremely insecure. Wherever he went, Konan followed him. He is really not good at raising children now, but fortunately, Chiyu has a carefree temper, can get along with anyone, and takes over the heavy responsibility. Chiyu succeeded in gaining Konan's favor by relying on the stories Uye told her and Mio when she was a child. Hisashi is diligent, bringing news back every night. Konoha and Sand Shinobi are already fighting in the west. I haven't heard anything from Rock Shinobi. Also, your names. Hisashi looked depressed. He didn't have a name, but the battle in other people's mouths has evolved into Mu Yetian talent duo wiped out all Rain Shinobi. Even others told me it was gone. Although he has no part in the fight, but Bai Yan's credit, when did Bai Yan's sense of presence become so low? Ha 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 ha. Pommel Kyo laughed out loud. She could accept the title of Ghost Girl, but the title of Uye. She could almost imagine the appearance of hands of the salamander who nicknamed people for the sake of face, but couldn't hold back for a long time. Uye had no special feeling, analyzing the scattered information. Judging from the success of Konoha's borrowing, Rain Shinobi Village and Konoha have reached a temporary consensus. If so, their situation would be much easier. Rain Shinobi Village will definitely not come to them with great fanfare at this time, at most it will be done quietly, and they have to worry about things being discovered by Konoha. Otherwise, with Konoha's fangs showing now, if they are found chasing and killing them, Konoha will definitely use this to make a fuss and bleed Rain Shinobi Village. So. He glanced out the window at Konan who was crouching on the ground making paper. It's almost time to deal with her problems. Konan folded the paper into various small animals, looked up from time to time to look for Yu Yi's figure, and checked if he was still nearby. Seeing Yu Ye, she shyly hid the 1,000 paper cranes behind her back. Chapter 41. As the main grain-producing area of the Land of Rain, Dongbo Town is not as lively as it was in a state of war. The weather here is not like other places covered with rain all the year round. Geographically, caravans traveling between the country of rain and the country of grass, and even the caravans of the country of Sichuan have settled here. The town is rarely prosperous, and the streets can see to many novelties. Hey! Little angel, isn't he pretty? Kurama Kyo played with the gadgets he picked from the street, teasing Konan, and this fireworks, but Hanabi that can emit blue and purple. At night, it will explode with a bang, it's so beautiful. During the few days of being together, Chi-Yu has already figured out the child's preferences. He likes to fold various patterns of paper, and fireworks that all children love. Kyo buys a lot, and at the same time, she really got rid of the addiction that she said before that she wanted to go around the world. So far, it seems that I am having more fun than Konan. With a bunch of toys stuffed in Konan's arms, he showed a smile that met Chi-Yu's expectation. Just looking back at the back of Yuya in front of him, the smile on his face became more and more distorted. Extremely insecure, her mind became more and more delicate. Because of this, she found that they were about to leave. But neither Yuya, who was silent, nor Chi-Yu, who was trying to make her happy, never mentioned to her about leaving. Maybe it's because I'm young, so I just listen to my big brother-sister? Or maybe. When he returned to the hotel where he was stationed again, Konan plunged into the bedroom. The bewildered Yuya glanced at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu shook her head, wondering why the little girl was not in a good mood today. The three held another short meeting to study the way forward. After leaving the east side, it will get closer and closer to the border of the Fire Nation and the camp. It stands to reason that there is no need to worry at this time. But the three will not forget that their mission is problematic. Inside Konoha, someone doesn't necessarily want them to go back. So how to go back has to be carefully considered. Yuya looked at Chi-Yu. Have you got in touch with the fireworks dealer in the country of grass? Chi-Yu glanced at me and nodded. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. The long-established fireworks dealer in the country of grass has no problem with imitation ability. Yuya then turned to Hisashi. When the things arrive, go ahead and keep a good distance. When the time comes, it's up to you to see if there is any problem with the person coming. Remember to give the signal flare, red stop and green, don't make a mistake. Hisashi nodded with a complicated expression. Ever since he got out of trouble that day, he always dreamed about Snake Canyon. I dreamed of Captain Watanabe, and dreamed that Watanabe asked him if he had completed the task well. Well. Hisashi retched, got up and covered his mouth. There's nothing else, I'll go back and rest first. Yuya didn't force her to stay, chatted with Chi-Yu, and just sent her back, ready to turn off the light in the living room. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Konan hugged the glass box, ran to him, leaned against the glass box with his knees, and took out the origami inside with one hand. Ye big brother, look, look, I modified this 1000 paper crane, it can move, this frog, you can press it and it will jump. And this one, does it look like the angel Kyo mentioned? Also, I took pictures of this paper figurine on the street. Ye glanced at Konan who was hard at work introducing, and then at her scarred fingers. Seeing his silence, with a stiff smile, Konan quickly pulled himself together, put down the glass box, and said at a loss, I can do laundry. When my mother used to go to work, I would do it myself. The clothes you brought, ye big brother, have not been washed for a while, Konan sniffed, smiled, and suddenly didn't realize that he was actually crying, and then, didn't that person say that I have the qualifications to be a ninja? I am hardworking and flexible. I can help you ye big brother beat the bad guys together. Some tears dripped from the cheeks, but more were swallowed. Konan choked with sobs, and the more he spoke, the more anxious he became, the more he couldn't speak clearly. The more I can't speak clearly, the more I can't stop crying. She stepped forward cautiously, pulled the corner of Yu Yi's clothes, raised her head and begged, Yu big brother. Can you take me with you? Yu Yi's palm glowed with the soft light of healing jutsu, and grabbed Konan's hand, are you sure? Konan's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that Yu Yi big brother would promise himself, sure. I'm sure. Yu Yi waited for Konan's finger wound to heal gradually. After a while, he looked at Konan's expectant face, then what if I'm going now, is Konoha? Yu Yi stopped at the door. In the dark place deep in the corridor, Chi Yu came out with a helpless expression on his face. Really, you used to be very good at coaxing children. You can even coax me to deal with such difficult things. Why do you always make people sad now? She glanced at the direction of the living room out of the corner of her eye, and sighed, is it really left like this? With his back turned to her, Yu Ye took out the key to open the door, what else? Her parents died because of Konoha, this is a ravine that cannot be crossed. Children's minds are sometimes fickle, but they may also be too persistent. Yu Ye was not even sure whether Konan would hate his family because of this incident and break up the previous relationship. Not to mention asking Konan to give up the hatred of his family and country, and the hatred of his parents, and accept Konoha. Even Yu Ye himself has not accepted Konoha yet. What is it to induce a child who already has hatred to accept it? Chi Yu glanced at Yu Yi's hand who forgot to twist the key, that's a pity, I like this child very much. Yu Ye took a breath, said nothing, and opened the door. He looked at the dim room and put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind just now. After you calm down, think about the gains and losses. It's okay to tell Konan the truth, as long as she doesn't abandon Konan now, she will naturally know that they are Konoha shinobi when they part. It's better to have a showdown than to hide the truth. It doesn't matter if Konan will continue to hate Konoha. The important thing is whether she will reject the life-saving grace in her heart because of Konoha. If this is the case, then he can only help her with illusion. Otherwise, all the previous work will be in vain. He didn't want to be under the attention of Akatsuki and Madara in the future, at least not before he, Kyu, and Mio were unable to protect themselves. The risk to his family is something he must consider. The next day, Hisashi continued to inquire about the news. Chi Yu secretly contacts the pyrotechnics dealer. Yu is in one room and Konan is in another. At night, the three of them left Dongbo town. Konan kept his head down, following his steps. It seems to be just instinct, but also seems to be reluctant. Until the next town settled down, it was getting closer and closer to the misty town where Konoha was stationed. Hisashi had already left one step ahead, going to the front as an eye. Yu Ye was not pestered by Konan, so he inquired about the news by himself. After reconfirming the current situation, he returned to the hotel again. Unexpectedly, I saw Konan squatting by his door, hugging his knees and not knowing what to think. When Yuya came over, she got up, lowered her head, and touched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. When Yuya opened the door, she stepped aside. Yuya went in, she summoned up her courage and walked in. Konan leaned against the door, timidly looking up at Yuruaki from time to time. Yuya broke the silence. Have you thought about it? Konan nodded seriously, hesitating slightly, but finally walked over firmly. I still don't like Konoha, although, I don't like the Kingdom of Rain now, but I will stay. And I know, there are good guys in Konoha, just like there are bad guys in Rain Shinobi Village. Yuyi Big Brother is a good guy, so, I still like Yuyi Big Brother. Yuya nodded, not to mention whether he was right or wrong, it was not easy for a 4-year-old child to think of this level. Moreover, it may be possible to interfere with this method without illusions. Yuya thought about it, and planned to change Konan's thinking to see how she would accept it. Seeing that he wasn't unhappy, Konan relaxed a lot, sat beside him as usual, and said sadly, but after thinking about it for a long time, I still don't know what kind of person is a good person, and how to distinguish a good person. Seeing that Konan took the initiative to ask this question, Yuyi said, whether you are a good person or not depends on your position. A kind person may be evil in the eyes of hostile people. Konan seemed to understand. Yuya rubbed her head, there's no need to be too hard on good or bad, if people's hearts are easy to understand, how can there be so much disturbance in this world? Konan said, but, I want to know, only if I know, can I stop being such a bad person? Yuya said, if you just want to be yourself, then protect yourself from being hurt, and don't hurt others, then you are not a bad person. Konan looked up, with yearning in his eyes, but what if I want to be better not only for myself, but also for others? Yuya pondered for a moment, Kide, if your dream involves others, then see if someone loses their dream because of your dream, see if you can look directly into their dead eyes, see if you can bear the burden with a clear heart. Their desperation moves on. Konan tried hard to digest, and said with hope in his eyes, if I can do it, will I be different from the bad guys I met before? Yuya looked at her deeply, yes, if you can do it, you will be different from those people. Because at that time you either the ultimate good or the greatest evil. Chapter 42. The return plan was delayed by 2 days. Konan's mentality and desire is to save Yuyi trouble. With his weight in Konan's heart, some words have taken root in her heart, waiting to sprout. But the reason for the delay was that Yuya and Chiyu were worried about Konan's safety. It would be okay for Konan to escape normally, but she still wanted to learn how to help the weak in practice, and she might be in danger. Yuya and Chiyu crossed arms, watching Konan refining chakra. Konan sat cross-legged on the ground, his little face flushed from holding back. Yuya felt the faint chakra and nodded in satisfaction. This process is placed in the ninja school. Perhaps because of the miscellaneous courses and playfulness, it may take a month or even a few months to master. But for Konan, who is very talented and dedicated to practice, 2 days are enough. What they didn't even know was that it was Konan slowing down. Knowing that she was about to part, she quietly relaxed a little. At least for now, I have won an extra day of getting along with each other. Yes, if you persist for a few months, at least you won't be easily caught by ordinary people. Royal Knight did not teach other techniques that are too advanced, nor did it leave a new version of the 3-body technique. I taught it, but now Konan can't learn it, and it is easy to be suspicious. If it is discovered by the Rain Shinobi Village ninja, it will be a big trouble. What he can do, apart from refining the foundation of chakra, is to tattoo Konan with the previously copied fish scale armor chakra pattern, which is used to save his life in desperate situations. He thought for a while, then took out a kunao from his back waist and handed it to Konan, take it for self-defense. This was the last team I played against Rain Shinobi in Snake Canyon before. Konan hugged Kunao tightly and nodded seriously. This time Chi-Yu stepped forward and touched Konan's hair. I have used all the paint I bought a few days ago. As long as the number of times of distress is not particularly high, it is not a problem to use the illusion trap for 2 or 3 years. When it disappears, Konan-chan will also use it. Almost self-defense. Konan knew he was about to say goodbye, so he nodded with a sob. Chi-Yu stretched her waist. Okay, it's not a farewell, why are you crying? The plan has started. She turned and walked outside, winking at Konan. Don't forget what I just told you. Uye frowned. This fellow Chi-Yu, what strange thing did he do again? Uye didn't bother to think, and looked at Konan again. Let's go. When he got out of the room, Konan thought of Chi-Yu's reminder during the day, and ran to the hotel rooftop with thumping feet. There are not many people on the street late at night, and there are only a few hotels that are not closed. There was a cold wind blowing on the rooftop. Konan hugged Kunwu and looked at Yuyi big brother and sister Kiyu downstairs from a distance. On the street floor, there are an exaggerated number of boxes. She heard Yuyi big brother's helpless voice from a distance. Isn't it changing the signal flare? What are you doing with so many? Chi-Yu laughed with her hips on her hips, turned her head suddenly, looked at the rooftop, and shouted with a handmade horn, Konan-chan, let's watch the fireworks. Yuye glanced upstairs, Xiandao, and the two actually discussed this. Konan bit his lip and nodded hard. The next moment, all kinds of signal flares on the street were lifted into the air, forming a bright hanabi. Special hanabi composed of origami cranes, in the shape of angels. It also forms the support pattern of Konoha's logistics department. The misty town in the distance is silent in the darkness. Afterwards, the night sky of Misty Town brightened up, responding with flares. Since someone in Konoha doesn't want them to go back, then, go back with great fanfare. The two of Yuyi confirmed that the signal was correct, and Hisashi's green signal flare was lit not far away, and they put on the coats they had put away for a long time. Konan held Kunao in his arms, looked at the backs of the two, and burst into tears. Under the signal fireworks, the Uchiha round fan family emblem on the back of Yuyi is deeply imprinted in her heart. In Misty Town, a large number of signal flares in the distance alarmed everyone. The personnel in charge of security should confirm the situation as soon as possible. By the time Danzo arrived, investigators had returned. Looking around, besides him, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya are also there. Investigators are agitating to debrief with Tsunade. Not long after, Tsunade laughed boldly. Danzo's eyelids twitched, just in time to meet Tsunade's contemptuous gaze. Danzo can be sure that the good news coming from ahead is definitely not good news for him. Tsunade's reaction made many people wonder what happened. I saw Tsunade raised his arms and shouted, all the logistics department, welcome the hero Gai Xian. The medical ninjas and ordinary ninjas in the logistics department were stunned for a while. If you want to talk about the hero of this period, and the hero who is limited to the logistics department, isn't it Tsunade-sama himself? Konoha Separation and Sand Shinobi Village have just started fighting, and the battle situation is not optimistic. Tsunagakure's elder, Cho, is superb in poisonous techniques. If Mr. Tsunade hadn't developed an antidote in the past 2 days, maybe Sand Shinobi Village would have been able to hold Konoha for a long time. But those with higher positions at the scene realized it instantly. Others don't know, but they do know that the logistics department now has 2 very famous people recently. Uchiha Genius, Uchiha Royal Knight. Ghost Girl, Pommel Horse Kyu. During this period of time, many people knew about the operations of the intelligence department near the Snake Canyon, and they also knew these 2 names, but they instinctively thought that these 2 children with horrific military exploits were members of the operations department led by Orochimaru and Danzo. As people in the know whispered, more and more people knew, and the voices of those who called those two names became louder and louder. Maybe they are not the ones with the greatest record in the Second Ninja World War, but they are definitely the youngest among the group with the greatest record. Even counting the First Ninja World War, their record is still amazing. Tsunade waited for the shouts to grow louder, and walked boldly at the forefront. The worries of the past few days have completely turned into pride at this time. Although her true ninjutsu seems to be exported, in her heart, Uchiha Oya is the most perfect true ninjutsu. The signal flares in the distance have already burned out. But at the rear of Misty Town, the welcome signal flares took over the role of fireworks. Behind Tsunade are many enthusiastic Konoha shinobi players, and they are also bright with fireworks. And beyond the light, Danzo stood where he was. He looked blankly at the team that greeted Guy in front of him, and clenched his fingers tightly. This scene of standing in the sun and being greeted as a hero is something he has dreamed about countless times but never experienced. Now, they're using it on two kids. There were many factors involved, but the dazzling pyrotechnics still stung Danzo. Hiruzen, as I said, you would underestimate the impact he brings. Impossible, I also underestimated. This is just a fresh graduate, and a student who graduated after being modified to a 5-year system. This is just a child who has just stepped into the battlefield. Danzo's Shimura family also has similar children, including other children in their early teens, who are now worthy of praise for keeping up with the rhythm of the battlefield. Someone has done it, however, to wipe out the fighting forces of Rain Shinobi Village. With 4 Janin and dozens of Chunin, Danzo can easily get out of trouble with his own strength. But to completely destroy the opponent, even he will have to pay a big price. If this son is not the luck of Konoha, he will become the disaster of Konoha. Look for another chance. In the darkness, Danzo lowered his eyes. All of a sudden, his arm was thrown back, suffering no barbs. Kunao attaches to wine style and pierces through rocks. However, his wrist was gently grasped. Danzo was shocked, but soon saw the man's appearance. His heart sank even more. Hitaki put down Danzo's wrist casually, with a smile. I thought, maybe we need to have a good chat. Chapter 43. Uchiha Oya saw Tsunade from a distance. She clustered in front of hundreds of ninjas, with her hips akimbo, and looked over with a smile. Because of the rush to come out at night, the blonde hair usually tied into a low ponytail is now softly draped over her shoulders, falling behind her shoulders, and falling into the proud abyss in front of her. Brat, I knew you could come back. When Uya walked in, before he could speak, Tsunade had already hugged him tightly. The taste is hard to describe. Tsunade didn't release him until Uya showed signs of struggling. Seeing Uya turning his head away unnaturally, Tsunade laughed heartily. Uya felt guilty, thinking that he should grow taller, otherwise he would be in danger of suffocating to death in front of Tsunade at any time. Kurama Kyo looked at Uya, then at Tsunade. He looked at the ravine in Tsunade, and then looked down at himself. Teeth were gritted. Brat! Tsunade cast a disdainful glance, and suddenly pulled Chiyu to hug her. Feel the pressure of mature women. Chiyu masters illusion, how can she be the opponent of this strange girl? When I left Tsunade's embrace, I was almost out of breath. After finally getting my breath, I said angrily, wait. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Tsunade held his head up, trembling. This kind of victory, wait for the next life. Outside the lively crowd, Boy Hyaga Hisashi glanced at Tsunade subconsciously, but felt a cold gaze coming from him instantly. Hisashi shuddered and followed his gaze. It's a boy with a hedgehog head. If I remember correctly, it seems to be Tsunade's younger brother, that Senju Nawaki? Humph! Senju Nawaki looked away arrogantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't control it, from time to time he went to see how his sister spoiled others. Hisashi's envious eyes also fell there. Obviously I was there. Obviously I came back first. Why is there such a big difference in treatment? The two awkward teenagers sighed sourly at the same time. The crowd came lively and dispersed quickly. After all, it was already midnight. Uye saw Senju Nawaka, who was having an awkward relationship with Tsunade, among the last crowd to disperse. He paused. If I remember correctly, Senju Nawaka died during the Second Ninja World War. But the specific time and specific place were not explained too clearly. Probably in the middle of the war? The reason, he vaguely remembered, was that he was too impulsive and accidentally fell into an ambush by the detonating talisman. It's a bit like a hot-blooded manga protagonist who has no luck for the protagonist. Yuya came back to his senses, thinking of his relationship with Tsunade. A friend counts, and half a master and apprentice counts. He is one of the few people in Konoha who holds weight in his heart. Take a chance and remind Tsunade. As for whether Tsunade can listen to it, and whether she can make Nawaka listen to it, it depends on God's will. After all, he couldn't have watched Nawaka 24/7 during the war. Without the life of the anime protagonist, in an environment like the battlefield where even a single shadow can die, escaping carelessness is tantamount to death, and Yan Luo can't stop him when he comes. Speaking of which, his teacher was Orochimaru, right? Tsunade is too spoiled, Nawaka may not listen. I don't know if the effect will be better through Orochimaru. The only problem is, he doesn't know Orochimaru well. Just as he was thinking, he found that the crowd dispersed to the end, but the unfamiliar Orochimaru stayed behind. Orochimaru is wearing a green leaf vest, with a tall and straight figure, but his appearance is feminine and unapproachable. Even Yuya has the stereotype of the previous life, subconsciously not close. Orochimaru didn't think there was anything wrong with Yuyi's reaction, most people saw him like that. He is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. He took out a scroll from behind and threw it to Yuya. Yuya caught it and opened his eyes. It is a sealed scroll for storing items. Orochimaru said hoarsely, "A Kusanagi sword is my collection. You can understand that it is an apology for this time." Yuyi's eyes lit up. He is now using the common collection of the Uchiha family, just Balian. It is far away from the sharp weapon of the magic weapon, and the grass pheasant sword is undoubtedly one of the sharp weapons of the magic weapon. Grass pheasant sword, also known as Tiankanjiun sword, belongs to one of the three god-tier weapons. But in the ninja world, the grass pheasant sword is not just a certain sword, but a type. Their birth seems to be related to Yamata no Orokai. Orochimaru's later generations used several grass pheasant swords of different styles, and later gave Uchiha Sasuke a gift. The one in Yuyi's hand is similar to Sasuke's. Strictly speaking, it is a straight knife. Yuya summoned it and waved it around twice. Love it more and more. Although his specialty is ninjutsu, but because of his age, the amount of chakra is not enough, so for things that can be solved with a sword, he tries to use a sword as much as possible to save some chakra. In addition to the use of Hitaki swordsmanship and Uchiha swordsmanship, the more handy you are, the more you like these weapons. Yuya took back the scroll of the grass pheasant sword, and said, "Why did Senior Orochimaru make an apology?" Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, "Don't try it out, I'm not the one who wants to deal with you. But I don't recommend you to trouble him at this time. This is a taboo on the battlefield, so this is my apology for it." Yuya said nothing, waiting for the next article. Orochimaru's smile deepened, "Besides, it's really not easy for you to achieve Jounin's strength at this age. But the difference between Jounin and Jounin, sometimes the gap may be greater than Genin and Jounin, at least you still can't take revenge now." Yuya put the scroll back into his sleeve, "Of course, I'm not in a hurry. His biggest suspicion is Danzo. The second suspect is Orochimaru, who is a good fighter. Since it is not the latter, just confirm that it is Danzo. One-on-one, it is almost impossible to kill a veteran elite Jounin head-on. Even with the addition of Kurama Kyu, with the old guy's scheming and ninjutsu reserves, he can summon the summoning beast to escape. Orochimaru nodded, and patted Yui on the shoulder when he left. Finish this war first. I have already talked with Tsunade, and you will come to me to do things in the future. If you can go back alive, maybe we will have more cooperation opportunity. Yuya was surprised. He left Tsunade's flesh and blood before, because he wanted to start researching. Thinking about waiting for the strength and status to be higher, find an opportunity to discuss with Orochimaru. Whether it is to solve Sharingan side effects and evolution, or to study ninjutsu, a lot of research is needed. And if you want to say who is best at research in the whole ninja world, it may have been second Hokage Senju Tobirama in the past, but now it must be Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru brought it up first. Yuya smiled, this time coming back is very rewarding. Tsunade's greeting, Orochimaru's apology, and courtship, Jiraiya's courtship. The only pity is that I didn't see Danzo. I don't know if he is hiding in some corner and playing dirty again. Yo, am I late? At this time, the door opened. Hatake Sakumo looked inside and saw that the people had almost left. Yuya was curious, Ms. Hatake is also on the front line. Hatake Sakumo scratched his head, running around, it's rare to appear on the front line. Hatake Sakumo and several other teams have always belonged to the raiders. Their mission is to disrupt Sand Shinobi's rear base camp and cut off their rear supplies as much as possible. On Sand Shinobi's side, there are also a small number of elites circling behind Konoha, harassing them from time to time. Hatake Sakumo looked up and down, and said with relief, although I was a little prepared, the teacher is still surprised to see you grow so fast. Yuya just smiled, how long will the teacher stay this time? He hasn't encountered a ninja related to swordsmanship for a long time, so it's inevitable that Zinda Kusanagi sword will try it out. Hatake shook his head, I came here this time after returning to Konoha, and I will leave tonight. He hesitated, and then said, don't worry about Danzo's side, the teacher has talked to him. Yuya was startled, and nodded slowly. In his impression, Hatake Sakumo is an honest man with extraordinary strength. This time because of myself, honest people are driven into a hurry. Hatake Sakumo rubbed Yuya's hair vigorously, and said with a bright smile, tell me something that makes you happy. He took out a stack of notebook-thick envelopes and waved them in front of Yuyi's eyes. Mio's letter. Chapter 44. Hurry up. What did Mio write? Did you mention me? Oh. Don't hide it, show me quickly. Hatake Sakumo returned briefly, and after chatting with Yuya, he went to see Kurama Kyu again. When Kyu knew that Hyagami had written a letter, she followed Yuyi back to the room, jumping up and down to read the letter. Yuya suffered from Chiyu's pillow attack on his back, and remained indifferent. Well, I mentioned you. Kurama Kyu's eyes lit up instantly, and she climbed onto Yuyi's back to entangle, you know my Mio-chan has a conscience. Come on, what did she say about me, show me. Yuya glanced at her, picked up the first sheet of the notebook-thick letter, and folded it in his hand. Finally, the width of one line of characters was exposed to satisfy Chiyu's curiosity. I saw the first line of the text, and it really mentioned the pommel horse Kyu. Revelation from Lord Yuyi, don't show it to Kyopomi. The content behind was folded by Yuya. That's it, it's gone. Pommel horse Kyu was lying on Yuyi's shoulder, holding up a pillow in a daze. Gone. Yuya exerted light force on his back, and Kyu, the pommel horse, fell onto the bed. Soon Kurama Kyu's wailing sounded, calling Mio's name on the bed, rolling all over the bed. Yuyi's thoughts returned to the letter paper. He took a cursory look at it. What can be confirmed is that the content is not what Chiyu imagined, there are greetings, misses and so on. The content of the letter is only boring cultivation experience, and questions about cultivation. It was not until the end of the content that he euphemistically stated that the teacher had told her about the front line. At last. I wish you well. I wish Chi-yu well. Don't show her here either. Yuya looked at the letter, but the focus of his eyes was not on the paper. The so-called, see words as faces. Mio mentions them at the beginning and end. The middle is cultivation. To herself, she said nothing. Yuya didn't know what she experienced at home, but he generally understood that it was worse than he imagined. So much so that Mio desperately wants to become stronger. And the urge to flee. Humph. Kurama Kyu noticed Yuyi's expression and lay still on the bed. She knew Yuyi, and she also knew Mio. Just by looking at Yuya's expression, one can judge Mio's state. Anyway, it's not very good. That's right, trapped in that kind of decadent family, if it were her, just breathing would feel awkward. Chi-yu looked at the ceiling and suddenly said, let's practice. Yuya turned to look at her. Kyu held up a pillow to block the light bulb. Didn't you say that you have mastered all medical ninjutsu? There are also our newly developed tricks. Master Tsunade said that if the front line is not urgent, he will give us a vacation as compensation. Practice, practice, become stronger, at least as strong as Master Tsunade and Master Orochimaru. Her eyes moved to Yuyi's face, then, let's bring Mio out. Yuya smiled slightly, you don't complain. Chi-yu snorted, it's as if I didn't practice hard before. She turned around and waved her hand, okay, okay, answer your letter, and remember to turn off the lights later. Yuya got up and turned off the headlight, and went to the desk to turn on the lamp. Pick up a pen and paper and think for a long time. Then, the rustling sound sounded. Pommel horse Kyu turned sideways, his eyes vacant. I haven't slept for a long time. Step aside. Move. Thanks. At the mouth of Misty Town, a few ninja teenagers just came back. They were surrounded by ordinary-looking teenagers with indifferent expressions. This one is always calm, with a cool and lofty expression, which is the same as Uchiha Royal Knight. Since the name of Uchiha Yuyi came into being, many people have been surprised to find that this expression has become popular among young ninjas in the village. Among them, the best one who has learned at least 5 points of the essence is the young boy surrounded by Shimura. They were assigned to the logistics department, but now that the battle situation has become more tense, even they have to go out to do missions occasionally. They were not favored by others, but because of Shimura's extremely rare calm performance on the battlefield, they actually surrounded and beat a Tsunagaku urchin to death. After returning with such achievements, a few dog legs had the scene in front of them. One of the civilian ninjas who followed flattered, Brother Shimura, I saw Kunao come over and my legs were weak. It is also your first time to go to the battlefield, and you are as fearless as those seniors. How did you do it? Can you teach us? Several ninja teenagers sneered, but they also looked over. They are also curious. Everyone usually does group activities, why is Brother Shimura suddenly so fierce? In the expectant eyes of the teenagers, the Shimura bird stopped, sighed and looked into the distance. No one is born strong, if you want to say that I am different from you. Probably, I have seen hell. Others followed his gaze to look at the distant horizon, thoughtful, hoping to realize something. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Shimura scratched the side of his thigh. The wound there was itchy. Recalling that night, this place was pierced dozens of times by the same knife, at the same position, at the same angle, and at the same depth. There are also all kinds of poisons, the internal organs have been invaded all over. He firmly believes that even hell is not as scary as the car that night. Compared with yesterday's encounter, the latter was just a small scene. Even now, when he dreams, he still occasionally dreams of those 2 pairs of probing eyes. Especially those scarlet eyes. Thinking of this, Shimura shivered uncontrollably. Brother Shimura. The civilian ninja didn't think about anything from a distance, and when he came back to his senses, he saw the Shimura bird's expression as if he had just finished convenience. Cough, it's cold, it's cold. Shimura covered his mouth and coughed dryly. Oh, it's really getting colder these days. The civilian ninja was talking, and suddenly found that other people were a little quiet. The Shimura bird even lost control of its expression, looking at the inner wall of the town in fear. There is an open training ground. It was the place where the ninjas used to keep training when the battle was not intense some time ago. However, as the battles become more frequent now, very few people use them. At this time on the training ground, how many adult ninjas are besieging a boy? And by the looks of it, it's a little smaller than them. Ah! That's Uchiha Oya, right? The commoner ninja just transferred over, and recognized the famous Uchiha Oya who was fighting with the ninjas, and it was like seeing an idol. During this period of time, Uchiha Oya played less games, but every time he returned with a big victory. Let people who have not really seen the battle in the Snake Canyon that day have a real understanding of the title of Uchiha Genius and Ghost Girl, although most of the people who experienced the most real experience are dead. Shimura Bird and others nodded hesitantly. Although I don't want to admit it, they were beaten quite miserably at that time. They resented it for a while. However, when they realized that the gap between them was like a catastrophe, they could only feel envy and jealousy. The battle between the fields ended very quickly. The group of adult ninjas who wielded knives were defeated, but they were not upset, happy, or contemplating the shortcomings just now. That's the kid from the Senju family, right? The ninja teenagers felt that the training ground was too dazzling, so they looked away, just in time to see a boy with a hedgehog head squatting in the corner. Isn't that Senju Nawaki? He poked his head up to watch the battle over there solemnly, sometimes scratching his head, and sometimes lowered his body to record something in his notes. Shimura had a strange expression on his face. If I remember correctly, that kid had a duel with Uchiha a few months ago. The civilian ninja asked curiously, and then? The Senju clan, that's a big family with first generation, second Hokage, and Master Tsunade. Although the population has declined a bit now, the elite is still very strong. Uchiha Royal Knight happens to be another big family. Is it a fight between dragons and tigers? Shimura Bird teased, then? Then he was hit by a second move. I guess I'm still holding my breath now, trying to find Uchiha's weakness and get back the spot. Senju Nawaki was distressed over there, and another notebook was filled with experience and challenging thinking. He looked up and noticed the peers of Shimura's family and Sarutobi's family, and immediately ran away in embarrassment. After running away, he looked back firmly. Damn you, yeah, sooner or later I will prove that I am stronger than you. Just wait. Chapter 45. Inside the rough conference hall in Misty Town, Orochimaru sat at the head seat, looking around at the dwindling number of subordinates. It has been almost 2 years since the war with Sand Shinobi. After Danzo succeeded in borrowing from the Land of Rain without any effort, the War Department was faintly divided into 2 factions. As time went by, the veteran Danzo gained more and more power to speak, and he seemed to have the prototype of the commander in charge of Konoha vs Sand Shinobi. Speaking out is not afraid of other ninja village jokes. Orochimaru's most dependent subordinates are 2 teenagers. Orochimaru moved his gaze to Uchiha Oya, who was resting in the corner with his eyes closed. Uye, who was already 12 years old, could be considered a teenager. He has grown about 10 centimeters taller, and the childishness on his face has faded a lot. The pommel horse Kyu next to him was quietly drawing under the table, but judging from his furrowed brows and clenched teeth, it was probably at the level of a child's graffiti. Not long after the 2 of them rode to his unit, they completed the wartime promotion procedures. Because the sea-level mission of the Snake Canyon had hidden secrets, the mission level was raised to S level afterwards. The 2 were also promoted at the age of 10.5 because of their military exploits. Uchiha Royal Knight ascended to Jainin. Pommel Kyu rose to Special Jainin. After half a year of military exploits, Kurama Kyo was also promoted to Jainin at the age of 11. And their pendant partner, originally promoted to Jnin, finally rose to special Genin at the age of 15. In addition, Orochimaru has a dozen or so Genin in his hands. But only half of them followed him. The other half were conquered by Uya in the training center, and rescued by medical ninjutsu on the spot. Recently Sand Shinobi's movements are different, I need to know what they are planning. Orochimaru meeting, straight to the point. Konoha's Second Ninja World War did not go smoothly. Just talk about Sand Shinobi. In the beginning, it took some time to defend against hands of the salamander in Rain Shinobi village. After that, it was the first time to fight Sand Shinobi head-on. Chiyo's constantly changing toxins were a headache. Although Tsunade's medical skills were better, Sand Shinobi also successfully resisted Konoha's initial and strongest wave. Shock. The battle last year, because of a shot by 3rd Kazekage, the two sides persisted until the end of the year again. At the end of the year, Konoha exerted strength and seemed to suppress Sand Shinobi, but problems also appeared. Due to the large number of puppets in Sand Shinobi, they mostly used puppets as cannon fodder, and the loss of personnel was not large. On Konoha's side, due to the attrition of combat personnel, all those who can fight in the logistics department have been transferred to the frontal battlefield. And the logistics department has already started to recruit children who have not yet graduated from the ninja school. But Orochimaru also knows worse off-court news. There is a problem with the material supply of the Fire Nation. The Fire Country daimyo still wanted to expand the map, but the nobles in the capital saw that Konoha, the so-called number 1 ninja village, hadn't won the victory in almost 2 years, and they had already begun to reject the support of food and iron. From this year to the middle of the year, the supplies received by the front line are only half of previous years. If the war is not resolved this year, perhaps next year they will face a difficult situation and need to requisition food in situ. Now Danzo took most of the troops and fought with Sand Shinobi on the plains, gaining the upper hand. Tsunade had to take care of most of the ninjas, leading the team to provide medical support around the plain. But the Ministry of Intelligence sent a message. Sand Shinobi sent at least 10 elite teams to go around the plains and disappear. The task of finding the lurking Sand Shinobi, and figuring out their purpose, fell to Orochimaru. Genin rubbed his chin and thought, Sand Shinobi is struggling to deal with the front line, yet they dare to split up so many elite teams. It is estimated that the picture is not small. Someone pondered, could it be that they went to Rain Shinobi village? Didn't someone rob the local nobleman last month because Sand Shinobi couldn't control his subordinates? There was a lot of anger at hands of the salamander, maybe it's time to negotiate. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, find out them first. He glanced at Uchiha Oya. Oya, you are in a group of 3, and the others, Heijian, Bonds, Takakura, Yuri, you each bring 2 perception teams, and someone from the intelligence department will cooperate with you. After arranging the specific mission location, he continued, others stay at the base camp to ensure the defense and material safety of the position. Teacher Orochimaru, I don't want to stay behind. After the meeting dispersed, Senju Nawaki, who was not qualified to speak at the meeting just now, was angrily at the moment. Especially when I saw that Uchiha Oya, who stole my sister's attention, not only went to the most critical mission location, but also acted cheaply in a group of 3, which was better than Genin with more seniority. On the other hand, he himself looks like a child being strictly disciplined by his elders. Obviously he is 1 or 2 years older than Uchiha Oya. Moreover, his own Chunin strength is not bad, okay? If this continues, he will only be thrown further and further away by Uchiha Oya. Orochimaru was still thinking about Sand Shinobi's recent strange actions, and said indifferently, Mist Town is now the base camp, with countless supplies, and the defense task is equally important. Seeing the teacher's perfunctory, Nawaki was even more dissatisfied, and ran 2 steps forward to stop Orochimaru, but, I want to be Hokage's man. As a shadow, how can I always shrink back? As soon as Nawaki finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. The other shadows who participated in the Battle of Ninja Village have all fought on the battlefield. It seems that there are only leaves. Seeing the students lower their heads, Orochimaru thought for a moment, and said helplessly, 200 miles to the east, I found sand shinobi harassing our border team. Noeki raised his head immediately, his eyes lit up, they were able to bypass the front line and appear in the land of fire. They must be very powerful troops, right? Are they rumored to be the elites who harassed the military ration team? Orochimaru nodded hesitantly, a white lie. Those who harass the ration team are naturally elites. But it was a team like Hitaki Sakumo who played against each other. What Orochimaru said was that he couldn't get along on the front line, and went to the border of the Fire Nation to plunder the remnants of Sand Shinobi, a resident of the Nation of Fire. With Noeki's strength, he should be able to deal with it carefully. However, Orochimaru thought of Yuyi's advice to Noeki, and decided to be safe, pack up, I will go with you in the afternoon. I can't leave for too long, and I will try to come back before noon tomorrow. He stroked Noeki's head and urged with a smile. Noeki is the younger brother of his good friend Tsunade, and also his apprentice. Although his talent is not as good as that of Yu yet, he works hard and is full of energy. Orochimaru really treats him as his own disciple. Noeki heard that Orochimaru was going with him. Although he regretted the lack of excitement, he was still very happy. Such a formidable opponent, as long as he makes great achievements in battle, he can catch up with that Uchiha a little bit more, right? Can I make my sister pay more attention to me again? Noeki gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei. I'm sure I will be able to complete the task brilliantly. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei. I'm sure I will be able to complete the task brilliantly. Noeki's bright smile is still in front of his eyes. Orochimaru was short of breath, staring blankly at the messy battlefield in front of him. He personally brought Noeki to the border to track down the remnants of Sand Shinobi. Unexpectedly, this wave of Sand Shinobi included a Genin team. Orochimaru took out the Genin squad himself, while Noeki and his teammates managed to take out a Chunin squad. Noeki, who became more and more confident, felt that victory was not difficult, and wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue. Orochimaru taught him not to rush forward as before. However, after Noeki said those words again, he turned and pursued. The violent explosion was like thunder rolling. Orochimaru had just dealt with it. The Genin team caught up and followed behind the disciples, just a few steps. When he found something wrong and wanted to remind him, his voice had been buried by the explosion. He could only watch helplessly as the disciple who said he wanted to be Hokage was as fragile as a piece of grass, shattered in front of his eyes. Chapter 46. Land of Rain, near residential areas in the southeast direction. Tsunagaku Urchinin Araki wanted to laugh at this time. They received special missions and scattered around the cities of the Land of Rain to lurk. Konoha, who has an excellent intelligence system, will naturally not sit idly by. Just today, Araki's team accidentally ran into the famous Uchiha genius. They were prepared for that desperate resistance. However, Uchiha, that's it. Araki stared disdainfully at Uchiha Oya, who was tied up on the chair in the small room. It seems that rumors are not to be trusted, even the words of the demigod hands of the salamander. The encounter just now can only be said to be without any waves. Uchiha Oya in front of him was easily taken off without Kakuzu even touching his clothes. Araki felt that his whole body had been sublimated. The self who was cautious, timid, and cowardly, now feels proud from the bottom of his heart. He looked down and said softly, "Tell me about your Konoha plan and staffing." The interrogation process went very smoothly. Araki has never seen such a cowardly enemy, and he revealed his own information clearly without any hesitation. Araki turned his head, calmly said to his companion, "Record." But soon, he blinked. Something seems wrong. The person standing beside him and taking notes was a handsome young man with long black hair. 15 years old, strange white eyes that seem to have no eyeballs. The key is, why is the forehead protector on the forehead the symbol of Konoha? Boom! Araki's heart stagnated for no reason. The previously indifferent sense of pride was quickly withdrawn, and he seemed to realize something. Immediately, he was covered in cold sweat, his neck was stiff, and slowly, he turned back and looked at the chair. The man who was tied up on the chair was also covered in cold sweat and looked at him in horror. As if looking in a mirror. Boom boom boom. Araki's heart beat wildly. He only felt that his eyes were dark, the sky was turning, and the earth was turning. After recovering the next moment, he suddenly found himself tied to a chair. And he looked up. Uchiha Oya had his back to the window, facing the light. The scarlet eyes looked down on him like a god. Uchiha turned his head and calmly said to Hisashi, "Record it." Hisashi nodded, scratching his chin with the tip of the pen. "This record is a bit difficult to do. It's too peaceful." The encounter was uneventful from beginning to end. The opponents didn't even touch Kakuzu, they all fell under the illusion of Yuya and Chiyu. During the interrogation, even laymen shook their heads. Sand Shinobi stands out in front of him who knows everything and talks endlessly. Hisashi thought for a while, and wrote on the back of the record, "Interrogator, Uchiha Oya." In a good mood, he also drew a Sharingan logo on the back. Ah! What? After Yuya walked out of the house, Sand Shinobi's desperate wailing came from inside. Under illusion, there are no secrets. Now, relying on stealing the power of the 9-go Jade Moon pupil every day, Yuyi's Sharingan has arrived at 5-go Yu. Pupil strength is more than 3 times higher than it was more than a year ago. Not to mention Janin can hardly keep a secret even under deliberate targeting. Call. It looks like it's going to be messed up. Yuya looked at the town of the Land of Rain in the distance and sighed slightly. He compared the confessions of several Sand Shinobi. Tsunagakure's top secret mission is actually very simple. Masquerading as Konoha Shinobi, looting, assassinating, wreaking havoc, spreading rumors and panic in the rear. It's just that these methods that are usually used on Konoha have now reached out to the civilians of the Land of Rain. Combined with the current situation, the opponent's purpose is obvious. Pull Rain Shinobi village into the water. Back then, Hands of the Salamander didn't want to bow his head, the biggest reason was that he didn't want to drag the Land of Rain into the war. Even when it was an excuse, Hanzo deliberately emphasized it several times. I don't know whether Hanzo loves the Land of Rain or not, but he and the Land of Rain are one. As a small country, only by combining the daimyo's financial resources and his military power can we gain a foothold. That's why Hanzo was so angry after the ninjas of Sand Shinobi couldn't resist plundering the little nobles of the Land of Rain during this time. But the Kingdom of Wind didn't care about his anger. Even this time, I am going to do even better. Turn into a disguise, rob and plunder, and spread rumors to disturb the Rain country. Let it fall into the rhythm of war passively, and then make Hands of the Salamander hate Konoha, and end up disrupting the situation. It can be said that as long as the action is successful, it is a big victory for Sand Shinobi. However, that's where it stops now. It seems that Tsunagakure, the outside is strong and the inside is dry. Yuya thought. In fact, even if Tsunagakure does not make this move, the goal will naturally be achieved if it is delayed for another half a year. Because even Konoha, after falling into the embarrassment of being invincible for a long time, can no longer restrain the ninjas below. Residents of the country of Rain where they are stationed nearby have already complained. Tsunagakure will not fail to see, but they still choose to speed up, proving that they can't bear the pressure on the front line. Ended. Kurama Kiho came back after changing into clean clothes. She tried to interrogate with the new illusion just now, but she was better at the killing technique of illusion. After killing 2 Sand Shinobi, she gave up altogether. I really want to achieve the fine effect of Yuya, or even stronger, only to completely digest part of the fearful power left in her body by Ihezi ancient mud. Well, we can go back. Uye nodded. After dealing with the captives, the three left. With the help of the intelligence department's intelligence points in the Land of Rain, they wanted to put the news back. However, just as he was about to leave, Uye heard a piece of bad news from the intelligence personnel. Senju Nawaki died in battle. The intelligence officer sighed. Shode is just such a grandson, it's just gone. As he spoke, he remembered something. By the way, Master Tsunade is on his way back. If it is convenient for Master Uye, why don't you go to the ancient city to find her? Tsunade has high prestige and good reputation in Konoha Shinobi. The intelligence officers sincerely hope that Master Tsunade will feel better. Everyone knows that Uchiha Oya is close to Master Tsunade, and having him escort may give some comfort. This is the only concern their intelligence personnel can express. Uye changed course. It was already afternoon when I found Tsunade's team. The accompanying people finally took a breath when they saw Uye. They were running out of chakra trying to keep up with Master Tsunade. Tsunade just walked forward blankly, occasionally walking in a blink of an eye. Uye asked Chiyu, who was not good at long-distance raids, to go back with the brigade, and took over the task of escorting Tsunade himself. He silently covered from the side. Tsunade didn't seem to notice the change around him until a long time later. Seeing Uye, she bit her lip with a pale face, and turned her face away again. The voice pretended to be calm, but it was hard to hide the trembling. I'm fine. Internet disconnection in the middle of the night, people are numb. Uploaded from my mobile phone, if there is any accident, I will change it tomorrow when I wake up. Chapter 47. It is always rainy in the Land of Rain. A cold morgue. Jiraiya slowly lifted the white cloth, her hands trembling violently. He turned his head away, put down the white cloth, and clenched his fists. He was about to speak. Orochimaru's flat voice came from the door, only these were found. Jiraiya couldn't hold back any longer and punched the wall hard. He closed his eyes. In his mind, the pieces of flesh and blood under the white cloth couldn't make up the image of the confident and optimistic young man in his memory. After a long time, Jiraiya said hoarsely, "When did you notify Tsunade?" After finishing speaking, he felt that it was meaningless, and he said irritably, "Let's bury it first." He couldn't imagine what Tsunade would do if he saw what he had just seen. Instead of that, it's better to make a claim and bury it first. At least, let Tsunade's memory of Nawaki be intact. People from the logistics department came in and went out with the cart. Jiraiya watched the cart go away. At this moment, there was movement outside. Under the night rain, Tsunade was shrouded in wind style, stumbled in, just in time to see the cart that hadn't disappeared yet. She realized something and chased after him numbly. But with a pale face, she staggered and was about to fall. Jiraiya subconsciously wanted to help, but saw a hand grabbing Tsunade's arm first. "Uchiha Oya, come back together." Jiraiya withdrew her hand. Seeing Tsunade struggling forward and blocking the road, she shook her head slightly. Tsunade looked at the cart that disappeared in the distance, and the outline under the white cloth. As a medical ninja, she could imagine what it would look like under the white cloth even if she didn't look at it. She collapsed on the ground, covering her face and weeping bitterly. The last relative left, and she was alone. After all, it's war now. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, not sure if he was explaining or comforting. He took out a necklace from his pocket, got up and put it in Tsunade's hand and left. Tsunade clutches the necklace, which was given to her by her grandfather. When Nawaki vowed to be Hokage like her grandfather, she passed it on to her younger brother. What Nawaki is most proud of and most precious is this necklace given by his sister. If it is only to see the white cloth, Tsunade can still have a little luck. But seeing the necklace that Nawaki never left her body, she couldn't even do the last self-deception, and broke down and cried out her grief. Jiraiya sighed and didn't bother. When passing by Uchiha Oya, he patted his shoulder lightly and said softly, "Take good care of her, she is actually very fragile." Oya watched Jiraiya leave, and also watched Orochimaru farther away, who forgot to take shelter from the rain. He turned his head, looked at Tsunade's trembling shoulders, and sighed. Tsunade and Kyu are the same type of people. They usually have a bold and carefree style, but the stronger the mask, the more fragile the heart is protected. On the contrary, Hyagami is like this. She is usually afraid of speaking loudly, but when faced with difficulties, she becomes stronger. Yuya didn't do anything, just accompanied quietly. Listen to her cry and let her vent. The pain of losing a loved one is not a sentence of condolence, a sentence of forgiveness, a sentence of my understanding, which can relieve half of it. I can only use companionship, silently waiting for her to lick the wound, silently supporting her, and preventing her from collapsing. Yuya waited until Tsunade went from crying to being too quiet, staring blankly at the necklace in his hand, and then he helped Tsunade to leave. Back in Tsunade's former room, he made the bed, prepared unused hot water and food on the table. Tsunade lay on the bed with all clothes on, staring blankly at the ceiling. She didn't come back to herself until Yuya came to say goodbye. Grab his hand. Yuya didn't ask, didn't struggle, and didn't let go. Just sit on the edge of the bed. Tsunade's hand gripped very hard, as if afraid of him leaving. Yuya knew that he couldn't leave at this time, so he simply turned off the lights. For a long time, Tsunade hugged his palm sideways and placed it in front of his face. After a long time, the suppressed cry sounded again. Tears flowed down the back of Yuyi's hand, could not stop falling. The night rain in autumn is very cool. After Tsunade fell asleep, Yuya came out to take a breath. Repressed emotions are always permeable. Especially Yuya, who has experienced the same experience, inevitably resonates with her emotions. After the fresh air relieved him a little, his heart moved and he stepped into the rain. Walking to the barren courtyard I had seen before, sure enough, I saw that figure. Vulnerable people, more than Tsunade? Maybe even Jiraiya didn't know that another of his companions didn't return all night. Orochimaru was fascinated by the white flowers swaying in the rain. He guessed who was coming, but didn't turn around. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you asleep?" Yuyi's eyes also fell on the nameless flower, yes. After nearly 2 years of contact, he gradually became familiar with Orochimaru. Orochimaru's usual style made Yuyi recall more pictures, at least throwing aside the prejudice in the middle of the original work. The future Orochimaru is cold and cunning, but that doesn't prevent him from becoming a Sunin now. He is a man with a cold appearance and fierce enemies, but a cold heart towards his companions. Feminine in heart is probably such an awkward description. Yuya said bluntly, "I didn't expect to see such a fragile side of you." Orochimaru looked at the flowers in front of him, and they were finally washed away by the rain and fell into the mud. He shook his head slightly, "No, it's not me who is vulnerable, it's people. Ninjas also belong to the human category, only stronger. But ninjas are just as vulnerable. When you are prepared, you can even resist ninjutsu and survive. But when there is no preparation, a kunao and a detonating talisman can be fatal. The most common cause of death for ninjas on the battlefield is not cool ninjutsu, but death from kunao and detonating talismans." Nawaka's death seemed to awaken Orochimaru's dusty memory again, causing his mentality to begin to change. Orochimaru looked away from the wreckage of the flower, and asked sideways, "What stage has your ninjutsu developed?" Yuyi sighed, "The second stage is far from the new escape technique. Wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, he has completed the transformation of form and preliminary nature in more than a year. But in the third stage, reshaping the structure of chakra, completely changing the nature, reaching the level of blood successor limit, is more complicated than imagined." Orochimaru sighed, "Perfect ninjutsu control, perfect chakra control, I heard that your medical ninjutsu is not far from Tsunade. He looked into Yu Yi's eyes. Do you still remember the cooperation? Live well, I need your ability. Life is short, how happy is life? Parents are like this, Nawaki is like this. Fragile human beings seem to have limits after all. Orochimaru's desire to go further became stronger and stronger. And if there are Yu Yi's hands, eyes, and his understanding, he will be one step faster and one step closer to what he wants. Yu Yi didn't show yearning, but asked instead, then Orochimaru-sama, what do I need? Orochimaru was slightly startled, and then regretted, if I knew the year you graduated, I would have accepted you no matter what. Yes, he needs the ability to guard against the night. But does Yu Yi need him? In the past, this was a question that did not need to be considered. But now that Yu Yi has grown wings, he is fully qualified to demand equal cooperation, which in turn will test his ability as a collaborator. Orochimaru asked, then what do you need me to prove? In terms of theoretical research alone, he and Yu Yi have different research directions, and Orochimaru is not as good as Yu Yi in ninjutsu. But in terms of secret techniques, forbidden technique, etc., he was still unable to catch up with Yu Yi for a long time. Yu Yi's eyes were burning. Help me study a person first. Go back to Tsunade's room around dawn. He wasn't sure if Tsunade had woken up from sleep, and his steps were light. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw that the water and food on the table were empty. At this time, Tsunade came out of the bathroom. Her complexion was still not good, and she couldn't hide her haggardness. But after changing into plain clothes, he forced himself to remain calm. Yu Yi also put down the breakfast he brought along, and asked, would you like to stop sleeping? Tsunade looked at him, inexplicably in a trance. She came back to her senses, her voice was slightly hoarse, the front line is tense, I've been self-willed all night, it's time to go. Yu Yi thought for a while and said, I'll see you off. Here Orochimaru's most important task has been completed. The front line is fighting fiercely now, even if Tsunade doesn't say anything, Orochimaru will send some people to help. That being the case, it is better to go by yourself. Moreover, Tsunade came back in a hurry, and although the people he brought were close, they lacked strength. Yu Yi was not relieved to let Tsunade leave in this state. Tsunade heard the words, and did not refuse. Yu Yi is already a qualified genin, not like before, ordinary decisions will basically be taken first. After the two of them packed up, Kyu, the pommel horse who rushed back behind, took a rest for a while before continuing to set off. The transparent person followed Hisashi, who came back with a glance, and silently followed the team to prepare as usual. But before leaving, Yu Yi seemed to have just seen him and stopped him. You stay this time. He glanced at Orochimaru, who was seeing him off in the distance, looked away, and patted Hisashi on the shoulder affectionately. Remember to cooperate with Master Orochimaru in your work. Hisashi touched his head. It's understandable to stay, but what does it have to do with Master Orochimaru? Chapter 48. Our mission, intercept Tsunade. Tsunagakure Jainin looked around solemnly. There are nearly 50 sand shinobi present, all of whom are at least Chunin or above. Among them are 10 Jainin. The situation on the front line of sand shinobi is not optimistic. As the number one ninja village, Konoha really deserved its reputation at this time. Just freeing up one hand to exert strength, Sand Shinobi was able to parry with all his strength. Originally, after they resisted Konoha repeatedly and won a few waves of victories, Tsunagakure had a period of momentum at the beginning of the year. The daimyo of the country of wind, who always seemed to be in harmony with Tsunagakure, found that his ninja village was more capable of fighting than imagined. So the money was allocated to send grain and iron. Tsunagakure, who is used to poverty, will soon be able to fight the battle of relative wealth. However, the dream was soon broken by a man. Konoha's white fanja, Hitaki Sakumo. He is active on the border of the Kingdom of Wind, and frequently attacks and harasses. captured and destroyed the land of wines to aid countless people. But no one can stop it, and its whereabouts are extremely secretive. Third Kazekage couldn't sit still any longer and entangled with it. But if Kazekage is not on the front line, the Sand Shinobi troops will be in trouble. To make matters worse, their plan to plant Konoha and drag Rain Shinobi village into the water fell through. Sand Shinobi village failed to steal chickens, but instead lost many elites behind Konoha. Tsunagakure had no choice but to resort to the last resort. But at this moment, good news came from the Ministry of Intelligence. Senju Nawaka died. Tsunade rushed back to the rear. To say that the person Sand Shinobi hates the most on the front line is Tsunade, followed by Danzo. Tsunade Heim, who leads the logistics department, is also the core of the medical ninja, able to continuously transfuse blood to Konoha's frontline troops. As long as Tsunade is around, the logistics medical team can far outperform Sand Shinobi logistics. Now Tsunade returns to the rear, which gives hope to Sand Shinobi, who is about to use the last resort. They still have some difficult ninjas behind them. Tsunade may bring some with him when he comes back. We will never allow them to support the front line, Jinju said seriously. The front line of Sand Shinobi has reached a critical moment, and they will never allow any unexpected factors to spoil the situation. Some Jainin worried, is that Orochimaru still behind? If he comes with Tsunade. Jinju shook his head, don't think about Orochimaru. Few people know about their secret actions. Konoha's temperament is mainly based on safety, and he is not sure that there is a breaker here, and their camp in the rear will never stand empty. Otherwise, if Sand Shinobi entangles and makes concessions on the front line, and sends people to the rear to make trouble, the material reserves of the Konoha base camp will be gone. At this time, a 15 or 16-year-old boy with short brown hair said, that Uchiha is also behind. Jinju nodded, Uchiha Uyi, Ghost Girl Pommel Horse Kyu is also the most uncertain point in our interception plan this time, and it is also the point where we should be most vigilant. On the other side, a girl who was only 12 or 13 years old, with black hair and orange bangs on both sides, said proudly, leave these two guys to me. Jinju had no choice but to warn, Luo Sha, Yakang, don't underestimate any enemy. The boys and girls in front of them are the youngest ninjas in this operation. But the strength of the two is not weak. The young Luo Sha has an excellent blood succession limit magnet-style gold dust, and he is a genius who can match Jinju's strength in this operation. Yakang is younger, but the blood successor limit scorch style is full of lethality, and he is also the dazzling talent of Tsunagakure's new generation. Unfortunately, the relationship between the two is not harmonious. Fortunately, the two could reach an agreement on defeating Mu Yetian-K. Yakang muttered, I didn't underestimate it, I just think the rumors are not credible. Counting her age, she is half a year older than Uchiha Uyi. Just because she is a genius of the same age, it is even more difficult for her to imagine that someone can do such an exaggerated thing. It is not a problem for Yakang to deal with one Jainin now, as well as a dozen or so well-trained Chunin, but that's all. Those two guys were facing the 4 Jainin of dozens of elites. The key was 2 years ago. Myself at that time. Probably only in the hands of a Jainin, struggling for a minute. Jinju drew 2 lines on the map. Tsunade is anxious to go back, so he must take the shortest route, and there is a high probability that the return journey will also be this way. But this route, our people disappeared from here, which means that Konoha has sent elites near here, so it is not impossible to turn from here. To be conservative, we guard the intersection of these 2 lines. After Jinju explained, seeing the tense faces of everyone, she couldn't help laughing and said, everyone, don't be disturbed by false names. Currently Tsunade's abilities are mostly related to medical treatment. Although it is said that her physical skills are good, it is not enough compared to her reputation. I have collected a lot of information about Uchiha Uyi in the past 2 years, and his strength is indeed comprehensive, but after all, at that age, 2 Janins are enough to defend. Ghost Girl Pommel Horse Kyu, her illusion requires a lot of prerequisites and has a limited range. As long as we don't stand too close together, we can easily solve it by taking care of each other. On our side, Luo Shat and Ye King have very few shots, and the other party doesn't know their intelligence. This is the intelligence advantage. And they once broke the record of Rain Shinobi Village. Think about it carefully, Rain Shinobi Village is only 4 Jainin, and we have 10. In terms of quality, Shinobi Village is incomparable to us. What's more, they were in the dark at that time, and Rain Shinobi Village was in the light. This time, it's the enemy who is out and we are in the dark. No matter what angle you look at, the advantage is in your hands. Jinju clenched his fist confidently, as if he had the victory in hand. There are still 200 miles ahead, and we will arrive tonight. The leading medical ninja breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back the day before yesterday, they almost ran to death. Now returning to the front line, the speed is much more normal, but the chakra deficit in the past 2 days still hasn't been made up. Fortunately, Master Yuya came with the escort, otherwise they would really consider slowing down to ensure safety. However, Master Tsunade's condition still looks bad. From departure till now, Master Tsunade has not said a single word, and is eerily calm. During the break, Kurama Kiyu took the food and sat beside Yuya, bumped his shoulder and looked at the back of Tsunade by the river. Senior Tsunade is all right. Yuya shook his head slightly. There is a problem, but it's okay, just go back to the battlefield to vent and vent. The blood of the enemy is always the best decompression agent. Pommel Horse Kiyu nodded, holding the tasteless energy biscuit in both hands and nod. His eyes drifted away, and his mind fantasized about what would happen to Yuya if he died. If Yuya died, what would happen to him? She glanced at Yuyi's side face from time to time to ensure that the bleak and beautiful picture in her mind would be more three-dimensional. Seeing Chiyu, Yuya was sometimes lonely, sometimes excited, and suddenly tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Teenage girls are so hard to understand. At this time, Yuyi's eyes paused. Looking past Chiyu, the female medical ninja who distributed the food was walking towards the river with the food. Tsunade is by the river, staring into the distance in a daze. The medical ninja walked slowly, with a weird sense of rhythm in his steps. Master Tsunade, eat something. The medical ninja stood behind Tsunade, and when he bent down, there was a glimmer of light in the dim afterglow. A sharp spear flew out from her cuff. The poisoned senbon went straight to the back of Tsunade's head. The next moment, Chien Bendun was in the air. A twist, piercing medical ninja heads. However, the medical ninja rushed towards Tsunade without stopping. But, she paused again. Crunch! Crunch! A harsh voice came from her. The collision between the chakras split her body surface. Clothes shattered, skin fell off, revealing the true face of the puppet. If you look with supercilious eyes, you can see that 2 different chakra lines are fighting fiercely on the puppet. No, it was unilateral ravages. The orthodox chakra line retreated steadily, and was shrouded by another chakra net, which held down the chakra line and forcibly docked. The chakra net is violently pulled, instantly stretching the chakra line. Crack! Yuya bit down the energy biscuit lightly, followed the chakra line from the corner of the eye, and glanced at the forest. Got you. Ye Kang's age is doubtful, there is no official data, and there are only guesses on the internet. However, she became famous in the 3 wars and died in the later period of the 3 wars, and she had the strength of Jainin before the war, and taught her apprentices carefully. If we refer to the time of the 3rd war, it is assumed here that she is the same generation as Uchiha Oya and Minato. Chapter 49. There was silence in the forest. Mali stared blankly at the river bank, sweating coldly. Mari is a standout Tsunagaku puppeteer. He was promoted to Special Jainin because he is good at improvising human puppets and has a high degree of simulation. His puppet assassination technique is weird and sinister. The success rate is extremely high. The previous ambush team found that Tsunade was not in the right state, so they asked Molly to try to behead him to solve the biggest hidden danger. And, indeed, it almost succeeded. But Mari looked towards the river bank, the boy with the Uchiha family crest on his back. What was that chakra web just now? Why are you so overbearing? If he hadn't cut off the chakra line temporarily, he doubted that he would be pulled over. At this time, Uchiha Oya tilted his head, and his peripheral vision happened to come. It was clearly disguised by illusion, but Molly felt that he was pierced by his eyes. He swallowed hard and took a step back. The nearby sand shinobi also did not expect the assassination to fail so completely. In the strange silence, Jinju was waiting to command the attack. Suddenly, Mari straightened his waist. The whole person flew out of the forest. Mari couldn't take it any longer and screamed out. He is just a puppet master, not good at fighting head-on. The camp by the river is now on alert. Mari saw that Uchiha Oya raised his hand. Call out! An unknown number of kunao came galloping with thunder light between them. The Malian was still flying, unable to move, took out kunao to block. Ding! The sound of metal collisions sounded. Mari panicked instantly. Because his suffering didn't block anything. That voice was. Mari's temples felt cold. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the branch of kunao crossed the back of his head and pierced into the gravel beside him. There is no edge, and the arc flickers. His suffering. Crash, bend to turn. Molly's body stopped and fell to the ground. In particular, Janin's instant capture and instant kill gave Sand Shinobi, who had just ignited his fighting spirit in the forest, a chill. But death is just the beginning. The moment they were stunned, a strong wind blew up. A black shadow descended from the sky, the ground cracked, and smoke and dust flew up. What kind of monster is this? The successive changes made Sand Shinobi retreat collectively. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a plump female figure. Tsunade has blonde hair flowing, eyes empty and melancholy. Only the exploding earth pit on the ground reminded them that the woman in front of them might be sad, but it was definitely not something they could sympathize with. It is they who need mercy. Boom! 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 There were explosions in the forest. The trees fell down again and again, as if there was a huge monster running rampant inside. With the rhythm of the explosion, there were screams. Pommel Kyu had a weird expression. Is this the destructive power of medical ninjas? Chiyu mourned in silence for Sand Shinobi who was in ambush. At this time, when she met Tsunade who needed to vent her emotions the most, she could only say hello. At this time, there were also enemies approaching from the river bank. Sand Shinobi originally planned to divide into 3 waves and surround the river bank. It's a pity that on the other side of the forest, there is Tsunade to vent his anger for the time being. The Sand Shinobi on both sides are led by 2 young boys and girls. The teammates on the other side of the forest couldn't meet up, and they were caught in a dilemma. Go to the forest to support Jinjiu Janin and the others? Or deal with the more Konoha Shinobi here first? Form formation, 10,000-word defense. Seeing that the other party hesitated, Yuya took the opportunity to speak to the alert medical ninja. Their team, except for Tsunade, him, and Chiyu, the other 4 are medical ninjas. There may be strength, but at most chnin. In the case of one death, it would be good for the 3 of them to survive the chaos, and they couldn't ask for more. The 3 medical ninjas knew they would be holding back, and the 3 leaned against each other, guarding against an attack. Sand Shinobi noticed that the movement in the forest gradually became smaller, knowing that Captain Jinju was temporarily delayed. The leaders, Yakang and Luosha, looked at each other, and both could see the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Since that side is holding back, now take the opportunity to annihilate this side with more bullying and less, and then go back to support Captain Jinju. Then, shuriken rain hit. Yuya Kusanagi drew his sword out of its sheath, and slashed in front of him casually. Vacuum cut. The air surged, forming a wind wall to block the shuriken. Kyu, go to Tsunade's side. Yuya said to the pommel horse Chiyu who just took out the paint. Chiyu was startled for a moment, then nodded and walked towards the forest. Tsunade is a Tyrannosaurus rex, but considering her state of mind, the life of a ninja is also fragile, and a simple Kunao-sen could be fatal if he is a little careless. And the other party wanted to annihilate him, so why did Yuya not want to hold them back? Waiting for Kyu to help Tsunade resolve the battle, the terrain on the campsite can make it easier to leave more sand shinobi. Furious. In Sand Shinobi, the 12 or 13-year-old girl shouted angrily. Yekeng thinks very highly of himself. At this moment he united with 20 or so companions to besiege him. He felt that it was not enjoyable enough, in the name of bullying too much and not being able to show his genius. Who knew that this Uchiha would divide the troops? Is it true that there is no one in Tsunagakuer today? Not to mention him, even Luosha, who is well trained, thinks that Uchiha is too conceited. Luosha was closer to Pummel Kyu, and as he beckoned, the underground soil surged. Magnet-style dust gold. The golden grit gurgled out, grabbing towards Kyu, the pommel. Looking back, Chiyu smiled brightly. Her fingers dipped in paint, scribbling out of thin air. Looking at the girl's smile in the setting sun, Luosha suddenly went into a daze. But soon, he came back to his senses. Illusion interference. Luosha continued to control the stagnant placer gold, but was shocked to find that placer gold was out of control. The placer gold seems to become gentle, turning into fertile soil, and there is something stirring under the soil. In the silent picture, the sketched plants emerge, grow rapidly, and bloom like children's graffiti flowers. The picture of childlike innocence made Luosha obsessed again. The flower quickly grew to a person's height, and fell down, turning into a strange-looking pig. Dust Gold's heart was pounding, and he felt innocent and beautiful in front of his eyes. The weird pig ran towards him. Luosha instinctively felt that something was wrong with her. Suddenly the pig in front of him became ferocious, and rushed forward with a wow sound. Luosha? Wait, isn't this a pig? Surprised, he hesitated. This is when Janin controlled a puppet to fly over in the distance, and slapped him hard on the face, letting him get out of the environment temporarily. In the distance, Yekeng, who was forming in formation to besiege Uchiha Oya, cursed, "Idiot! Don't stand in the wind." Luosha returned to the real world, her face flushed with anger. The people of Kyu on pommel horse have already run away. At this time, Yekeng reminded him, why didn't he know that there was a problem with his position? Ghost girl pommel horse Kyu, pigment can enhance illusion. And he was standing at the downwind of the pommel horse Kyu, fascinated by the paint casually scattered by the ghost girl. This was because the goal of Kurama Kyu was to divert him, not to attack him, and the illusion he used was just scribbling. Otherwise, he who was easily recruited may have been seriously injured. No, that's not it. Luosha justified himself. In fact, when the strange creature pounced on him just now, he was already awake. Just. Why does the pig bark like a dog? It can't be that the painting of pommel horse Kyu is wrong, right? No, how could it be possible for a ghost girl who has been using paint as illusion material all year round to be inferior to a child in painting? It must be deliberately interfering with judgment. What a scheming woman! Chapter 50. Get rid of Uchiha Oya, and go back to support. Yekeng saw that Luosha didn't stop the pommel horse Kyu, so he could only temporarily change his tactics. The illusion of Kurama Kyu is very effective in two-player battles. With Tsunade, it will be difficult for Janin to last too long. So the most important thing right now is to grab time. Whoever gets rid of the opponent first will be able to support. Whoever supports is the final winner. Fortunately, Here, they only have to face Uchiha Oya personally. There are 20 people on their side, including Yekeng and Luo Sha, a total of 4 Jainin. Yekeng and the others didn't think how much time it would take to besiege a person. No matter how strong Uchiha Oya's individual strength is, there are only 5 puppet masters here, enough to act as the front row for interference and containment, and then... Crazy. Facing me, I want to make a quick decision. Uya didn't defend himself, but was immediately surrounded. He Scarlet Sharingan stared at the surroundings, the crazy ones, it's you. The Kusanagi sword was unsheathed, and blood and sword light appeared at the same time. Sand Shinobi did not expect Uchiha Oya to jump into the encirclement on his own initiative. Surprised, ecstatic. The death of Tuchnans has brought about a great situation. Trap him. Yekeng withdrew to make room. She formed a seal quickly, and a strange red fireball floated around her. At the same time, the puppet masters took action collectively, replacing the closest companions to Uchiha Oya with puppets to avoid harvesting by swordsmanship. Kaka. Crunch. The puppets made weird noises, or opened their bellies to reveal organs, or stretched their hands and feet, and the barbs on their joints spewed out their venom. The strength of the puppet masters who operated the sword was high or low, and the number was large or small. A total of 9 puppet masters rushed forward. Up and down, left and right, all directions are blocked. Ahead, there is also Luo Sha accumulating gold dust. At the rear, Yekeng Scorch style makes up the knife at any time. The perfect flank. At this time, Uya withdrew his sword. The action of giving up resistance seems to give people a bad feeling. In an instant, the puppet attacked first. Water flow, fish scale armor. Bang bang bang. Yuyi's body surface seemed to have cracked lines. Pieces of transparent blue fish scales, showing a fantastic scale armor on his body surface. The water style that was once copied from Rain Shinobi Mayu has evolved into a higher level of ninja. The strange and fierce attack of the puppet, in front of the clear and dreamy water. Not moving an inch. Under the first layer of fish scales, there is a layer of gel-like water flow, which counteracts blunt blows. Only the sharp venomous stinger of the Jainin puppeteer passed through the gel after passing through the first layer of fish scales, but stopped on the surface of the second layer of fish scales. And fish scales, layer upon layer, 5 layers. Puppeteer. Uya chuckled, his hands clawed. His pulling technique is similar to the puppeteer's chakra line, but more domineering and more flexible. It can be said that he, who developed the traction technique, is the natural enemy of the puppeteer. Paired with its own powerful defensive ability and destructive power, it is even more restrained to the bone for a puppet master who is only good at puppet mechanisms. Golden Realm Law. Seeing this, Luo Sha in front changed his tactics temporarily. The placer gold that was originally intended to be used for restraint poured from the ground to the sky. Over the head of Uchiha Royal Knight. The placer gold is gathered in an irregular spherical shape, and the internal forces are violent and restless, making the sphere more unstable, and there are gold placer spears of different lengths protruding from the surface. Luo Sha only needs to detonate, and hundreds of gold dust spears will rain down. But Uya moved faster. His falsely clasped hands imitate the puppeteer's chakra lines. It's just this thread, from pulling technique, so each thread quickly splits into a web. 10 chakra nets cover the puppets on the surface of the fish scale armor. Yuyi's terrifying chakra control ability can find the chakra thread on the surface of the puppet almost instantly. Package, forcibly handed over. In an instant, the faces of the puppet masters outside were frightened at the same time. They finally knew why Molly, the puppet master before the battle, was so frightened. But unfortunately, they were more unlucky than Molly. Because they are closer to Yuyi. Closer to death. Yuya didn't give them a chance to withdraw from the chakra line at all, his claws crossed in front of him, and pulled back. 5 puppeteers, desperate to find out, flew to Uchiha Royal Knight. Luo Sha, who was about to clench his fist, quickly withdrew it. At this time, 5 teammates were pulled away, and a second layer of defense was formed on the surface of Uchiha Oya fish scale armor. If Luo Sha's placer gold realm continues, the chances of survival for the 5 teammates will be 0. Idiot! Ye King panicked. Fortunately, Luo Sha is a few years older than her, yet he is so indecisive. Scorch style over steam kill. Ye Kangwo formed a seal, and 5 fireballs shot out one after another from behind him. Ye King looked for it from an excellent angle, the fireball was hidden behind the flying teammate, and Uchiha Oya had a blind spot in his sight. In Sand Shinobi, there is another wind style attacking, which can increase the fire of the leaf warehouse at any time. Yi Wu Jiao Iya Sharingan, observe left and right. The attack of the girl of the same age was well concealed, but unfortunately, part of the fire reflected by the wide fish scale armor was captured by him. Scorch style sneak attack, even Yuya dare not be careless. His initial choice was to use Chidori style to pierce the puppeteer directly. But now, what is needed is ninjutsu that can both attack and defend. And ninjutsu, he has never lacked. Water flow, fish scale anti-armor. Laugh. 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 Under the afterglow, the fish scales turned upside down into blades, gorgeous and full of murderous intent. Half of the puppet masters involved died on the spot. Death at this time is their greatest luck. Yuya exerted strength on his feet, drew the knife, and rolled a large number of chakra. Uchiha flow round dance cut. The violent current rises from the ground like a dragon absorbing water. The undead puppet masters, including puppets and ninjutsu from the attack, are all involved. The barbed fish scales are hidden in it, and they can be cut quickly with the rotation of the water column. The puppeteer who was lucky enough not to die just now was instantly killed by barbed fish scales in the water column Uzumaki. Scorch styles fireballs, as well as other wind styles, are quickly drawn in and extinguished. The blood mist in the water column, because of the arrival of the scorch style fireball, quickly dried up and shattered into slag. Yuya noticed this and raised his brows slightly. Sweji ninjutsu really deserves its reputation. If other factors are put aside, the lethality of scorch style is equivalent to the unfinished third stage of Yuya in terms of the power coefficient of ninjutsu. However, this other factor is enough for him to bridge the gap in most blood succession ninjutsu. In the water column Uzumaki, the Royal Knight is lying down. The electric current surged, accumulating power under his feet. Among the ninjas at the scene, the most threatening one was Ye King. Scorch style is a fireball that is steamed and killed. If you touch it, you will die. It is extremely lethal. But in terms of overall combat power, it is still the young Luo Sha. Can attack and defend, can restrain, can create terrain. However, in terms of temperament, she is not as good as the younger girl Ye King. Not decisive enough to kill. So, outside the water column, Ye King saw those blurred scarlet eyes across Uzumaki. She tensed and took a step back. Although she didn't want to admit it, the short battle made her understand. There is also a gap between geniuses. Chapter 51. Grunt. Under the blurred scarlet vision, Ye King swallowed hard. She quickly summoned the fireball again and surrounded herself tightly, but she still felt chills down her spine. Fortunately, that terrifying gaze disappeared. Ye King secretly gritted his teeth while being thankful. At the riverside camp, all the puppet masters have been instantly killed. Chinen is difficult to play a role, Close is dead, and can only assist from a distance. Among the only 3 Jainin left, an old ninja who is good at wind-style ninjutsu. The other 2 are her and Luo Sha. Uchiha Oya didn't come towards her, it is most likely. Luo Sha was adjusting the placer gold, and suddenly saw 2 red lights in the water arcing out, the thunder light exploded, and Uchiha Oya was already in front of him. Luo Shahun almost lost it. Instinctively, he manipulated gold dust to block. Fortunately, he just controlled all the placer gold in his hands. At this time, control it, using the arms to use the fingers. Seeing that Uchiha Oya took advantage of the power of thunder and lightning, his body was like a sharp arrow, and he suddenly drew his sword and stabbed. Luo Sha was so frightened that his soul would fly. While retreating instantly, he raised his hand again and again. The placer gold condensed into placer gold shield walls, rising one after another. The sharp sword light made a piercing whistling. Bark! 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 The placer gold shield wall is like paper paste, pierced one after another. Such a sharp sword aura. At the moment of the crisis of life and death, Luo Sha has finally recovered his extraordinary qualities as a genius. He noticed that the thunder light in the sword energy gradually dissipated, and with a thought, the nearby gold dust spiral floated into the air. When the sword light pierced through 4 gold placer shield walls and came to him, the conch-shaped gold placer was inserted like a scabbard. This time the placer gold is not solid, but extremely fragile. Almost instantly shattered into placer gold spears. But also because of this, the main source of power in the sword energy, Chidori Ryu, is fully transmitted. Uchiha Oya's sword energy became weak because of this, but it still pierced a bloody hole in Luo Sha's chest and abdomen with a squeak. Luo Sha, who survived the catastrophe, clutched his wound and wanted to stare at him in embarrassment, but he didn't dare to look directly into Uchiha Oya's eyes. At this time, Yuya was slightly dissatisfied. In this world of swordsmanship and swordsmanship, there is no such thing as exaggerated sword energy, it is more like a supplement to physical skills. His so-called sword energy just now is more of the electric shock attached to the thunder chakra, rather than the more pure slash of White Fang. There are many factors that affect the lethality of ninja swords. Skills, strength, use of chakra, talent, all can greatly determine the upper and lower limits of the user. Night guarding skills, strength, and chakras use can all be called geniuses. But talent is not as exaggerated as other aspects. There is such a thing as talent, if you have it, you have it, and if you don't have it. For example, the talent of the teacher White Fang's knife skills and Minato's sense of space are things that others cannot force. But Yuyi has been making up for this recently. The 5th hook jade can observe one's own physical skills. Can discover and correct many details in subtle places. As long as there is enough time, Yuya can completely fill up all the talents related to physical skills the day after tomorrow. Yuya glanced at the collapsed dust gold shield wall in front of him, feeling a little regretful. If the talent is now at the level of the teacher, even if there is no electric shock, just the blessing of chakra is enough to kill Luo Sha. Tch. Monster. Yeking was ashamed, and scattered the fireballs surrounding him a little. The situation in front of me is quite bad. At this time, let alone a quick battle, they went to support Captain Jinju. They themselves even reached the point where they needed Captain Jinju's support. This Uchiha monster is a humanoid meat grinder. However, they often pester puppet masters who are similar to ninjas, as if they were conquered by the sky, and now they all lie down. Melee with this guy again? Yeking thought to himself that his physical skills were excellent, and a steam kill could kill him instantly. But, not to mention whether Uchiha Oya will let her get close, even if she is close, she suspects that she will die by the knife before the fireball touches Uchiha Oya. In this way, there is only one way to win. Yeking's fireball moved closer to his teammates. Bomb with ninjutsu. She glanced at Luo Sha, and said with disgust, "Can it still be done?" Luo Sha had completely calmed down at this time, clutching his wound, and said indifferently, "I won't be careless anymore." After Luo Sha knew the plan, he reluctantly condensed the gold dust in front of everyone. The remaining 12 or 3 sand shinobi are tightly united behind the placer gold shield wall. Their strength itself is not weak, and if Uchiha Oya attacks with physical skills, it will not be beneficial. Yeking took a deep breath, Senior Zenzu and I are the main attackers. Luo Sha, look for opportunities to contain the lock. Although Luo Sha was upset, he knew the importance of the task. Ye Keng quickly formed seals with both hands, changing the shape of the fireball. The fireball flew 10 meters into the air, expanded and spread out. Wind-style Jainin led the other Chunin to follow. While Luo Shaijin defended, he stared at Uchiha Oya in front of him. If the opponent attacks, he will try his best to defend. If Uchiha Oya is temporarily avoiding the edge, he will allocate part of the gold dust to contain it as much as possible to improve the hit rate of his teammates' ninjutsu. But Uchiha Oya's actions made Luo Sha unable to understand. That guy, retreat to the river. Then stand on top of the waves. This guy, doesn't he want to fight head-on? A thought flashed through Luo Sha's mind, and he felt it was extremely absurd. What is combination ninjutsu? The real big killer on the battlefield. Compared with the more commonly used collective ninjutsu, the cooperation of different attribute ninjutsu can greatly increase the lethality of ninjutsu. Unless there is too much difference in strength, if you use pure ninjutsu and combined ninjutsu to head, there is only one dead end. What's more, in their combination ninjutsu, there is Scorch style, a big killer. Luo Sha couldn't think of where Uchiha Oya's confidence came from. But soon, he saw a strange scene. Ripples under Uchiha Oya's feet, and the hand holding the knife waved. Moving slowly, the knife slashed across the river. He raised his hand, and the water moved with the blade. Behind him, the surface of the river suddenly soared nearly 10 meters high after the knife cut. This scene is very similar to the Great Falls technique. But Uchiha Oya did not seal, this waterfall will soon dissipate by itself? Under Luo Sha's puzzled gaze, Uchiha Oya let go of the knife in his hand at this moment. Thunder light flashed on his body, and he suspended the blade beside him. Then, start sealing? No, this print? Luo Sha was shocked to find that Uchiha's Indian style was extremely weird. His hands didn't clasp together, but went up and down. And the left and right hand seals are completely different. How did this guy do it? No, what does he want to do? Luo Sha has heard of one-handed seals. The printed version was developed for the convenience of actual ninjutsu. Similar to a formula, it simplifies the calculation process and facilitates more ninjas to master and use ninjutsu. Therefore, not printing can be simplified. Even, it can be removed. Luo Sha wouldn't be so surprised just by forming seals with one hand. Rather, the two hands form different seals respectively. So how does the chakra meridian in the body work and how to divide the work? Luo Sha couldn't figure it out at all. But this does not prevent Luo Sha, finally knowing what Uchiha Oya is going to do. This guy is performing combined ninjutsu alone. The turbulent waves in Luo Sha's mind are only a few seconds in reality. On Sand Shinobi's side, Ye King has already expanded 5 fireballs into a giant fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. The giant fireball faintly showed signs of bursting. The rest of Sand Shinobi is already ready. Wind style, great breakthrough. The great breakthrough of collective ninjutsu, the strong winds set off, made the riverside camp seem to be in the eye of the storm. Scorch style's giant fireball, propelled out. In midair, it exploded into pure scorch-style flames. Then, the wind fueling the fire. Combined ninjutsu, oversteamed wind blast kill. In the storm, the crimson flames were like a sea. In the flames, Uchiha Oya's eyes were indifferent. After forming mudras with his left and right hands, he joined up and down. The big waterfall behind him rises high like a tsunami. And around him, lightning roared like a dragon. The thunder dragon enters the sea, and the waves are monstrous. Combination profound meaning, raging thunder Shanhai Yilong. Chapter 52. In the forest, there is almost no intact land within a radius of hundreds of meters. Tsunade gasped, only 2 Jainins were left in front of him. Pommel Kyu sits on the only intact tree and paints graffiti on the trunk. Most of the former Chunin died in the illusion, and the remaining two can resist one or two, but Tsunade will not let go of the opportunity created by Kyu. The battle was about to end. At this time, there was a loud noise from the river bank. Pommel horse Kyu looked back, only to see that the sky along the river bank was blood red. Water and fire collided and hissed. Thunder and storms whistling and intertwined. But it only lasted less than 2 seconds, and the thunder and water flow overwhelmingly silenced the sound of the wind and extinguished the flames. Huge waves rushed into the forest, and the Brontosaurus sometimes went up and down. At this time, the battlefield between Kurama Kyu and Tsunade, fighting and chasing, had already penetrated 200 meters into the forest. Pommel horse Kyu raised her slender legs, watched the water flow which had weakened slightly, and continued to rush forward. It was fine for her to sit high, but for the two Tsunagaku Jainin who were struggling to hold on below, the waves of thunder and lightning were like adding insult to injury. Tsunade was also among them, but she relied on her stronger body to finish the two Jainin with the electric shock. It's terrible. Pommel Kyu shook her head and put away the paint. It seems that the development of Yu Yi is going well. Yu Yi is now stuck at the threshold of the third stage of chakra, and it is quite difficult to go further, so he simply finds another way to strengthen his ninjutsu strength. Combination ninjutsu is the highest priority among them. It is almost impossible for one person to use two different large ninjutsu at the same time. Because the chakra mobilized by large ninjutsu needs to pass through most of the chakra meridians of the body. And it is impossible for a person to have two meridians. So we can only find another way. What Uchiha Oya tried was the combination of internal circuit and external circuit. Needless to say, the circuit in the body can be used normally. The main difficulty lies in how to construct the chakra meridian and create a circuit outside the body. It is difficult to fabricate it out of thin air, but if it is processed on the basis of the existing chakra from the outside world, Uchiha Oya's talent is just enough. The principle is to mobilize the corresponding chakra first to create a ninjutsu environment, and then use chakra micromanipulation to control the chakra that has not dissipated outside the body to briefly simulate the internal circuit. Among them, the requirements for handling force can be called pervert, and it also requires extremely high stability. Yuya has tried many times, and the number of successes in the past year has not been many, and the success rate has gradually increased in the follow-up. Now it seems that it is initially mastered. The advantage is that one person can exert the power of combined ninjutsu. The disadvantage is that the steps are cumbersome and require preparation in advance. If the enemy is prepared, it will be very difficult to implement. But if it develops towards a miniaturized ninjutsu group, perhaps the prospect will be better. The waves gradually disappeared into the forest. After the water receded, many corpses were left behind. The battle is completely over. Yu Yi's figure appeared beside the two of them. Pommel Kyu asked, "Is everything settled?" Yu Ye shook his head, slipped one. He scanned the surrounding corpses and made a judgment. There are quite a few people who were rushed here. But near the river bank, Luo Sha made a hole and ran away, leaving only a sand hole in place. Without the eyes of Hyaga's family, at this time, I don't know where Luo Sha is escaping, and how far he ran. However, when Luo Sha temporarily escaped, it was also the time when Yulong was at its most powerful, and the water with electric current rushed down the sand cave. Whether that guy survived or not depends on luck. If you are lucky enough to survive, flooding and lightning strikes are enough to drink a few pots. Oh? Are there any living ones here? Yu Yi's eyes caught the change. Ye Kang, who was drenched all over, was lying on the messy ground. Electric arcs flashed on his body from time to time, and his body twitched from time to time. She whimpered unconsciously, then seemed to wake up, then fell silent again in an instant, trying to play dead. But Yu Ye, who had been observing the surroundings, caught it. Yu Ye looked at Ye Kang, who was pretending to be dead, and said in his heart that he had gained a lot. He studies the transformation of the nature of the third stage of chakra, the idea of shortcomings. Ninjas like Yakang, who are born with ninjutsu and blood succession, are undoubtedly excellent research materials. With the situation just now, he couldn't stop. He thought he could only pick up a corpse and go back to discuss research with Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Yakang survived. Thinking about where Sand Shinobi was before, Yuya felt relieved. After Furying Shen Heilong broke through the opponent's combination of ninjas, there was a gold dust wall behind her, and Yakang's companions. Indeed, she had the greatest chance of surviving. Yuya looked at her, thinking about how to make good use of this material. This prisoner has research value, and Konoha must be eager to study it. How can I retain the right to study her? If Orochimaru were to do it for him, maybe Orochimaru could win over the research project, but the village would definitely send more people to get involved. And Orochimaru is researching Hyuga's caged bird, and he has to manage the base camp, so he won't be free for a short time. He looked at Yakang and thought, but he didn't know that the pommel horse Kyo beside him was also looking at him and thinking about it. Pommel horse Kyo looked back and forth between Yu Yi's interested expression and the twitching girl on the ground. Her expression became more and more weird. Even Tsunade, who has been like a walking dead for the past 2 days, can't help casting his eyes. Forget it, take it as a prisoner first, go back and ask Orochimaru to help me fight for the right to research, and then talk about it if it doesn't work. Yu Yi's palm lit up chakra scalpel, cutting off Yakang's tendons without mercy. Yakang snorted, knowing that he couldn't pretend to be dead, and looked up at Yuya resentfully. Yuya turned a blind eye and activated Sharingan by himself. At the same time, he turned his head to align with the moon and said, "Let me interrogate their mission first. Go back to the camp and see." "Hey? Why are you looking at me like that?" The border of the land of wines. The wind in early autumn moved the dust, and even the sky was grey. Near the commercial road, the abandoned grain and grass convoy was half hidden in the dust. At the front of the convoy, Hitaki Sakumo was holding a long checklist, squinting his eyes to concentrate, checking every word. Jainin came to report the situation. 1 person was damaged in battle and 1 was seriously injured. I have asked the intelligence department to send them back. It should be fine. Hitaki Sakumo nodded, without moving his eyes from the list, scrolled down a page, and sighed. The Kingdom of the Wind has recently supported Tsunagakure a lot obviously, so many people in their country can no longer survive. Then Jainin said, maybe they think they have a chance to win this war, and they want to give it a try. Food or something, to put it bluntly, the nobles are not short of it. Anyway, they can't give it to the common people. It's better to use it for war. Invest. After reading the last page, Hitaki Sakumo shook his head and said, I don't have a chance to go later, let's burn them all. Before the 3rd Kazekage comes over, let's look for others. That Jainin nodded and continued, by the way, the leader of the convoy was interrogated just now, and he said that a detachment was heading towards the battlefield. Hitaki Sakumo asked suspiciously, send the food directly to the frontal battlefield. This is obviously not in line with common sense. That Jainin said, it's not food, it's only a car. Hitaki Sakumo became more and more confused, what does a car send there? People. He thought of something, and his expression became serious. In the past few days, some puzzling points have gathered in his mind. For example, 3rd Kazekage usually only deliberately guards against him when a large amount of food and weapons are delivered. But recently, regardless of time and place, they have been chasing them frequently. However, there was no sign of it all day today. Coupled with the strange vehicles sent to the direction of the battlefield. Suddenly, Hitaki Sakumo's expression changed. Not good. Assembly. Go to the front line to support immediately. Chapter 53. Rain Country Plain. The continuous drizzle could not wash away the blood on the ground. The blood that had penetrated into the soil dyed the plain full of black soil into the color of rust. Behind the Konoha camp, 5, 6, 7.5-year-old children numbly carried the corpses of ninjas from the same village back and forth. The medical logistics behind the camp were overwhelmed. The roar of blood on the front line can no longer cover up the painful wailing from behind. Shimura Dans let the rain get wet, staring at the shopping on the battlefield with blinking eyes. This is already the 10th battle on the front line, big and small. For this sake, even ninjas who usually need to be patient and calm in their education have been dazed. Many tired ninjas had given up using ninjutsu and rushed up with kunao in hand. Konoha and Sand Shinobi, someone fell down from time to time, and someone made up the knife. Beside Danzo, old teammate Akamichi took the wind to look at the widening battlefield, his fat face wrinkled. Akamichi took the wind to suggest, Danzo, go back to the defense first. Sand Shinobi has expanded the battlefield to the towns outside the plain. They obviously want to pull Rain Shinobi village into the water. How could Danzo not know the purpose of Tsunagakuer? The intelligence that Sand Shinobi sent to the elite to disrupt the rear has been sent back. Sand Shinobi is trying to frame Konoha, and the dead horse is a living horse doctor who wants to expand. But to Danzo, that doesn't matter. He shook his head. Sand Shinobi is almost overwhelmed. If we slack off, it will be very difficult to find a chance to fight to the end. Akamichi still thinks it is too risky, but if they carry it down, there may be more than 10,000 civilians in the Land of Rain who died in the hands of both of us this time. Henzo has sent several warnings. I think this time the death is so people from the Land of Rain, he won't bear it any longer. As a veteran elite Jainin following second Hokage, Akamichi knows a little about Hands of the Salamander's strength. In terms of one-on-one, Akamichi is hard to say, but Hanzo's lethality on the battlefield is beyond the reach of most cage-level masters. That guy's breathing is poisonous. If he shot with all his strength, many middle-level ninjas would not even be able to get close, and they would die without knowing why. Danzo glanced at his old partner, so both of us are betting. I bet we can win, when it's just Rain Shinobi village, without Tsunagakuer by his side, how dare he do it? I also bet that even if we can't completely defeat Sand Shinobi, that old Hands of the Salamander won't dare to do it. And you're betting that we won't win before Hands of the Salamander dares to make a move. Do you think that probability is high? What happened before, let Danzo clearly realize that Hands of the Salamander has lost its former glory. Akamichi took the wind and sighed, that's what I said, but if it happens, we can't bear the ending. The country of the wind has low expectations for Tsunagakuer. Now that they have reached this level of strength, they have gained power in the country of the wind. And we? Akamichi Take-Kaze didn't continue. The first ninja village has been in existence for 2 years, but the results are few and far between. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has a good attitude for the time being, but the nobles in the country no longer want to support him. This will ebb and flow, if Hands of the Salamander intervenes in the follow-up. Konoha may be stuck in the quagmire of the Land of Rain. Even if they can win in the end, it will be a tragic victory that outweighs the gain. If you lose, you will lose too many things. Danzo turned his head and looked at the battlefield calmly. Now is not the time to hesitate, you must trust your companions, trust them who are fighting. How can Danzo not understand the questions that Akamichi can figure out? But Akamichi Take-Feng doesn't understand a little bit. He doesn't understand Danzo. Senju Tobirama's hesitation before death is Danzo's lifelong regret. Now he has been living in the dark for more than 10 years. That year, that moment of hesitation, it's time to make up for it. He made an excuse to go to the front and took command. All this, not only for Konoha, for this glorious victory, but also for shining oneself. Now the dawn of victory has already shone through the clouds. How could he give up so easily at this moment? Do not. It's time to usher in my glorious moment. Danzo stared at the Sand Shinobi elite on the opposite side of the battlefield, and now he needed to end the victory with his own hands. He was about to call Akamichi and others when he suddenly saw a strange scene on the edge of the battlefield from the corner of his eye. An ordinary carriage enters the battlefield. When the horses approached, they frightened away, and a ninja stepped forward to replace them, dragging the carriage to the middle of the battlefield. On the carriage was a transformed prison. In prison, chained, a monk? Such a paradoxical scene, even the ninjas who were fighting nearby were stunned for a moment. When the Konoha shinobi was about to attack, Danzo suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, "Don't touch him!" But the battlefield is so vast that Konoha shinobi can't hear it at all. He went straight to the monk through the prison, "Kunao." From the beginning to the end, the monk just put his hands together and did not resist. But a strange sand appeared and swept away Kunao. Seeing this, Danzo's face became darker and darker. Tsunagakuer. Monks are not a rare occupation in the ninja world. There is also the Temple of Fire in the Kingdom of Fire, and its strength is not weak. But the monk in front of him was different. His other identity is Jinkriki. One-tails Jinkriki. According to Konoha's known information, the monk is a test subject of Second Kazakage's research on the militarization of salmonella, and has been imprisoned in Tsunagakuer. And the monk's character doesn't seem to be affected by Shikakuer. Konoha rarely hears about Tsunagakuer Shikaku's runaway. This monk either has a way to control Shihi, or he has no intention of killing. Now judging from the way Tsunagakuer treats monks, the latter is more likely. At this time, if someone attacks the monk, even if he has no intention of killing, it doesn't mean that he doesn't. Jinkriki and tailed beast are connected in life and death. If the monk was seriously injured, he would not listen to him chant scriptures honestly. Tsunagakuer, you actually bet on the tailed beast. Danzo gritted his teeth, his thoughts gradually becoming chaotic. He has already seen the dawn, and now there are more uncertain factors. The victory of this war, because of the appearance of the tail beast, the balance is tilted. The lethality of the tail beast can be called an absolute meat grinder on the battlefield. Danzo anxiously calculated how many people on his side could help stop the tailed beast if it went berserk. Ordinary ninjas are useless at this time. Words of Jainin. He looked at Akamichi and the familiar Jainins around him. It's not impossible if you pay the price. But, the Jainins are all going to deal with Shikaku, so what about the battlefield? The more Danzo thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Where did that guy Tsunade go? Why hasn't he come back? Where is the rescue? Did Orochimaru send someone? He asked one after another, causing old teammate Akamichi to sigh secretly. Danzo, it's messed up. It is impossible to make the right decision in front of the stage in an emergency. This, perhaps, is the point where he lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akamichi took a deep breath. Since Sand Shinobi dared to lift Jinkriki up, there is a way to activate it. You and I join forces to see if we can find an opportunity to kill Jinkriki first. If it doesn't work, you can hold it back. Danzo also calmed down at this moment, and nodded silently. This is the best way I can think of so far. Moreover, when he monitored Uchiha Oya's development of ninjutsu 2 years ago, he found an inspiration that made his wind style a lot stronger. Because of the change in form of development, it is very similar to Uchiha Oya, and he has never used it in person. Now, is not the time to hide. Fortunately, the original creator Uchiha Oya is not here. Master Tsunade is back. Master Tsunade. Oya Jainin also came to the front line to support. Chapter 54. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Tsunade just rushed to the logistics department and stood there. When everyone saw her familiar, tall, and straight back, they felt that their hearts were too much at ease. In the chaotic logistics department just now, the medical ninja let out a long sigh of relief, and even seeing Tsunade's wounded in the tent, the wailing seems to be much quieter. The return of several other medical ninjas also relieved part of the pressure on the logistics department. The arrival of Uchiha Oya Jainin and Ghost Girl Kurama Kyo has at least increased the frontline high-end power a little. Besides Tsunade, a ninja came to report the current situation. As the report progressed, her brows gradually frowned. After the ninja left, Tsunade told Uya, the morale in front is not good now, it's up to you. Also, Tsunagakure's Jinkriki was sent to the battlefield. Tsunade didn't tell Uyi how to deal with it. After arriving at the front line, with Uyi's strength and experience, she could make a more accurate judgment than she was sitting in the rear in the logistics department. Uya nodded, just turned around and left. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped him again. Uya turned around, just in time to see the hand that Tsunade had just retracted. At this time, her face once again showed a bit of fragility from last night. I want to come back alive. Uya, who was not good at expressing hot emotions, was startled, not knowing how to respond. Tsunade has always been nice to him, but only with appreciation for the younger generation. But now, she seemed to transfer and pin some of her other emotions on him. In the end, Uya just put his palm on the handle of the knife slanted at his waist, and returned a faint smile. He came to the high place where the front command was located. Face to face with Danzo's complicated eyes. Akamichi seemed to know the gap between them, and took the initiative to set the topic on the current situation. That monk is one-tail shower Jinkriki, probably Tsunagakure's secret preparation for this battle. The best way is to kill with one blow even humans and tailed beasts. But with Showerhe's defensive ability, it is difficult for us to do it. But if I leave it alone, I don't know when Sand Shinobi will make him go berserk. Uya nodded, then your previous plan. Akamichi took the wind and continued, Danzo and I will try forcefully. If you can kill it, kill it. If you can't kill it, try to control it. At least hold it for a while. The multiplication technique of the Akamichi family is very suitable for fighting large summoning beasts or tailed beasts. And Akamichi takes the wind as the pillar of the Akamichi family, and the people around him who used to be second Hokage are in the forefront of the entire Konoha. With him and Danzo, it's definitely possible. Uya looked away from the weird monk and looked at the battlefield ahead. Konoha and Sand Shinobi are red-eyed, and now they are fighting in one breath. The arrival of Jinkriki gave Sand Shinobi at least a little bit of confidence to die together, and now he looks a bit brave. Uya held the handle of the knife at his waist. I'll go to the front and make a circle to boost morale. He tilted his head. Kyu, restrain the Sand Shinobi near the monk, and don't let them have a chance to do something. Finally, I looked at Akamichi for wind. Instead of defending, it is better to push Sand Shinobi back several hundred meters, leaving this monk alone and helpless, and then we will work together to deal with it. Akamichi took the rumor and nodded after thinking about it. The arrival of Jinkriki made them anxious, and for a while they were not as clear as Uchiha Oya, an outsider who had just arrived. And it was not easy to force Sand Shinobi back hundreds of meters, but if they add the newcomers Uya and Chiyu, and face the tired Sand Shinobi, they can still do it. This method of handling, Akamichi Takefeng thinks it is reasonable. So, he looked to his old partner Danzo. Danzo scowled, not looking at them at all. But for him who has a strong desire to control, this is already a default. The decision has been made, and several Jainins who are decision makers have joined the ranks of the frontline shopping. They have plenty of chakra and stronger fighting power. Soon, Uchiha Oya, Shimura Dans, and Akamichi took the wind like three sharp arrows, piercing Sand Shinobi's defense line that was already on the verge of collapse. On the Sand Shinobi side, only Cho and Ebis, a few high-level executives, can resist a little. They faced the more experienced Danzo and Akamichi. And Uchiha Oya is faster, stronger in physical skills, and roams everywhere. The sharp Kusanagi sword, along with Chidori's electric arc, continuously harvested lives. The arrival of high-level Konoha reactivated Konoha's morale. Tsunagakure, who was already lacking in hard power, retreated again and again. Sand Shinobi, who stayed near the prison car, became particularly forward because of the retreat of his teammates. But at this time, they have not noticed it. A dozen or so people seemed to be falling into mass hysteria, screaming in horror or wailing in pain. From time to time, there were traces of flame burning and electric paralysis on his body, which was really weird. No one noticed that the body of the monk Fenfu was trembling inexplicably in the prison car. Originally, I just sat cross-legged and closed my eyes to share blessings. At this time, I raised my hands, with heart and love tattooed on my palms, and joined hands to chant sutras. However, around his body, sand and stones were flying, and purple curse marks continuously appeared on his body, like a demon. Fenfu's expression became more and more dignified, trying to suppress the restlessness in his body. He doesn't know why Xiao'erhe is so irritable. No, it should be fear. The rhythmic chanting sound of Fenfu comforted Xiao'erhe as if he was a child. At the same time, he finally knew what Xiao'erhe was afraid of. Fenfu opened his eyes for the first time since entering the battlefield. He saw a girl with long brown hair and picturesque eyebrows quietly painting with air, drawing creatures of various shapes. But he quickly shook his head, and followed Shutsuru's guidance to look at the sand shinobi trapped in the environment. Among the sand shinobi, another girl with the same appearance was doing the same thing. The one hiding beside the enemy was Kyu himself. It's just a deceptive phantom clone over there. If it is not for the guidance of Xiao'erhe, even the blessings cannot be separated. Xiao'erhe, are you afraid of this child? No, something inside the child? Fenfu was a little puzzled. Shikaku is not one to be afraid of other tailed beasts. Then she is a fairy in her body? God? Xiao'erhe and Fenfu couldn't explain it clearly, but he knew that it came from instinctive fear and suppression at the level of life. At this time, Kurama Kyu seemed to feel something, and her painting hand paused slightly. What's wrong? Yuya saw something was wrong from afar and rushed over. Kurama Kyu noticed Fenfu's probing eyes and shook her head. It seems that the guy's breath has been captured. Since using the engine border prison more than a year ago, although Iheziguni has been silenced by Yuyi, her illusion still has some of its characteristics. But Fenfu was the first to catch it so far. No, maybe it was captured by the tail beast. Yuya frowned, leave this to me. As soon as the words fell, under the prison car, the cardboard suddenly broke open. A sand shinobi with red eyes sends kunao into Fenfu's neck. This person has been lurking underground, waiting for an opportunity. At this time, Anmakyo was worried that the power of Iheziguni would detonate the tailed beast in advance, so the illusion stopped for a moment. And Xiao'erhe fell into fear again, and didn't care about defending. Tsunagaku Janin, who was lurking due to serious injuries from fighting, never expected that things would go so smoothly and the assassination was successful. Fenfu clutched his throat, bleeding profusely. According to the body of a normal person, the next thing to face is to wait for death. But Jinkriki are not ordinary people. On the surface of the body, a strange blood-red chakra coat emerged. The power of the tailed beast is doing its best to repair Jinkriki's injuries. Xiao'erhe, who lost his blessings and comfort, finally went mad. Behind Fenfu, a claw made of mud and sand with a strange purple curse mark suddenly drilled out. Click! The giant claws hold Sand Shinobi with ease like a toy. Sand Shinobi's body was squeezed with great force, and blood flowed down his paws. It was clear that he suffered great pain before his death, but that Sand Shinobi was not afraid, but laughed maniacally. His voice was dull and hoarse because of the squeeze. Ha 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 ha! Konoha's awful, I'll wait for you below. Puff, flesh and blood splashed like juice. Fenfu's body was covered by a huge amount of sand. The silt squeezed through the cage and turned into a strange raccoon dog tens of meters high with purple curse marks all over its body. Just the wind pressure brought about by the expansion of the body will set off a strong wind. Flying sand and rolling stones, roaring sadly. Xiao'erhe, gone berserk. Chapter 55. Body shape is often the expression of combat effectiveness. As long as it is large enough, the lower limit is high enough. Facing the hurricane, Uye stuck his knife into the ground and wrapped his arms around the pommel horse queue to stabilize his figure. Such a movement that is not weaker than the ordinary wind-style great breakthrough is just the wind pressure that accompanied the first appearance of the crane. Uye raised his head, observing the pressure of the behemoth at close range is completely different from watching from a distance. Uye looked unprecedentedly dignified. Not to mention anything else, it would take a lot of work for him to cut it just because of his body shape. Not to mention the powerful self-healing ability of the tail beast, and the bombing ability like a fort. Kurama Kyu had already gathered chakra, and the runaway shower he couldn't feel the threat, but what was worse, it recognized Kurama Kyu. In its pitch-black eye sockets, its lantern-sized golden pupils stared at Chiyu irrationally. Never mind, go ahead. Uye was worried that the breath of Kurama Kyu would continue to stimulate Shahi, so he asked him to go to the front line to help first. Pommel Kyu nodded and moved quickly. Seeing this, Shower-He made a sharp yuha and quickly grabbed it. But its body suddenly couldn't move. Behind Shower-He, Akamichi, who is also tens of meters tall, takes the wind, puts his hands through its armpits, and hugs it. The Akamichi clan's super multiplication. Hurry up! I won't last long. Akamichi gritted his teeth, struggling. The power of the tailed beast, even if he is a giant, is still difficult to contend with. Akamichi bought less time than he had imagined. Because just hugging doesn't prevent Shahi from attacking. Suddenly, Shower-He's stomach swelled. It slapped its belly violently and opened its mouth. Wind-style practice empty ammo. The gust of wind gushes out from its mouth, and the majestic chakra sink gathers it into a huge wind ball and attacks Pommel Kyu. The huge wind ball is extremely fast, with an exaggerated diameter of nearly 10 meters. Before the wind signal arrived, the surrounding area had already set off a strong wind again. Akamichi Tekase tried his best to hug and deflect the attack, but couldn't. Shimura Dance had just arrived, and when he saw this, he frowned and took a few steps back. Uye stood in the way, shaking off the blood on the blade. He stared at the giant wind ball. The blade was attached with flames with a pop. The violent flames are in his hands, meekly organized into a cloth-like texture. Facing the hurricane, Uye suddenly raised his knife. Strange power. Hitaki knife skills. With the powerful blessing of strange power, Hitaki's sharp slashing with the sword technique actually made a bursting sound. Picking up the light of the knife, the speed is too fast to leave an afterimage. It wasn't until the knife was fixed that the satin-like flames caught up slowly, and moved against the wind, turning into a half-moon. Fire beats wind, but strong wind can also blow out flames. However, the condensed fire flow and the power of the slash allow it to break through the wind. Flame flow, half-moon slash. The flames of the half-moon are getting stronger and stronger. Near the wind balloon, it is already 10 meters long. Boom! Shower-He's practiced empty bullets were stagnant in mid-air. The stream of fire passes through, leaving a trail of fire. The huge wind ball split into two halves, and the disorderly storm drove the flames, instantly turning into two burning hemispherical flames. As soon as Uye's sword was gone, the sword's glow rose again. After lifting the knife, continue chopping. The blade is entwined with Feng Meng. Uye slashed again with strange force, but nothing happened nearby. But in front of Shower-He's chest and abdomen, there appeared a vacuum like a scar. Airflow vacuum slash. The vacuum suddenly appears, and the storm gathers. The two giant flames that had not yet fallen in the sky surged towards that place. In a short moment, break the move and counterattack. The violent flames swallowed the crane and let out a strange cry. Akamichi took the wind and tripped him out of range of the flames. While keeping the crane rolling, both of them looked at Danzo, slightly dissatisfied. From start to finish, Danzo didn't make a shot. If Danzo also takes the opportunity to make up for the wind style he is good at, and cooperates with Yu Yi's flame, maybe he can hurt Xiao Erhe even more. Danzo's face was flushed, but he didn't defend himself. He glanced at Yu Ye with a guilty conscience, and gritted his teeth as if making some kind of decision. Hey ah! Humans! Damn humans! The wind blew away the flames, and Xiao Erhe's sharp voice was full of resentment. It stood up again, with burns all over its body and black smoke emitting from it. But these injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shizuru's eyes locked on Uchiha Oya who injured it. Fatty Akamichi took the wind and retreated in front of the two with his giant body, causing the ground to tremble. Yu Ye glanced at Danzo, and said bluntly, "Keep your hands, and I will leave this ugly thing for you to play with slowly." With his speed, he ran faster than these two middle-aged people anyway. Danzo said angrily, "You don't need to teach me how to do it." Akamichi sighed helplessly. Even if he had a bad impression of Uchiha, he had to say that Danzo was not very authentic this time. Seeing Shizuru wanting to attack again, Akamichi took the wind and made an impact posture, focusing on the front. "I create opportunities, this time I must seize them." Shizuru's belly was already bulging again. Akamichi Tekes didn't have time to wait for the two to answer, and rushed towards Shizuru like a sumo wrestler. Wind style practice empty ammo. Xiao Erhe patted his stomach one after another, spitting out the huge wind ball like money. Akamichi is destined to be unable to dodge completely due to his size. He could only fight for two dangerous bruises, and suddenly hugged Xiao Erhe and fell to the side. The two fell like mountains. Yu Yi's body was like lightning, flashing repeatedly, and he was already at the feet of both of them. He once again swung his knife to cut the half-moon fire. What is predicted is the position of Shihi's head after he falls. He retracted the knife and looked behind him from the corner of his eye. Danzo's speed was slightly slower, and he couldn't afford to hesitate at this time. Now Sand Shinobi is receding like a tide, and the nearby Konoha Shinobi are going around, and no one disturbs here. But if you don't grasp it and let the cranes destroy one after another, the Konoha Shinobi's detour distance is still within its attack range. Danzo gritted his teeth and quickly made seals with his hands. Ninja Law, Breakthrough, Great Breakthrough. Danzo is good at wind style, but the wind style at this time is different from the past. Great Breakthrough originally blows out a disorderly gust of wind, the attack effect is average, and the auxiliary effect control effect is the key. But now, the hurricane is in order. The wind blades mixed in the wind moved forward like neat arrows. It turned out to be a large-scale, extremely aggressive ninjutsu like a rain of wind blades and arrows. Breakthrough, Great Breakthrough, following Yu Yi's slash just now. The wind fuels the fire. The wind like a rain of arrows turned into rockets. Like a storm, it hit Shihi in the face. Akamichi, who was out of the range of the attack, had a strange expression on his face. He seemed to know why Danzo hesitated. This familiar chakra form. Isn't it just a reprint of Uchiha Yu Yi's Fire Flow Ninja? Given how well he knows his old partner, Danzo's talent in this area is not too high. Uchiha Yu Yi even cast a disdainful look. This old thing actually stole his teacher? Was it during the period when Konoha was watching? But it can be really practiced, this old thing's wind style learning talent really has two hands. After Danzo was shameless, he couldn't help but blush when he infringed in front of the original author's junior. But soon, the faces of the three changed at the same time. Strange chakra fluctuations, bringing real pressure. Xiao Erhe's head was severely injured, and he quietly accumulated strength by covering his face. Now that the offensive is complete, spread your arms. It reveals a sphere with black and red intertwined, which is already 2 meters in diameter. Tailed Beast Bomb. Shikaku, whose memory has grown, even opened his mouth to spray in the direction of Uchiha Oya and Danzo without even taunting him. This time the tailed beast bomb is not thrown, but shot out as a horn-shaped laser. Danzo panicked instantly. Tailed Beast Bomb's attack range, he may not be able to avoid it. He gritted his teeth and moved closer to Uchiha Oya. Uchiha Oya is versatile in all aspects, and his speed is particularly outstanding after turning on Chidoryu. Danzo didn't care about the shame, he wanted to hold Yuya and try to get him to leave. However, Yuya just glanced at him indifferently. Chidori turned into lightning and flashed outward. At the same time, the traction technique catches the distant stones and pulls them to increase the speed. In an instant, leave the attack range. After leaving, Yuyi did not look back at Danzo, but continued to move closer to Shihi. The current situation is very troublesome. Facing the tailed beast, he must either have the ability to lead it by a large margin and crush it, or there is a super high ceiling technique. Otherwise, it will fall into a protracted battle, and the tail beast can kill any ninja. And Yuyi's current strength, at most, can compete with the tailed beast. There is still a long way to go before being crushed. Ceiling technique? No matter how omnipotent Yuya is, he has never learned it. Then if you want to end the battle, you can only risk using Sharingan. Yuya thought of the Juguya moon in his body that hadn't moved for a long time, and his expression was solemn. I hope you don't consume too much pupil power. Chapter 56. What? What? Danzo moved with difficulty, almost half of his body lost consciousness. The great terror between life and death inspired almost all of his potential, and finally dodged part of the attack. The ravine launched by the tailed beast bomb extends to the end of the line of sight. Danzo landed beside the ravine, the entire right arm, shoulder, and part of the chest and abdomen disappeared, revealing the wriggling internal organs. At this time, let alone continue to fight, even if he continues to stay, whether he can survive depends on God's face. Danzo knew he couldn't fall asleep at this time, so he resisted the pain to divert his attention. At this time, the battlefield has been completely pushed away, there are not many ninjas left nearby, and the silence is terrifying. No, where is Xiao'erhe? Danzo turned his head with difficulty, and finally saw the quiet crane in the distance. Under the huge body size, Uchiha Miya has his back to this side. They are not moving? Danzo was puzzled, and suddenly, he saw Shihi's strange appearance. Its eyes with golden pupils on a black background were now completely blood red. Transforms into the Sharingan shape of two-hook jade. Pupil force suppression. Although it can be understood that the pupil power can suppress the tailed beast, but Erguyu? Danzo wondered if he was hallucinating because he couldn't hold on anymore. But the pain from the chest, abdomen, and shoulders couldn't lie to himself. Uchiha Sharingan. Seeing those eyes, Danzo thought again of the pressure he had been under. At that time, he was also a member of the Hokage elite guards, and he and Akamichi also had a Uchiha teammate next to him. Uchiha Kagami, the person who had used those eyes to protect him and Chikaze several times, once made Danzo full of curiosity about those eyes. But Uchiha Kagami's 3-point jade is far less shocking than Uchiha Yuyi's 2-point jade now. At this moment, Danzo intuitively felt Sharingan's suppression of the tailed beast. You must know that the tail beasts of the 5 major ninja villages are always the whole cards in the war. If Uchiha Yuyi can control the tailed beast now, can the Sanguyu control the tailed beast? Perhaps, the appearance of 9 tails near the village was really controlled by the power of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. That being the case, Uchiha, whether evil or not, is an absolutely unstable factor for the stability of the world. Danzo looked at Sharingan projected from Shihi's eye sockets, and there was a hint of longing in his eyes. This power cannot be held in the hands of the evil Uchiha. Danzo thinks that his talent is not bad, and he is at the top level among ninjas. However, Shueji is always a dark cloud over his head, making him unable to breathe. As a powerful family in the village, the Shimura family has no blood successors or even secret techniques, and they barely maintain it by relying on the family's accumulated advantages. If it wasn't for his rise, it would have fallen by now. Without blood successor, is it really impossible to take that step forward? Danzo's remaining left hand clenched tightly, and the blurred image of Uchiha Kagami flashed through his mind. He remembered the eye that had been preserved, and finally made a decision. Already incomplete, it's time to make a change. On the other side, Akamichi, who was sent flying by the tail of the guardian crane, was forced to release the super expansion jutsu, and only then woke up from a coma. Akamichi Tekase looked at Uchiha Oya, who was confronting Shizuru in astonishment, and he didn't have time to think about the reason, he only knew that this was a rare opportunity. After the fight, he also knew that it was difficult to deal with Shao'erhi by conventional methods. Sealing, only sealing. He hurriedly used chakra and shouted, "Ninjas who know how to seal, assemble immediately." Although Konoha does not care about the life and death of Uzumaki, Uzumaki has received a lot of heritage, and Mito-sama's inheritance in Konoha has greatly strengthened Konoha's sealing technique. At this time, there is no formal sealing class, but it is still possible to gather enough sealing ninjas. Especially the logistics department, many ninjas came here. They didn't dare to get too close, so they could only urgently discuss what sealing technique to use to achieve the effect of controlling the tailed beast. Akamichi Takakaze doesn't know the sealing technique, so he can only wait anxiously, looking at Uchiha Uyuruaki from time to time, hoping that he can hold on for a while. And Uchiha Uyi, at this time, has already sensed the outside world. Wu Zhaoyu's pupil power allowed him to force Shao'erhi to calm down. But it is extremely difficult to achieve real control. As the power of the injected pupils increased, he was shocked to find that the initial 3 hooks on the bottom layer had moved. The 3 jade hooks are like rusted gears, turning with great effort. It seems that I want to form some shape, but there is something missing, and I have been unable to do so. Fortunately, the increase in pupil power brought about by the rotation finally made Shuhi completely incapacitated. But then, Yuya once again felt the first awakened Sharingan, the sense of peeping from the sky. The silent Juguya moon in the body was once again dyed scarlet. As if from an unknown place in time and space outside the sky, he instinctively cast his gaze, passing through time and space, piercing his body, scanning the entire battlefield, and even beyond. Endless evil thoughts, just instinct, already made Yuya feel the chill deep in his soul. The gap in the level of life makes people instinctively fear and instinctively want to surrender. Looks like it's overloaded. This is also the reason why Uyuruaki didn't want to use Sharingan to solve the battle at first. It's fine to use your own pupil power normally, but in case of overload, it will easily affect the Juguya moon. But now on the battlefield, except for him, no one can stop Shao'erhi. He ran and ran, but Chiyu, who was targeted, Tsunade from the rear battalion, and even other people who fought side by side, he took away at most 1. At this point he was trying to stay awake. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, he also broke the jar. Usually steal some pupil power quietly. This time, suck face to face. Yuya didn't have any further pupil power for a long time, and it surged again. But this time, the stolen pupil power was poured into the bottom 3 go jade. The 3-hook jade, which was originally stiff to rotate, became lubricated and rotated rapidly. The shape of the fast rotation is the shape of the hook jade facing inward and connected end to end. Yuya only felt that the body of Shuhi in front of him gradually became transparent, and the purple curse mark and the tailed beast chakra on his body stood out. It's almost stable. Not so far. What the hell is wrong? Yuyi's consciousness became more and more drowsy. It seemed that when the pupil power was absorbed this time, it was absorbed into the body together with the evil thoughts on the Juguya moon, which almost froze his soul. On the other side of him, Shao'erhi was even more unbearable. When the sense of peeping and evil thoughts came, it actually escaped from the control of the pupil technique. However, it dare not move. Lie directly on the ground, body trembling. It's like burying yourself in the dust. The sealed ninjas next to them were also stunned. Here, something seems wrong? Suddenly, Akamika's expression changed. In the extreme distance, several pitch-black spears struck. The pitch-black spear is extremely fast, heading straight for Uchiha Royal Knight. Enemy attack! Akamichi took the wind to rush over, but it was too late. Uchiha Yuyi also woke up after the crane was out of control. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a pitch-black spear. But his whole soul was stiff, and he could only grit his teeth and draw his knife. The airflow formed a shuttle-shaped barrier, which bounced the spear left and right. Swipe a few steps after Yuyi. The shattered spear turned into iron sand and dissipated, and then condensed into a figure above Xiaohe's head. A man with messy black hair looked down at the crowd. It can be seen from the windbreaker of the other party that this person is the third Kazekage, who is said to be the strongest in history. Everyone's hearts sank, and what's more, they sat down on the ground in panic. The boss present here is either seriously injured or in poor condition. And third Kazekage, who is in good condition, plus Shizuru. The ground of the battlefield vibrated slightly, and countless black iron sand was pumped from the ground into the air. Iron sand gathered above everyone's heads, compressed into iron, and formed a giant black triangular pyramid. Magnet-style sand-iron triangular pyramid. Black shadows enveloped everyone, and the breath was filled with the breath of death. Third Kazekage is no nonsense, it is a big killer move when you raise your hand. Gathered here, apart from the seriously injured Danzo and Akamichi, are sealed ninjas who are not good at fighting. Only Uchiha Yuyi, who has just regained some control over his body, still has strength left. Yuyi took a deep breath and drew out the Kusanagi sword. Now that he is physically inconvenient, it is difficult to get out of the attack range, so he can only go head-to-head. He was confident in cutting off part of the iron sand in the collision just now. As for the other people nearby, he couldn't care less at this moment. The giant black triangular pyramid roared down. The blade of Yuyi moves with the wind. However, there are knives that are faster. White light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the lines were chaotic. The giant black triangular pyramid dissipated, turning into pieces of magnet wreckage and falling down. Third Kazekage's complexion changed slightly, turning the remains of the magnet into iron sand all over the sky. He stretched out his hand to catch the Jinkriki blessing that revealed his true body, and disappeared into the storm of iron sand. Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, Yuya heaved a sigh of relief, putting the Kusanagi sword back into its sheath. Hitaki followed third Kazekage with his eyes, but after thinking about it, he did not pursue. The opponent had already gone towards the retreating sand shinobi troops, and he had no chance to fight to the end. He looked around and saw that everyone was intact, but a little embarrassed. Finally, looking at Yuya with tired eyes, he said apologetically, "Sorry, I seem to be late." Yuya forced a smile, blood suddenly seeped from the corner of his eyes. Before confronting Juguyuyu, the sequelae of forcibly stealing pupil power came up. With the teacher by his side, he no longer forced himself, passed out, preserved his body skills, and slowly digested what he had just gained. Chapter 57. Rear Camp. Holding hot tea in his hands, White Fang exclaimed, "Come this way. The land of rain may be difficult. There are almost no complete houses near the plains." Tsunade nodded, "Yet." She responded perfunctorily, her eyes barely leaving the hospital bed. Uchiha Oya's sudden coma caught everyone off guard. He has no obvious injuries, and the consumption of chakra is also within a reasonable range. It can only be guessed that the pupil power was excessively consumed when controlling the crane. This kind of injury is not considered an injury, even Tsunade can't find a good way, so he can only stand by here at any time. Fortunately, Sand Shinobi retreated with third Kazekage. Konoha was considered a victory in this battle, and the front line had time to breathe. White Fang continued to sigh. The Ministry of Intelligence said that Hands of the Salamander has contacted the daimyo of the Land of Rain, and I'm afraid it will end. The Land of Rain will be in chaos in the future. Tsunade nodded, yet. White Fang scratched his head, very puzzled. Why does Tsunade seem to care more about Yuya than herself? Although I heard that Yuya has learned her ninjutsu all over, but he didn't keep it private? He recalled the episode when he was cleaning the battlefield just now. There were too many seriously injured people, and there were also many people who needed Tsunade to take action himself, but after all, there was only one Tsunade, so he could only do it according to the priority. According to the ranking of the importance of the front line, Shimura Dan's is the most urgent to deal with, whether it is identity or injury. As a result, Akamichi Tekes personally came to invite her as a senior, and Tsunade closed the door with a cold face. Turn around and give Uchiha Oya treatment. Although Yuya has made a great contribution to involving the tail beast this time, if he is rescued, everyone will have nothing to say. But Yuya's injury was really not that big. Hitaki Sakumo pointed at the door and tentatively said, "How about I go to rest first?" Tsunade finally stopped being perfunctory, and glanced at Hitaki Sakumo. "No." Hitaki Sakumo's head was full of question marks, he hesitated to speak. Seeing that Tsunade turned around to check Yuya again, he had no choice but to leave. Yuya's injury was indeed not serious. The consumption of pupil power is part of the reason, and the main reason is that the soul is attacked by evil thoughts. A good night's sleep is enough to fully recover. It's just that this sleep went straight to sleep until the next morning. When he woke up, he subconsciously prepared to get up, but found that his hands were held by a pair of warm hands. Tsunade fell asleep beside his bed, holding his hand, and fell asleep at some point. Seeing her tired look, Yuya didn't move anymore, just pulled the sheet. He closed his eyes and looked at the Juguya moon in his body again. The moon fell silent again. But he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the moon was a little bigger. Or, a little closer? Yuya looked at the crumbling moon with complicated emotions. This moon did not help him much in the early stage. But since Sharingan's evolutionary route went wrong, he has a stronger premonition that these eyes will have more and more influence on him. It is unrealistic not to use it. After all, if it is not used, it will not disappear. The only problem is that classic question, so, at what cost? That sense of voyeurism. Perhaps something to do with the Tsutsuki clan. Yuya couldn't think about the answer, so he shook his head and focused on more realistic questions. Although thrilling this time, there are also benefits. He opened the Sharingan, and now the three primordial gems at the bottom looked the same as usual. But as he injected his pupil power, the three tomos spun smoothly. Although it has not been completely stabilized into a new pupil technique pattern, it can be operated with a little more pupil power. Yuya tried to observe the surroundings, but there were no abnormalities in other places. It's just that when the eyes fall on Tsunade, the vision changes. Tsunade's appearance gradually becomes transparent. The chakra meridians in the body are clearly visible. Similar to the inside of the white eye, but without the observation distance of the white eye. It's only about 2 meters long, so it's fine for research, but not very helpful in combat. Yuya looked away as if nothing had happened, thinking about it to see if there were any other changes. Since it is observing chakra. He spread his hands, and a cluster of ordinary flames appeared in his palms. As he stared, the flames in his field of vision gradually turned into primitive particle fluctuations. The flame turned again and turned into a stream of fire in the second stage of change. Particles are basically confined in a certain space, densely distributed in a complex and orderly manner. The intensity is 4 or 5 times higher than that of ordinary flames. Then add a little nature transformation and try to blend into wind-style chakra. When the two get close, they suddenly turn into magic flames, expand and disappear. Although it still failed, Yuya was pleasantly surprised to find that this time he could see clearly what was wrong. Insight into the chakra. No, I also saw the purple curse seal on Xiaohe's body at that time, and to be precise, it is an insight into the law of energy operation. Yu Yi's thinking followed the new changes. If you wait for Liaoguyu's self-awareness, the ability to fine-tune the operation of chakra, combined with insight into the effect, then the research and development capabilities will get a qualitative leap. Not only for ninjutsu, curse seal, secret art, blood succession, and even immortal art, it can benefit endlessly. Yuya let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure brought about by the abnormality of the moon in Juguyu had relieved a lot. The so-called fear is only because of powerlessness. If you can master stronger power, many fears will naturally dissipate. At this point he regained consciousness and found that Tsunade had woken up. Perhaps it was the explosion of the fire just now that alarmed her. Tsunade didn't disturb Yuya, and held his chin to watch for a while. It's no secret that Yuya likes to study escapism. Now it looks like a new discovery has been made. Seeing Yuyi's apologetic face, Tsunade shook his head slightly. I've had enough sleep. You looked good just now, which is in line with your age. Yuya knew that what he just said was that he was not hiding his joy just now, so he didn't say much, and asked instead, how is it going outside? Tsunade said, the confrontation on the front line should come to an end. If there is no accident, Rain Shinobi village will end after a while. After that, it may be a melee. I don't know if it will be chaotic for a few years. Speaking of this topic, Tsunade thought for a moment, and continued, now the more I think about the medical ninja adjustment suggestion you mentioned at the beginning, the more I feel that it should be carried out as soon as possible. The golden time for ninja injuries on the battlefield and first aid is only a few minutes, waiting to be delivered. The rear is only focused on saving lives, and the chances are limited. Maybe we can wait until the end of the war for the medical ninja teaching materials to enter the school, but the medical ninja joining the team must be done in advance, so that at least more lives can be saved, and as much vitality as possible can be preserved. I'm going to take this time to go back to Konoha to see if I can persuade the village to make changes. You are also one of the proposers, and your attainment in medical ninjutsu is enough. Do you want to go back together? Yuya was a little moved when he heard the words. Think about the war that has been going on and off for almost 2 years outside. And Mio has been unable to get out of Hyaga's house. I don't know if I can see her when I go back. Since the front line will be stable for a while, he nodded, I'll go back when I'm ready in these 2 days. There are still some things that have not been dealt with on the front line. The research ownership of the captive Yakang. Orochimaru's research on caged birds' progress and more. In the morning, Yuya rested and went out to find Kyu, the pommel horse. She dredged Chakra's acupoints and was in a daze. Kurama Kyu gets along with him day and night, and has a more thorough understanding of Sharingan, knowing that Yuyi is fine and just needs to rest, so she doesn't argue with Tsunade who just lost her brother. Also, she has something on her mind. When Yuya told him that he could go back for a while, unexpectedly, Kurama Kyu just thought about it, then shook his head and refused. Mio-chan, please take care of me. Anyway, there is no one in my house, and I don't want to see those clansmen. Kurama Kyu thought of Yuyi's back when the tailed beast bomb hit. Although she has confidence in Yuya, but that feeling. She took a deep breath and became more determined, I am going to stay on the front line. I have always cooperated with you and other people before. I have never tried to fight alone. But I can't always have people around me, there will always be people alone. At that time, Mio-chan was trying to improve herself, and I can't fall behind. Chapter 58. Pommel Kyu stayed on the front line. Yu Lianyi tattooed several layers of fish-scale armor. Although he knew that Chi Yu had the realm of soul perception as his trump card, and his self-protection ability was not weak, he didn't need the illusion that would involve monsters in his body. And the matter of capturing Yakang's ownership went smoother than Yuya imagined. After Denzo heard about this, he sat up in a dying state of shock and said that he would attend the meeting. All the bigwigs from the front line participated. Even if Denzo won the consent of Akamichi and some veteran Jainin. But there are two people who are more popular than him on the front line. Hitaki Sakumo and Tsunade, the two took the lead in agreeing, and more people raised their hands in agreement. Directly leading by a large margin, he helped Yuya win Yekang's disposal rights. Before the meeting ended, Danzo with a gloomy face said, "Suo Mao, don't forget what you said that day." If Hitaki turned his head and smiled, "I think I've already said that I will always trust my students." Although Danzo's expression was still not good, he didn't say anything more. Hitaki Sakumo found Yuyi who was waiting outside, and told him the result, "I'll give you Sand Shinobi, the blood follower. Just give Konoha a copy of the research report on Scorch style later. As long as the report is not a big problem, the village will be fine. I won't ask too many questions." Looking around while talking, she whispered, "When did the relationship between you and Tsunade become so good?" When she made her statement just now, her attitude was really firm. Yuya looked away. "Maybe I think I'm easy to learn. A good student is always liked by the teacher, not to mention the fact that he is about the same age as Noeki." Hitaki Sakumo was full of disbelief, and then said with a slightly serious face, "I've also heard about Noeki. Try not to appear too estranged with her and hurt her, but don't get too close, it might hurt her about you." Now Tsunade obviously transfers part of his feelings about losing his brother to Yuya, which can indeed give Tsunade some comfort. Too raw can easily hurt people. But being too close also has some disadvantages. For example, interested people may think that this is Uchiha with ulterior motives. For example, let Tsunade sink too deep, wait for time to dilute the pain of his brother's death, and turn his head to look at Yuya. In short, no matter which one it is not a good thing for Yuya. That's why Hitaki Sakumo uncharacteristically, a little seriously confessed to the students. Seeing Yuya Mingbei, Hitaki Sakumo patted him on the shoulder. "The country of the wind doesn't know what to do next, I have to guard at the border. Since you want to go back, when the time comes, help the teacher go home and see. Let's see." Hitaki Sakumo is most worried about his family when he is away. Kakashi was young, and his wife's illness did not know whether he would survive until the end of the war. Yuya sighed in his heart when he heard the words. At the beginning, the teacher came to the battlefield first, and they arrived later. During this period, the three of them visited Hitaki's house many times. Kakashi's mother's condition was up and down. How long, even the doctor has not determined. Moreover, Hitaki's family is not happy, and her relatives are not in Konoha. She almost puts all her affection and energy on Kakashi, and she doesn't care much about her own hard work, and she is happy. If Mio can go out normally, maybe she can help take care of her for a while, but it's a pity. Early the next morning, Yuya accompanied Tsunade, plus 2 medical assistants, and the captive Hakura back. The 4 returned to Misty Town first. Orochimaru got the message and got ready to meet in advance. It is inconvenient for him to go back now, whether it is for official business or private affairs with Yuya, but he has a lot of materials and proposals that need to be submitted back. These include applications for materials, reinforcements of personnel, etc. When Tsunade and Orochimaru handed over duties, Hyuga Hisashi finally found the opportunity to leave Orochimaru. Hisashi obviously had something on his mind, and whispered, "Yuyi, how much do you know about Lord Orochimaru?" Yuya was puzzled, "What's wrong?" Hisashi looked around suspiciously, and his voice became softer, "Well, I suspect that Master Orochimaru seems to be a little bit like that." "Yuya, which one?" Hisashi blushed, "That's it." He raised his finger and bent it. Then he immediately hit his fingers guiltily, as if he had just revealed some incredible information. Yuya leaned back slightly, touched his chin with his thumb, "Tell me in detail." Hisashi was acting like a little daughter-in-law at this time, he is the closest, always staring at me. He asks me every day what I ate and what I drank. What's more exaggerated is that I always dream about him at night, then the next day he asked me if I felt any discomfort. The more he talked, the more ashamed he felt. Do you think it would be better for me to apply for transfer to the front line? Or, you go back and bring me? Yuya slightly pursed her lips and hid her smile. So have you been feeling unwell recently? Hisashi frowned. Recently, it seems to be a bit dreamy, and sometimes I always feel that someone is spying on me from the dark. Yuya patted him on the shoulder and said, then as an elder, if you find that your mentality is wrong, isn't it normal to ask? Hisashi nodded hesitantly, but still felt something was wrong. After Orochimaru gave the information to Tsunade, he found Yuyi. He used to cut straight to the point, and handed the Royal Knight notebook. Caged bird, my research record is here, but it's not finished yet, it's more complicated than I imagined. Yuya opened the notebook and took a few glances, feeling sorry for Hisashi. Orochimaru used all means to study the negative effects of caged bird. Feed medicine, observe secretly, extract blood, test chakra, and confuse Hisashi with illusions at night to get real feelings. And Hisashi, unaware. Orochimaru this time was more of an observational record than a study. In the notes, he listed in detail the difference in perspective between Branch House Caged Bird's white eyes and Zong's house's white eyes. And the basics of how Caged Bird works. Orochimaru added, what is certain now is that curse mark, Caged Bird is not only engraved on the body, but it also seems to have restrictions on the soul. It can be said that the soul of the branch house is also a branch house until death. This method, even Orochimaru finds it outrageous. The same family actually made most of the branch house members become servants or even servants until their death. When he first learned that the research object was Hyuga Hisashi, he probably understood Yuyi's thoughts. There is Hyuga next to Yuya, and Orochimaru knows it. I want to come to Yuyi to study Caged Bird because I want to give the little girl of the Hyuga family a free future. Even if doing so is against the interests of the village's richest family, Orochimaru is not one to play by the rules. At the same time, such a difficult thing can show his value and give Uchiha a favor. Orochimaru thought for a while and continued, to fully understand the structure of the soul part of Caged Bird, I need a lot of time here, but if you can find someone to help, it may be of great help to the research. Yuya put away the notebook. Oh? Who? Orochimaru said, Kato-dan. Chapter 59. Kato-dan, Konoha Jainin. The same generation as Tsunade and others, had some reputation in the frontline intelligence department before. Its specialty spiritualization technique is a rare S-level soul ninjutsu. Orochimaru let Yuyi contact because Caged Bird is related to the soul realm, and spiritualization technique is extremely applicable and practical in the soul realm. If you can find help, or get key information about the spirit technique, you can speed up Orochimaru's research on Caged Bird. These are all the news obtained by Yuya before returning. His impression of Kato-dan is still the identity of Tsunade's first love in the original book. As Tsunade's second recipient of the necklace, Kato-dan died tragically on the battlefield with his internal organs hollowed out. Tsunade could not be treated at the scene, and the death of her younger brother Nawake not long ago, the two emotional breakdowns overwhelmed Tsunade, making her suffer from blood phobia as a medical ninja. On the way back, Yuya knocked on the side and asked a few words about Duan. Medical ninjas can talk about this easily. The relationship between Kato-dan senpai and Tsunade-sama. It's a student of the same grade. It is said that he is also a genius. He looks very handsome. I've heard that it seems that they were a little interesting before. Now the front line is not so tense for the time being, and the intelligence department has less work. It is estimated that Senior Duan will come back in a few days. Yuya started the conversation and kept collecting intelligence in 8 trigrams. Now Kato-dan and Tsunade are not a couple, they are just colleagues and friends. They really came together, probably after Tsunade proposed the 4-person medical ninja team. There were definitely very few people who supported Tsunade, and Tsunade regarded them as confidants, and then the relationship gradually warmed up, but now, Tsunade's proposal is still not formally presented. The voices of the 8 trigrams were very low, and they didn't dare to take too long. After all, we had to take Tsunade's emotions into consideration. Seeing Tsunade looking over in doubt, everyone hurried on their way again in silence. 2.5 days later, Konoha was in sight. Seeing the familiar village, the people tired of the war breathed a sigh of relief. Master Yuyi, let's go back to life first. The medical ninjas need to submit the return report of the logistics department, as well as the escorted prisoner of war Yekang. They also need to go through the formalities, confirm their identity, and confirm the information they got from her before. On the way back, in order to prevent Yekang from causing trouble, he sent him away in a daze. Tsunade waved his arms at this time. You go to report to work, and I will not go to the teacher's side. She glanced at Yuya and saw that he didn't respond, so she left by herself. She, who has been suppressed for a long time, needs to really relax and let go. Tsunade randomly enters a hotel and starts getting drunk. The medical ninjas looked at Yuya, showing Tsunade's same look just now, hoping that Yuya could go with him. Yuya shook her head slightly. I still have something to deal with, let her be quiet for a while. Tsunade is obviously attached to him recently, not any other feelings, but just feels that he is by his side, at least he won't lose control of his emotions. But Yuya didn't want to, and didn't like to take advantage of the situation to get into something, just click on it. It would be better for everyone to leave Tsunade alone. After bidding farewell to the team, Yuya did not go home. He doesn't know much about the Uchiha family, and the only classmate is Uchiha Xiangyang, but he also didn't come back from the battlefield at Uegakure. He walked to Hataki's house along the path he remembered. The once bustling streets on both sides are now deserted. Either because there are not enough ninjas to spend, or there are relatives and friends on the battlefield. The windmills that many people hang by the windows no longer rotate. The same is true for the Hataki family. The windmill in that bedroom, stuck out of the gap by the window, has been washed away by the rain and decayed. The gate was unlocked, and in the huge courtyard, a thin, white-haired child sat alone on the lawn, staring at the sky in a daze. Beside his messy little hands, was a short wooden knife. The edge of the wooden knife was covered with light green dry grass juice. It wasn't until Yuya approached that the child less than 3 years old came back to his senses, staring blankly at the person coming. Not guarded, nor close. Yuya squatted beside him, just about to ask, but seeing the empty inner room, which had been left unattended for a long time, he didn't ask. He hooked the child's dirty hands. Kakashi, do you still know me? Kakashi was less than a year old when he left. The result was obvious. Kakashi shook his head dumbly. Yuya stood up and rolled up his sleeves. I am your father's student. Kakashi's eyes seemed to light up. Yuya picked up the mop at the entrance, lightly sprinkled some water-style chakra inside, and started cleaning. He asked, who usually comes to take care of you? Children in Hokage mature precociously, but children over 2 years old are unlikely to be able to live independently. Kakashi seemed a little dazed, and Yuya asked a few words, but there was no response. It's just that after Yuya did it for a while, Kakashi responded with actions. He walked over unsteadily, stepped on the bench to wash dishes like Yuya. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Yuya simply didn't ask any more questions. In the evening, someone from Hataki's family came. At the door, a man with a limping leg and a broken arm held a lunch box in his good hand and looked at the door. He saw the figure of Uchiha Oya in the distance, but he wasn't sure who it was. It wasn't until Yuya came out that the man looked at him twice before he barely recognized him. Is it Yuya? Yuya looked familiar at the man, but he should have just met him, not familiar with him. He nodded and chatted with the man for a few words before he found out what happened to Hataki's house. Kakashi's mother passed away 2 months ago. The Hataki family is not very young, and the family's sword skills are too talented. Except for the 3 members of Hotaki Sakumo's family, other relatives have either lost contact with each other long ago, or have left Konoha to start a business. And Hotaki Sakumo was performing a secret mission on the front line, so regarding Kakashi's responsibility for raising Kakashi, there was a problem with the village procedures. Kakashi neither meets the requirements of orphans nor the pension conditions of deceased ninjas, and can only be treated as a normal family, that is, without interference. The village failed to come up with a solution. In the end, Hotaki's former colleagues couldn't see it and came to take care of him for a while every day. But the reason why these people can take care of them is because they were disabled due to their early missions and unable to go to the front line, so their ability to take care of them is quite limited, and they can only ensure that Kakashi will not starve to death or get sick. The Hotaki family is not short of money, but it is unrealistic to expect Kakashi, who is over 2 years old, to buy food and clothes by himself. Walk for 2 months. Yuya thought of the teacher's request before returning, and looked indifferently at the Hokage rock in the distance. 2 months is enough news to come and go to the front line dozens of times. But the teacher didn't know about it until now, and asked him to come back and take care of him. They sat safely in the Hokage building because they couldn't find Hotaki Sakumo? Or is he afraid of affecting Hotaki Sakumo's mood, and the knife is unstable? Or in their view, this is not an important matter? Yuya didn't understand, and couldn't guess. He came back to his senses, and now that he confirmed the identity of the man, he handed the bento to Kakashi. Inside the bento are hot milk and food supplements that are convenient for children to eat. It can be seen that the man's family is very careful. That was as much as they could do, but it wasn't enough for Kakashi. Uyedeo, before the teacher comes back, I will take him to live with Uchiha. The man was very relieved, but his face showed embarrassment. He glanced at Kakashi, and dragged Yoriyuki to limp away. Then he sighed and said, "You can do this to this extent, which shows that Shuomao has indeed confiscated the wrong student, but we also had the idea of temporary adoption. Although our family's conditions are a bit poor, we can still hold on for a short time, mainly because... Do you know when I found out about his mother's death?" The man changed the subject, licked his lips, and took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. In the misty smoke, he seemed to be relieved a little. He glanced at Kakashi from a distance, his eyes full of distress. His mother has been in poor health, and Sakumo couldn't come back from the front line. I thought that the weather would be hot and cold at that time, and I was afraid that their mother and son would not be able to bear it, so I decided come and see. When I saw her, she already stinks. It looks like it fell while closing the window and didn't get up again. Kakashi didn't cry or fuss. He sat next to him with his usual powdered milk and bread. I know, he wanted to give his mother something to eat, so he thought so. The man took a breath, his breath trembling. He stared blankly, and rubbed the center of his brows vigorously with the hand holding the cigarette, trying to control his emotions. Anyway, after I got a few people to bury her, I lied to Kakashi that we were playing hide and seek. Ha! Shuomao's child is very smart. He couldn't fool him. He cried with us, saying that he returned her mother to him. I can only say that his mother went to find Shuomao. After that, we asked the village to raise him for a while, but Kakashi didn't agree with anything. As long as he said this, he would close the door and not come out, and he would not eat in a fit of anger. He sniffed and wiped his eyes as if nothing had happened. Sorry, it's windy. Yuya glanced at the cloudless sky and nodded accordingly. Just as the man was about to say something more, Kakashi stumbled over and looked up at Yuyi. Are you really Uchiha Yuyi? He had heard this name many times from his mother. That's what my mother heard from my father many times. Yuya looked at him. I am. Kakashi wondered, but, aren't you fighting a war? Yuya shook his head slightly. Come back for a while and rest. Kakashi tugged at his trouser legs, and said expectantly, then when you rest, can you take me to find my father? Mom is gone, but my mother said before that if she disappears, she will go to find my father. Uye nodded slowly, well, I'll take you to find it. Chapter 60. He took Kakashi out of Hitaki's house smoothly, but Uye was not in a high mood. Originally, he was vaguely relieved when he returned to the village, but now he became serious. Among all ninja villages, Konoha already has relatively good infrastructure and welfare, but a good setting does not mean a good execution. In times of peace, all kinds of things like this were hidden by prosperity, until the arrival of war, the fig leaf of Konoha was untied. And Konoha is already like this, what about other ninja villages? The ninja world is indeed deformed. With a lot of thoughts, Uye took Kakashi to walk around the street again and again. He doesn't have much experience in raising children, but he knows that children are full of energy, can play without speed, and can fall asleep immediately when they are tired. Although Kakashi didn't intend to play around, he was really tired just walking all the way. Seeing him yawning, Uye knelt down and carried him on his back. After there was no movement behind him, he turned and walked towards Uchiha's house. At this time, it was already dark for a long time. At this time, the Uchiha family hadn't moved to the edge of the village, but with Uchiha's style of dealing with people, wherever it was biased. The street near Uchiha's house is more deserted than other places. Most of the only merchants are peripheral members of the family with Uchiha blood. Someone saw Uye coming back and wanted to say hello, but Uye just shook his head. Seeing the child with white thorny hair behind him, everyone nodded in understanding and stopped disturbing him. Members of the Uchiha family who have not become ninjas are actually not much different from other families in temperament, and even because there are a bunch of arrogant ninja masters in the family, most of them seem to be quite gentle. Uye seemed to be carrying a time bomb, carefully preparing to open the door. The shoulders on the back were wet, the little guy probably drooled in his sleep. As a result, he was opening the door when there was movement behind him. Seeing him turn around, Kakashi buried his head on his shoulder and wiped his eyes, and said in a muffled voice, "Is this your home?" Uye nodded, "It will be your home from now on." Family. Kakashi was in a daze. After Uye cleaned up the dusty house, Kakashi finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. Before, didn't you sleep? Uye glanced at the water stains on his shoulders from the corner of his eye, and sighed. There was no tea at home, so he boiled a pot of hot water, turned on the Sharingan, and did Yugong Yushin's daily homework on the silent Juguyu moon. Not long after, someone knocked loudly on the door. The return of Uye was not alarming, but since entering Konoha, a small number of Uchiha members who stayed behind in Konoha's security department discovered it. The news of his return to the family was also quickly learned. The people outside the door seemed to be sure that there was someone inside, but seeing that there was no response, they pushed the door open. The person outside the door stood sideways, leaving Uye with a half-proud side face. "Master Patriarch calls you, come here." Uchiha Oyun looked at Uchiha Uye inside from the corner of his eye. As the force left behind in the village, they are not very sensitive to the front line. But I also heard about this Uchiha genius designated by the demigod of the ninja world early on, and has gradually become a hot figure on the front line since then. As Uchiha Oyun is very sensitive to this name. Because behind the Uchiha genius, doesn't it mean that other Uchiha are mediocre? In addition, the connection between Uchiha Uye and the family has never been close, and even Uchiha Xiangyang has friends in the family, and he? Obviously, he was just a junior who no one cared about before, and he fell short of the name of genius early on. If it weren't for the sudden explosion of graduation, if it weren't for a good teacher. Uchiha Oyun thought. A few seconds had passed. But Uchiha Uye inside didn't seem to have any plans to get up, and even, after glancing at him, he didn't look at him again. Before that, there was the Uchiha fire cloud who was unknown, and now the anger is surging upwards. As a family Jainin, when did you ever experience such slights? But thinking of the patriarch's explanation, he gritted his teeth and held back. Uchiha Oya, pay attention to your identity. Oya frowned, glanced at Kakashi who was not awakened in the room, turned back and said indifferently, get lost. Uchiha Oya laughed angrily. What an unruly junior. Most Uchihas have always been hot-tempered, and they will never beep if they can do it. He raised his hand backwards, the hand that drew the saber was already holding the hilt, and his eyes widened Sanguyu. However, the handle of the knife within his reach suddenly disappeared. The world around him seemed to be moving away from him, sound, light, even the air, all deserted him. He clutched his neck, trying to catch his breath for a moment. But the sense of detachment from the world is much faster than he imagined. Uchiha Oya was overwhelmed, knelt down on the ground, tried to raise his head, and saw the pair of indifferent Urguya Sharingan. Why? Urguya will be so strong. The suppression of pupil power is the deepest feeling of being a Uchiha elite. According to Uchiha Oya's judgment, if the opponent wants to kill at this time, he only needs to use illusion again, and his body will have no resistance in the real world. This is Uchiha, this is Sharingan. Never look Uchiha in the eyes when one-on-one. Otherwise, Sharingan will magnify the gap in strength between the enemy without limit, controlling the lives of others like a god. Not to mention continuing to look into those eyes recklessly. Now Uchiha Oya regrets it. Shouldn't be looking up. His vision went dark, and he finally passed out. The news that Uchiha Oya passed out and was thrown outside the door quickly spread throughout the family. Uchiha Oya's once dilapidated small courtyard soon became the focus of attention. But this time, no one dared to try again. It's one thing to be annoyed secretly, but quite another to be humiliated by being thrown out by juniors. But when Uchiha had a headache on how to prepare food for Kakashi, someone visited again. This time, it was the patriarch Uchiha Jindai who came to the door in person. Having passed his prime, the aging Uchiha Jindai came alone and knocked on the door weakly like an ordinary old man. After getting the answer, Jindai came in and saw Kakashi at a glance. He was just startled, then guessed his identity. This is White Fang's son, right? Oya responded, take care of me by the way. Jindai didn't know the reason, but he didn't ask much. He noticed Oya's entanglement, and said with a smile, children really need to pay attention to eating. Well, there is a child who is about his age in the clan recently. He formed the seal leisurely, but at an extremely fast speed. Summoning technique. The fat orange cat stepped out of the white smoke and yawned lazily. The Uchiha family and the ninja cats have contracts from generation to generation. At the same time, the ninja cats do not hide from the world like the three holy places, and occasionally do business in human society. Jindai took out a small dried fish from his cuff and handed it to the orange cat, and patted the cat's head. Go to Obito's house and ask them to send some food for the children, and get some clothes. Uchiha Oya frowned slightly. Taking care of children is probably the biggest trouble he has encountered recently besides shower he. Who knows what it's like to find a map on the bed after waking up and help wipe your butt. Fortunately, Kakashi is a quick learner, at least he will have no problem taking care of himself in the future, otherwise he would have to consider hiring a nanny. Seeing this, Jindai smiled, it's true that raising a child will be in a hurry at first. Do you mind if the old man sits down for a while? Kakashi's things hadn't arrived yet, so Oya didn't chase them away. Sitting in the courtyard, Jindai thumped his legs, lamenting that he was old and useless. If it weren't for the speed of the old guy's sealing just now, Oya would really have believed him. Jindai chatted around Kakashi, from the topic of children to the ninja school. It is said that the will of fire is the will of fire, and now the roots of the will of fire have been sent to the battlefield as firewood. There's a lot of complaints at the school. In the beginning, except for the ninja, Konoha was not so lively. In the past 10 years, Mue has become a household. Isn't it because our Mue is stable, prosperous, peaceful, and strong? How old are their children now than Kakashi? After going to the battlefield, I don't know how much they can come back. Noisy, it's very noisy over there now. Uchiha Jindai was sentimental without knowing whether it was true or not. Originally, this incident had nothing to do with the Uchiha family. But who let them use the excuse of the new version of three-body technique to forcefully enter the ninja school 2 years ago, paving the way for the future Uchiha family? From Yu Yi's point of view, the Uchiha clan obviously misunderstood their reputation. They may feel that the responsibility for this matter itself is the village's, so what does it have to do with Uchiha? However, they don't want to think about the image of the village in the eyes of ordinary Konoha people, and what the image of the village's high-level people is. Uchiha Uyi didn't need to inquire about the information, but he knew that someone in the village's senior management deliberately blew that evil wind to the Uchiha family. All it takes is a few false rumors, such as Ms. Uchiha XX agrees to send students to the front. The Uchiha family can only follow up on the scapegoat that the school is facing. Moreover, it is difficult to take it off again. This self-proclaimed old patriarch has come to ask for help. After all, now Uchiha has the most reputation among the outside world, and the most prosperous is Uchiha Uyi. Chapter 61. When people get old, they tend to be long-winded. Seeing that Uyi didn't respond, Uchiha Jindai smiled and gave himself a step up naturally. When he said this, he really meant to ask for help. Judging from the news he got, the current Uchiha Uyi's influence is much more terrifying than many people's impressions. The teacher is the second person in Konoha after Sarutobi Hiruzen, and while powerful, he is also approachable and helpful, which makes Hotaki Sakumo very important in the hearts of many ninjas. It is said that Tsunade and Uchiha Uyi are also friends, and Tsunade's identity and popularity, not to mention. These two alone are enough for most people to put aside their prejudice against the word Uchiha when they face Uyi. What's more, Uchiha Uyi's own name and record are enough to be recognized by most ninjas on the front line. As long as he is willing to speak up for the Uchiha family, the current disturbance of public opinion will be much smaller. Even if it is difficult to eradicate the influence of this time among civilians, most people will recognize it at the ninja level. Uchiha Uyi's words, in the area of Konoha, unknowingly have more weight than the patriarch of the Jin dynasty. Unfortunately, Uchiha Uyi did not comment on this. Jindai decided not to continue entanglement in this regard, but instead asked, "What do you think of Fugaku?" Now that Uchiha Fugaku has grown up, he is considered to be the best of Uchiha's generation. Whether it is the relationship management within the family, such as the powerful Uchiha Yatsude, they all recognize Uchiha Fugaku. As for external relations, Fugaku handles it better than normal Uchiha. It was also Fugaku's suggestion to propose Uchiha to enter the school the year before last. Uchiha Jindai, as the patriarch, would agree to this matter, so he naturally recognized Fugaku to a certain extent. Uye shook his head, "I never paid attention." But Jindai said surprisingly, "Fugaku, he is not suitable to be the patriarch." Jindai never said this to anyone else. He continued, "As a friend, as a leader, Fugaku may be reliable. But he doesn't have the talent to be a patriarch. He is too easily influenced by other people's opinions. Not decisive, not ruthless, this is his Achilles heel." Uye glanced at the patriarch. "This guy, isn't he here to persuade himself to be a candidate for the patriarch?" But unexpectedly, Jindai glanced at him and shook his head as well, "Of course, you are not suitable either." Uye chuckled, "What about my shortcomings?" "It's not so much, it's more like liking." Jindai looked up at Hokage Rock in the distance, and then at Uyi, "I know you don't like Uchiha, just like you don't like Konoha." Uyi's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer. Although the fox is old, his eyes will be more vicious. Before returning to the village, he had thoughts of leaving the village, but it was not too strong. Perhaps he also faintly wants to see if Minato's development will really change something because of his own changes. But after returning to the village, or seeing Konoha's less prosperous side, it was obvious enough for the old fox to see it. Jindai stood up with his hands on his knees, and sighed with a smile. When people are old, they always like to guess what there is and what is not, to add fun to yourself, and you don't have to take it to heart. As for the future of the family, it can only be seen whether Fugaku's future is good or not. It's improved. As for you, go your own way. The family may not have treated you favorably, but from today on, I will put you above Fugaku for all other priorities except for the family's internal affairs. Uchiha Oya stood guard at the corner of the yard with a dark face. Since yesterday's embarrassing news spread, he no longer wanted to, nor did he dare to approach that monster. After the patriarch came out with heavy steps, Huoyun complained, how can there be any reason for the patriarch to visit in person? Besides, doesn't this guy know the etiquette of sending elders out? Uchiha Jindai didn't respond, and seemed to be thinking about something. Huoyun followed behind him, angrily and puzzled. Why does the patriarch value him? Look at the people he has befriended, he is clearly on the side of the village. Jindai laughed, he is not a person who believes in the will of fire. People who do not believe in the will of fire tend to maintain the will of fire more than those who pretend to believe in the will of fire. Huoyun was confused when he heard it, and didn't know for a while whether he was praising Uchiha Oya or slandering him. Uchiha Jindai doesn't know how far Oya will go, but for the Uchiha family, this is an opportunity. A chance to be a bit outrageous and out of Konoha. This is a pattern that a person like Fugaku never had. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, the Jin dynasty doesn't know. But it's better than putting all your hopes on Fugaku. Thinking of this, Jindai couldn't help feeling sad. When Uchiha Madara ran away, he was also one of the members who strongly advocated staying in the village. Because they were so proud at that time. It seems that the whole ninja world is trembling for the word Sharingan. But decades later, the Jin dynasty was a little stunned. The ninja world may look up to Sharingan, but there is no fear at all, no trembling. It turns out that what they were afraid of was only Uchiha Madara. Today, Uchiha's reputation has faded, but it has not faded. But now the generation is not as good as the previous generation. If Fugaku's performance is not good enough, if Fugaku's next generation is worse, will the ninja world reevaluate the word Uchiha? Do you point to the Uchiha sign and laugh, so Uchiha, that's it? Uchiha Jindai will never allow this to happen. To choose Fugaku, is to gamble. Then why not bet on Uchiha Oya by the way? Even after Fugaku, there is no genius in the family, but at least the grown-up Uchiha Oya will prove one thing. Uchiha may no longer be a wealthy family, but Uchiha, the prestige will last forever. When Jindai came here, he was full of worries, but after the interview with Uchiha Oya, his previous thoughts became more firm, and he suddenly felt relaxed. Oya's yard is close to the periphery, and at this time, girls can be seen wandering in the street outside. Seeing that person's appearance, Jindai thought about it, and immediately became kind. Once again, like a kind old man, he stepped forward and stopped the Uchiha guards who wanted to chase the girl away. Jindai said kindly, "Come to play with you yet?" Uzumaki Kushina doesn't know the identity of the grandfather, but seeing that there are people following him, he should have some status in Uchiha. At this time, the old man was so kind, which made Kushina, who had a certain understanding of Uchiha, bewildered. She nodded in a daze, "Yet. I heard that Yet is back, so." Jindai glanced at a hidden Anbu ninja without any trace, and said with a smile, "Then wait a minute, I'll send someone to call him." If it were someone else, Jindai would have directly introduced it. But this was Nine Tails Jinkraki, and even if he was willing to let her in, the village would not be happy. Kushina continued to nod in a daze. "I wonder if the village has misunderstood Uchiha, the Uchiha family seems to be quite approachable." Chapter 62. You Uchiha, you are not as proud as the rumors say. After seeing Yet, Kushina looked back at the old man's back. Uye slightly shook his head. He vaguely guessed some of the ideas of the patriarch Jindai, but he didn't admit anything. Since they are willing to give privileges and show favor, the next thing is. As for the distant Uchiha genocide night? Even without the Jin dynasty's talk today, he would not let history repeat the same mistakes. Because some people don't deserve to die. Uye came back to her senses and noticed that Kushina hadn't spoken for a while, and turned her head to look. She was staring at Kakashi with short legs. Kushina plucked the white hair on Kakashi's head. He is Kakashi. As a person from the same village and a good friend's teacher, Kushina also knew Hotaki Sakumo. With the iconic white hair, and the way he was close to Uye, Kushina guessed the identity of the other party. Kakashi lifted Kushina's hand away in dissatisfaction, covered his head and ran to the other side of Uye's leg. He didn't want to talk to this woman. Uye smiled, and just said to take him for a few days temporarily. As for more things, not speaking out disturbed the girl's good mood today. Kushina is really in a good mood. God knows how she got here in the past 2 years. My team is fighting Iwagakure, and my friend's team is fighting Tsunagakure. Just her, oh no, Mio and Mio are staying in the village and cannot go out yet. She had no relatives in Konoha. When Konoha was picked up, there was only Grandma Mito as an elder of the same clan. But I didn't get along with Grandma Mito for a long time. After a few days, I handed over Jinkraki and passed away. She has no relatives and no reason, so she can only practice the sealing technique left by Grandma Mito every day, and practice ninjutsu to pass the time. The only thing I look forward to is to hear the situation of my friends on the front line. Now it's hard to get one back, and when I heard about it, I rushed over immediately. Mio doesn't come out at home every day, I don't even have a playmate. Kushina complained to her friend, I went to Hyaga's house several times to find her, but they didn't even open the door to me, saying that my identity is sensitive. Liar, how did you let me in before? Even Kushina, who doesn't know the details, can see that something is wrong with Hyaga's house. Thinking of Mio who could not go out because of the sickness and pity for each other, Kushina couldn't help sighing. Seeing that Uye seemed indifferent, she said angrily, Mio was so clingy to you before, why don't you go and see her? Uye said, I'm the same as you, I can't get in. The reasoning is the same, but Kushina still feels that such a royal knight is wrong, she said angrily, then Mio will be her 12th birthday next week, you know that. Uye nodded, I know. Kushina said, then what do you mean? Uye said, give her a surprise. Kushina was suspicious, you can't even get in, how can you surprise her? Giving gifts to the door doesn't count. That guy would definitely prefer to see you with his own eyes. Uye shook his head, surprise is still a surprise when you say it. Kushina was short of breath, and now she felt as if her heart had been scratched by a cat even though she was already curious. But Uye didn't say anything, she could only get angry by herself. Facing Minato, she can also turn into pepper. But she didn't show her temper in front of Uye. When they were students, Uye was not only a friend to them, but also a half-teacher. Minato has sent fewer and fewer letters in the past few months. It is said that Iwagakure is not easy to play. The defensive ability is too strong. If you can beat it, you can fight it. If you can't beat it, you can use Earth style to create a formation as a turtle shell. I heard that Tsunagakure is very good at using poison. How does it compare with Rain Shinobi village? It is said that the ninja demigod is also a master at using poison. Tsunagakure really sent tail beasts to the battlefield? What does that one tail look like? The two found a barbecue restaurant, and after sitting down, Kushina's mouth couldn't stop. During this period of time, she was really suffocated. While speaking, she looked at Uye again from time to time. The former little friend became a big shot without witnessing it. Kill Rain Shinobi, retreat from the battlefield, trap the tailed beast, and fight against third Kazekage. It always makes people feel very trance and unreal. He is clearly still the same as before, whether it is eating or various habits, there is no change except that he has grown a little taller. But is it a big shot? Kushina even heard someone calling him Master Yu on the road. Compared with the changes of Yu and Chi-Yu, what Kushina feels more real is Minato, who is more closely connected with her. Minato was Chunin 2 years ago, and now he has accumulated a lot of military exploits, and it is said that he will be promoted to Jainin soon. Inyazuka-jo, who was Chunin a year ago, is now a special Jainin because of his good tracking and family secrets. Even Uchiha Yang, that idiot, has been the same Chunin for almost a year. Just her, Oh, and Mio, and Genin. Although it is only a professional title and does not represent strength, there is always a feeling of being left behind. Kushina was engrossed in his thoughts. Yuya was not good at actively finding topics, so he ate quietly, only occasionally knocking off Kakashi's little hand secretly reaching for the barbecue. After a quiet lunch, a piece of explosive news came from outside. Rain Shinobi Village, the country of rain, suddenly declared war. Moreover, they declared war on the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth at the same time, 3 of the 5 great nations. Even the land of iron provoked it. After hearing the news, the adults in the barbecue restaurant burst out laughing after being stunned for a long time. Is there anything more ridiculous than a weak country challenging 3 big countries at the same time? The fear of Rain Shinobi Village among major powers is only aimed at hands of the salamander. As for Rain Shinobi Village, as for the land of rain? In their opinion, isn't it something that can be pushed with a slap? But after Kushina listened with great interest, she found that Yu Yi's face was a little dignified. She said cautiously, Yu, what's wrong? Are they wrong? In Kushina's view, the view of a big man on the front line of the battlefield is definitely closer to the cruel truth than that of a person in the village who only talks about war as an after-dinner conversation. Yu thought about it, the Kingdom of Rain is indeed in a hurry this time. If there is no overreaction, even if the 3 of us don't take action against the daimyo of the Kingdom of Rain, those deserters and wandering ninjas will make him feel unsafe, so it's ridiculous. But it is indeed a helpless move. He changed the subject, besides, this is not a good thing for us. Konoha fights both sides and now has the upper hand against Tsunagakuer. Next, as long as the reinforcements are in the direction of Uegakuer, the battle situation can be completely controlled. However, if Rain Shinobi Village intervenes, it can turn into a quagmire and drag all 3 parties into the water. It can't defeat any ninja village, but the existence of Hands of the Salamander can sicken any ninja village. Therefore, the appeal of Hands of the Salamander, or the firmness of the war, will directly affect the development of the next battle situation. If he's just putting on a show, then if he pays more benefits, Konoha can still maintain his victory. But if he really got angry and wanted to fight, drag all 3 parties down. Kushina half understood, and said, can we shift the battlefield? Or, temporarily join forces to get rid of that Hands of the Salamander? If he's not here, Rain Shinobi Village won't be a threat, right? Yu pondered, shook his head and said, transferring the battlefield is not so easy, it depends on whether the enemy cooperates or not. The weak side will definitely not leave this muddy water easily. The variable Rain Shinobi Village is what they hope to see. As to the settlement of Hands of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world is so easy to solve, so he won't have this title. In the original book, Hands of the Salamander seems to have an empty name, and there is no strong place to be seen. But the strength of a ninja doesn't just depend on how many brilliant ninjutsu and weird blood successors he knows. The physical strength of Hands of the Salamander is far higher than that of the 3 ships commanded by the Iron Kingdom, which is famous for its physical swordsmanship, which can be seen from Madara. His body flicker technique can drive large summoning beasts at the same time, which is even more unique. Not to mention a walking gas tank. Nowadays, it is very difficult to find someone who can beat him single-handedly, and it takes a huge cost to get rid of him in a group fight, and when paying this cost, you have to worry about the enemy taking advantage of it. So why is the second ninja war messed up? The three ninja world wars are also more chaotic? It is because there is no ninja who can overwhelm the entire era, everyone's top level is on the same level, and the difference will not be too much. Kushina stared at Yuya in a daze, and at this moment, the unreal gaps gradually became clear. While outsiders were still teasing, while ordinary ninjas were still lamenting how this would affect the mission, Yuya was already thinking about the problem from the perspective she thought would only be considered by a big shot. Kushina lowered her eyes desolately, and touched her belly unnaturally. Really, the distance from them is getting farther and farther. Perhaps, only by making good use of Jinkraki's identity can I catch up with their backs? Chapter 63. In the next few days, Yuya was busy day and night. During the day, I need to discuss with Tsunade about the medical ninja preparation proposal and how to deal with possible objections. After the end, you need to bring Kakashi and practice. Even Yekang, who had been sent to his yard, didn't have time to study it, but was bound with the village's curse seal and thrown in the yard. One is free range and the other is captive with Kakashi. In addition, it is to read the family's internal collection. Higher level fire style, physical skills, pupil skills experience. Including those related to the summoning technique of the Ninja Cat clan and so on. The patriarch Jindai did what he said, and did not keep any internal information from him. Although there were other voices in Uchiha, they were all suppressed by Jindai. But judging from his strength, improving his strength was the second priority, mainly because he wanted to give Mio a different birthday present. Yuya chatted with Kushina at the time, saying that the surprise was not perfunctory. Coming back this time, his biggest goal is to solve Mio's problem. It's true, I'm not used to it. Yuya got up early and studied for a while, then sighed. Mio and Kyu have been by my side since I was a child, but I don't feel anything yet. Having not seen Mio for 2 years, it took him a long time to get used to it. Now Chiyu also stays on the front line and wants to break through. He glanced at Kakashi who was running around the yard with a wooden sword in his hand. In the room where he was, Yaking grabbed the window frame and tried to stare at him to death. It's really annoying. Fortunately, after breakfast, Yuya was relieved. When Tsunade entered the door, he saw chickens flying around in the yard. It was rare for her to see Yuyi's face full of helplessness, and her mood improved a lot. Let's go, the meeting starts at 10 o'clock, we need to prepare first. With the declaration of war in the Kingdom of Rain a few days ago, the front line actually had a little breathing time. Now most of the tension is in the international wrangling work. The Kingdom of Rain insists on compensation from the 3 countries, as well as seeking assistance from other weak countries, including the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water, which have not made much of a move. The result may be bumping into walls everywhere, but the process needs to go. Especially if the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water feel that this place will cause the Nation of Fire to lose more, and secretly fund 1 or 2. Therefore, for the time being, many people from the front line have come back or rested, or discussed the next move with the Nation of Fire. On the front line, facing Tsunagakuer, Konoha has Akamichi Takekaze and Orochimaru in charge for the time being. Iwagakuer's side is relatively inseparable, and there are slightly fewer people who come back. The village held a meeting for this purpose. Discussions at the meeting included all war-related issues. Hosted by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the advisor elders, other clan chiefs, representatives of Fire Nation envoys, etc. all have voting rights. On the contrary, Jainin is not so important in this meeting. Tsunade has gathered 3 medical Jainin, and nearly 20 medical Chunin, ready to formally raise the issue of medical ninja squad configuration and crash course in today's meeting. There are many aspects of medical ninja-related reforms. However, after the discussion, it is most helpful to the current situation and most likely to be passed by allowing medical ninjas to participate in the combat squad and forming a temporary medical ninja crash course. This time, we must succeed. Tsunade had brought this up more than once, but it wasn't taken seriously. Now that Nawaki is dead, at the same time, she has also witnessed too many examples on the battlefield where she lost her life or ruined her career because she missed the golden rescue time because there were no medical ninjas by her side. All made this an obsession that Tsunade couldn't wait to complete. Approaching the meeting room, Tsunade was unusually nervous. She paused in front of the door for a moment, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Uye followed behind, appearing as the second proposer. Compared to Tsunade, his pressure is undoubtedly much less. After entering the door, the meeting has already begun for a while. The topic being discussed is about the Land of Fire transport team. It seems to be talking about the problem of the old fleet, but it is actually hinting at the envoy of the Fire Nation why food, ironware, and medicine have become less recently. However, the envoy of the Nation of Fire remained expressionless, pretending not to hear it. Uye shook his head and looked at the meeting scene. Sitting below, there are many familiar ninjas in the direction of Sand Shinobi. Likewise, he also saw Kato Dan. The handsome young man with silver-white long hair nodded politely when he saw Tsunade coming in. And third generation, who presided over the meeting, has more acquaintances. When Uye looked over, he found three eyes bypassing Tsunade and falling on him. Uchiha Jindai, Uchiha Patriarch needless to say. The other two, one is Hyaga Samon, the agent of Hyaga's family. Seeing Uye's eyes, Hyaga Samon turned her head away with a cold face. If you want to say that the most troublesome thing for her in the past 2 years is Hyaga Mio. Hyaga Mio's 2 years of cultivation, which should not be entered by strangers, has rapidly improved her strength, and even she dare not defeat it lightly. Such a talent must be a genius in recent generations of the Hyaga family, even unprecedented. So even if Hyaga Mio repelled her and Hyaga's family again, Hyaga Samon still couldn't make up her mind to arrange Caged Bird for Mio directly and break into the branch house. And the reason Hyaga Mio is such a headache for her is Uchiha Oya. The only 2 conversations she had with Mio in the past 2 years ended in disagreement over the mention of Uchiha Oya. Are you kidding me? The future patriarch of the Hyaga family, how is it possible to marry Uchiha? Who doesn't know that Uchiha Oya union is already the pillar of the Uchiha family? It was originally 2 competing families, and the future leader would marry. Isn't this a merger? Even if she dies, it is impossible to agree. The other person is Shimura Dan's. Medical ninjutsu has miraculous effects in treating trauma. Although Denzo has not recovered much, he can barely walk. To be on the safe side, he came here in a wheelchair, with medical ninjas guarding him. After meeting Yuye's gaze, Denzo moved away indifferently. Uye frowned slightly. Shimura Dan's, something has changed. And his right eye was bandaged. Uye didn't remember Denzo hurting his right eye. Although Yuye's insight distance is not enough, but he can guess what is under the bandage. Sharingan by Uchiha Kagami. The meeting finally moved to the second topic, Tsunade's turn. To sum up the above, the survival rate can be increased by at least 30% and the disability can be reduced by more than 50% when the medical ninja is with the team. The reform of the establishment of medical ninjas, and crash training is imperative, the above. Tsunade sat down, and the surrounding discussions continued. All the ninjas present nodded. However, above the real decision-making, there are no waves. The topics for the meeting were handed in advance, so third generation and others knew about the topics early on, and briefly discussed them, so that they would not be in a hurry during formal discussions, and they could give answers that best suited their interests. Uye glanced at Tsunade's tightly clenched fist, then at the envoy of the Kingdom of Fire with his eyes closed above him, and sighed slightly in his heart. Tsunade has thought about everything for the success rate of passing, but he has not thought about one thing. The interests of the nation of fire. Yuyi once mentioned that Tsunade tried his best to explain more additional functions of medical ninjas. For example, superb medical ninjutsu is expected to reduce the chance of intractable diseases and increase the average life expectancy, and these need to be guaranteed with a lot of bloody clinical experience on the battlefield. But Tsunade didn't take it, because it was too far away and off topic. What she wanted was to reduce war casualties. Since then, Yuya knew that this road was a dead end. The reason is that Konoha shinobi have a wrong perception of their own positioning. They feel that they are the pillars of the Fire Nation, and they are close collaborators of the Fire Nation. Everyone in the village loves each other as friends, and they are heroes on the battlefield. This is how they see themselves. But from the perspective of the Nation of Fire, what is a ninja? Tsunade's proposal is good, but you also have to consider the real situation. It's a time of war, and we don't have enough time and energy to form a new system and let everyone adapt to it. Next topic. Third generation tapped his pipe to signal for the meeting to continue. Tsunade stood up abruptly, staring at his teacher in astonishment. Now the countries have not completely entered chaos, so she thinks this is an excellent opportunity. Hurry up and let Konoha adapt. Yuya next to him shook his head. It seems that ninjas are worthless in the eyes of the Fire Nation. After all, time and energy are not an issue. The only question is whether the giving and receiving match. With Konoha not having much task income for 2 years and spending a lot of money, the establishment of a new system requires the support of the Fire Nation. But obviously, in the eyes of Fire Nation, it's not worth spending your own money in exchange for Konoha's higher survival rate. Perhaps the Fire Country daimyo is willing to pay more money to increase the success rate of victory, but he is doing it for his own benefit, and the other noble ministers don't get much, so it is better to prescribe a piece of medical ninjutsu to help them prolong their lives. The blank check is attractive. As for the ninjas, if one more group died, wouldn't they come back after a few years of rest? On the surface, they are collaborators, but in fact, to put it mildly, they are tool people and mercenaries. To put it bluntly, it's just a group of dogs who are not very obedient, but can help guard the house and bite people. A ninja who clearly possesses the highest fighting power, but because he never barks at daimyo, he is really regarded as a dog over time. In the entire history of the ninja world, I have never heard of a few people rebelling against the daimyo. At most it was an unhappy cooperation. The only thing that can really be done is the unbearable betrayal of Kisame in the future. The Hokage world is full of blood theory? Indeed. But this descent theory does not only refer to blood succession families like Uchiha. It refers to the theory of blood of daimyo and nobles. Chapter 64. Well, I think Tsunade has a point. In the quiet conference room, the gentle and polite Kato Dan raised his hand and spoke. Changing the 4-person team and adding medical ninjas can significantly improve the survival rate and mission success rate, which has a certain influence on the direction of the war. Compared with time cost and other costs, I think the crash course that Tsunade just proposed is very feasible. Continuing speeches in support sparked discussion again. He was also the first famous Jainin to go along with Tsunade's proposal. And the speech fits well with Tsunade's argument. Tsunade glanced gratefully at his friend from the same class. But not too excited. Because after being rejected, she suddenly remembered Yuyi's previous suggestion. Remarks about amplifying the surface of medical ninjutsu beyond the battlefield. Tsunade was baffled before, but because Yuyi's reminder involved the attitude of the Fire Nation, she subconsciously looked at the Fire Nation's envoy. The other party didn't seem to speak, but she noticed that third generation had helplessly looked in the direction of the Fire Nation's envoy. Thinking of Yuyi's argument, she suddenly felt a little aggrieved. It turned out that what Yuya wanted to remind was that if the Fire Nation could not see their immediate benefits to her proposal, they would not adopt it at all. Even if more ninjas can be saved, even if it can make the war smoother. Ninja, village, daimyo. Tsunade's thoughts became more and more confused. She knew there must be something wrong, but she didn't know exactly what was wrong. Therefore, even if it was a broken support, she only expressed gratitude, but did not report any hope. Sure enough, third generation shook his head again. This is the end of this matter. We still have many important issues to discuss. If there is nothing else, let's move on to the next issue. Tsunade sat down slumped. Duan glanced at Tsunade, saw that she didn't insist, and returned to his seat with a sigh. At this time, Uye raised his hand. I suddenly have an idea about medical ninjas. Tsunade turned to look at him suddenly, a glint of hope flashed in his eyes. But the topic of Uye was not what they discussed before. Uyedeo, the front line is not easy to move, but the construction of the medical ninja system cannot be completely put down. In this way, I propose to incorporate the basic courses of medical ninja into the ninja school for long-term selection and training of medical ninjas. This proposal made third generation and others frown. It is mainly this proposal, which has not been declared in advance. If ordinary people speak, they may be able to directly refute it. But Uchiha Oya's words. Shut up! Don't disturb the order of the meeting. Ever since Hyaga met Uyi, the thorn in her heart had been hanging. Seeing that he suddenly raised an issue that had not been reported in advance, she suddenly felt that she had found an opportunity. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she found that the eyes of the entire conference room had gathered. Including the third generation, including the ninja patriarchs such as Uchiha Jinde, and the Jainin who participated in the meeting. The eyes are either puzzled or unkind. Hyaga Samon suddenly felt a little uneasy. This group of people. In her eyes, Uchiha Uyuaki has always been the Uchiha kid who haunts Mio. But the people present told her with their eyes that Yuyi's identity was not limited to this. Among the non-high-level participants present, Uchiha Uyi can be said to be one of the two people with the most outstanding military exploits. He and Tsunade are the only two people who can sit in the decision-making circle. The reason why I sit below is only because of the previous issues. Hyaga Samon was a little fidgeting under the stares of the crowd. At this time third generation spoke slowly to divert the attention of the crowd. The basic course of medical ninja is not easy. If it is placed in school, it will be difficult for the senior grades to master. He thought about it, and continued, moreover, customizing teaching materials also requires time and energy, and the collective cooperation of medical ninjas is not feasible in a short time. Uye said freely, I can take care of the compilation of the textbook. After the textbook comes out, it will be treated as a donation from our Uchiha family, and it will not cost you any money. The third generation was stunned and hesitated and said, textbook compilation. Without waiting for him to question, Tsunade echoed, Yuyi's medical ninjutsu is unquestionable, and his theoretical knowledge is not weaker than mine. Compiling basic textbooks is completely sufficient. Although Yuyi's proposal is somewhat different from what they discussed before. But they all belong to the blueprint for the future reform of medical ninjas. Since the most urgent goal cannot be achieved, the fact that there are ninja school textbooks can be regarded as an important progress in reform. Third generation and others whispered. Yuyi's proposal is very simple, but it involves many things. The first is the strength of the editor, which Tsunade and the medical ninjas present all spoke in affirmation. But if this situation continues, Yuyi's name will really be engraved in the history of Konoha. This is much more famous than Uchiha Kagami. Mirroring this kind of Uchiha, at most, just has a good impression at the top. But Uchiha Uyi, the future will be the identity of a medical master in the eyes of all new generations. And third generation secretly glanced at Uchiha Jinde, and found that Jinde was also very surprised, but other than the accident, it was all ecstasy. Now there are troubles in the school, and Uchiha is basically responsible for the infamy. If this move goes out, it can provide a large number of civilian ninja descendants with a respectable career path with a low mortality rate, which can greatly strengthen Uchiha's positive image in school. At least when they explain again, they won't only get ridicule and deeper suspicion as before. Leave a personal reputation and remove the scapegoat for Uchiha. But it can indeed strengthen Konoha's medical background, and the village does not need to pay any cost. The high-level people are calculating in their hearts. Shimura Dan's, Hyagasemon are definitely inclined to disagree. Other families who did not have any major conflicts with Uchiha felt that Uchiha had a rare project of hope. Third generation was smoking a cigarette, frowning. Finally, he looked at Uchiha Jindai. The Uchiha family is willing to contribute. The old man Jindai laughed so hard that he could hardly see his eyes. Yes, of course. He never expected that Uya didn't agree at the time, but now he turned around and gave him a surprise. Regardless of this wave of scapegoating, Uchiha's status in the hearts of the new generation of the village will only get higher and higher in the future. The money is spent in this kind of place, so he would be happy to borrow money. What's more, it doesn't cost much, and the Uchiha family's background is enough to handle it. Third generation nodded and looked around, then, please express your opinion on this matter. Not surprisingly, the proposal passed smoothly. Even Hyagasemon and Danzo did not dare to go against the mainstream and simply abstained. After the proposal was passed, Yuya left directly. He is not a decision maker, and the subsequent proposals have little to do with him, so there is no need to wait in vain. If you have this time, why not go back and study Yakang? And many more. Not long after Yuya went out, Tsunade chased him from behind. Tsunade looked at him with a complicated expression for a long while, then rubbed his hair. A 12-year-old medical textbook editor, the stinky boy is promising. Come to my house tomorrow, and I will give you some materials then. Yuya nodded in response. To be honest, Tsunade is more suitable for writing medical teaching materials. In addition to the background of her village, many of her medical ninjutsu are collected by her everywhere, including ancient books left over from the Sengoku period. How to improve and develop those medical ninjutsu is Tsunade's painstaking effort. Yuyi did not hand over the task of writing to Tsunade, which was selfish. He is going to use the credit for writing the textbook, plus his military exploits, to exchange for the spiritualization technique. The high-level ninjutsu in the village, and even some forbidden technique, can be exchanged. The ninjas were born and died, but the rewards were actually not high. S-level tasks require Jainin to do his best. How much will he be paid? Start with 1 million taels. And the 2 here is probably 1 tael equals 10 yen. Considering the cost of the ninja's own ninja equipment, healing, and training, only a very small number of top-notch workaholics can do it if they want to make a fortune by doing difficult tasks, and they are far less wealthy than some big businessmen. For the vast majority of ninjas, it is not as fast as going to the underground black market to earn rewards. But the advantage of Ninja Village Ninja is that relying on enough credit and qualifications, or a good teacher, can be exchanged for high-quality ninjutsu. Such as Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, the continuous spiritualization technique. Spiritualization technique Royal Knight is a must. But among the people he knows, only Kato Dan can, and he is not familiar with Duan-Zhen. You can't be a matchmaker, introduce Tsunade to Duan, and let him make the move, right? It would be better for Yuya to learn by himself. Tsunade looked at Yuya in a daze, and saw another shadow in a daze, but that shadow disappeared quickly. It is undeniable that after her brother's death, she was on the verge of emotional breakdown, and once treated Yuya, who inherited her medical ninjutsu, as another younger brother. But in the past few days, Tsunade has lost and cried secretly, but finally knows that no one can replace anyone. Noeki is dead, and Yuyi is Yuyi. It's another junior who deserves her expectation to grow up. Tsunade slowly loosened the necklace around his neck, stroking it with his fingers. She hesitated to speak, and swallowed back the words she had prepared. In the end, he hung the necklace around Yuyi's neck, changed his words, and said with a smile, "It's a belated 12th birthday present." The foreshadowing is almost done. After a few chapters, we will slowly break away from the framework of the original work and make some changes. Of course, it's not a drastic change, it unfolds slowly from people to events. Chapter 65. On the way back, Uye played with the necklace on his chest from time to time. The tentacles are slightly cool, making people involuntarily maintain peace. The necklace is certainly worth a fortune and means a lot to Tsunade. But, how does it feel weird? Uye thought of the original story about this necklace. Nawaki wore it and died. Wear it off and die. Even the appointed Naruto almost couldn't resist. Now in my hands, the birthday curse is almost the same. Wait, if the necklace is for yourself. What about Kato-dan? After Uye realized it, he felt as if he had become a villain for a while. The relationship between Tsunade and Duin in the original book started from this meeting. The necklace became a token of love. But now the necklace is here. Yuaki couldn't tell whether he was unlucky or really unlucky. Go back to the Uchiha mansion. There was the sound of children playing in the yard. Two adults, a man and a woman, stood tremblingly at the door. They stood on tiptoes and looked into the yard cautiously, looking a little at a loss. Seeing Uye coming back, the two hurriedly stepped aside. Master Uye. As a couple of ordinary people and ordinary ninjas, they also heard rumors that Uchiha Fire Cloud was thrown out. Thinking of this, the woman looked inside nervously. In the yard, two children under the age of 3 were babbling and arguing. The black-haired boy grabbed Kakashi and mumbled, my clothes are mine. With Kakashi's wooden sword on his shoulder, Dead Fish's eyes were full of disdain. The black-haired boy was crying and clamoring that the yard should be emptied, saying that it belonged to their family. The woman outside was so frightened that she hurriedly explained to Uye, Master Uye, take it, Obito is still young, he is talking nonsense. Uye waved his hand indifferently, the child is just making a fuss, and it's better to be noisy than to be bored alone. The two are Obito's parents. The previous patriarch, Jindai, was looking for food and a change of clothes for the children they wanted. The whole family is about the same age as Obito and Kakashi, so Jindai also ordered them to come and connect with Kakashi. Being familiar with Kakashi is equivalent to building a good relationship with Uye. When Uye came back, the two dared not disturb them anymore, and left with Obito. The yard was clean, Kakashi just looked disdainful, and slowly lost, looking at his clothes, pouting unhappy. Uye had no choice but to glance at the sky. It was still early, just noon. He poked Kakashi's forehead with his finger, let's go out for lunch today. Kakashi covered his forehead, angrily. But hearing Uye's words, he soon became happy again. By the way, buy some new clothes. The first day of researching Yekeng was fruitless. The second day of researching Yekeng was fruitless. On the third day of studying Yekeng, he was bitten. Research. After several days of experiments, nothing happened. Hitomi Uye has been maintaining a high consumption warning line, and still has not been able to accurately observe Yekeng's scorch style, how to perfectly integrate wind style and fire style into blood successor limit. Uye simply allocated part of his energy to quickly write an introductory textbook on medical ninjutsu. At this time, the front line has become chaotic again. Rain Shinobi village didn't know if it was aided, or if it was really crazy, and frequently attacked the 3 major countries. There was also a raid on the Iron Kingdom. When the 3 major powers went deep into the land of rain unscrupulously, Rain Shinobi village retreated back. However, the ninja village of the 3 major countries where the enemies met, it was difficult to build trust and work together to encircle and suppress Rain Shinobi village, so they started to rub against each other outside. The country of Rain has been completely reduced to a swamp of chaos. All participants are deeply involved, and it is difficult to get out. The ninjas who came back before, including Tsunade, have all rushed to the front again. Uye had a mission, so he stayed for a while longer. After passing the first edition of the teaching material, the spiritual technique is finally here. Uye spent the whole day practicing. At night, open the next room again. There was a strange smell in the room. Yekeng lay on the bed silently, ignoring Yuyi's arrival at all. She has the curse seal of the interrogation class on her body, and she is now weaker than ordinary people. Unless there is a preparedness to be captured in advance, or a spell that is always ready like the Hyaga branch house, Yekeng can only accept it. But Yekeng has a hot temper, so it's not that he didn't resist. 2 days ago, while Yuye was recovering his pupil power, he bit him. However, only tooth marks are left, and the skin cannot be broken. In addition, Yekeng tried to give up on himself, disgusting Yuye. It is impossible for Yuye to take care of her daily life together, and she will do all the daily needs by herself. So for the past few days, she tried not to take a bath or flush the toilet, to make Yuye feel guilty. Unfortunately, Yuye directly called Kakashi to help. After several times, Yekeng used all the methods available. Now only numbness remains. Kill me. Yekeng repeated without emotion. Yuye didn't respond at all, and went straight down with a water style, rolling Yekeng who didn't take a bath. It can be ignored that he doesn't take a bath normally, but today he wants to use this body. Spiritualization technique. Yuye took no time to form seals, only feeling a trance for a while. The soul came out of the body and floated in mid-air. The advantages and disadvantages of spiritualization technique are obvious. The downside is that the body needs protection. The advantages are more. Can directly attack the soul of others. This kind of attack is hard to defend against, and ordinary people's souls are not trained, so they are not opponents of spiritualization technique at all. Second, it can manipulate the opponent's body. This is what Yuye will do today. In addition, you can also directly obtain information through the soul, supplement chakra, and so on to the other party. There are so many functions, you can touch everything. Yuye moves his body in the air, and the experience in the state of the soul is very weird. There is no weight, no specific orientation can be felt, but the strong magnetic field where the planet is located can be felt. The whole world seems to be normal, but it feels as if it is deep in an ice cave, as if something is threatening the existence of one's soul at any time. And the farther away from the main body, the stronger this feeling. So in theory, this move can take the soul of the enemy thousands of miles away, but if you really want to do it, it will be extremely difficult. This was also the reason why the village dared to use it as an exchange. If it really had the strength to kill people from a distance, it would not be as difficult as Yuye directly coming to the door. Seeing Yuye not moving for a long time, Yekeng finally became curious. She turned her head and looked at Yuye, who remained motionless in the seal state. Hakura gripped the sharpened toothbrush handle under the carpet. Because of the curse seal, she couldn't hurt herself. But she can't control her from hurting others, even though she is weak now, the human body is more fragile. However, just as she was about to move, she felt a chill in her body. A gust of wind penetrated into her body. Her consciousness was instantly knocked back to the depths of the consciousness space, and Yuye's figure appeared beside her. You! Yekeng was furious. The soul is already the last resting place for her as a captive. This is where she looks tough but licks her wounds and cries silently every night. But now, this guy didn't even let this place go. Yekeng felt that the control over his body was taken away, and he felt despair. Yuye had no time to take care of her emotions, his consciousness began to control this body. Yekeng's body opened its eyes again, but Yuye was already playing with it. She threw away the toothbrush in her hand. Try to cast Scorch style with ontology. Most of the bloodline limits do not involve the soul, so there is a high probability that we can get feedback from her body that was previously incomprehensible. Yuye's Sharingan recorded Yekeng's Scorch style when he was fighting. But because he doesn't have Scorch style's air, he can't cast it. But now switching to this body, there is no obstacle. Scorch style over steam kill. Uye opened his hand, and a red fireball slowly emerged from his palm. Uye moved very slowly, trying to feel the difference in his body. After remembering the feeling, switch back to the original body with spiritualization technique, and use Sharingan's insights to study. Repeatedly, another 2 days passed. It is getting closer and closer to Yi successfully researching the principle of Scorch style. At the same time, Mio's birthday is getting closer and closer. Chapter 66 Ninja School Medical Ninjutsu Basic Version, the final version of the 5th grade finalized. Uye took the time to record his recent research on Yekang. The escaping technique of Sweji boundary is the fusion of 2 different types of chakra. Everyone knows this. However, little attention has been paid to the specific integration situation. Uye switched back and forth with the spiritualization technique several times, and it finally worked. To put it simply, the reason why he couldn't even observe the power of insight of the rotation of his original 3-hook jade was that the accuracy was not enough. Chakra is energy extracted from the cells and the spirit, at the cellular level. But the chakra fusion of the blood succession technique is in the gene sequence. What caused this blood inheritance may be upgraded and then passed down. This is innate. It may also be long-term use, fusing these 2 chakra, and then passing down from generation to generation, gradually evolving this fusion into a fixed part of the body. This is the day after tomorrow. Therefore, if a family uses a certain special chakra property for a long time, it will evolve into a blood successor after several generations of luck. If the luck is poor, the inheritance may not be fixed for hundreds of years. But if you want to skip the category of innate and acquired, directly artificial synthesis. The conditions required for this are extremely harsh. First, the genetic sequence must be visible. Second, there must be the ability to control chakra down to at least the inside of the cell. Finally, there is the mastery of the 2 different natures of chakra. Uye currently only meets the last condition. Conditions not met. The power of observation may only be achieved after the original 3-curve jade is completely stabilized into a pattern. Controlling power. Uye's controlling power is top-notch, but the control of the cells in the body is difficult to be as precise as controlling the chakra in the meridians. Only when Lyoguyu can observe the flow of chakra and control it can Uye try it. At least the direction is right, and the road ahead will be easy. 3-hook jade pattern, and 6-hook jade. Uye is not worried about the evolution of Lyoguyu. Even if there are no accidents, just by stealing pupil power every day, another 2 years will be enough to reach this level. However, there is no idea for the 3-curved jade pattern for the time being. Maybe it is still Uchiha's most instinctive obsession to receive the impact? Uye put away her pen and glanced at the sky. It's almost night. Hyuga family mansion, inner courtyard. Hayashi stood quietly on the edge of the yard, watching the battle on the training ground. The 2 sides of the battle are Jainin Hyuga of the branch house, and his cousin Hyuga Mio. As usual, Hyuga was unable to break through Mio's defense and was completely involved. Can't break through the defense, but is constantly being relieved and borrowed. In the end, Hyuga had no choice but to stop the offensive and seal his seal to salute. Since half a year ago, Hyuga Mio has not been weaker than Jainin within the clan. Up to now, even a single Jainin has been defeated in a short time. It was okay once or twice. Later, the Jainin, who were the elders of the clan, made excuses not to practice sparring again. Only Hyuga, who is a branch house, doesn't care about his face, and being able to improve in training is already one of his few survival goals as a branch house. And Hayashi, as another candidate to inherit the clan, is not even eligible to participate in the battle now. I can only watch from the sidelines every time I train, trying to find the gap with Mio. Over time, Hayashi probably understood. Mio's moves have gone beyond the scope of the Hyuga family's inheritance, and have developed to another level. Hayashi vaguely saw something, but still felt something was missing. After the training was over, Mio thought for a while as usual, pondering what needs to be improved just now. Hayashi knew exactly this, so he didn't leave. He hesitated and glanced at the sky. Hayashi took out the gift he had prepared and stepped forward. Mio, happy birthday. Hayashi sighed in his heart. Mio is clearly still a candidate, but everyone seems to have forgotten that today is her birthday. On the other hand, Hayashi's birthday was blessed by many people. But he knew that the reason why he still retained his candidate status and the reason why so many people were willing to celebrate his birthday was entirely because Mio had always refused to accept the Zone family. Otherwise, the current him, like his younger brother Hisashi, may have been marked as a caged bird and sent to the battlefield, where his life is always in danger. Whether it's because of gratitude or guilt towards his cousin, Hayashi feels that it is necessary for him to send the blessings he deserves. However, Mio just took a look, and then went back to the small courtyard where she was under house arrest. Birthday wishes. Mio returned to the courtyard. Next to the entrance, Hyuga Shizuka's grave has been covered with grass. Mio glanced quietly, forgetting what happened just now. Now in Hyuga's house, she has completely lost her favor. Whether Hayashi is sincere or not, she doesn't care at all. Because the members of the Zone family were all stained with Shizuka's blood, including herself. She couldn't forgive Zone's actions, nor could she forgive herself for failing to save Shizuka. The identity of the so-called clan is taken by whoever wants it. All she needs is to keep growing. Grow enough to break the cage in front of him, enough to break the shackles of the clan. Find a cleaner resting place for Shizuka. For myself one day, I can fly outside the cage and fight side by side with them. If not. Mio took off her outer shirt, and skillfully applied the medicine to herself. Thinking of this, she paused slightly. It's been 2 years. Mio's memories of going to school flashed through her mind. When I first started school, I was ridiculed by my classmates because of my unusual eyes. Crying secretly in the playground after school. And the self who was carried back to the gate of Hyuga's house by Yuye. Yuye along the way tried to comfort himself, talking a lot. But until now, she still remembered every sentence. Because that is her most precious memory. After that, the high-spirited Yuye, and the suddenly depressed Yuye. There is also Chiyu who is always deliberately angry with herself, but does not allow others to bully her. And Kushina them. Fragments of those years flashed through her mind countless times. Time does take away everything sometimes, but sometimes it settles everything down. Mio was locked in the courtyard, and it was these accumulated memories that supported her. As time goes by, those memories become clearer. The more precious it is, the more it feels out of reach. She ignored the scars left by the crazy training on her body, and stared blankly at the square night sky. What did they experience on the battlefield? Is there someone beside them that they are not familiar with? Has he gotten stronger? Has he become cheerful? It has been 68 days since he last wrote. He is back. Did he forget that today is my birthday? Why didn't he come to me? Mio curled up her increasingly slender legs and hugged her knees. She looked longingly at the eyes outside the window, and gradually lost her mind. In the dead of night, people always love to be sentimental. Looking at the cold courtyard and the sky in all directions that he couldn't escape, he thought of that person again. Mio buried her head in her knees, the memories became more and more turbulent, and finally she couldn't help crying softly. Blurred eyes, glowing with luminous light. The surrounding light came from nowhere, illuminating the room and illuminating her eyes. Mio suddenly raised her head, and the night sky outside the courtyard was filled with Kongming lanterns at some point. Glowing fire, like stars. There are silhouettes shaking in the lights. It is clearly one by one. She covered her mouth, crying and laughing. He put on his clothes and ran out desperately.